Even without a god's blessing, I'll still become a hero.
Belle!
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Fought Without a Falna and Surpassed the Gods movie. Before we start, please go support at 556 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Belle is a male. Belle, our young protagonist, after spending several days without being able to find a family and being rejected many times, decides to stop trying, but he remembered something important. It wasn't always necessary to have a Falna to be a hero, so here begins his adventure, just a simple man without a blessing, and his path to become a great hero, one like never before. Just a simple man, right? Chapter 1. It's been several days since I arrived in Arario, but I haven't found any family to my misfortune, thought a white-haired young man named bellcranel while he was lying in an alley. Everyone rejected me, saying that I looked too weak or that they didn't want another mouth to feed. I partly understand the situation. I've always been a very thin person, even though I train daily. Also, my appearance is not that of someone you could classify as intimidating. For that reason I can't blame them, but how will I be able to fulfill my dream without the Falna of a god? Belle said in his mind, feeling sad and pressing his face into his knees. Flashback. At the entrance to Arario, a certain boy stood admiring the great gates of the city, marveling at the number of races and people who survived in that place. For someone who had always lived with only 3 people and never had contact with others, it was truly surprising. It's just like my grandfather said, elves, dwarves, hobbits, beastmen, all gathered in one place. It's a wonderful sight. Besides, the city is huge. It's like 1,000 times bigger than my village. Belle expressed with disbelief and emotion. "Hey kid," said a voice in the distance, snapping him out of his shock. Me?" Belle asked, pointing to himself to confirm that this was who they were talking about. "Yes, come here, you can't enter Arario without first answering some questions," that person answered. Apparently he was a guard guarding the entrance to the city. "Okay, sorry for my reaction, it's just my first time here and I got excited," Belle replied, scratching the back of his neck and laughing nervously. "No problem, it's normal for those who arrive for the first time, but leaving that aside, you have to answer these questions," said that person. Belle, hearing that, swallowed. He had nothing bad to hide, but the tone with which that person said it was really threatening. "First, what is your name?" he asked the question. Belle, bellcranel," the white-haired man answered. "Previous occupation and where did you come from?" The guard continued with the interview. "I was a farmer with my grandfather and uncle. I come from a small town far away from here. I never knew the name of it, or if it had one. I'm sorry," Belle answered, remembering part of his childhood. "You're not lying. Well, that's something good. Let's continue. The most important question is, do you have any Falna or did you have any?" the guard asked with an even more serious expression. "No, none, I didn't have one before either," said the white-haired man, without a hint of nervousness. "Okay, last question. What are you looking for in coming to Arario?" "Everyone comes to this city for a purpose," the guard said, already ending the interview. "I came to be a hero and have a predestined meeting," Belle replied normally, but upon hearing what he was saying, his voice trailed off. Ha 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 ha. It's the first time I've heard an answer like that," the guard said while laughing out loud. Belle could only blush and look down. "Don't feel bad kid, I'm sorry, but like I said, it's the first time I've heard an answer like that and I was surprised." "Okay, there's no lie in your words, if so, my god Ganesha would have already detected it," the girl said, pointing behind her to a person with an elephant mask. "Odd. I thought he was a madman putting on a show. He's been shouting 'I am Ganesha' ever since I arrived," Belle thought, not believing that the person was a deity. "You can come in, good luck bellcranel, I hope you get what you're looking for. My name is Shakti from the Ganesha family. I suppose you want to go to the guild. There you must register as an adventurer. I hope to hear things from you, but that they are good, okay?" Shakti commented, pointing him in the direction of the guild. That threatening personality was only when the intentions of the visitors were not known, but after that she was a very nice girl. "Yes. It will be. Thank you very much, Miss Shakti," the young man replied, smiling at those words. After that, Belle ran into Arario. He had a lot of energy inside him and wanted to start his adventure as soon as possible. "This is where my journey as a hero begins," he thought as he headed to the guild. Meanwhile, a thought was passing through that girl's mind. "He looks too innocent, he also seems like someone noble, that's a good thing, but Arario doesn't always favor that kind of people, especially when it comes to adventurers. I hope he doesn't die." End of the flashback. "Here begins my journey as a hero. I think I was very wrong," the young man said in his mind, beginning to cry bitterly. I don't even have a place to fall dead. I lost all my money in an inn and in food. I can't do anything else. In the guild they didn't let me in because of my appearance. They told me that if I were someone stronger, even without Falna, they would let me go to the first floor at least to make a profit, Belle said, while tears continued to fall from his eyes, sliding down his cheeks and falling to his knees, where his face was still stuck. It seems my dream of being a hero will not come true, much less the one of having a predestined encounter, the young man expressed, while the tears continued to flow. Without a Falna I can't be a hero, he whispered to himself, before falling asleep after several minutes of crying. In Belle's mind. Where am I? Belle asked as he saw a large expanse of land. Everything was white, except for the ground he was standing on, which was grass. Have I died? The boy said to himself again. No, you're not dead, Belle, someone answered, surprising Belle and making him instinctively turn towards the place where that voice came from. Gee, Grandpa. Why, you're my grandpa? Belle asked, starting to approach and shaking as he pointed at him. You could say so, the old man replied, but was interrupted by a big hug. Grandpa. Sniff, you don't know, Sniff, how much I missed you, said the white-haired man, hugging his grandfather tightly and crying his eyes out. I imagine it's been hard living without me, without your uncle or your mother, but I'm sorry to say I'm nothing more than a product of your imagination, the old man replied, breaking away from the hug and looking into his eyes. Belle replied, wiping away his tears. I'm only here because your mind wanted me to be. There's something I want to tell you, said the grandfather, without taking his eyes off him. Something you want to tell me? The white-haired man asked, opening his eyes as wide as possible. Belle, you say that without Falna you can't be a hero, but you're forgetting something important. Before the gods came down and gave Falna to mortals so they could fight monsters, were there heroes? The old man asked, although of course, he knew the answer. Yes, the Argonaut are the mercenary hero, just to name a few, Belle replied, but his voice trailed off as he spoke. He seemed to understand what his grandfather was referring to. I see you're realizing, but I want you to say it to clear up any doubts. Well, a hero, said Zeus. Yes, Belle knows that his grandfather is Zeus, trying to get his grandson to complete the sentence. No need for a Falna, Belle replied, beginning to recover his spirits. You just need the will to grow, the desire to protect those you love. Strength isn't everything. All heroes started somewhere. Write your own story. You don't need a god to be the greatest hero the world has ever seen, Zeus said, inspiring the boy, who stopped crying and put on a face that showed hope. But there is something you must not forget, the most important thing, a hero must have a god, added to his previous words. Something I shouldn't forget. The most important thing. What is it, Grandpa? The white-haired man asked, not having the answer to that statement. The harem, Belle. The most important thing for a hero is the harem. Zeus shouted, euphoria, making his grandson blush. Branded. This is no time for that. Belle replied in a loud voice. He was really embarrassed by that comment. Back to reality. Belle suddenly opened his eyes, coming out of his subconscious. Was it a dream? He asked himself. No, it was a revelation, he answered himself, standing up with a serious face. I don't need a god to be a hero, I'll do it myself, he said to himself, with great determination and clenching his fists. The hell with the warnings, I'll go to the dungeon now. If I don't die inside it, I'll die of hunger here, Belle said, taking his sword, the weapon he came with. Now yes, here begins my adventure to be a hero. He shouted to the four winds, running at high speed towards the dungeon. In the dungeon. We are on floor 1, full of kobolds and goblins. Belle entered at night to avoid many unwanted glances. Upon entering the dungeon, he was surprised by the number of monsters on the first floor. The goblin attacked him fiercely, but Belle only brandished his sword in a quick movement, finishing off the monster with a blow, awakening Belle's surprise. That was extremely easy, he whispered to himself, impressed by how little effort it took to kill that monster. Then several more arrived, but the result was no different. Slash. But the horizontal slash, they were sliced in a row with no effort on Belle's part. What's going on? I know they aren't the strongest monsters in the dungeon, and I'm only on floor 1, but it doesn't make sense how easy this is, Belle was saying, until a goblin with a short sword attacked him when he was off guard, stabbing the weapon into his arm. Noticing this, he killed the monster and pulled out the small sword from his forearm. But something strange happened. What the hell, it's healing, Belle whispered, opening his eyes, stunned to see how the wound began to close at a monster speed, leaving only the blood he had lost. However, Belle didn't have time to focus on that. Seeing that the first floor didn't pose any problems for him lifted his spirits even further and gave him the inspiration, along with the desire, to continue descending. The next morning. We met at the Adventurers Guild. There were only a few advisors and adventurers there. It was too early, only the most dedicated adventurers would be there at that time. Everything was quiet and the activities within it were the usual ones, but something caught everyone's attention. The sound of footsteps echoed around the place, heavy footsteps. Whose were they? You might ask, well, it was that boy whom no advisor would take under their wing because he didn't have a god. Belle was somewhat dirty, but there was no sign of any wounds. However, on his back, there was a sizable backpack, from which came a sound of crashing glass. The approach to change his magic stones without stopping for a moment to look at or complain to the people who looked at him without blinking. Oh. You're that kid from a few days ago. What do you need? Did you finally get a family? A certain beast girl, a werewolf to be precise, asked. No, I didn't get it, but that's not why I came, Belle replied, taking off his backpack. Isn't that it? Then what are you doing here? You were told it wasn't possible to register as an adventurer without having a Falna, Rose, the girl's name, replied, puzzled by the white-haired man's response. I came to change this, Belle said, dropping a large amount of magic stones from his backpack. Everyone's eyes widened. Where did you get that? The advisors asked, Rose, a pink-haired advisor and an elf. In the dungeon. Where else? The young man said, smiling as if nothing had happened. In the dungeon. But you don't have a Falna. Which floor did you go to? There are not only goblin and kobold magic stones here, there are also war shadow stones, a half-elf asked, incredulous at the naturalness of Belle's answer. I don't know, floor 9 maybe. I would have gone lower, but I was up all night and I'm hungry, Belle replied, laughing lightly as he touched his stomach. Silence abounded in everyone. Floor 9 and no Falna. Everyone shouted, not just the advisors, even the adventurers. Is that weird? Belle asked, quickly looking around the room. Chapter 2. Previous chapter. Floor 9 and no Falna. Everyone shouted, not just the advisors, even the adventurers. Is that weird? Belle asked, quickly looking around the room. Back to the present. Ha. Many laughters of that style echoed in the guild hall, coming from the adventurers. What's so funny? Belle asked, not understanding the reason for the commotion. It's obvious. You just said the funniest thing we've ever heard in our entire adventurer lives. You're on the 9th floor. And without a Falna. How could that be possible? An adventurer in the guild shouted, laughing non-stop, wiping away his tears. Belle was your name, right? I want you to explain to me right now where you got these magic stones. You didn't steal them, did you? The red-haired advisor, Rose was her name, asked in a serious and threatening tone. Not in the least, I didn't steal anything, I got them, as I was in an alley with no money or anything to eat. I decided to go to the dungeon. If I didn't die inside it, I would die sooner or later from another cause, Belle replied, without giving importance to what the adventurers said, with a sincere and calm face. This caused silence to abound again, not because they believed what the child was saying, but rather because of how he said it. He was so confident in his alibi that he was beginning to make those who had mocked him doubt. It's not good to lie to the guild. Do you want to end up locked up by the Ganesha family? Rose insisted, with the same threatening face. She still didn't believe in the alibi. I'm serious, I didn't steal anything, I got it myself, in fact, said the white-haired man, taking something out of his other bag, which was smaller than his original backpack. The advisors and adventurers were attentive to what was going to happen. The bird-shaped monster let this out when I finished with it, Belle continued, taking a considerable-sized golden-colored egg out of the bag. Everyone opened their eyes wide, in disbelief at what they were witnessing at that moment. It's the people whispered, trembling with the passage of his words. It's a golden jackbird egg. A certain half-elf advisor shouted with utter surprise. A what? Is it something important? 2 just killed a monster that looked like a bird. It was a little difficult to catch it since it ran fast, but I was able to catch it and finish it off. Was I supposed to leave it alone? The white-haired man asked, somewhat afraid of people's reactions. He thought it was because hunting those monsters was prohibited. It's a golden jackbird egg. A million valus item. It's already very rare to hunt the monster and you apart from that got his item. How is it possible you don't know that? Claimed a brown-haired advisor with glasses and long ears while shaking the poor boy very vigorously. How am I supplied to know? And none of the advisors wanted to help me become an adventurer or at least tell me about the dungeon. I just walked in, saw monsters, and killed them. Belle replied while being shaken and feeling like vomiting. His skin color had turned from white to red. Anya, calm down. Rose and a human said as they separated Anya and tried to calm her down. Not even in the dungeon did I feel as close to death as I do now, Belle thought, with swirls for eyes and staggering. Forgive her, but you don't expect us to believe that nonsense. The golden egg could be fake, so we have to check it, Misha said, taking the item in her hands and giving it to the cashier. After a few seconds of checking to verify the item's authenticity, they finally gave the answer. I'm hungry, my stomach is growling a lot, I'm embarrassed if they hear it. How much longer will it take for them to give me the valus? I'm not interested in the million, as long as I have enough to eat and to rent a place to sleep today I'll be more than satisfied, thought Belle, taking his abdomen with both hands, while he felt his body beginning to eat itself due to the lack of food. So? Is it real or not? Rose asked. It's real, the cashier replied, taking off his glasses while his hand trembled. A chill ran down the backs of everyone present, except for Belle, who was still thinking about food. They remained like that for a few seconds until the sound of the guild doors was heard. Hey, I am. Hello guild. We are the Loki family and we came to get our money, said a thin girl with red hair with great joy and enjoyment. 5. A small blow to the head was given to that girl by an elf with her staff. Stop making a scene, Loki, you don't have to make this scene every time we come back from an expedition, the jade-haired elf complained. Ugh. You're a bad mom. I waited for them at the entrance of the dungeon until they arrived, Loki replied, rubbing his head. Nobody asked you, Loki answered, a small blonde boy with a spear, apparently he was a hobbit. What's all the fuss about? I've been hearing your screams since the second floor. A silver-furred beastman with an intimidating face demanded. What surprised Belle the most was the presence of a golden-haired girl with no expression on her face, no expression at all. Wait, if she's the goddess Loki they must be the Loki family, Belle thought, cupping his chin and looking at the adventurers from the second most powerful family in Arario, or at least some of them. Perfect. The werewolf woman shouted when she saw the goddess Loki, apparently she had a plan. Pharaohs. What's perfect? Loki asked, leaning forward to fondle the advisor's breasts. This is not the time or the place. The elf claimed again, hitting her goddess again. You see, Loki, there is a very delicate situation regarding this child, Rose informed, pointing at Belle, who was still thinking about food, caring little or nothing about the presence of the Loki family. That rabbit. What's wrong with him? Loki asked, seeing Belle's face, white hair, white skin, red eyes. He was like a bunny. Rabbit? Aiz asked, as she looked at the boy. I'm not a rabbit, Belle said, blushing in embarrassment for reliving the nickname his mother Althea gave him when he was a child. How cute. Loki shouted, hugging the white-haired boy and stroking his hair. Riveria. I'm keeping him. I can feed him carrots. Loki commented, not wanting to let go of Belle. Goddess Loki, please let me go. Belle begged. Leave that child alone. The elf replied, pulling her goddess away from the rabbit. So, Rose. What's wrong with him? The vice-captain of the Loki family asked the beast woman. Simple, he entered the dungeon and descended to the 9th floor without a Falna, Rose responded tactlessly. Then, Riveria and Bet's gaze tensed greatly, but none of them compared to that of the sword princess, who looked at him inquisitively. Or at least that's what he told us, Rose added, lightening the mood. Ha. That damn tomato entered the dungeon without a Falna. Even the kobolds could use it as a toothpick. Bet said, laughing out loud and pointing at Belle. Aiz seemed relaxed knowing that was false or not. Tomato? Belle asked, tilting his head. We had that same reaction, but there is something important, Anya reported, once again awakening the gazes of the Loki family and their goddess. See all these magic stones? They're Belle's. He brought them all in his backpack, Misha reported, pointing at the magic stones in the box. And if that wasn't enough, look what he brought along with him, Rose added, taking the golden egg. This is and not even I, who have been here in Genkai for many years, have seen one, Loki said, trying to put Jackbird's golden egg in her hands, but the werewolf returned it to where it was. Aha. Loki cleared his throat, regaining his composure. So you want me to check if what he says is a lie, or if it's true, right? He said to the red-haired goddess, pointing at the white-haired man. Exactly, if it's a lie we need to find out where he got all this from, the three advisors responded in unison. Fine, I have no problem, Loki answered, standing in front of Belle. Belle gulped at that, not because she was lying, but because the goddess opened her eyes and looked intimidating. They're finally going to unmask that liar. He has such a pretty face, but he is a vile thief. Goddess Loki will find out the truth of this, damn thief. Comments like that were said out loud, without caring that the person they were talking about could hear everything. I'm not a thief, Belle thought, clenching his fist. Okay kid, I'll make this simple, even if you want to lie, you can't lie to a god, so save me the embarrassment of unmasking you and confess everything right away. Okay. Loki suggested, smiling at Belle. Let's begin, said the goddess, before asking the question. The gaze of the Loki family, the advisors, the adventurers and other gossips who were passing by focused on those two people, or rather, person and goddess. You entered the dungeon and went down to the 9th floor without any help. Were you the one who obtained those magic stones and that item without anyone's help? Loki asked seriously. Those watching remained silent, waiting for the answer. No, I didn't go down to the 9th floor, Belle responded immediately. All eyes were upon him, eyes of disgust, as if they were seeing the worst scum in the world. See how simple it was? There's your answer. It was a liar, Loki said, but was interrupted. I didn't go down to the 9th floor of the dungeon because I don't even know which floor I went down to. I was only inside the dungeon all night, I don't know anything about it, I only dedicated myself to finishing off monsters that were heading towards me or that I saw, but I have no idea what floor I went up to, explained the white-haired man, adding it to his previous answer. Loki managed to say, who had a big surprise drawn on his face. What's wrong, Loki? Finn asked his goddess. It's true, the goddess answered through gritted teeth. The eyes, already wide and fixed on the two of them, grew larger, but all their gazes were directed only at Belle. What's wrong, goddess? Loki already said it was true, Belle commented, feeling nervous with all the attention. Well, it was already proven to be true, so here's your money. We're sorry we doubted you, said the half-elf named Anya, handing him a sack with almost 1.5 million valis. But the white-haired man tried to speak, but Anya approached his ear. Listen carefully, at this moment, if you stay here, no one will leave, and you will be bombarded with questions and proposals, so it is better that you go. I do this for your own good, and for the good of the guild. Regarding the dungeon, you showed me that I can trust you. If you ever have any questions about the dungeon, you can ask me. I will not be your advisor if you do not want, but I can help you if you wish, Anya whispered, giving the Valis sack to Belle, while smiling at him. Thank you very much, the boy replied, blushing and doing what she told him. For a moment I thought she was crazy, at least I can see that she's someone kind, thought Belle when the half-elf finished with her advice. I'm leaving, said the young man, bowing slightly and trying to leave, but a hand grabbed him. Belle managed to answer when he felt it. Hey kid, Belle, right. Would you like to join the Loki family? Asked the goddess of said family, with a tone that denoted a certain superiority. Damn, my god would have killed to have him in my family. Loki beat us, no one would mess with something Loki wants. Phrases like this were said by several adventurers who looked dejectedly at Belle. Loki extended his hand, trying to seal the deal. Join the Loki family? Can I really do it? Belle thought, really excited. Of course the white-haired man was going to answer, but a thought crossed his head. In Belle's mind. Get out of here and come back when you're not weak. I don't need another mouth to feed. You wouldn't even be good as a driving license badge, you damn kid. Phrases like that were repeated and repeated by his subconscious, all the gods who rejected him, of course, they weren't always such bad rejections, some gave a sincere answer regarding his situation, like a certain god who sold potions, but the vast majority of the gods simply discarded him for looking weak, even the goddess Loki, or not directly her, but that beastman who was behind his goddess with an angry face, who judged him by his appearance without hesitation for a minute. Out of Belle's mind. I don't need a Falna to be a hero, Belle whispered to himself. I didn't need it last night, he continued. And no one took me into account before I proved my worth, he added. Why do I need a god then? He asked. To be a hero, I just need, said the young man, beginning an internal speech. I just need the will to grow, the desire to protect those I love. Strength isn't everything, all heroes started somewhere, I'll write my own story. I don't need a god to be the greatest hero the world has ever seen, the white-haired man said to himself in his thoughts, lowering his gaze and letting go of the initial emotion. So, kid. What do you say? Loki asked, still standing in front of Belle. I politely declined the offer, Loki-sama, Belle replied, smiling. Good. Let's celebrate this and then go to the Twilight Mansion to put on your fall, Loki said with emotion, but that same emotion faded, disappeared, when the boy's answer was understood by the goddess. Both the Loki family and the rest of the adventurers were surprised by the boy's response. What did you say? Loki asked. No, thank you, I don't wish to be part of your family, I appreciate the offer, but I can't accept it, said the boy, bowing apologetically. Do you refuse to enter the Loki family? The goddess asked, not understanding the reason for it, no, not believing that she had been rejected. Yes, now, if you'll excuse me, I have to eat something, I haven't eaten in days, see you later Loki family, goddess Loki, it was a pleasure meeting you, Belle said, giving them a smile and walking away from there with his money. She refused to join us, Finn whispered, unable to believe it. He thought about it and still didn't accept, added the high elf. TCH. What does it matter? Why do we want a weak bastard like him in the family? Surely it was just luck that he got into the dungeon and didn't die, but that luck will run out sooner or later, Bet mocked, attacking Belle without justification. Maybe you're right, maybe it's just luck, but if it is, I'll make the most of it, replied Belle, who had heard the beastman's words. Because if I don't risk my life and give it my all, how can I become a hero? He added to finish his sentence. The sword princess was surprised by that answer. A hero, Aiz whispered. TCH. You call yourself a hero, you probably just ran away while you were going down, the werewolf approached. If you want to see it, come with me and check it out, little Welf, the young boy declared, with a gleam in his red eyes. What did you say, damn tomato? Bet reproached, wanting to get closer to the boy. That's enough, Bet. Let's go to headquarters, Mr. Belle. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Finn said, apologizing to the white-haired man. The aura emanating from Belle diluted. No problem, Mr. Finn, thank you for helping me prove that what I said was true, Loki-sama. I'm really sorry for not being able to join your family, but I want to take my own path without the help of a Falna or a god, Belle replied, addressing the captain and goddess of the family. After that, he left the guild, leaving only an awkward silence inside. I hope Freya doesn't set her sights on him, if so the distance between our families will grow larger, Loki concluded, biting his thumb. Chapter 3. Streets of Arario. Drrrrrrrr. That sound was heard by the people in the area, wondering where it came from. A monster? A creaking carriage? Those were the hypotheses forming in the citizens' minds, although nothing could be further from the truth. Damn, my stomach growling was so loud, I hope no one noticed, Belle thought as he walked quickly, his face flushed with embarrassment. He walked for a few seconds, however, he couldn't find a place to eat, so he decided to ask someone. Excuse me? Sorry if I'm bothering you, the white-haired man said to the figure of a person with peach-colored hair and a hat, who was talking to a girl with blue hair and glasses. What's wrong? The person asked, adjusting his hat and turning to look at the person who had caught his attention. Sorry if I'm bothering you, but I'm new in town, and I'd like to know if there's a place where I can eat. It doesn't have to be fancy, Belle commented. Oh, so that's it, you can go to the Lady of Abundance, it's a very famous restaurant bar here, they serve very delicious food, in my personal opinion, the best in all of Arario, it's near Babel, you just have to turn left and you'll get there, it's hard not to recognize it, the man replied, making signs with his hands. I understand, thank you very much. Belle said, but he didn't know who to thank. Hermes, I am the god Hermes, the god answered, extending his hand. Oh, thank you very much, Hermes-sama. The young man replied, bowing to the god and then shaking his hand. After that meeting, he followed the instructions, leaving Hermes and his companion behind. So Zeus is the one who will become the last hero? Hermes whispered, watching Belle's back walking away. Looks like the boring days are over, he concluded. On Daedalus Street. After a few minutes of running at full speed, something happened. Where? Belle asked in disbelief. Where the hell am I? He screamed in terror at seeing himself lost. He had entered a place with very confusing streets. Did he say to walk left or right? I think I turned down the wrong street, he whispered to himself, terrified to realize he hadn't followed the instructions he'd been given correctly. Her tears began to flow comically, while her stomach growled even louder than before. I'm going to die of hunger was the only thought running through his head. Until a scream pulled him from his thoughts and lamentations. Anya. Please someone help us. Enos. Where are those screams coming from? Belle wondered, his face serious, his eyes turning in all directions to identify where to go. It's this way, thought Belle, running at full speed along one of the paths in that place. This feels like a maze. Did I enter Labyrinth Street? I heard many people say it was difficult to get in and out of here, but that doesn't matter now, I must save those people, he said to himself, increasing his speed. Where those screams came from? A large middle-aged man with long sideburns and an overweight body could be seen holding a small boy with brown hair by the neck. Lying on the floor, there was a Chianthrope with golden hair and red eyes, she was covered in bruises and blood running down her face, next to her there was an elf. Holy crap, I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, they don't even tell you in the novel, the latter was not in better condition than the other two. Leave Rai alone. Both girls shouted, trying to get up and help their friend. If they had come with me of their own free will, he wouldn't have ended up like this, said the man, mocking the little children. I won't let you do anything to them, said the brown-haired boy, apparently his name is Rai. Oh. A brave man. What will you do to stop him? I don't know if you've noticed, but you're not in the best position to threaten anyone, replied the man, who was apparently a half-human. At that moment, Rai spat in his face. Ugh. The man shouted, wiping his face with his forearm. Fina. Rue. Run now. Rai shouted to her friends. Author's note. These are Rai, Rue and Fina, in that order. Damn child. The man shouted, slowly opening his eyes. I just needed him to lower his gaze towards me, the young man thought, abstaining from his fate. Her friends listened to her and ran away with the little strength they had left. At least they have a chance to escape, he whispered to himself before being slammed to the ground with great force. You'll pay for them. When I'm done with you, I'll come for them. The man shouted angrily, pulling a dagger from its sheath and pointing it at the boy's body. I hope they can escape and not be caught by him, I can't do anything else. Goodbye Rufina, that was the little infant's last thought. As he closed his eyes, waiting for the blade of the weapon to make contact with his body. Clang. But all Rai could hear was metal clashing. "Looks like I arrived on time," said that person, a white-haired young man with red eyes, who had a face full of anger. "Who the hell are you?" Before he could complete his sentence, the fat man was punched in the face. Boom. Crashing into one of the walls of the alley they were in, he felt all the air in his lungs being emptied and blood coming out of his mouth. Little by little, Rai began to open his eyes and saw who the person who helped him was. "Are you okay? Can you move?" asked a young man, not much older than him. He couldn't answer, but upon closer inspection he noticed a scarf covering his neck and a sword sheath at his waist. He looked like a hero. "I'm here to save you. I ran into your friends on my way here, they're in that alley, stay there, I'll be back in a moment," Belle added, pointing out the place she should go. With much effort and pain from his injuries, Rai heeded this, standing up and starting to walk. "You did well, you can rest," the young man concluded. When Rai was behind that white-haired boy, he could observe him better, he saw the imposing figure of a hero. "Who the hell do you think you are, you damn bastard?" the man shouted, returning to the battle after that hard blow. "It's rude to talk about yourself when someone is standing in front of you," Belle replied in a serious tone, although it was clear that his words were meant sarcastically. "You will die here and now. No one messes with the Soma family," the person shouted, revealing which family he belonged to. "So scum like you can enter a family? I was right, I don't need a god," the white-haired man replied, walking towards him, emanating an imposing aura, which made that raccoon man feel a very strong, almost crushing pressure. "Why, if you do something to me, my family will hunt you down," the person said, scared. The confidence from before was erased just by Belle's walk. "There are at least 2 mistakes in that excuse," Belle said, with a look of superiority, as if the person in front of him were nothing more than scum. "The first is that you think your family will be able to do something to me," said the young man, clenching his fist. "And the second mistake, but the most important one is. You think I'll let you walk out of here alive," Belle concluded, sowing terror in the heart of that person with a single look. "I am sorry. What do you want?" "Money. I can give you as much as you want," the man screamed, falling on his back and crawling backward. "That kid over there has more courage than you, he never stopped fighting even though he knew he couldn't win. He didn't do it for money or to bother others, he did it to protect the people important to him, to protect his friends." That little boy was a hero, someone brave and with values, 2 things you know absolutely nothing about, said the white-haired man, glorifying Rai. "That's why letting you go without punishment would be an insult to his effort and bravery," Belle concluded, cracking his fists and walking with heavy steps towards that poor unfortunate man. "Stop right there," shouted a person from the roof of one of the houses on Daedalus Street, jumping from there and falling to the ground, positioning himself between the two. "Shakti?" Belle asked when he saw the figure of that adventurer from the Ganesha family who had greeted him when he arrived a few days ago. "Don't make a mistake, Belle, you don't want to get your hands dirty and end up imprisoned for killing someone like him. Am I wrong? Didn't you want to be a hero?" asked the blue-haired girl, with a serious face. "You're right, I shouldn't get my hands dirty, it's all yours, Shakti, I must see how the children are," replied the young man, losing interest in that raccoon man. "By the way, how did you know I was here?" Belle asked. "After an entire building shook when you hit it and it crashed into the wall, several citizens called for help, apparently the children's screams were not heard by them before all this got out of control. I apologize for that," Shakti replied, bowing to Belle. "Thanks for saving them," he added. "I did what I had to do, I couldn't let someone innocent be killed in front of me," the white-haired man replied, walking away while Shakti took the person responsible for all this trouble to be imprisoned. "By the way, Shakti, where is there a hospital around here?" Belle asked. "There is the insect family headquarters, on the other side of the city," the blue-haired woman answered, pointing towards the location of that place. "Thank you," he finished. "You are Kanu Belway from the Soma family, we have had complaints about you, mainly theft and now attempted kidnapping," the woman declared, but was ignored. "That child, who is he?" the Soma family member asked as he was escorted away. "Him? He arrived in Arario less than a week ago," the woman replied, without even seeing him. "A week? Why, this must be a damn joke," he whispered. "It's not, it's rumored that this morning he rejected the Loki family. I tell you that this should serve as a warning when it comes to messing with someone, but you won't be out of jail for a long time," Shakti said in a serious tone. "I wasn't kidding about being a hero, if it weren't for him, those kids. In the streets of Arario." The person was carrying 3 children in his arms and on his back, running at full speed. They were injured and apparently fainted. It was already strange enough that they hadn't fallen from exhaustion and pain from their wounds, apparently the adrenaline gave them more strength to continue, Belle thought as he managed to glimpse the insect family headquarters, as Shakti had told him. Inside the hospital, a beautiful girl with silver hair and purple eyes could be seen attending, named Airid. And the heroine of this fic makes her appearance, friends, a round of applause please, or at least one of them. She almost always had a serious expression on her face because that was the same way she took her job. While I was quietly listening to the requests of the people arriving, suddenly the doors of the headquarters were suddenly opened. It was there that Airid saw a young man a little younger than her, carrying 3 injured children. His gaze tensed at this scene. "Please help them, they had an encounter with a kidnapper and are injured," Belle asked, attracting everyone's attention. "Follow me, I'll take care of it," the silver-haired woman replied, leading Belle to a room. "She's cute, no. Focus, Belle. This is not the time. Mom Alfia would kill us if we start talking like our grandpa." Belle thought, shaking off the thought faster than it had even occurred to him. In the patient room. At that moment, Airid began to heal the 3 children using her healing magic, as the best doctor in all of Arario that she is. Sooner rather than later, Rai, Fina and Rue's wounds had completely closed, although they were still tired, so they did not wake up. "Will they be okay?" Belle asked, worried about them. "Yes, they will be fine, you should rest, let's go," Airid answered with a cold tone, leaving the room. Headquarters corridor. "Well, it would be 100,000 valis for the treatment, plus your stay here, it will only be a few hours, so there won't be much cost for it," said the girl, giving her bill to Belle. "Here you go," the white-haired man replied, taking out the agreed-upon amount of money. This seemed to surprise her greatly. 100,000 valis was not a small amount, especially for an adventurer who was not famous, so it aroused her suspicion, since she had never seen that boy in front of her. "Oh okay, your little friends will be fine," Airid said, taking the money. "They are not my friends, I just met them a few minutes ago," Belle answered. This seemed to surprise the doctor. "You spent 100,000 valis on some kids you just met?" she asked, incredulous at that answer. "Yes. They needed help and I gave it to them. A man from the Soma family wanted to steal the elf and the geanthrope, but the boy saved them by facing the kidnapper, giving them time to escape. It was at that moment that I arrived and confronted him," Belle replied, awakening a frown in the doctor. "Those damn adventurers from the Soma family, they only cause problems," Airid declared tiredly, without removing her serious face. "Yes, but Shakti of the Ganesha family arrested him before we started a formal battle. I just hit him in the face and sent him flying before that," the white-haired man answered. "I'm surprised you're not hurt. What level are you?" the doctor asked, not seeing any scratches on the young man's body. "I don't have a Falna, so you could say level 0," Belle replied, without any concern. Airid's eyes opened wide. "You don't have a Falna? And so you were beating an adventurer who does?" he asked. "Yes, maybe it sounds arrogant, but he was very weak," declared the young man. He didn't seem to be lying, he really thought that. "Well, I have to go, I haven't eaten in over 3 days, I feel like I'm going to faint at any moment, I'll come back in a few hours to see you, okay?" Belle finished, turning around to leave, leaving Airid stunned. "Wait. Grandpa's tip number 1. He thought, stopping dead in his tracks. "By the way, Airid, you have very pretty eyes, just as pretty as you, they really weren't lying when they said that the beauties of Arario are incomparable," Belle expressed, smiling at the end of his words. What the things do you say?" the doctor asked with embarrassment and her cheeks flushed, although she was interrupted. "Okay. I'm leaving. Thank you very much." The white-haired man finished, leaving Airid behind. What was that, she thought, placing a hand on her chest, trying to calm her racing heart. That boy made the Ice Queen blush. Surprising, I never thought I'd see any other face on her other than someone serious. Funny charm. Now that you mention it, it looked like a rabbit. Handsome rabbit. Those opinions were given by those who were in the waiting room of the insect family headquarters, who witnessed how Airid's imperturbable mask was broken. Outside the headquarters. "Remember, Belle, the first tip for winning a girl over is to compliment her and then walk away. That way, she'll instinctively think about you all day." "At least I can say it was the most decent advice my grandfather ever gave me," Belle whispered to himself. "Drrrr. Ugh, I'm starving. I think I saw the restaurant Hermes mentioned while coming. I'll go before I collapse on the floor due to starvation," the white-haired man said to himself while holding his stomach with both hands. On the way to the Lady of Plenty. In the distance, as Belle approached the restaurant, a gaze followed him, causing him to slam on the brakes. What was that? He wondered. From somewhere, only a whisper was heard. "It's like a rainbow." Chapter 4. It's like a rainbow. Internal monologue. Throughout my life, I have seen many people pass by, some were interesting and great warriors, who caught my attention greatly. It is with regret that I say that, like a certain old pervert, I was filled with pleasure seeing mortals overcome the dangerous conditions and monsters that were in the world. Even before the gods came down to Genkai, I had already set a goal. Finding that unique soul that I would make mine no matter what. You may wonder, single soul. Well, the answer is simple. All mortals have a soul with a specific color. The color of these represents their deepest dreams, their desires, and what dwells most in their hearts. In all these years I have seen souls of all colors. Blue, yellow, red, purple, green, silver, gold, orange, etc. But the main ones will always be those that are tinted with one of the colors of the rainbow. The rest are born from them, representing an even greater intensity in those desires. There are also dark souls, black as midnight, which only represent the worst that exists. Most of them have a certain dark stain on their soul. Evil is natural in humans, but it can be erased when your most important feeling is imposed. In short, I've always seen the same kind of people, same colors. It was starting to get boring. Only to some people or adventurers were those to whom I gave the joy of being by my side, granting them the honor of being part of my family. However, although they are special, they are still not that unique soul that I seek so much. So much time has passed and the hope of finding her is fading. That is until he came along. The boy no more than 14 years old, with white hair, red eyes, thin and certainly adorable. He looked like a fluffy rabbit, the kind you keep as a pet. But back to the point, what did I see in that, seemingly, normal person? The answer is simple. I saw a rainbow. 7 colors united in perfect harmony and synchrony, none dominated or seemed overpowered. No, they all had the same size, the same intensity of color, forming a colorful flame that captivated my heart. I've never seen anything like this. So many feelings united in a single being. How is that possible? Normal people can have up to 2 colors in their flame. In most cases it is the main one, and a parasitic one that attacks the main one. That means that there is doubt within that person. If the doubt grows bigger, it begins to eat and consume the first one until it is reduced to nothing and loses its place. It can come back, but the experiences in life and the way of thinking of someone will always be influenced by their environment, so they can change colors many times throughout their short existence. Returning to that boy who had just arrived in Arario, although his soul was made of 7 colors, there was something else, as if the previous surprise and impression were not enough. Surrounding the colorful fire there was a white glow that acted as a cover, as if trying to consume the other colors. It was at that moment that I knew. I want to have it. No, I must have it. And when I want something I always get it. Back to reality, in the Lady of Plenty. Belle, sensing a gaze but unable to find the person responsible for it, decided to ignore it. It's strange, that gaze felt like he was seeing inside me, the white-haired man thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. Drrrrrrrr. Lit. Food first. Belle shouted, putting aside his paranoia and entering the restaurant his stomach was asking for. Hurriedly, he went to the entrance of the place and opened it carefully, thus avoiding attracting the attention of those inside. He had already had enough of looks directed at him after what happened with the Loki family just a few hours ago. A slight creaking sound came from the door. Apparently it needed a little oil, but because of the creaking, everyone saw it as they entered. Good afternoon, Belle said, bowing slightly to greet people. A new face, Nya. A brown-haired catgirl expressed, excited to see a potential client. Come with me, Nya. The waitress added, pulling him by the arm towards a table. Seeing the naturalness with which she spoke to him, he decided to go with the flow, and sooner rather than later, her presence was left aside. You saved me. I thought they would ask me questions like in the guild, thought the white-haired man, sighing in relief. Well, Nya. You've been looking at the menu for a while, Nya. Is there anything you want to order, Nya? Asked the catgirl, while standing next to Belle. Sorry, I got lost in my thoughts. I would like to order the spaghetti with pineapple juice, please, the young man replied, pointing to his order on the menu. Pineapple juice, to sweeten life, or at least that's what my grandfather used to say. I don't understand what he meant, but he gave me only that to drink since I was a child, and I got used to having it with all my meals, Belle thought, remembering his grandfather. Okay, Nya. My name is Anya, Nya, and I'll be your waitress. I'll bring your order soon, Nya. The brunette answered cheerfully and animatedly, giving her customer an innocent smile and going to the kitchen. Already in the solitude of the bar, Belle began to look around, analyzing the place. It's a very homey place. It seems like everyone here feels at ease. Maybe I'll come back, but the golden proof is the taste of the food. My uncle's Ald is the best cook I've ever met, although it's not like I've met Marheha, the white-haired man said in his mind, but was interrupted. Here you go, kid. A voice shouted as he set down a jumbo-sized plate of spaghetti. Belle's eyes began to shine at the sight. Thank you very much. Enjoy your meal. He shouted excitedly as he took the fork in his hand and began eating at a monster speed. Wow, you're really hungry, whispered the one who had given him his food. Sorry, I haven't eaten in days, and I can finally fill my stomach, the white-haired man replied, quickly chewing his food. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Expressed an elderly woman, not so much as to say that she was old, more like in her 40s, if we were talking about a human of course. I'll be in your care. Belle, with that last implied that he didn't know the name of the person he was thanking. I am the owner of this place, you can call me Mamma Mia, replied the dwarf, revealing her identity. So, thank you very much, Mamma Mia, Belle added as she returned her attention to her set. And so, young and hungry Belle began to eat everything Mamma Mia brought him, meat the size of a head, more spaghetti, vegetables, among many, many more foods. After a few hours, he was apparently finally satisfied. Ah. Everything was delicious. Belle said, placing the 12th plate of finished food on the counter. You're really impressive, Nya. I've never met someone who ate so much, Nya, a catgirl said, but not the one who greeted him at the entrance. No, this time it was a dark-haired one with a dangerous look. It's just that I haven't eaten for days, and I was finally able to save up some money to treat myself. I must admit that I'm more than satisfied with everything, the food, the atmosphere, the kindness of you waitresses. Seriously, it's been a long time since I enjoyed a meal so much. The white-haired man replied, smiling sweetly at the dark-haired waitress. You're so cute, Nya. The woman shouted, throwing herself at Belle. Control yourself, Chloe, interrupted a green-haired elf with closed eyes, warning her companion. He's just so cute, Nya, like a bunny, Nya. Chloe excused herself as one of her hands began to get dangerously close to the white-haired boy's butt. Ouch. What was that? Belle asked as he felt a pinch on his buttocks. Stop bothering the customers, you damn perverted cat. Mamma Mia demanded, hitting her on the head. It was worth it, Nya, Chloe said, before fainting. I think it's better if I go. How much will it be for the food, Mamma Mia? The young man asked, taking a bag with many valises out of his backpack. Oh, Nya. How do you have so much money, Nya? Anya asked, seeing the large amount of money. It's just that I found a golden egg from Jackbird and they gave me 1,000,000 valis, Belle answered nonchalantly. The golden egg, Nya. I've always wanted to see one, Nya. The catgirl said. That's surprising, even in my time as an adventurer, it was difficult to even encounter one of those monsters, even more difficult to reach it. Well, that's 70,000 valis. I must admit you ate too much, I didn't expect it, the dwarf replied, handing the boy a sheet of paper with her bill. Here you have, Mamma Mia, thank you very much, I promise to come back for your delicious food, said the white-haired man, giving her the agreed amount and getting up from his chair. See you later, kid, be very careful out there and in the dungeon, Mamma Mia replied. I'll have it. Belle replied, leaving the place. After that new kid in town left, a certain elf commented something. I think Sir would have liked that young man, what a shame he didn't come today, even though he said he would come back, Ryu said. That girl, always doing what she wants when she wants, abandoned us now that it was rush hour, she's very stupid, but I must admit that we could have used an extra pair of hands, the dwarf said, sighing. Hey Nya, Chloe isn't waking up, Nya, Anya commented as she tried to wake up her friend, but was ignored. At the Die Insect family headquarters. I'm back, Hermes, Belle said, entering the reception. You came to see the children, didn't you? The silver-haired girl asked, implying that she didn't know his name. Oh. That's right, I didn't tell you my name, I'm Belle, bellcranel, the white-haired man answered, introducing himself. And in response to what you said, yes, I came to see you. How are you? He added. They're already awake, I haven't let them leave since they want to see you to thank you, you can come see them, they're in the same room, Hermes replied, pointing to the door. Thank you very much, my beautiful Hermes. Belle said, walking quickly to the room, leaving behind a blushing Hermes due to that compliment. What's wrong with you? Telling me that so suddenly, she whispered, with a certain embarrassment that she tried to hide with anger. No one has ever been so daring with me, he finished. Room. Sitting on their beds, the three children who had been treated were chatting, waiting for their savior to arrive. I mean it. It was incredible. He hit that man and sent him flying. Rai said with great emotion, imitating the way Belle had thrown the punch. I saw him in the alley, I was very surprised by his appearance, white hair, red eyes and that scarf around his neck, he seemed really imposing, despite looking so innocent, Fina said, blushing at this. Note. Belle is a papacho. I still don't believe he went to all this trouble for us, he had nothing to gain by defending us, and yet he did it anyway. What is he looking for? Rue wondered. That's what heroes are like. Like in stories, they fight to do good, they don't seek anything, just to protect innocent people, Rai replied, rejecting the elf's thinking, I'm going to say she's a woman, to hell with it. I'm glad you think that about me, a voice inside the room interrupted. He's the hero. The three children shouted when they saw Belle's presence. They rushed to hug him. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much for saving us from that person. Too many thanks were directed at Belle, who only gladly accepted the sweet words of the innocent children. It feels strange to be called sir, I'm not that much older than them, Belle thought, laughing nervously inside. You don't have to thank me, he was in the right place at the right time to be able to save them, I must admit that it was a stroke of luck to find them, I had gotten lost on Daedalus Street, and I heard their requests, the white-haired man answered, caressing the children's hair. Are you feeling better now? Are you calmer? The young man asked with concern. "We're fine thanks to you." They shouted in unison. "I'm glad to hear it, by the way, you don't have to be so formal, call me by my name is bellcranel," Belle said. "Well, I think it would be good if I took you home." "Where is it?" he asked. "It's on Daedalus Street, we're from Maria's orphanage," Rai answered. "Oh, they're orphans," he thought. "Let me take them, okay? That way I can explain to the orphanage manager what happened," the young man suggested. The children agreed and the four of them headed towards Daedalus Street to reach Maria's orphanage. It was there that Belle told Maria about the unfortunate encounter with that adventurer from the Soma family and the reason why the children were absent for just over half a day. Mother Maria couldn't help but thank Belle for saving them. "I did what I had to do, so please raise your face," Belle said, smiling warmly at the woman. "I understand things aren't going well for the orphanage, right? Here, take this. You might think it's too much, but I don't want any of your children to go through a situation like this again," the white-haired man said, taking out his bag of valises and giving her 3/4 of the money. Maria and the children were extremely surprised. "Are you serious?" he asked. "Sure, as long as I have enough to eat and a roof over my head, I don't need anything else. You can use the money to buy them clothes and food. I promise to help them with whatever I can, so you'll see me around here often," Belle commented, bringing a smile and a hopeful look to all the children, who rushed to hug him. Their tears were present, never, in their short lives, had they received such good treatment from someone. They thought they were simply obstacles to Maria and that they no longer had a place in this world, but the hopeful figure of a stranger gave them the hope and encouragement that their hearts had lost long ago, since they lost their parents. "Hey. Don't bother Mr. Belle, let him get up," Maria said scoldingly. "Hey, hero. If you're looking for a roof over your head, why don't you stay here? That way you won't have to spend money on an inn. I know there are a lot of us and the place is a bit small, but we'll find a way to fit in," Fina suggested. "Yes. Stay." Rue and Rai agreed. Belle was surprised by that request. "Wouldn't that be a bother? Is that alright, Mother Maria?" he asked. "Not at all. You're helping us a lot. If we can do at least this much for you, I'd gladly accept," the manager replied. "Then I gladly accept your offer," replied the hero as all the children called him. The celebration on the part of the infants was not long in coming. To celebrate, Belle bought them lots of food and for the first time in a long time, those boys went to bed with full stomachs. Hours later, on a small mattress. "Ah, what a long day, but tomorrow will be another day. I'll go to the dungeon to continue on my way," he said to himself, while covering himself with a small sheet, courtesy of Maria. "Hermes, she was very pretty, but she seems difficult to conquer," he continued with his dialogue. "I have to sleep, I must wake up early so I can advance further in the dungeon," he thought as he slowly closed his eyes. His eyelids began to droop until he finally fell into a deep sleep. In the dream, the great luminosity struck Belle's eyes, dazzling him and preventing him from seeing where it came from. "Where am I?" the young man asked himself, not recognizing the place. As the glow faded, he noticed a sky approaching sunset and as he looked down at his feet, he realized he was practically floating. "What's going on?" he asked himself. "So you are the last of us," said a voice in the distance, awakening a state of alert. "That Zeus, always with his tricks, although I must admit that it was something that had to happen," added another voice, this time deeper than the previous one. "Who said that?" Belle asked, looking around without finding the person responsible for those statements. "Look up and you'll know," another presence replied. When the young man's eyes fell upon the distant and beautiful sunset, he managed to see, somewhat blurry, 7 bodies standing. What's going on? Who are you?" Belle's muffled questions echoed in a loud stutter. "I know you must have a lot of questions right now, but we'll see each other again, Belle. When that happens, you'll know the whole truth. Be strong, child. May your heart always be on fire." Hey, why aren't you saying anything?" "I have nothing to say to him, when we meet again I will talk to him, for now, he is not worthy yet. Always so arrogant and a party pooper. Hey Belle, please go your way and be the last hero." "The last hero," Belle whispered, his eyes wide open, seeing those 7 great presences, but unable to identify who they were. "Yes. Strive, Belle. You can do it. And that way you'll defeat the black dragon," one of them added for the last time. Belle wanted to ask what he meant, but he was pulled out of his dream. Back to reality. "Wait." Belle shouted, waking up suddenly, his body covered in sweat. Are you okay, Belle?" Fina asked, worried by the scream. "Why yes, I'm sorry, I had a nightmare, but I'm fine," the white-haired man answered, trying to control himself. "If you say so, it's time for breakfast anyway," Chienthrop informed him, helping him up. "Thanks, haha, I'll go right away," he replied. As he walked with a little girl at his side, a voice sounded in his mind, no, more than a voice, it was a message, however, it was not perceived by Belle. "Apparently I'll be the first," said the sender, as a green glow covered his body. Chapter 5. Apparently I'll be the first. Somewhere in the dungeon. Is everything ready? A red-haired woman asked with a threatening look. Yes, everything is ready to attack the magic stone refinery, Valletta the woman answered to her companion. So it's time to start the plan, Revis free the Minotaur, the pink-haired girl answered, smiling in a frightening way. In the distance, heavy footsteps were heard as the ground rumbled. A roar ended the act, making all the nearby monsters inside the dungeon tremble. Ooh. Minutes before. See you kids. I'll be back in a few hours. Belle said, leaving the orphanage, but not before saying goodbye to the young people. Goodbye, Belle. Be careful in the dungeon. All the orphans in the room responded in unison, as did Sister Maria. I'll have it. The white-haired man replied, starting to run towards the dungeon. And so their adventure began. My second day in the dungeon, my second day being an adventurer in every sense of the word, I feel very excited, thought the young man with a smile on his face, as he took one step at a time and left the labyrinthine street. Their journey was uninterrupted until a sound caught their attention. Ooh. Belle stopped dead in his tracks as he heard the explosion that had made the ground rumble and the buildings shake. What was that, he wondered, turning to look in the direction of the sky, where he could see a large amount of smoke spreading in the air, apparently something was burning. Before he could even think about heading there, his ears picked up a message coming from Arario's loudspeakers. Evilous attack on the magic stone refinery. Adventurers of level 5 or higher, help fight them off. Someone announced through that means, alerting them to what was happening there. I have to go, but level 5 I'm strong, there's no doubt about it, although I don't want to push my luck. Belle hesitated, feeling a chill run down his spine. A Minotaur is attacking in Babel. Help wanted. ITS at least level 3. The person in charge of giving the warnings, Mr. Royman if I remember correctly, reported again. Civilians in danger. Babel is a very visited place. I can do this. Thought the white-haired man, starting to run in that direction. I won't let anyone get hurt. He shouted determinedly, rushing over. Meanwhile in Babel. The whole situation was chaos, a lot of destruction was being caused by a large Minotaur, with bloodshot eyes and incredible strength for the normal average of monsters of its kind. Ooh. Another roar moo was made by the great beast, attacking all the adventurers who tried to stop it. This doesn't make sense. We're only level 1. We can't do anything. Shouted many of the adventurers who were trying to stop their advance and protect the civilians from danger. It doesn't matter. We can't let him advance any further. One of them replied, as a long sword created a sea of flames between them and the Minotaur. It's a Krazo sword, one of them whispered, surprised to see one of the magical Krazo swords, which were thought to be extinct. Don't expect me to do one for you, just because it's an extraordinary situation I use it, so stop focusing on that and we protect our home. Shouted a certain red-haired young man, launching several charges of the sword, scorching the Minotaur's body. Let's go. The rest of the companions answered in unison, launching themselves with weapons towards the Minotaur. And so the battle continued its course, pushing the Minotaur more and more to leave the Tower of Babel. There were no reinforcements, all the strong adventurers of the most important families of Arario were attending to the situation in the magic stone refinery, although you didn't have to be a genius to know that the beast they were facing at that top moment was part of Evilus's plan. It won't back down. It's really strong. A black-haired girl shouted, trying to cut the monster, but it was impossible, the Minotaur's skin was really thick and resistant. Use your magic, Mikoto. Shouted a large man. We're in a closed area, Auka. The girl replied, frowning at the confinement. We're in a very bad situation. It's getting closer and closer. Auka warned, using a large shield in a poor attempt to slow its progress. Pooh. An impact resounded in the place. It was a strong punch that was directed at the man's shield, sending him flying, due to the great strength of the Minotaur. Auka. A thin girl with hair covering most of her face shouted. Ooh. That roar was used again by the great monster, apparently his anger was increasing the more time passed. This is bad. They all shouted, watching as he crossed the sea of flames that was the only thing separating them from direct contact. From one moment to the next, the Minotaur launched itself, horns first, toward the small group of adventurers who were blocking its way. Careful. They all shouted, trying to get out of the way, but it was impossible. The speed and force exerted in that goring was really high, so much so that anyone who was contacted would die. The adventurers closed their eyes, expecting the worst, waiting for death to knock on their door. But before the impact was directed at any of those present, something happened. You won't do it. A presence that hadn't been there before shouted. But the charge to the side of the Minotaur, it was thrown aside, destroying one of the walls and exiting the tower. The Minotaur crawled across the ground after the impact received by the young man who stopped his attack. As he pulled himself together and stood up, someone landed in front of him. It was a young man with white hair who looked at him without fear or hesitation, as if he knew what he was facing and yet had no doubt in his body or heart. "Monster!" the boy shouted, drawing his sword. "I'll be your rival now," he added, pointing in her direction. His eyes were those of someone who was ready to fight. They instilled fear. The breeze blew across the battlefield, littered with debris and dust, stirring Belle's hair. The Minotaur became extremely enraged at the human's arrogance. "What's that kid doing? They're going to kill him," Auka said, slowly getting to her feet. "We must help him, but I'm close to falling into mine," Welf commented, holding onto his sword as a cane. "Makoto. Help him," both men shouted. "Don't move from there," the white-haired man shouted, stopping that idea as soon as it was expressed. "He is my prey and this is my adventure," he added, walking towards the Minotaur at a slow trot. "He's crazy," they said at the same time, frowning. And so the battle began. Ooh, oh. Ah. The Minotaur launched itself at full speed to finish off the young man, but Belle dodged it without any problem. Poof. In response to the monster's charge, the white-haired man slashed swiftly with the edge of his sword across the beast's torso. But, without Belle realizing it, a strong punch was connected to his face. Phew. That sound managed to leave his mouth before he was thrown to the side. "Damn, I got too confident because I dodged, it won't happen again," he thought, quickly getting up. And so the exchange of attacks began again. Heavy blows were inflicted with the strong and large arms of the Minotaur, which were dodged by Belle as quickly as possible, and those that he couldn't dodge, he cushioned with his sword. Clang. 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 Metal and skin as strong as the latter were colliding at overwhelming speed. Belle's arms were beginning to shake from the impact of holding his sword to stop the force of the blows. To the surprise of Minotaur, who felt he had the advantage, in a split second, one of his eyes was cut out. Slash. An upward slash with the sword was delivered to his blind spot shortly after he had dodged. The monster wanted to repeat what he did at the beginning of the fight, but Belle would not fall for it again. Before the punch made contact with his side, he raised his free arm to absorb the impact. "Well, my cure, it's time to see how impressive you are," he thought, closing his eyes and waiting for the blow to be struck. Crack. The crack resonated in the place and inside the white-haired man's body. "His arm," Makoto shouted, who was static and speechless since she began to watch the battle between the two, human versus beast. "He's broken. We must help him or he'll die," the Redeed said, gathering all his strength to start approaching. "Let them go away," said a voice in the distance. It was Belle, who was still standing with his arm in the position he used to block the blow. That's where they could see it. The young man's arm was broken, the bone sticking out of its normal position, tearing through the muscle and protruding from an open wound that wouldn't stop bleeding. But something happened. The wound began to close and the bone began to knit back together. The Minotaur, who had a smile on his snout after landing that attack, was the first to react. His anger grew greater, attacking the boy again. When he was close enough, he noticed that Belle was not moving at all and was looking at him with a challenging look. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. The arm that had been swung out to strike him was sliced off in one swift motion. Slash. And before the monster could even cry out in pain at this, a heavy fist slammed into his face, knocking him a few feet away. When they both distanced themselves again, Belle spoke. "There are two ways to conduct a battle. The first is to focus on countering your opponent's strategy," he commented while stretching his previously broken arm to check that it was okay. The astonished looks of the people who saw such a scene were only surpassed by the look of terror on the Minotaur's face. "The second is to impose your own strategy and honestly," continued the white-haired man while walking towards the beast. "I won't depend on what my opponent does. So come for me," he finished, taking the handle of his weapon with both hands, squeezing it with great force, so much so that the porous surface caused small cuts on his palms. This seemed to anger the Minotaur even more. "Boo!" or roar. "Ah!" man scream. The great battle was about to enter another stage. One look was enough to know they were ready. The fight started again. This time the attacks were bilateral, neither held back, neither held anything back. Both knew that this round was the definitive one. There would only be one winner and one loser. Whoever had the misfortune of being the latter would pay with their life. Having a whole side to attack from, since the Minotaur lost his arm, he took advantage of the situation, and in that brief instant, he quickly attacked the monster and began to cut its entire body. His cuts became deeper and deeper, to the point of being able to glimpse the bone attached to the Minotaur's muscle. But Belle was not in better condition. His body weighed more and more, his breathing felt heavy, and the air reaching his lungs made them hurt. The worst thing was that when he inflated his chest, he felt his ribs move from where they should be. His hands were full of blood. The force exerted on the hilt began to take its toll in the form of calluses, as well as burns and cuts on his hands. The repeated impacts caused his body to break down little by little. No matter how much strength he exerted, his body was still receiving damage. It was taking longer for his healing to take effect and for his wounds to heal. His mental state was slowing down and fatigue was taking its toll. So healing consumes mind makes sense, Belle thought, remembering why he felt slightly fatigued after his first dungeon run. The blood trickled down his head until it reached his forehead and then stained part of his eyelids with a crimson-colored liquid. The Minotaur, as stated, was no better, one arm less, a shattered eye, torn muscles, not to mention that, unlike Belle, he did not have a healing factor that would close his wounds and allow him to fight a little longer without worrying about his health. Even that mindless beast knew that if this battle dragged on, he would inevitably lose. In a swift movement he propelled himself forward with his hooves. What the hell, the boy whispered as he saw how the entire large Plox Minotaur size covered him. Hell. He screamed, trying to cut off the free arm, but his sword broke. Before he could even lament it, he had to bring both arms together to block the charge coming toward him. Pooh. The Minotaur began to drag him, it had taken him with its free arm and was dragging him like a rag across the floor, breaking it and colliding with all the debris that had been there since before Belle arrived. Belle felt his bones being splintered, broken, his skull receiving impact after impact, he felt himself fading from the amount of damage received, his healing was no longer present. Before he fainted, another impact was delivered, resounding throughout Arario. Puo. Leaping into the air, the Minotaur, still holding Belle's battered body, slammed his free arm into the ground. Ah. A loud scream came from the little energy Belle had left. After that everything was silent. Breathless, his body shattered, our hero lay sprawled on the ground. The Minotaur saw his objective fulfilled and began to move away, heading towards his main objective, the Tower of Babel, in order to kill as many adventurers as possible. From a distance, Mikoto, Auka and Welf's group watched in terror the corpse of the one they had saved a few seconds ago. It can't be, they whispered in terror, their voices cracking as they tried not to go mad. The beast's gaze seemed to soften as he saw the fear in his adversaries, so much so that there seemed to be a smile on his face. And in that way, he began to approach them. Apparently I'll be the first. The voice echoed from Belle's direction, a voice that seemed to have a great deal of echo following the words. Belle's eyes suddenly opened. He began to feel a green glow emerge from his entire body, an alert in his mind said the following. Hero. Argonaut. Trial. Minotaur. Soul. Green soul, life and happiness. Unlocked ability. Argonaut performs a charge that empowers your body for the duration you charge it. Increases speed, strength, and reflexes. Author's note. Yes, I made the Argonaut skill stronger. Argonaut, a new ability? He wondered as the image of the hero of that story flashed through his mind. The faint emerald glow, from one moment to the next, transformed into a great white radiance, which dazzled all who dared to look at it directly, while great bells resounded in the hearts of adventurers and civilians. Clang. 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 Standing up, with his arm and body he began to increase the wide aura of his body. What is that, everyone present at the scene whispered, seeing a white flash that shone like the sun itself. I can still continue and this time I won't lose, Belle said to himself, feeling his energy renewed. Near Babel. Damn Arya, because of her and the other girls of the Loki family we couldn't complete the plan, Reva said with disgust, while they ran to avoid being caught. The Freya and Ganesha family were also an important factor, but at least our ace up our sleeve must have achieved its objective, Valletta answered, still with that unpleasant smile of a deranged person on her face. Before they could even scoff, a great white flash hurt their eyes as they looked ahead, right where Babel was. They both looked at each other in surprise, not understanding what was happening. What is that, they asked themselves as they got closer to see what it was. Clang. 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 Elves. Where are they coming from? Valletta whispered. Behind them followed the Princess of the Sword and the brave man, who had the same question when they saw that glow. Back to battle. The Minotaur noticed this, and when he turned around, he was surprised by something he hadn't expected at all. Author's note. Imagine it's Belle, it was the closest image to how I imagined the scene, manga name. Spix family, he's God. In a tiny split second, Belle was standing in front of him, without a weapon, without a sword, his fists clenched and infusing strength into his arms. Pooh. A strong punch was directed at the beast's snout, separating it from those who were to be its next victims. At the same speed level with which he launched that attack, a large number of blows followed with equal or greater force than the previous one. Boom. 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 The Minotaur could not see where the blows were coming from, nor could he perceive, even with his agile and sharp senses, the position in which that blow was attacking him. Each of the adventurers on the site could only observe a large white spot moving at a monster speed, which was almost imperceptible to their eyes. The Minotaur's entire body was beginning to fall apart from the continuous series of attacks, blood was gushing out, bones were breaking, simply there was nothing he could do. Dying and broken, the Minotaur felt the attack stop, and when he opened his only eye, he saw that monster standing straight ahead. Running at great speed, everything seemed to go in slow motion for the beast, who could finally observe where his opponent's attack was coming from. However, there was no way for his body to react, so he just waited for the final blow. Although once again, he lost sight of the white-haired man. Or maybe not. When he lowered his eyes he could see him, the figure of that young man who would seal his fate, who fought against him with courage and ferocity despite his limitations. In his hands was a broken sword, the same sword he used throughout the fight before he shattered it in his seemingly final attack. With the edge on, the sword began to cut its way from bottom to top, slicing its body from top to bottom in a sagittal cut. He felt the flesh being sliced as the weapon passed, blood gushing out in large quantities, both from the open wound and from the Minotaur's snout. Sooner rather than later, the sword touched a solid object, the magic stone. "I won't let anyone get hurt if I'm there to stop it," Belle shouted, trying to push his way through. "Even if I have to break my whole body. Regardless of the opponent and their strength, I will protect those within my reach." He finished with great determination, infusing more strength into his attack, until… crash. The magic stone was broken from inside the body. The great smoke was all that remained of what was once a monster, leaving only the victor standing. I did it, I could have won," he whispered, as his entire tense body began to fall forward after feeling the fatigue. Before his body hit the ground, he was arrested. Hey. Snap. Welf said, taking him in his arms. Belle looked up and just asked a question with a calm smile. "Is everyone okay?" "That doesn't matter now," the Redeed replied, trying to get him to his feet. Although after that question, he fainted, closing his eyes. The Redeed was worried but noticed that he still had a pulse. "We must take him to the Die Insect family headquarters," Welf shouted, running with Belle in his arms, while the rest of the adventurers followed him. Whispers from civilians could be heard as they watched their savior being taken away. Opinions were divided, but most used the same title for that courageous scene. The birth of a hero. Away from the hustle and bustle, a god watched with sparkles in his eyes and great emotion in his being. "The last hero is here, city of Arario," said Hermes, having witnessed the feat of that young nobody. With Revis and Valletta. Both were stunned by such a display of raw power. What the hell just happened? Who the hell is that kid? The pink-haired girl asked, not believing what she saw. That Minotaur was defeated. There were no adventurers killed. Belle was a hero. He saved them all. "We have to go and report this to Ennio and Thanatos," Revis said, taking his partner and disappearing into the shadows. With Aiz and Finn. Just like Revis and Valletta, neither of them could believe what they saw. If someone told them that a boy without a Falna defeated a Minotaur, they would certainly laugh and think that person was crazy, but they had just witnessed it. What are you really, bellcranel?" the hobbit wondered while trembling. How is he so strong without a Falna?" Aiz wondered, her grip on her rapier trembling slightly. "Somewhere in Arario. So the artificial hero that Zeus created is here, it's impressive," said a deep and imposing voice. "That's right, Your Honor-sama," answered a thin person in a black robe. "Belle's mind. You finally wake up," said a young man with white hair to Belle. Little by little, he began to open his eyes and could see him. "Argonaut," he whispered. "Yes. That's me," he replied, posing with his weapons in an epic fashion. "And I think it's my turn to start with this explanation," he added, smiling at her. "Explanation?" Belle asked, not understanding what he meant. "About your strength and where it comes from, obviously," the Argonaut answered. "Where does it come from?" Belle stammered, waiting for what that great hero of yesteryear had to say. The Argonaut just nodded and winked at him. "Get ready for the most incredible story you'll ever hear," he used those words as an introduction. Chapter 6. Get ready for the most incredible story you'll ever hear, he used those words as an introduction. Belle swallowed, anticipating what he was about to hear. "Before we begin, do you know who your grandfather really was?" he asked the hero, with a serious face. "Who was my grandfather really?" "Of course, he was a god, the god Zeus." "Does that have anything to do with it?" Belle answered with another question, although confirming that he was aware of his grandfather's true identity. "I see, that makes things easier," said the Argonaut while holding his chin. "Is that all you know?" he asked. "Was there anything else I should know?" Belle said, tilting his head in confusion. "Kid, you have no idea what your grandfather did, but unfortunately now you're also involved in this," the white-haired man replied with a gloomy face. The young man swallowed again, feeling a great weight on his shoulders. "Come with me, it's better if you see it for yourself," added the hero, pointing forward and walking over there. Belle stood up without saying a word, just followed the order without question. And as they walked in silence, a great white light that was later impregnated by other colors shone in front of them. After this, Belle instinctively closed his eyes. But when he opened them, he found himself in a place somewhat familiar. "We have arrived, I know it is impressive, but do not lose sight of what is important, what we came to see, your truth," suggested the Argonaut, standing next to the young man. "My truth," he whispered. Before he could even think about what those words meant, a familiar figure entered the room where they were both. "Quick! We have to take care of her," shouted a woman who deserved to be a healer. Behind her was a woman with silver hair and heterochromia. Seeing her, Belle opened his eyes wide. "Mom Althea," he wondered, but quickly dismissed that idea. "No, she's not my mom Althea, she's..." Before he could complete his thread of words, he was interrupted when he noticed two other people entering. "Hold on, Materia. The healer will take care of it," an older woman shouted as she helped the silver-haired girl lie down on the bed. Behind her came an elderly man. "Don't shout, Hera, you'll make her more nervous," replied the old man. "Gee, Grandpa?" Belle wondered as he recognized the standing figure. It was Zeus, that lord who cared for him along with his uncle and aunt for several years, the one who was no longer in the earthly world. The young man's tears began to flow when he saw him again, wanting to hug him, however, when he tried, he was pierced. "This is nothing more than a glimpse into the past, I would say a memory, but in itself it is not yours, it belongs to all of us," reported the Argonaut, upon seeing the confused face on the young rabbit after not being able to give his beloved grandfather a hug. "A glimpse into the past?" he asked. "Yes, your past specifically," the hero answered quickly, pointing to the bed where the woman named Materia was. "So she's my mom, she's my mother," the boy whispered, with an indescribable emotion. The desire to cry only intensified. Finally he saw her, finally he met his real mother, that woman his Aunt Althea had told him so much about whom he only knew a few things from the descriptions and stories Althea had told him since he was little. There she was, her mother. But there was something important to focus on at that moment. She was giving birth. "And the one who is coming is you, Belle," the Argonaut said to Belle. "Ah!" Materia screamed as her skin turned scarlet. She was pushing very hard and breathing irregularly. "Come on, Materia. You can do it. Just a little more. Just a little more," Hera shouted, taking her daughter's hand. "You can do it, there's not much left," Zeus said, wiping the woman's sweat. She seemed to be suffering the indescribable pain of giving birth. The healer was waiting for the infant's body to emerge so she could remove it as quickly as possible and show the world to a new creature that would inhabit it. "Mom," Belle said as he saw the whole birth scene, the scene of his birth. "Ah!" Materia screamed again, inhaling again to store air in her lungs. She was trying too hard, she was beginning to feel like her body would explode. "You can do it, Materia. One more, that's it. One more." The goddess asked the silver-haired girl. She was almost there. Zeus was still wiping Materia's sweat and the healer was waiting. "I can see it," the woman reported, watching as a small head peeked out. "One more, you can do it," Zeus said to the one who would soon become a mother, taking her other hand. 1, 2, 3. The countdown was made until it was finished. "The guy Aya." Materia pushed with her last effort, that was when she relaxed and fell onto the bed. At that moment the cry of a beautiful baby echoed throughout the room. "Woo! Woo!" The poor infant screamed intensely from the healer's arms. "My baby, bring me my baby," Materia said, already extremely exhausted. At that moment the little boy was placed in his mother's arms and surprisingly he stopped crying and a small smile was seen on his lips. "You're finally in my arms, my little one," said the woman, crying with happiness at seeing him. "Welcome to the world, my love," he added, giving her a small kiss on the forehead. "Be what you want to be, do what you want to do, be someone pure of heart," the woman advised. "Materia, why are you telling him that now?" Hera asked, but was ignored. "Always eat healthy, that way you can grow big and strong," he continued. What's wrong?" Belle asked the Argonaut, but he remained silent, staring at the ground. "And please don't be like your father or this old pervert, haha," Materia added, laughing lightly at this. "I love you, my little Belle," he finished. Little by little, his eyes closed and his arms lost strength. "No, Mom," Belle said, letting the tears flow again and approaching where she was. "Materia!" Hera shouted, taking the baby and giving it to Zeus. "Materia! Answer, Materia!" The goddess shouted, lightly shaking her daughter, but there was no reaction from her. "Please help us," Hera demanded of the healer, who rushed to see the state she was in. With the little one in his arms, Zeus opened his eyes wide as he noticed something. An almost imperceptible white flame was growing inside the little one. "It's impossible, not even newborns are that pure, at least they are born with an opaque color, but this a white soul, I've never seen it before," whispered the god, looking at his grandson with great surprise. Behind him, Hera's screams and cries could be heard as she couldn't get her daughter to wake up. The healer did everything to try to revive her, but it was impossible. She's dead," the woman reported, her eyes downcast and trembling. No, it can't be, Hera said to herself, feeling herself lose her balance and fall to the ground. What's wrong? Zeus asked fearfully as he stared at little Belle. What do you mean by that? Don't you see that Materia is dead, you damn old man? The goddess shouted furiously. I don't mean that. The god replied with great ferocity, uncharacteristic of him. The little one is dying, he added. Hera and the healer's eyes widened, their whole bodies tensing completely at this. The flame that represents the soul, that little light that could be called light of life, was going out. He's dying. Zeus shouted as he laid him down on the edge of the bed. No, 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 no. Hera said with her hands on her head, approaching quickly. The doctor used her magic to find out what was happening, but couldn't find any abnormality or anything that could be causing the sudden decrease in the baby's heart rate. No, first my Materia, now her baby, this can't be happening, Hera cried, feeling her legs tremble and fail her. I can't cure it, not if it's a disease, I'm sorry, the healer apologized, crying from the helplessness of not being able to do anything. Why? The goddess wondered, covering her eyes with her hands. This can't stay like this, Zeus whispered, being reached by Hera. What do you mean? She asked, fixing her eyes on him. There is a way for him not to die, the god informed, with a determined look at the same time that a thick aura appeared around him. What would you do, Zeus? Hera questioned in disbelief at what her eyes were witnessing. I will make sure that child survives and has a future, that is what I will do, Zeus replied, causing a large golden pillar to extend into the heavens. Zeus. Belle's body began to float in this energy field. Argonaut, what's going on? Belle asked, motionless from his spot. The birth of an artificial hero that happens, the hero answered. An artificial hero? The white-haired man asked. Keep watching, the Argonaut added, pointing to the position where his past self and Zeus were. That's where something caught his attention. The green lightning bolt fell from the heavens directly onto Belle's body. Crash. The deafening sound shook the earth. Here's one, the old god said to himself. Following the green lightning bolt, a yellow one fell. Crash. What are those rays? Belle asked. Simple, they are our souls, they were forcibly taken from Tenkai, the hero answered, seeing how his body began to adopt the characteristic green glow of his soul. Their souls. Then my grandfather is, the white-haired man concluded, but his resolve was complete. Gathering all the ones necessary so that yours doesn't go out, interrupted the Argonaut. As he said this, another lightning bolt struck, this time purple. Crash. Then followed one of orange color. Crash. Behind the previous one came a violet one. Crash. There are 5 and it doesn't look like it's going to end soon, Belle said with a great trembling in his body. When we saw each other in your dream, there were 7 of us. Do you remember? The Argonaut answered. So there are 7 souls inside me, I can't believe it, he said to himself, perplexed. No, there are not 7 souls, replied the hero, correcting his companion's statement. There are 8, your soul is the catalyst, the outer layer that unites us all, souls of the same color cannot coexist, yours works as a packaging, if not, the most powerful of us 7 would take control, but curiously the strongest is yours, because it is of a pure color, be proud of it, added the white-haired man, smiling at Belle, and hugging him. Before he could even react, another thunderclap fell from the skies. A strong, large red glow struck Belle's soul. Crash. Why do they get bigger as souls pass by? The young man asked, noticing this detail. You were able to see it, you are surprisingly perceptive, so I will answer that question for you, said the Argonaut. Expecting information, Belle looked him in the eye. Not all heroes were equally strong, you know that, right? The harder it is to lower his soul from the Tenkai, the stronger he is. That last one who lowered it is a monster, not literally of course, but in terms of power, it's incredible, the white-haired man answered. However, whoever comes last is last, he added, and when his words ended, a great glow illuminated the whole world. Crash. The skies were filled with a brilliant blue color that would dazzle the eyes of any mortal or immortal being. ITS, ready. Zeus shouted, watching as that cocktail of souls of past heroes amalgamated together to form a single mass, a single soul. Suddenly, Belle's white flame, which was about to go out, ignited as if fuel had been poured into it. The colorless fire spread from the baby's heart to surround the rest. Suddenly and without warning, 2 people entered the room. Pooh. The door slammed with great force. Aunt Alfea, Uncle Zold. Belle was the one who named them, he recognized both figures in his eyes. They were covered in wounds and blood was flowing from them. What are you doing, damn old man? Alfea shouted as she approached Zeus, but her goddess stood in her way. He's saving Materia's son. If he don't, he'll die. Hera shouted. Save him, where is my sister? Asked the woman, searching for her. She died in childbirth, the healer and the goddess answered with a fallen face, letting the tears flow again. This seemed to break something inside Alfea, who began to do the same thing as the 2 women in front of her cry. Falling to his knees, he remained silent, shaking his head. From one moment to the next, the golden pillar that emerged from Zeus's body began to turn gray. Ooh. A loud bang was heard in the skies. The baby started crying again. He's alive. Hera celebrated, approaching to hug the little boy while Zeus lay on the ground, coughing blood. Cough. 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 Zeus. Zald said, noticing this, and then went over to help him. Standing up with the help of his son, he looked in the direction of Althea and Hera. I was able to save him, the god said with a smile as the blood continued to flow from his mouth. But what consequences will what you just did bring? Hera asked him. For the world, none, however, for me. Lose my immortality. Belle was quite surprised to hear that. What do you mean? Zald asked him. I only have about 10 or 15 years left to live if I don't die first from some external factor, of course, Zeus informed, sitting next to Hera. Zeus, I know this may not be the time, but the big red-haired adventurer was trying to say something, but was interrupted. You lost to the black dragon, right? The god asked, seeing that coming. Yes, Zald and Althea said. I see it won't take long for Loki and Freya's family to hunt us down, they've been waiting for an opportunity like this for a while, to be able to take the position of the strongest families, Zeus said, standing up. We have to go before that happens, Althea suggested, taking her nephew in her arms. I will take care of this child for the rest of my life, he added. Same here, Zeus and Zald agreed. I'm staying, Hera said. Before even asking the reason, the goddess gave it. If at least one of us doesn't return to Tenkai in this confrontation, they'll hunt us down until they find us and possibly Belle along with us, Hera said, resigning herself to her fate. I don't expect any arguments against me, my decision has already been made, he finished, leaving the place, but not before heading to a place which was never known. Behind her came Althea, Zald and Zeus, heading to the headquarters of the Hermes family, a great friend of the latter and the one who could get them out of Arario. They had to move quickly, there was no time, as soon as Freya and Loki found out what had happened, they would attack. In the distance, watching everything with great pain in his heart, was Belle. So the death of my grandmother Hera, the mortality of my grandfather Zeus, the death of my mother were my fault, the young man said to himself, falling to his knees. You're wrong about absolutely everything, the Argonaut told him. Someone wise once said, the circumstances of one's birth are irrelevant. It is what you do with the gift of life that determines what you are. So, you must decide the path you have to take, your grandfather, your grandmother, your uncles and your mother gave you the opportunity to get where you are now. So what are you going to do, bellcranel? The hero asked, offering his hand to help him stand. A resolution. A strong determination. A dream. So many ways to see it. So many ways to identify or classify what I wanted to do. And yet it all came down to one wish. I will be the last hero. I will not let the sacrifice of all those who gave me the chance to live be in vain. Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt Althea, Uncle Zald, Mom. Look from above how I'll do it. The white-haired man shouted with great determination and a huge smile on his face. Wiping away the tears that remained in her eyes, she took the hero's hand and stood up. Zeus was not wrong, you really are an impressive being, said the Argonaut, pulling him up. Belle just smiled at that, accepting the compliment. You will have very difficult tests, but never give up, said the hero, beginning to fade away. What's going on? Belle asked in surprise. My soul is being consumed by yours, when you obtained my powers, you absorbed mine. I will return to Tenkai, but you will remain with my strength, he explained. I understand, the young man replied. It was nice meeting you. Belle said with a big smile. Same here, until next time, Belle, he finished, disappearing completely. If I told you that my soul would disappear, or rather, become part of yours, causing mine to cease to exist, you would most likely blame yourself for it and avoid completing the tests. This outcome is the best, this little lie is necessary, thought the Argonaut before turning into stardust. Leaving Belle alone in that field of light, it gradually faded into total darkness. In the real world. Where am I? The young man asked, slowly opening his eyes. He was in a hospital bed, specifically at the Insect family headquarters. What do I have in my hand? He wondered, looking down at his limb. And there he saw her, that silver-haired girl holding his hand and asleep in a chair. Belle's cheeks blushed deeply at this. How long has he been here? He wondered. Hermes opened her eyes, waking from her sleep, and their faces met. She looked down just like Belle and saw what he was doing. No, he whispered. And no? The white-haired man asked. It's not what you think. She yelled, hitting him in the face with a pillow. Belle shouted upon feeling the blow. I think I'll get knocked out again. Fleeting memory of a happy birthday. Belle shouted upon feeling the blow. I think I'll get knocked out again. The white-haired man, upon receiving that blow from the pillow, felt his eyes go out again. From one moment to the next, he began to visualize a memory from long ago within his dream. 6 years after Belle's birth. We found ourselves in a small cabin surrounded by several trees and vegetation, some crops, and most importantly, with 4 people living there. Zeus was harvesting some vegetables from a small garden next to the house, some carrots, pumpkins, and other things. Humming a song cheerfully, he was focused on his task until suddenly, a child approached him, running as fast as his small legs could carry him. Grandpa. Grandpa. Tell me the story of the Argonaut again. Please. A little 5-year-old boy shouted with great excitement as he jumped into the arms of an elderly man. Oh Belle. You scared me. Stop jumping so suddenly at this poor old man, my age is starting to get to me, and it's hard to continue carrying you, and it's even more complicated seeing that you're growing so fast, replied Belle's grandfather, lifting him in his arms after taking a breath from having had a slight scare. I'm sorry, Grandpa, I just feel very happy. Today is my birthday. Uncle Zald will bake a cake for me. Belle said, very excited about it, waving his hands and with sparkles in his eyes. Drew, today you turn 6, how fast time goes by. I still remember when I could carry you with one hand because you were so small when you were born, although I could almost never do it because Althea never left your side, Zeus said with a bit of nostalgia in his words. My mom Althea loves me a lot, Belle laughed at what his grandfather said. Yeah, I don't think it's because of that, it's more because he doesn't want me to get any closer to you than necessary, thought the god, with an ironic laugh and sweat running down his forehead. Well, let's go. I want to see what Zald is cooking. He rarely wants to do it, so your birthday must be a special occasion for him, although it is for all of us, Zeus said, walking with the boy on his arm. All my birthdays have been very happy by your side, Grandpa. My mom Althea always gives me a very cool gift, like those daggers or my stuffed animal that I use to sleep, Belle responded to his grandfather's comment. I wonder what he'll give me this time, he added, while looking at the sky. I hope something to be able to protect you, after saying that you will become the last hero. Your training has become increasingly harder. I fear that one day you will not have an arm or some limb, Zeus answered with great fear when imagining the hell that Althea must put her son through. There's no way my mother could do that, right? The white-haired man asked while his voice trembled. You never know with your mother, even this morning she made you train with her despite it being your birthday. She's really diligent. By the way, I didn't ask, but how did it go? The god asked the young man. A big smile spread across Belle's face. I managed to kill a goblin in one hit. I also managed to dodge one from Mama Althea. Belle shouted excitedly as he raised his arms. You achieved what? You're not lying to me, right? Zeus questioned with great impression, almost incredulous about it. I'm not lying. In fact, Mom wants to talk to you about how much I've grown. I think she'll finally let me wear your skirt. The white-haired man said, truly hopeful about the possibility. But that feeling inside the infant at this was the complete opposite of what Zeus felt. I think he finally realized, the old man thought, prepared for what was coming. And what did Althea find out? Simple about the special conditions Belle was subjected to in order to stay alive after being on the verge of death just minutes after being born. I don't think she'll claim me right now. She's worked hard, along with Zald, to make your birthdays unforgettable and very happy, but when night falls that's when all the love, questions, and threats will come, the god said to himself, his heart beating hourly. I'm no longer immortal. I want to live my remaining years happily. She added, a tear welling up in her closed eyes. Why are you crying, Grandpa? You're scaring me, Belle asked curiously, as he moved away slightly. It's nothing, let's go, Zeus answered. F for Zeus band. A few hours later. The birthday was coming to an end. Zald had cooked Belle's favorite dish, spaghetti with homemade pineapple juice, but the cherry on the cake, not literally, was a 2-tiered cake with 6 candles decorating the second floor, alluding to Belle's birthday. Althea, Zald, and Zeus sang her a sweet birthday song until it came to making her wish and blowing out the candles. Belle's wish had been known for a long time. It was born from a few simple stories. It grew over time. And there was no doubt in the white-haired man about him. Before blowing out the candles, he said his wish in his mind. I wish to become the ultimate hero, the one who defeats the black dragon, and thus be able to bring happiness to people, but most of all to my family. After that, pulling a little air into his lungs, he let it all out, extinguishing the candle flames. His family clapped with big smiles on their faces. Belle looked at them and returned the gesture, thanking them for such a happy celebration. The time for gifts had arrived, and no one except Zald, who cooked as a gift for his nephew, was exempt from that. The first was Zeus, who gave him a new tale of heroes written by himself. This is the last story I needed to give you, it's called Dungeon Oratoria. You already have the other 6 about the other heroes, so the collection is complete, said the god when Belle removed the wrapping from the book he handed him. Thank you very much, Grandpa. The white-haired man said with great emotion, rushing to hug him. I keep wondering how you write them. Where do you get the imagination to write them without having been present? Zald asked himself. Not being present doesn't mean not having seen him, Zald the old man replied while still hugging his grandson. The last gift was from Alfea, who approached Belle to hug him. Mom? The boy asked. In a quick movement, the silver-haired woman surrounded a grey-red cloth. It was a scarf. Sparkles began to come out of Belle's eyes when he noticed it. That's great, Mom. He said to Alfea as he touched the fabric. I'm glad you like it, it's a Goliath fur scarf, it will serve you for our training, it can absorb blows well, so you no longer have an excuse to start crying, said the silver-haired girl sweetly, although the end was with a threatening tone. Hi. Belle replied, standing at attention. Several hours passed, they ate what was left of the food, they talked peacefully, everything was joy and happiness. It's getting dark, I think it's time for you to go to sleep, Zhu suggested, seeing how the little one was starting to have trouble staying awake. I agree with the old man, you've almost hit your head on the table several times from falling asleep, Alfea agreed. I'll take you, Belle, let's go, Zald offered, carrying him to take him to his bed. As soon as the door was closed, a heavy aura and atmosphere filled the room where Zeus and Alfea were. Well, old man, the reason I didn't beat you to a pulp is because I didn't want to ruin my son's birthday, so you better spill everything you know now. Alfea threatened, staring at Zeus with her heterochromatic eyes. Sooner or later you had to realize, so I'm prepared, expressed the god. In Belle's room. The little boy lay fast asleep until some screams slowly woke him up. What did you do? What? Was the first scream heard. There was no option, Alfea. If I didn't do it, he would have died. Was the response to the above. Belle stood up and opened the door a little, at that moment he saw who it was his grandfather and his mother. Zeus had told the truth to Alfea, who noticed how Belle healed a large wound he'd gotten on the side of his arm while fighting a goblin. It was almost like a miracle, without potions or healing magic. Although that wasn't the only clue, that same day he dodged a blow from Alfea that, while not at full force, was impossible to avoid, and if that weren't enough, he destroyed another goblin with a single punch. Mom? Grandpa? The infant wondered. But what you did was stupid. How the hell did you come to use Belle as a damn container? Alfea approached, lifting Zeus by the collar of his shirt. It was necessary. He has the light that will illuminate the new generations. He will be the last hero. The god answered without a hint of fear or doubt. How can I know if his dream is really to be so? What assures me that you didn't put those ideas in his head to fulfill your own goal? What assures me that his wish is really his? The silver-haired girl asked with great fury, she felt really angry. Mom, Belle said as he grabbed Alfea's dress. Belle? They both asked. Mom, I don't know why you're fighting, but I really want to be a hero, the little boy answered. This surprised the woman. My grandfather didn't influence me, he just inspired me, I really want to become a great hero like in the stories, he added to his words while hugging his mother. At that, Alfea calmed down and went down to the god. I really hope so, if not I won't forgive you, damn old man, he said to Zeus. Come on, Belle, I'll sleep with you tonight, he added to his words, although this time directed at his son. The silver-haired girl carried Belle and they returned to the room. Belle, you really are special, if I knew that your desires were not to be a hero, I would not force you to do it and that power within you would remain sealed, however it was a stroke of luck that you have such will just like all the heroes in your soul, thought the old man, sitting on the ground. You already avoided death, at least avoid back pain, go to your room, Zald told him, extending his hand to his god to get up. Thanks, Zald, Zeus said, pushing himself up. In the real world. I'm back in the hospital room, Belle said to himself as he opened his eyes again after his long sleep. So that's what they meant when they argued that time, now I understand everything, he whispered. I will keep my promise, now more than ever I am sure that I will, said the white-haired man. I won't give up, he added, raising his hand in front of him. Lowering his gaze slightly, he realized that, once again, that silver-haired girl was standing next to him. She hits really hard, how could she knock me out with a pillow? He wondered. Airid began to open her eyes little by little and came across the figure of that young man who was sitting on the bed. Good morning, Airid, please don't throw another pillow at me, I feel like I've slept enough, Belle said jokingly. She, ignoring the young man's words, hugged him. Huh? He wondered. You arrived covered in wounds and I got scared, I'd never seen someone so bad, I thought you were going to die, she said with tears in her eyes. What the hell is going on? Haven't I known her for a couple of days? Why all the sentimentality? The white-haired man wondered. At that moment, a piece of advice from his grandfather came to his mind. The coldest and most serious women become more affectionate and sentimental with someone who has managed to melt the cold in their hearts. If that happens, don't let her go and don't question her. Someone who has never received affection and expresses it with you is because you are special. Belle just kept silent and reciprocated the hug. "I'm fine, you don't have to keep crying, I won't leave," was the only thing she said while she felt her shoulder soaked with tears. "Grandpa, I got myself a slightly tsundier looking courtier in my early days in Arario, I hope you're proud," Belle thought, looking up at the sky. Chapter 7. "You arrived covered in wounds, and I got scared, I'd never seen someone so bad, I thought you were going to die," Airid said with tears in her eyes. Present. "I'm fine, you don't have to keep crying, I won't leave," was the only thing he said while he felt his shoulder soaked with tears from the girl who had her face buried in it. After a few moments, Airid apparently realized what she was doing, so she slowly moved away with her cheeks flushed until she sat back down in the chair next to the bed. Needless to say, she was totally embarrassed by her actions. Airid tried to control herself so as not to hit him again and run away. "I am sorry, but I've never seen someone with injuries as serious as yours, it was the first time I didn't feel capable of saving someone," said the silver-haired girl, with her face downcast. Belle looked at her in surprise, blushing at how tender she looked. "She's really cute, I want to hug her again. I have to control myself and read the environment, the first thing I have to do is calm her down and show her that I'm okay," the white-haired man thought, breathing deeply. After that, without hesitation, he began to speak. "Like I told you, I'm fine, don't worry anymore, you managed to save me, that's why," Belle said, leaning slightly and taking the girl's face. "Don't cry anymore, okay?" the young man added, wiping Airid's tears with his thumbs and giving her a reassuring smile. Airid stared at him, calm beginning to take over her, that smile reassured her that everything was okay. Belle removed his hands from the healer's cheeks and leaned back against the bedpost again. "How are you feeling? Are you better? Even though your wounds have closed, you must feel exhausted," Airid said, changing the subject with some hesitation in her words and trying to regain her composure. "When she's in her professional role, she looks truly beautiful, imposing, and unattainable," thought the white-haired man with sparkles in his eyes, enchanted by the actions of the woman at his side. "Why aren't you answering?" Airid asked when she noticed that she wasn't getting a response from Belle, who, although he was staring at her and that made her a little uncomfortable, didn't seem to be listening to her. "I am sorry. I got lost in my thoughts. Yes, I feel better, I think I slept enough, I feel 100%, Belle answered euphoria and got out of bed. "I'm glad to hear that," the silver-haired woman said in a kind and sweet tone of voice. "Linda," the young man thought for a moment. "That means I can go now, right? I have to get my bags to pay for the treatment. I'll be back as quickly as I can," the white-haired man told him, not knowing what happened. "Oh. About that, you can go now, but you don't need to pay, the guild took care of paying for your treatment for defeating the Minotaur," Airid informed him. "Really? Great. That way I can use the money to get another sword, the Minotaur broke mine," Belle said happily. "By the way, before I forget, there are some people who want to talk to you," the silver-haired girl told him. Who?" the boy asked, tilting his head. "The Loki family, the Ganesha family and a person from the Hephaestus family whom you saved in the confrontation," she answered. "Loki and Ganesha familia? Someone from the Hephaestus familia? I think it makes sense that the Ganesha familia would come, after all it was an attack on the city, but why the Loki familia?" Belle questioned himself, deeply thinking about the reason why they were looking for him. "It can't be helped, I guess, please let them pass," the white-haired man asked Airid. "Okay, I'll let them know to come in, just wait a minute," she told him, raising her index finger and then leaving the room. "Seriously, there's no way such a beautiful woman exists. What happened to that serious woman I met yesterday?" the boy wondered, feeling his heartbeat 1,000 times an hour. He sighed and calmed down, sat down in the chair where Airid was and waited for people to enter. A few seconds later. "We regret the intrusion," said a young man's voice as he opened the door. It was there that the first guest entered. "I'm Finn, captain of the Loki family, we met yesterday at the guild," said the hobbit. Behind him followed a beautiful woman with emerald hair, apparently an elf. "Good afternoon, I'm Riveria, vice captain of the Loki family, nice to see you again," bellcranel said, the elf of the Loki family as well as Finn. "Nice to meet you, Miss Riveria, it's a pleasure for me too," Belle replied in a friendly manner, bowing slightly in a sign of respect. After both members of the Loki family, he was followed by a woman he had known for some time. "Hello, Shakti. How are you?" the white-haired man asked happily. He was glad to see someone he knew like the woman from the Ganesha family. "Don't get too excited, you've just been healed, we don't want you to feel bad," the blue-haired girl told him. "It won't happen, I'm fine. Airid healed me completely and I'm 100%, Belle replied, showing his arms so they could see he wasn't lying. But one of your arms was supposedly broken according to what the civilians told us," Shakti said, opening her eyes in surprise. "Oh, so that's what you were worried about, I'm fine, that wound closed even before I got here," Belle replied nonchalantly. What?" the woman insisted. Let's leave that topic for later, remember there's someone else who wants to talk to him and kindly allowed us to enter first, so let's get as far ahead as we can. Finn interrupted. Okay, you can ask whatever you want and I will answer what I can or know, the young man told those present. Okay, let's get straight to the point. How is it possible that you defeated that Minotaur if it was supposed to be practically level 3 and you don't have a Falna? The hobbit asked him directly, with his eyes fixed on the receiver to identify if there was any kind of lie. Very direct, but I understand, Belle said, taking his chin. We're sorry, but this is the question that most intrigues us right now, added the high elf. No problem, like I said, I understand, he said in a nonchalant manner. Well, to start, do you know that there would be heroes who fought against monsters before the arrival of the gods to Genkai? Belle questioned them. This seemed to surprise them, although they also didn't understand how it related to him. Yes, I've read the stories and legends. What does that have to do with anything? Finn answered. I don't know, but I feel that's my case. Like I told you, I don't have a Falna, you can look if you want. Although the goddess Loki already confirmed it the previous morning, said the white-haired man. Yes, that was clear to us, however, what do you mean by saying that you feel that is your case? Finn insisted. You're not going to tell me I'm normal, are you? Not even I fully understand what I am, but if it helps me help people and protect those in need, I'll do my best and take advantage of it, Belle told them, looking at them with a pure and sincere look, without malice or lies. This made an impression on the three people. I'm sorry, I can't reveal my origin, after knowing that the Loki and Freya families hunted my grandparents' families, I don't trust them, the boy said to himself. That's very brave coming from a young man who hasn't even been in Arario for a month. If I'm honest, I find it hard to believe that you actually defeated that Minotaur, but the witnesses and evidence point to the fact that you really did succeed and without help, even though you almost died in the process. If you weren't sure that you were going to win, why did you engage in that battle? Shakti asked. I told you when I came to Arario. Remember? I came to Arario to be a hero, Belle answered without any doubt or hesitation. At that moment the captain of the Ganesha family saw in Belle someone who meant a lot to her. Artie, he thought. Are you okay, Shakti? Belle asked her, noticing that she had frozen. Regaining his composure, he coughed lightly. I'm sorry. You're right, you said it yourself, you want to be a hero, and I'm glad to tell you that today you were, Belle, the blue-haired girl replied, smiling slightly at him, something that was rarely seen on her. Coming from someone who values justice more than anyone else, it's a great honor, the white-haired man said, smiling at the compliment. I'm sorry if I interrupt again. I'm going to assume you don't really know what's going on, and what makes you strong is your unbreakable will, but I want to know, what were those chimes and white glow coming from your body? The captain of the Loki family asked again. He seemed genuinely interested in it. Yes. It was surprising. In my 99 years of life, I've never seen anything like it. Your speed increased, as did your strength and agility. It seemed as if lightning were moving instead of a person, Riveria said, losing her characteristic seriousness and spreading a smile across her fine, white face. She seemed genuinely interested and wanted to know the answer. She's en pretty weight, did she say 99 years old? Well, coming from an elf it's believable. I understand that her longevity is very high, and she looks really young, like my mother Althea's age or a little older, Belle thought when he saw the shine in the eyes of the high elf, who until a moment ago had remained stoic and standing in front of him. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. All I know about it is that it happened when I was very close to death, although let me try something, he told them, as he opened his bedroom window. They didn't understand what the boy was doing. Belle was standing with his eyes closed. He seemed really focused. Nothing happened until. Clang. 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 A ringing sounded and a very faint glow emanated from his body. They watched in amazement what was happening, although seeing and hearing it also gave them a great sense of calm. Then from one moment to the next, that same glow faded. That was really cool, Finn said as he felt a large amount of air hit his face. Belle had thrown a punch at Finn, but without intending to make contact. Needless to say, the three people in the room managed to see him move and head toward the hobbit. That was something not just anyone could do, luckily, since no one in that room was below level 5, not counting Belle. I think it's a skill. When I concentrate enough and without breaking said concentration, the glow spreads throughout my body. This time it lasted a few seconds, but against the Minotaur it was like a minute or so, the white-haired man said, looking at his arms and legs to watch the glow of his body fade. I can't believe someone like you exists. A boy with a desire to be a hero in the city that has seen many born, but he is one without a Falna. Finn said with great ecstasy before that. Why, you give me a lot of credit, Mr. Finn, Belle said, scratching the back of his neck. Those comments had made him nervous. I really would like you to join us in the Loki family, added the hobbit. This made the person in question feel uncomfortable. However, I will respect your decision. I hope we can get along, Belle, the captain of the Loki family concluded, extending his hand for a shake. After those words, Belle relaxed. He thought he'd have to reject the proposal again. I hope the same, Mr. Finn, the young man replied as he reciprocated the shake. Well, that would be all. Thank you very much for your time. We need to retire to the Loki family headquarters to discuss some matters regarding the attack on the refinery, Shakti said, bidding farewell to the young man, along with the members of the Loki family. Right, there was an attack. I'm sorry I couldn't help there, I hope nothing serious happened. See you, Miss Shakti, Miss Riveria, and Mr. Finn, Belle said, waving as he watched the three leave. Oh, by the way Miss Shakti, Miss Riveria, the white-haired man named both women, making them turn around at the same time. My grandfather told me that a woman brings out her beauty when she smiles. You are a clear example of that. If it doesn't bother you, I think you should do it more, Belle told them bluntly, with great purity in his words, but slightly blushing. Huff. Smoke began to rise from both of their heads, and a scarlet color like Belle's eyes flooded both of their cheeks. Finn stared at Riveria while trying not to laugh. I never thought I'd see you like this, blushing from a compliment, the hobbit thought as he covered his mouth with his hand. Thanks, they both said as they were pulled out of the room by Finn. And just like that, the door was closed. Although that wasn't the result of any advice from my grandfather, I have to admit that I wanted to say it. Seeing Shakti smile made me happy. She seems to have been through a lot about Miss Riveria. I have to say that she really looked like a princess with her fine features, and that beautiful ear-to-ear smile made her beauty shine even more, Belle thought happily. Arario beauties are the best, Grandpa. He finished, raising both fists and looking up at the ceiling. Am I interrupting something? Asked a boy with red hair. I am sorry, let's just say I feel very happy. I suppose you're the member of the Hephaestus family, right? It's a pleasure to meet you, my name is bellcranel. Belle greeted the one who was now in his room. Nice to meet you, my name is Welf. First of all, I want to thank you for saving me, the members of the Takemikazuchi family and the civilians in the area said the redeed, bowing slightly to him. No need to thank me, I did what I had to do, he replied. Humble, I like it. It's rare to see that virtue in someone here in Arario, Welf opined. If only he knew the huge harem the rabbit is going to have. Belle laughed nervously at this. Anyway, that's not the only reason I came. My goddess wanted to give you a reward for your bravery. I told her we saw your sword broken and she wanted to give you a weapon. Said the man who appeared to be a blacksmith as he uncovered a sword that was on his back. It's a short sword made of mithril, it's a good conductor of magic and its durability is really high. Honestly, it's a very impressive weapon and a fair reward for the hero of Babel, Welf added, showing the weapon in question. At that moment, Belle was truly impressed by the weapon. His eyes never left it. A black sword with a blade that grew thicker from the handle to the tip. It's great, I love it, he answered while holding the Ramana in his hands. I knew you'd like it. As for your armor, I made it myself. I hope you like it. We managed to recover your Goliath skin scarf. I stored it with the armor, the blacksmith told him, pointing to a wooden box at the entrance to the room. Thank you very much, that scarf means a lot to me, Belle replied, with a smile that showed great nostalgia. Oh. And thank you very much for the armor too, it will really be very useful to me, he added to his comment. I'm glad to know that. Anyway, if you want something, you can go to my workshop, we can form a contract in which I will be your blacksmith, he expressed to Welf, smiling at him. Really? I accept. The white-haired man replied without hesitation. Wow. That was fast. So, we have a deal. The redeed said, holding his new partner's hand. Oh, right, I almost forgot to ask, but why did you refer to me as the hero of Babel? Belle asked while tilting his head. It's the title the gods and civilians gave you for being the one who defeated the Minotaur and saved everyone. Since you don't have a Falna, you don't need a dentist to give you a nickname, the blacksmith replied, clearing up the young man's doubts. I see, sounds great, Belle said. Actually, yes. Anyway, see you later. You can find me in my workshop. I left the address in the box with the armor. If you want to go adventuring with me and the Takemikazuchi family, you're welcome to our party, Welf said as he left the room. It would be a pleasure. Thank you very much, Welf. The boy replied, waving his hand and saying goodbye. It's great to be recognized as a hero, but I can't get excited just for a title. I must keep working until I become a real one and achieve my goal, Belle thought as he threw himself back onto the bed. I see everything went well, I'm glad, Hermes said as she entered the room again. The truth is, yes, they made me feel valued, the white-haired man commented. I have to admit that you are someone great, not just anyone would do what you did for complete strangers, the silver-haired woman acknowledged. It was what I had to do, I would save whoever was in danger, Belle replied. This surprised Hermes. Looking to the side, he asked a question. Would you save me if I were in danger? This seemed to surprise Belle greatly, but almost without thinking he answered. Of course I do. I consider you one of the first special people for me here in Arario. I don't have to know you for long to know that you're a good person. If you ask me, you're someone I'd like to get to know more. An answer that would break the strongest shell that guards a heart was said. The healer's cheeks blushed brightly at this. I would also like to know you more, Belle, he replied. She looks very beautiful when she has a hard time accepting her feelings, the boy said to himself. So would you like to go out on a date with me? Belle proposed without a hint of fear. Hermes looked at it with great shock and with her eyes wide open. Yes, he answered, giving her a beautiful smile. And in that way they had sealed the commitment. Orphanage. Hello Sister Maria, how are things around here? Asked a girl who had come to visit the place. Everything's perfect, sir, it's a pleasure to have you here again, replied the aforementioned, inviting the girl to come in. Sir. You're finally here. The children shouted as they approached to hug her. How are you? The silver-haired girl asked, reciprocating the hug. Good. We've been doing great ever since Belle arrived. Rai shouted with great excitement. Belle? The girl asked upon hearing an unfamiliar name. Yes. He's a hero. He saved Drew, Fina and me from a man who wanted to kidnap us, answered the brown-haired boy. Oh. And what is he like? Sir, asked them. He is a young man with white hair and red eyes. He is very kind and attentive, Sister Maria replied, giving him a description. It can't be, it's him, she thought. I'm back, said a voice from the entrance of the orphanage. He's here, shouted all the children as they went to open the door. When it was opened, Sir could see it. Yes, it's him, the rainbow boy. The green color disappeared from the flame, she said to herself. Goodbye Argonaut, we will always remember you. Belle approached her after the infants told him they had visitors. Nice to meet you, I'm bellcranel, he introduced himself while extending his hand. She looked at the boy for a few seconds, or rather, what was inside him, but then she came out of her trance. Nice to meet you, my name is Sir, replied the silver-haired girl. Chapter 8. At the end of the previous chapter. Nice to meet you, I'm bellcranel, he introduced himself while extending his hand. She looked at the boy for a few seconds, or rather, what was inside him, but then she came out of her trance. Nice to meet you, my name is Sir, replied the silver-haired girl. Present. Nice to meet you, sir. What brings you here? Belle asked, extending his hand and smiling kindly. She remained motionless and speechless, staring at him with a blank stare and a slight blush on her cheeks. She's more beautiful up close, she thought to herself, as Belle stood in front of her. In this way, several seconds passed and Belle still remained with his hand extended, but surprised by the lack of response from the girl he was greeting. After those awkward moments, he insisted. Excuse me, Miss Sir. Are you okay? The white-haired man asked the aforementioned Sir Flova. This seemed to finally snap her out of her trance. Ah yes, I'm sorry, I feel fine, I just got lost thinking about some things when I saw you, she replied, a little uncomfortable for having acted that way. She got so immersed in her thoughts that she didn't realize where she was and how she was. I see, I thought I was rude when I extended my hand, and that's why I didn't respond to it, an apology, Belle commented, slowly lowering his hand until Sir took it. On the contrary, I'm glad to see you're someone so kind, Mr. Belle, said the silver-haired woman, finally completing the handshake started by the boy. I understand. It makes me happy to know I didn't disrespect you. However, you didn't answer. What brings you here? Belle asked again after they both let go. Sir is coming to help us, said Fina, the little girl with golden hair, hugging the aforementioned. She comes sometimes and brings food for the children, as well as clothes and a little money to support us in this situation, Sister Maria added, approaching where the two young people were gathered. Oh, so that's the reason. I'm glad to know that you also support these children, Miss Sir, the white-haired man said. So do you? Do you help them too? She asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, I also live here with them, as I have no place to go, and I'm worried that someone might do something to them after what happened with that adventurer from the Soma family, I decided, and they gave me the opportunity to stay, the young man answered. I see, Sir said. Belle? Why are your clothes all ripped? Did you have an exciting adventure today? Rai asked, a bright light flashing in her eyes. Yes, Belle. Tell us how it went in the dungeon. The rest of the children asked, crowding around Belle to be the center of attention. Of course I'll tell them, there's no need to worry, but before that, I wanted to know if you'd like to go eat. The truth is I'm starving, Belle expressed, followed by a slight growl in his stomach. This sparked laughter from everyone present, including the visitor and Sister Maria. Are we really going to eat? All together? The children asked with joy and hope, approaching the person behind the suggestion to check that they hadn't misheard. Haha, that's true, I'm serious, let's all go together, I know a good place, it's where I bought the food yesterday to celebrate that I'm staying here, it's not that expensive, and the food is really delicious, the boy answered them, ruffling the hair of Rai, Rue, Fina and company. Yes. We're going out to eat with Belle. All the children celebrated since they early left the orphanage, mostly when it was an important matter or to help Sister Maria with shopping. Sir and the manager of the place saw them with a smile on their faces, seeing how those children respected and loved Belle, after only a little more than a day of knowing him gave them peace in their hearts. He must be someone very good if they accepted him so soon, living what they lived since they were children, losing their parents, the dark age, not everyone would learn to trust someone so easily, and yet, Belle was the exception. He impresses me too much, something in him inspires confidence, Sister Maria said to the silver-haired girl, without taking her eyes off them. The girl remained silent, without saying a word. Oh. That's right, Monsieur. Will you join us? It seems they want you to come with us too, Belle commented to the visitor. Really? If they're okay with it, there's no way I can refuse, she said, bending down and petting Fina, who, it seemed, was the one she had the best relationship with. Yes. Let Sir come. They all answered without a hint of hesitation. Okay, then let's go, I'll pay, Belle declared, pointing at himself with a smile full of joy, a pure smile. Sir's heart leaped at this. The children and Belle, along with Sister Maria, walked out in single file, one after the other, while humming a song, you could tell they were really happy. Behind them was the aforementioned one. Ah, you really are impressive, having you so close makes it hard for me to resist my urge to take you, said the silver-haired girl, touching her lips with her index finger. After that, he followed them. I just felt a chill out of nowhere, the young man commented, trembling slightly for no apparent reason. Then the lady of plenty. We're here, this is where we'll eat, Belle said, opening both arms to reveal the establishment. Oh, sir said in surprise. Is something wrong, Monsieur? The white-haired man asked. It's nothing, I just didn't expect us to come to this place, since this is where I work, tee-hee, the silver-haired girl replied, sticking out her tongue and winking. Do you work here? The boy asked but was interrupted. Come on, Belle. They're talking about that in there. Let's eat. Rai insisted, pulling on the aforementioned man's arm. Yes. We're hungry. Rue agreed, taking the boy's other arm. At that, Fina gives him a little push in the back, hitting his face on the door and causing it to fly open. 5. That way, all eyes from inside the restaurant bar were focused on the white-haired man. Good afternoon, the children greeted, letting go of Belle and standing next to him for fear of being watched. Hey mamma mia. Is there a table for about 15? Belle asked, quickly turning to look at his companions. Hey kid. This place isn't for noisy brats. Get lost. The dwarf shouted, pointing toward the exit. But he tried to contradict her, however, a look was enough to prevent him from doing that stupid thing. It's terrifying. She screamed internally, shaking like a chihuahua. Don't be like that, mamma mia, let them in, we promise they won't cause any trouble, said Sir, from behind the children. Sir Naya? Are you coming with them, Naya? Anya asked, peeking out from the kitchen. It was there that she saw a certain boy she met yesterday. You're the new kid, Naya. Welcome, Naya. The catgirl greeted cheerfully, approaching him. It's nice to see you again, Anya, Belle greeted, smiling back at her. From the bar, the dwarf continued with a serious look. I said no kids, besides you don't come to work and you have the guts to ask me for something. He shouted furiously, making the customers jump in fear. This is more entertaining than monsterphilia, said an extra from his table. Sorry, Belle, Naya, I don't think I can help you, Naya, the catgirl whispered to her new friend. But I brought money to pay for what they all consume or break, Belle commented to the dwarf as a last hope that she would let them stay, while he took out his valise bag. The heavy atmosphere suddenly subsided at this. I should have started from there. Of course children are welcome. Mamma Mia said with a smile. Stonks. What bipolarity, it's no lie that money moves the world, the boy thought in surprise. Yes. Thank you very much. The children thanked, heading to a table and pushing together several chairs. You found out Mamma Mia's weakness, Naya. Congratulations, Naya, I'll be your waitress again, Naya. Anya said to Belle, taking his hand to lead him to her table, practically dragging him. It's too strong was the thought that crossed his mind. But I have to admit, your hand is very soft, she added, her cheeks flushed. While he was lost in his thoughts, someone squeezed his butt. Ouch. What was that? Belle asked in embarrassment. It's a pleasure to see Naya around and cute Naya, but again over here, Naya said, a black-haired catgirl with a somewhat strange face while licking her lips. Was the only thing the white-haired man said to this, watching how that lustful woman walked away after winking at him. Chloe, stop bothering the customers, you idiot cat. Mamma Mia complained to the waitress in charge. I'm sure that was sexual harassment, Belle thought. Ignore Chloe Nya, she has a very serious problem, Nya said Anya, taking him out of his bubble. Already at the table. The children had finished ordering, as had Sister Maria, who only ordered a salad because she didn't want to spend so much money on it. Belle, for his part, ordered as usual. A hearty plate of spaghetti with pineapple juice to sweeten his life. So you work here, it's funny, I don't remember seeing you yesterday, Belle said to Sir. He had heard the scolding Mamma Mia gave him. I had a day off and didn't come to work, that must be why, he replied while scratching the side of his head. He's lying, I don't have to be a genius to notice that, the white-haired man said to himself. Sir was simply absent, she didn't have a day off or something like that, unfortunately for us it's a habit of hers, said Ryu, the elf girl with short green hair who scolded Chloe yesterday, settling the food to the children along with Anya. I see, Belle commented at this. The food's here. They celebrated, grabbing their cutlery and starting to eat at a rapid speed. Hey, don't eat too fast, you might choke, I know it's delicious, but eat slowly, Belle scolded them, as if he were a father. By the way Nya, do you take care of these children Nya? Anya asked with interest. Yes, they had a problem with a kidnapper, and I'm afraid it might happen again, so they're under my care, the young man replied, stroking Fina's hair. Ryu, Anya, Chloe and Mamma Mia turned to look at the infants, and they nodded, confirming the story. A very kind person, something rare to see here, Ryu said, though without really saying it. Belle. You said you would tell us what happened today in the dungeon. Did you kill many monsters? Ryu asked, she really wanted to hear the story of that boy she admired so much. Right, I almost forgot, answering yes I killed many monsters, the answer is a resounding no, I only killed one, Belle answered, crossing his arms and forming a tick. Huh? Just one? They all asked in disbelief. Haha, let me finish, yes, I only defeated one monster, however, this was a Minotaur that attacked in Babel, just when I was about to go to the dungeon, he added, feeling a bit of pride about it. The looks of disappointment changed to ones of admiration. A Minotaur? Like in the story? The children asked, bringing their faces ever closer to Belle's. Cranel-san, before you continue, were you really the one who fought that Minotaur a few hours ago? The first floors of Babel were destroyed, and they say it was an irregular monster, Ryu interrupted, he couldn't believe the feat. It's true, I'm not lying, even look, the white-haired man replied, taking a small sword from its sheath, which was at his waist. This weapon was given to me by the Hephaestus family for having saved them, although it was to replace the one that broke in combat. In addition, the guild took care of paying for my stay at the Insect family hospital. He said, showing the weapon to those present. Ryu didn't notice any lies. Sir couldn't believe the story, she knew there was an attack, however, she had left her home shortly after the attack happened, knowing that the one in charge of defeating the Minotaur was Belle, only made her think he was someone truly impressive. You're amazing, Belle Nya. Anya complimented him, a bright sparkle in her eyes. Thank you very much, Anya thanked the person who received these words. You're great. You're definitely a hero. But tell us the whole story. Ryu asked again. Yes, Nya. I want to hear it too, Nya. The brown-haired catgirl agreed with the infant. That's what I'm getting at, don't worry, he replied, laughing slightly at how excited they were, even the waitress at the place. It all started when. Note. For more details of Chapter 5 banned, there is no point in rewriting what happened. The story later. When I finished off the monster, breaking its magic stone, everything went dark for me, and I lost consciousness. Fortunately, those I saved helped me and took me to the hospital, as I mentioned before, the boy concluded. Mouths open, almost as wide as their eyes. The white glow. Defeat a level 3 Minotaur. Bells ringing out in Arario as the skill activated. But, most importantly, it was done by an adventurer less than 1 week after he first entered the dungeon. The awesome Nya. Anya and Chloe said at the same time. I don't notice a lie, that was truly an incredible feat, Cranel-san, Ryu commented, smiling slightly. The other customers looked on with jealousy at the attention Belle was receiving. Meanwhile, the orphans celebrated and congratulated their hero, including Sister Maria. Sir was amazed, almost speechless. Anya approached him and asked if he had any more stories. Why, you are a really cheerful person, Belle said, feeling the presence of that girl very close. Yes, Nya, it's my way of being, Nya, she answered without any doubt. Although sometimes they say, Nya, that I'm annoying and stupid for being like that, Nya, she added, lowering her ears. There's nothing wrong with that, Belle interrupted. Nya? She asked. If that's how you feel happy, if that's your true self, you shouldn't be afraid to show it to people. We should be proud of who we are, after all, there will always be people who like you. Personally, I'm a loyal fan of the happy Anya, so don't pay attention to the criticism, the boy added to his previous words, smiling tenderly at her. It's a smile that warms anyone's hearts. Belle Nya, she named, feeling her heart rate increase. Sir, seeing this, felt jealous and quickly threw a fish to the side. Good Nya. said the girl, activating her feline senses and going for him. Huh? Belle wondered at this. Seeing what was happening, he noticed Anya with what appeared to be a whole salmon in her mouth, while Mamma Mia called her out for being an idiot. He continued scolding her, but she kept the fish in her mouth. Where did that come from? The white-haired man wondered. Hey Belle, by the way, what family do you belong to? The silver-haired girl asked, causing her to divert the waitress's attention by changing the subject. I don't really belong to any family, I don't have any gods, Falna, he replied. It was a great blessing that no one had heard that, no one but Sir. Don't you have any family? The girl attacked with another question, unable to get over her astonishment. That's right, no one accepted me when I arrived in Arario. I was starving because I spent all my money and decided to enter the dungeon to get it. By luck or by chance, I discovered that I am stronger than I thought, Belle said, not understanding how incredible his story was. I am possible as well as incredible, Sir whispered. At that moment, his expression turned serious. Then I'll make you mine, you'll be my beloved Audrey, he thought. The violet color joined the color of her gray eyes. She had turned on her charm. But something happened, something he had never experienced in his entire life. Belle suddenly felt a strong heat in his chest. Although it was nothing compared to what Sir experienced. A red flame grew within the boy's soul, and the flash was such that his eyes were affected. Ah! Sir screamed, covering her eyes with both hands. Sir? What's wrong? The white-haired man asked with concern for that scream of pain that was made by the girl. Sir? Said the other waitresses, approaching their friend companion. Are you okay? What happened? They asked. My head started hurting suddenly, he replied. It was clearly a lie, however, he couldn't just say what had happened. Come on girl, I'll take you to your room, maybe it was heatstroke from being outside all day, you really are silly, Mamma Mia said, carrying her like a princess. Don't worry about her, I'll take care of it, the dwarf added, raising her thumb. Okay, they answered in unison. You will tell me what happened and without lies. Freya-sama whispered into the silver-haired girl's ear. Sir, Belle said, watching her being taken away. The children still seemed worried, but there was nothing I could do but hope it was nothing serious. After a few minutes, they finished eating and it was time to leave. I hope to see you again, Belle. Nya. Anya said goodbye in her characteristic mood. Belle turned around and answered him. That's what it will be like. After that, he left with all the children. The catgirl looked at the door with a small smile after it had closed. Fufufu, are you in love with that boy, Nya? Chloe said mockingly as she approached her. Anya. Don't say things like that, Nya. Anya complained. Chloe continued to tease until her tail was pulled. Nya. A scream of pain was followed by it. Orphanage, nightfall. It was bedtime and the children, along with Belle and Sister Maria, were in bed. The rabbit stared at the ceiling of the room, something was tormenting his sleeping hours. Are you okay, Belle? Rai asked. Why yeah, I'm fine, I'm just nervous, he replied. Why? The brown-haired man asked. Can you keep a secret? Belle said before revealing the reason. Yes. I promise, Rai replied. Tomorrow I'll have a date with a beautiful girl, and it's the first time I'll go out with someone, so I feel impatient and scared, I don't want to ruin it, the white-haired man told him. I see I don't know much about dating, but I think as long as you're yourself, it's enough, he opined. So yeah, maybe it's true, Belle commented. If she doesn't fall in love with you being yourself, she doesn't deserve you. You're truly amazing. Rai told him, to cheer him up. I'm not quite sure about that, but thanks for your words, I think it's time to sleep, the boy concluded. The next morning, outside the Die Insect family headquarters. Belle was standing, waiting for the arrival of who would be his companion that day. Hello, Belle, someone greeted behind him. That's where he saw her. Beautiful, he said almost instinctively. Chapter 9. In the previous chapter. Belle was standing, waiting for the arrival of who would be his companion that day. Hello, Belle, someone greeted behind him. That's where he saw her. Beautiful, he said almost instinctively. Back to the present. Beautiful. Did you say something? Hermes asked, unable to understand what the person in front of her had said. I said you look beautiful, not only that, you look incomparably beautiful, so much so that I'm speechless, Belle replied without a hint of doubt or shame in what he said. The silver-haired girl, upon hearing that, simply remained silent, her cheeks began to blush deeply and, to avoid being seen that way, she turned her face away. Her lips trembled as she tried to form a smile at the compliment, but out of politeness, she had to give an answer. Thank you very much, Belle, she responded somewhat coldly and sharply, although, inside her heart was beating at more than 100 beats per minute. I'm sorry if I'm being too sincere, but life's too short to not say what you feel, it's a habit my mother taught me, the white-haired man apologized, leaning forward slightly. Airid placed her hand lightly on her chest, noticing the melancholy in what her companion had said. Sorry, I suddenly changed the atmosphere with something like that, don't worry," he interrupted the moment abruptly, shaking his hands as he watched the girl's embarrassed face turn into one attentive towards him. Airid took a breath, hoping to calm her nerves and bring peace to her heart. She approached Belle slowly and took his hand. "Be however you want to be with me, I won't judge you, let's go to our date," she said to the silver-haired girl, wrapping Belle's right arm around her and giving him a tender smile, that smile she rarely showed. Now Belle was the one who felt his heart beating at an irregular speed. "You really are beautiful," Airid added, letting himself be carried away by the flow of things, or, rather, by who seems to be taking the reins on that date. In the distance, they both walked away, the girl pulling him by the left arm, taking him to some place she had planned to visit with him. "I hope I'm not being too forward, but since I've never been on a date, I can't know if I'm doing it right or wrong. All the gods, please allow me to have a perfect day by your side," Airid thought as she expressed her prayers. "No matter where we go, I'm sure it will be spectacular, so don't push yourself, okay?" Belle said from behind her. The minutes passed and they continued walking, as the white-haired man didn't know the city at all, he couldn't know where they were, the only comforting thing was that Airid didn't show any sign of feeling lost. "Where will we go? We're far from the city center," was the thought that ran through Belle's mind. People stared at them intently, and to their misfortune, they were both very famous in the city, with the added bonus that Belle was recently recognized as such. In short, he was going through his peak. Airid, for her part, is a renowned healer and is considered one of the most beautiful women in Arario, so much so that she, along with Freya Familia's healer, Hythe Velvet, are nicknamed beautiful girls. However, back to the main point, they were the center of attention at that very moment. How come he doesn't feel the stares? He wondered internally. Wait, I'm on a date with a beautiful girl. What the hell does it care what other people think? He declared to himself, dismissing all concern on his part. He turned his eyes to the figure of Airid, who quickened her pace, which served as a signal to know that they were close to arriving. "We're here," Belle reported the silver-haired woman, standing in front of the aforementioned. He, who was focused on how excited Airid was, didn't realize where that place was until he heard her announcement. He focused his eyes with the aim of looking at something other than the young woman. "Hot spring baths?" Belle asked, somewhat surprised. It's not as if he could imagine where they would take him, but that place never crossed his mind. "Yes, my god built them recently as a relaxation method for adventurers. I thought it would be ideal for you, in these last few days I've seen you tired, I also notice your hands full of calluses from training and continuing to train a lot, so I wanted to have a date with you at the same time that I managed to get you to relax," Airid explained in a clear and tender way, her pretty cheeks were tinged with a red color similar to that of tomatoes. She's an angel even though we could have gone anywhere she chose this one for my sake," Belle opined in his mind, glorifying Airid and forming a somewhat distorted image of her. "He's definitely an angel fallen from heaven," he whispered. The girl looked like she was waiting for something. "And did you like the idea?" she asked, somewhat worried by the lack of response. That caused Belle to snap out of his trance again, the trance he fell into every time he laid eyes on that woman not far from incarnate perfection. "I love it, I definitely love it, thank you so much for thinking of me," Airid the white-haired man replied happily, smiling at her in approval. The woman's face filled with happiness. It was clear that this was because she had been right about choosing that place. She had been hesitant about choosing it for obvious reasons. Who takes a man to a hot spring bath on their first date? But she decided to ignore that and put Belle's health first, which she thought would be best for him. "Then let's go," she declared forcefully, pulling him by the right arm again and entering the place. "I love seeing her happy, blessed is the moment I met her, and that was only a few days ago," he said to himself, with a small laugh at the last bit. At a somewhat distant distance, a group of adventurers saw that scene. "Hey, wasn't that the boy who helped us defeat the Minotaur?" asked Auka, a tall man. "Help? You mean he killed him for us?" Auka Dono commented Mikoto, a girl with long black hair. "Details, the important thing is whether it was him or not," Auka answered again, dismissing what her partner had said. "That guy is amazing, dating one of Arario's beauties, if he didn't love just one woman, he'd be jealous." Welf, the blacksmith of the Hephaestus family, who knew Belle from their small talk at the Dian sect family headquarters, said. "Lily thinks he looks attractive, also a little cute, like a rabbit," said the little hobbit named Lily, belonging to the Takemikazuchi family after a problem with her previous family, the Soma family. "I know, it looks exactly like a rabbit, if they put rabbit ears on it, I would think it was one," Auka said. After that, no one could help but imagine the young man in that way. "Yes, it's too adorable," concluded Auka, Mikoto, Lily, Welf and Chigusa, who hadn't said anything until that moment. "Hey, didn't I tell you? He agreed to join our party, so the hero of Babel will probably accompany us on the next trip to the dungeon," the Redeed reported. What? He accepted. The four asked in disbelief. It was well known that that white-haired man, even if he looks like a defenseless and weak rabbit, today had enormous fame. They believed that possibly an important family had already tried to take him. Yes, he accepted. It seems that he is not interested in joining any family, from what I heard casually while I waited for my turn to speak with him. He rejected the Loki family and does not have any Falna. I was very impressed to learn this, the blacksmith declared, recounting what had been said by the captain and vice-captain of the Loki family, Finn, the brave and Riveria 9 hells, as well as the captain of the Ganesha family, Shakti Varma. It's incredible he did all that without a Falna. I can't imagine how strong he would be if he had one. Auka was the first to speak. We won't find out, he's very determined to follow his path without the help of a god, Welf responded to what the man said. Leaving that aside, Welf don't know, can we go into the baths now? I want to feel the hot water pass over my skin. I can't wait. Mikoto interrupted, saying this with great emotion, and it was no wonder, she was a faithful lover of hot springs. Mikoto is right, what we came for, Chigusa said in her characteristic tone of voice. Lily wants to go in for a bath. It's been a very difficult few days in the cell, the little support girl said, agreeing with her companions. Okay, let's go, Auka and Welf said, giving in to the interesting nature of the three women. And so, the five of them went to the same destination as the pair of lovebirds they were talking about. Inside the thermal baths. So, we both have to change in order to go in. There's a pool area, and it's the one I'd like to visit with you. There's no way I can go in and bathe with you with nothing but a towel. My heart wouldn't be able to take it, Hermes informed, with a detail that her voice gradually faded due to the embarrassment caused by the last mentioned. Huh? I didn't catch the last bit, Belle said, tilting his head. It's nothing. Go change. Ask for a swimsuit at the front desk, and we'll meet here in 5 minutes, the silver-haired girl replied, shouting the first part of her sentence at him and turning around, heading towards the women's locker room. Belle laughed a little, covering his mouth with his hand to avoid being seen. The truth is that I did hear what you said, Hermes. I just liked seeing the face you made when you said it, the white-haired man whispered to himself, mocking the childish attitude she took. That innocence makes me like you more and more. If it weren't for all the morally incorrect things my grandfather taught me, I would act like this. Anyway, I'm proud of not being a pervert like him. My mother would kill me if that were the case. He thought, raising his fist as high as possible. Leaving the above aside, the boy went to the place mentioned by his companion to ask for a swimsuit, then entered the men's locker room, leaving his clothes in one of the lockers and leaving there, going to the meeting point. Belle, focus and prepare yourself mentally, you're about to see a woman in a swimsuit. Not only that, she's a beautiful woman, don't give in to your basest instincts, you must make Mama Althea proud, Belle said to himself, gathering his willpower. He has never seen a woman in a swimsuit, so it would be a new experience, he must behave like a gentleman. For her part, a certain lady walked to the agreed place, her gaze fixed downwards, her arms crossed and her mind wandering. She was nervous. She knows perfectly well that she's pretty, she's heard what people say about her physique, she'd be ignorant not to have noticed it, she just hadn't cared what others thought about her in that regard, or so it was until now. I hope you like it, she said to herself, somewhat embarrassed and trembling. A man's standards for a woman tend to be very subjective and varied, what one man may find fascinating, another may consider quite the opposite. We wouldn't be on a date if he didn't like me, right? Calm down, Hermes, don't get the wrong idea, she advised herself. Standing a short distance away, he slowly raised his gaze, and his eyes collided with the person responsible for his concern. Belle was wearing a swimsuit consisting only of shorts and a white shirt that was considerably tight, so much so that it was possible to see his body, which, contrary to what one might imagine upon first meeting him, was very toned. She admired it intently, until she felt like a pervert for doing so. Freya doesn't care. Belle Hermes called the young man so that he would turn around. At the call, the boy turned in her direction. It was there that he saw him, the most beautiful thing his eyes had ever seen in his entire life. A turquoise swimsuit, fading to white in certain areas, a fabric of the same color covering the bikini area, with a side knot with the same color that prevented it from falling, a portion of her hair gathered on the right side of her head, letting the rest of it fall to just above her waist. The hell with decency, Belle whispered with what looked like a drop of blood running down his nose, said drop was wiped away with his forearm before it could be seen. How do I look? Hermes asked. The white-haired man tried to say something in the face of such a display of beauty, but the words wouldn't come out. Belle? He said his name again, this time with concern. Just say what's on your heart, if you don't, you might hurt her and give her the wrong idea, be brave, you did it at the beginning of the date, you can do it now, he encouraged himself. I have no words to describe how beautiful you look, no matter how much I look at you, how much I have you by my side, how close your face is to mine, you never cease to impress me, you are simply and plainly a perfect woman was what Belle said, approaching her and taking her hands. Belle, he said, feeling warmth on her face, losing himself in the atmosphere that had formed. Their faces collided and they remained in their position, right in front of each other. Let's continue with our date, Airid. And so, a date began for two newcomers to the world of love. In the pool, they both dived and swam. Belle compared his girlfriend to a mermaid when he saw her in the water. "Don't get distracted," she shouted, throwing water at him with her hands and wetting the boy's face. "Ha ha hey," he complained, doing the same. Several bursts of water were thrown with great force by one towards the other, as if it were a children's game. However, the smile drawn on them made the others look closely. Seeing someone else's happiness caused by details as small as a little fight with water is something worth highlighting. Some would feel envy, others jealousy for how well they both got along, but no one could deny the happiness that both radiated. With the mere fact of doing that, it seemed that thus being with each other was enough to make them enjoy. From afar, a certain peach-haired god enjoyed the view. "You raised him well, Zeus, one of the greatest beauties of Arario, on a date with little Belle. I'm proud," he said, wiping away a tear that ran down his cheek. "Hermes, you should stop bothering people. They think you're a freak for crying for no apparent reason," Asphi complained, getting her god's attention. "I'm sorry, my beautiful Asphi, I just feel fulfilled and proud. When you fall in love with someone you will understand how wonderful it is to share every moment with that person," Hermes declared, turning around and leaving. "What does Hermes say? There's no way I'd fall in love with someone," the light blue-haired girl denied that possibility. "We can't be sure, sometimes love is closer than you think and it will knock on your door when you least expect it," Hermes replied. "Well, it's better to go, he already made all the fuss he wanted by entering the women's hot spring bath," Asphi said, dismissing the advice and putting on a threatening frown. I'm sorry, Asphi," the god added, trying to calm her down. God and daughter left, but not before the latter took a look behind her. Quickly, a white light dazzled her beautiful royal blue eyes that, above them, were a pair of thin glasses. "What was that?" he wondered. "Aren't you coming, Asphi?" Hermes asked. I'm coming," she replied, taking a blanket to cover herself. She was also in a swimsuit, although she was a little embarrassed to be seen. Back to the quote. After finishing their little battle, thirst soon set in, and they went to the local restaurant, grabbing a table. "Okay, Airid, you can do it," the silver-haired girl cheered, as if she were about to perform some feat. "I'll order." Belle was about to order the waiter, until he was interrupted. "We'll get this drink from here, thank you very much," Airid asked, pointing at something on the menu. The waiter understood the message and left without paying attention to the young man who failed to order his drink. "That was weird," he whispered. "You'll surely come back now." Let's not worry about that," Airid replied, hiding what she had done. "Oh okay," the boy answered, letting that go. They began to talk about what they had experienced in the last few days, thanks to which Airid learned that Belle lived in the orphanage on Daedalus Street, along with those children he had saved. The admiration she felt for him increased. She did not believe it possible that someone so noble and selfless could exist. The conversation stopped because Airid's order had arrived. "Here you go, a drink for the couple in love," said the waiter, placing a rather large glass with a blue liquid and 2 straws on the table. What is this?" The boy was going to ask what it was until Airid spoke to him. "Aren't you going to drink with me?" Her proposal was launched in a seductive tone. Sweat ran down Belle's forehead because of how nervous he felt. He couldn't completely deny that he liked the way Airid pronounced that question. I think I'll take it," he replied, bringing his mouth closer to the unoccupied straw. "I'm pretty sure this counts as an indirect kiss. I'm having an indirect kiss with Belle," the captain of the insect family said, Euphoria. This is an indirect kiss, my first indirect kiss, it's awesome," Belle celebrated. "They're too cute, I'm going into a diabetic coma," said one of the customers from a distance when he noticed them both sipping on the drink with their faces very close and happy. "What is diabetes?" his companion asked him. "No idea," he replied. A couple of hours later. The date had ended a few moments ago. Both of them were walking towards the insect family headquarters since Belle had insisted on returning her home, his grandfather's teaching, if she goes out with you, your duty is to return her safe and sound. As they walked toward their destination, they talked about stories from their past, with one small but important detail. They didn't let go of each other's hands the entire way. "And that's why my stepmother hit my grandfather and slammed him into the wall of our cabin, destroying it for the millionth time," Belle finished. He was telling one of the stories about the crazy things his grandfather did, making his stepmother angry. "Your grandfather didn't learn his lesson. I'm glad you weren't like him. I don't even want to imagine the kind of person you would be if your mother weren't there," Airid replied with a small giggle. She was amused by what her companion said. "You can't even say it, although he always helped me and believed in me. He's one of the reasons why I decided to come to Arario and be an adventurer," the boy expressed, with a melancholic look. "Then I would like to thank you for having you here," Belle, the silver-haired woman, replied to the above. I also have many things to thank my grandfather for, and that's one of them, Belle said. We have arrived, thank you very much for inviting me to the date and accompanying me home, you really are a great guy, the woman informed and thanked him in the same way. I should be the one thanking you, the water helped relax my body, it was an excellent suggestion, besides, I had a lot of fun with you, I've never been on a date before, but I must admit that it was the best date in the world, commented the white-haired man, placing his hand on Airid's cheek. She felt the touch of his skin against hers, felt his warmth, and instinctively lowered her head so the contact would be more direct. I had fun too, thank you so much for inviting me on a date, she thanked him, closing her eyes and placing her free hand on top of the boy's. That's why I want to give you a reward, he added. A reward, mmm. Belle questioned the reward, however, he realized what Airid was referring to before asking. The kiss was given, she wrapped her arms around Belle's neck, pulling him towards her face. Airid is smaller than him, so he had to resort to that. After doing so and being at the same distance, she joined her lips with his in a tender and inexperienced kiss. Mwah. A few seconds passed until the kiss broke. Airid parted her lips and ran away, leaving Belle static, like a statue. She headed to her office and rushed in, scaring patients and family members. I did it, I really did it, she said to herself with great joy. Her companions approached her to see if she was feeling ill, but they realized that she wasn't when she covered her face with her palms and shook herself. Who is she and what did she do with the best healer in all of Arario? They asked out loud. With Belle. As she millimeters kissed me, he whispered, still blushing and unable to believe that undeniable reality. Chapter 10. At Maria's orphanage. What's wrong with Belle? Little Chientrip asked, gently tugging at the boy's shirt. Did you notice this too? He's feeling very strange. He came. He lay down. He covered his face with the pillow and screamed. What's got into him? Rue was the one who answered his companion, without taking his eyes off the aforementioned man. Belle told me I had a date today. I guess that's what it has to do with that, Rye revealed, without moving from the side of the door that led to Belle's room. A date? With whom? Rue tilted his head. Why do you look surprised? Belle gained a lot of fame among the women after his feat against the Minotaur, and he's cute too. Fina blushed and began to play with her fingers. Rye sharpened his gaze, somewhat uncomfortable with Chientrip's comment. I don't know who he went out with. He just mentioned that his date was with a beautiful girl. Rue would know if he didn't sleep in the girl's room. By the way, why do you sleep there? The human asked the elf. Because before answering, the three children received a blow to the head. Not hard enough to hurt, but not so soft that they couldn't feel it. Sister Maria. The three were scared by the presence of said best a few inches away from them with an angry expression. What are you doing up at this hour? You shouldn't disturb Belle, he scolded them. It's just that Belle is acting strange, Fina's voice faded little by little as her answer went on. The woman sighed. Don't bother him. He's probably looking to rest, which you should do too. Come on. Maria gently took their hands and led them away. Meanwhile, our young adventurer still lay with his face pressed against his pillow, which is why his breathing became heavier. One date. He kissed me on the first date. What is this? We're only on chapter 10 and he already kissed me. I feel powerful. He thought fiercely, struggling to contain himself from shouting what was on his mind since the children at the orphanage were asleep at that time. This is better than the stories my grandfather told me. He declared to himself, remembering all the fantasy tales where the protagonist would build a harem of beautiful girls after saving them or even helping them at some point in their lives. Having calmed down, he lay down on his back on the bed. What should I do? Airid clearly likes me. I doubt she'd kiss any man without those kinds of feelings residing in her heart. However, he whispered, his mind wandering. The harem, Belle. You've got one. Go for more. His grandfather's voice repeatedly repeated those 10 words. Belle could swear the sight of that old man gave him a thumbs up as tears streamed down his cheekbones. Tears of pride. And my mom, my stepmother, both of them would kill me if they were still with me and found out that I was seriously considering something my grandfather said. A shiver ran through her body and a breeze came through her window whispering a word. Gospel. Ah. The white-haired man shouted and instinctively covered himself. He looked everywhere without letting his guard down. It must have been my imagination, damn childhood traumas, he laughed nervously. He rubbed his eyes and lay back down. For now it's best not to think about that, they say the best comes when you least expect it. Although for me I wouldn't have a problem staying by Airid's side alone, he said while the kiss scene was repeated. Harem. 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 His grandfather's voice echoed inside his head. I don't think I'll be able to sleep well today, he complained. The next morning. I think I have everything the sword Welf gave me. The scarf my stepmother Althea gave me, which smells like a mother's love. My armor uncles all gave me for my 12th birthday, and, in case I get bored inside the dungeon, the tale of the mercenary hero and the Argonaut, which I've read at least 500 times. Belle was taking stock of his equipment before leaving for the dungeon where he would meet up with Welf and company. They kindly offered him to join their group. All set. The boy celebrated, standing up, full of energy and revitalized despite having slept less than 4 hours. Are you going on adventures, Belle? Rue and Fina asked him with stars in their eyes when they heard the white-haired man's voice a few rooms away. Yes. One of the people I saved invited me, and the idea excited me so much that I couldn't refuse, he replied. Be careful, Belle Nai-chan. We don't want anything bad to happen to you, Fina begged him with concern in her words and expressions. Belle ruffled her hair and answered. Relax. I'll be back as soon as possible, and I'll bring plenty of food when I do. The young man smiled at the children and gave them a thumbs up with brimming confidence. If Belle Nai-chan says so, we'll trust him. Rue and Fina hugged him before he left. After a few seconds, he left the place although a thought invaded his mind and wouldn't leave him alone. Should I go visit Airid? I don't know if I'll be able to see her face after she kissed me, her face turned a deep red. He sighed deeply before making a decision. I can't leave this out in the open. I'll act like a man. It's not easy for a girl to express her feelings to you. At the very least, she deserves a sincere answer, he declared, quickening his pace and heading toward the Insect family headquarters, where the beautiful doctor resided. Insect family headquarters, in the reception area. Hey, what's wrong with D-Saint? He's been acting weird since this morning, one of his family members asked. It's not from just now. He's been like this since last night. You should have seen how hard he slammed the door to the headquarters when he ran in out of nowhere after returning from his day off, another member of the aforementioned God's family commented to his companion. What's the reason? I heard the hero of Babel and her were seen together at the hot springs. More people joined in the current gossip, but the silver-haired beauty couldn't hear them, as she was focused on whatever her attention was focused on. She stood there, twisting and turning every so often, covering her face with both hands, stifling a scream that was nevertheless heard by both doctors and the patients themselves. Why was I so bold? She screamed internally as a complaint to herself. 5. He banged his fists on the table he was sitting at, frightening those present. My cheeks feel very hot, almost boiling. She, by the contact of her fingers with that area, could feel its temperature. I couldn't sleep all night because I remembered our date. Why did I kiss him just a few days of knowing him, and I'm already acting like a girl in love. What's wrong with me? Her heartbeat increased its rhythm the more she thought about things. Is this love? Why does it feel so good and at the same time so scary? She asked herself, recalling the smile that the young man had given her and the one that became the turning point in this series of events that have confused her until now. Will he feel the same? Will he think badly of me? Odd out eats me up. She screamed, grabbing her head in hysteria. Airid, a call brought her out of her bubble. As she turned to where that sound came from. Her skin turned a deep red when she came face to face with the person responsible for her concern. Belle. He barely managed to say her name. He stuttered in the process, as was easily noticeable. Hi Airid. He greeted her as naturally as possible. However, he couldn't make eye contact with her. Adventurers, citizens, even medical personnel. Everyone looked at the two young women in awe and undivided attention. The most famous healer in Arario and the hero of the moment. I feel uncomfortable. There's no way I'm bringing up whatever Airid and I are having in front of this crowd, the boy said to himself, trying to ignore the angry and envious looks that judged him and condemned him to the worst. Grandpa was right. A man's pride is tarnished when someone achieves what they couldn't, although I'm not happy at all about that. The Airid. Belle approached slowly. The silver-haired woman stood still without saying a word. I'd like to talk to you in private. I promise not to take up too much of your time. The white-haired man made his request. Oh okay. Given the seriousness Belle adopted, he had no choice but to accept and expect the worst. Surely he doesn't feel the same. A pang struck her heart, causing one of the most beautiful women in the entire city to weep. She led him to an empty room where they wouldn't be disturbed. There they would discuss whatever they wanted. Belle followed her from behind, where he could see Airid clenching her fist while her arm trembled, and so did her lips. The door opened and they both entered the room. As soon as the door closed, the healer was the first to break the silence. You don't think that by kissing you I'm trying to make you understand that I like you? That doesn't mean anything. She yelled, pointing at him and adopting a fleeting confidence. I know it was unexpected and there's no explanation, however it was in the heat of the moment. Yes. If it weren't for the atmosphere I would have never kissed you. She started laughing nervously and looking around. Belle remained silent although walking to his position. Why you're not going to say anything? Wait, why you're scaring me? Talk. Get mad. Say something. The closer the boy got, the more the silver-haired girl took a step back. She closed her eyes as soon as she was in front of him, expecting the worst until what his hand was taken by his companions. "That's not what you mean, right, Hermes? Be honest with me." That phrase came out of the boy's lips with total tranquility that was terrifying. "Who do you think you are?" "I'm being honest. It didn't mean anything to me," the woman replied. "So if that's the case, why are you crying?" Belle asked. "See, crying what? How?" This worried her, and her fingers instinctively went to where certain drops were sliding. There she felt the tears coming into contact with the tips of her thin, trembling fingers. Sniff. Sniff. His breathing became irregular. "Why, you're going to reject me, aren't you?" he whispered. "You're here to reject me? You're not fooling me." She raised her voice, breaking before the person responsible for her emotional suffering. Wait, Hermes, the young man tried to calm her down without any success. "I know I'm acting weird. It's not normal for me to do what I did on our date. I've never felt this way and I don't know how to react. You're not obligated to accept my love either." But in a quick movement she hugged him. "See, can't it be me? Is it not possible that you have love for me in your heart?" Her brittle voice made it difficult to communicate her message, however, due to the closeness between them, it was received loud and clear by its recipient. Belle, arms at his sides, didn't know how to react. This turned out to be more difficult than I expected." Hermes spoke. "I know what I'm asking is ridiculous." Tears fell onto Belle's shoulder. First of all, I didn't mean to reject you when I arrived," he interrupted her. "Huh?" This caught her off guard. I don't know if it's love or another feeling related to this. I'm inexperienced in matters like that. All because of my lack of interaction with women in my childhood, not counting my stepmother, of course." Hermes listened attentively without missing any detail of the decision her beloved would reach. "I just know that I feel happy by your side in the short time we've known each other. Your presence is a welcome part of my life, and I'd like to continue counting on it if possible." The tomato formerly called Belle ended his statement not before. "Ah." That sound came from the silver-haired girl when she felt the adventurer's strong arm surrounding her body. "I gladly accept your feelings," Hermes added. She, truly happy, a happiness that could not be expressed in words, let herself be embraced, and so the warmth of both was transmitted to their bodies to their hearts. After a few seconds, he spoke. "Now I feel stupid for rushing into this," the girl mocked herself, wiping her tears and separating from him. "Who would reject a pretty girl?" he asked her, somewhat ironically. The atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. "What do you mean by that? Would you accept anyone just because they're pretty?" Jealousy was evident in the newly formed couple. "Hermes, you're scaring me." Belle fell back and crawled on the ground before the imposing presence of the silver-haired woman. "Answer," he insisted. Don't take it so literally. It was something my grandfather used to say." Belle looked away in search of help in that lonely place. Hermes crouched down and intensified the boy's fear. "I wouldn't mind sharing you," he declared. Belle had to clean his ears repeatedly before saying anything. "Hermes, repeat what you said carefully." "I think I'm going deaf," he asked politely. "I said I wouldn't mind sharing you. Don't make me repeat myself," the healer shouted. "What? Wait, are you serious?" he replied. "Yes, as long as you don't forget about me and you show me every day that you love me, I don't mind accepting 1 or 2 more partners," the woman answered. "And what about 14, my beautiful saint? Are you sure?" It's not like I'm going to take you at your word," but Belle scratched the back of his neck and laughed. "I'm sure." However, the silver-haired girl came closer and kissed him. First. Hhhhh. Belle felt Hermes' soft, delicate lips connect with his for the second time. The beautiful girl's arms rested on his shoulders, almost wrapping around him. A few seconds passed and the girl pulled away. "I'll be the first in everything that has to do with you, okay?" he whispered in her ear in a mischievous tone. The white-haired man, with his eyes like whirlpools, thought. My grandfather must be screaming with joy and my stepmother beating him, thinking of 1,000 ways to punish me for the decision I made. At the entrance to the dungeon. "It took a while, don't you think?" Auka thought. "You're exaggerating. It's only been half an hour past the agreed upon time." "He probably had some very important business to attend to," Welf explained, arms crossed. "Lily thinks it's wrong for an adventurer to be unpunctual. The longer we wait, white-haired Sama, the less money we'll get," the hobbit complained with a valid sign in her eyes. "Always thinking about money," Lily Dono Makoto said. "Better to have too much than not enough," Makoto Sama Lily replied. Hey, isn't that him?" Chigusa pointed ahead, near the fountain near their position. His vision didn't fail him. Sure enough, it was the rabbit, walking and wobbling like jelly. "Will he be okay?" they asked. "Hey Belle. This way." Welf raised his arm and called out. He looked everywhere until he came across the presence of his acquaintance. He approached the location at a light trot and saluted. Hi Welf. Sorry for the delay. He quickly apologized for not arriving at the agreed time. Don't worry, I suppose you have many commitments, right? The blacksmith downplayed it. Well you could say so. Belle scratched his cheek and avoided eye contact. Suspicious Lily sharpened her eyes. Anyway. Nice to meet you. My name is Auka, you can call me that. You may not remember me, but I was in the battle against the Minotaur. The first to extend his hand and introduce himself was the man from the Take-Mikazuchi family. Of course I remember you, Mr. Auka. I admire how brave you were in defending your teammates. The white-haired man shook his hand. Nice to meet you Belle Dono, my name is Mikoto, I hope we can get along. The oriental woman greeted him. I'm Chigusa, nice to meet you. A girl did the same from behind Mikoto. Lily is Lily, I hope Belle-sama helps us. The hobbit spoke. Mikoto, Chigusa, and Lily. It's a pleasure. I hope we can become good companions and friends. Belle smiled at them, as was his custom. Okay, let's get started. We have to avoid returning to the surface too late, it would be dangerous, the small support ordered while she easily carried her enormous backpack. She's sort of our strategist. I recommend you listen to her. She's very good at what she does, the Reddit informed him. Oh okay. The boy answered. And so the group composed of the Take-Mikazuchi family and the Hephaestus family entered the dungeon to face the dangers it would bring. Without expecting that. Said Sight. He would use all his influence to prevent a certain strange being from diving into its depths. That intimidating presence that terrified him inside with its mere irregular existence. Inside the dungeon. Floor 7. Pillar Anta 12. Auka warned. I'll take care of it. Belle said, running to where the monster was attacking and. Slash. But the single cut he managed to finish her off. Help here. We're surrounded by a pack of needle rabbits. Mikoto warned from her place while she and Chigusa defended themselves from the infinity of bunnies that attacked them from many angles. I'll be right there. The white-haired man took the sword made by the blacksmith and began defeating them one by one at a dizzying pace. Slash. Blood spread across the ground in large quantities. Hey, what are those? The white-haired man asked, tilting his head as he pointed his sword in front of him. Purple moth. Don't let it throw its venom at you. They all covered themselves with a piece of red cloth. Oh. It's just like my scarf. The boy was surprised to notice the resemblance of these words to the scarf his mother had given him a few years ago. Cover yourself, idiot. Lily yelled from a distance as she gathered the magic stones, avoiding being hit by a monster's attack or the giant moth's poison. SSHHHHHHH. A purple liquid was spat out by the flying beast. You won't hit me. Belle said, brimming with confidence, dodging the poison by gracefully leaping through the air and before hitting the ground. 5. He punched the monster in the center of the abdomen. Splash. A sound like something hitting the surface of the water reached the group's ears. How is that possible? It went through the body of that purple moth, as if it were a piece of paper. Auka was stunned when she realized that Belle's arm was sticking out from the anterior plane of the moth's body. Oog. I knew it was a bad idea. The first-time adventurer complained, pulling out his fist, wiping the slime and poison off his arm. What is he? His speed, reflexes, strength. If I were told he was level 3, I'd believe it without hesitation. Mikoto agreed with Auka. I told you. It's not for nothing that the Loki family is interested in him. Welf broke away from the group and headed toward the rookie. Is everything okay? He asked her. Oh? Yeah, sure. Just let me get rid of the stuff and we'll continue down the floors, he replied as he got rid of the rest of those fluids. Tell me, is it true you don't have a Falna? I'm surprised you manage better without it than we do. Who do? The blacksmith asked. No. No Falna, he answered with the same humor as before. Okay, I won't delve into that further. I think it must be annoying to always be asked the same thing wherever you go. Am I right? Welf decided to let the questions go. It's a bit tiring, but if I'm generating so much interest, it's because I'm doing things right. In a way, it's gratifying, was his reply. And where does so much strength come from? Last question. I press all the buttons, the rabbit replied with a poker face. What? The blacksmith didn't understand. What? Belle pretended he didn't say anything. They remained silent. Ha 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 ha. You really are unique. The Redeed celebrated, ruffling her hair. He scratched the back of his neck and laughed. Clearly, his secret isn't something you'd spill. Much less to people you've just met, although Belle would be lying if he said he didn't think they were trustworthy. Hey. Lily's finished collecting the magic stones. Let's continue. The little support girl announced, closing her backpack. Like a kid in a toy store, Belle ran off, excited to continue his adventure with his friends. 14th floor. Wow, so that's what the middle floors are like. They look totally different from the ones above, observed the white-haired man, amazed despite the fact that there were only giant rocks there. He gets distracted very easily, they said. Don't you find it strange that between the 10th and 13th floors we only encountered a few orcs? Mikoto asked their opinion since it was something unusual to say the least. Lucky maybe. I'm not going to complain about not running into a silverback or those pesky imp. Auka answered almost immediately. Trust me. When the dungeon is quiet, it means many things, except a good sign. Be alert, Lily suggested, looking for any enemies nearby. Oh? A dog. Belle spoke, and the message reached his group. D-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. The growl echoed from the shadows. From a hollow space in the dungeon walls emerged a large number of dogs with black fur tinged with ash red. Son Hellhound Chigusa readied his weapon. Are you? He's got fire in his mouth. Without a hint of fear, Belle approached. D-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. The growls intensified from the pack. Suddenly, the snouts of those monsters opened and a sea of flames emerged from them, which was aimed precisely at Belle's position. We have to help him. Get out of there. They shouted at the white-haired man, who wasn't making any kind of movement. Why the hell are almost all the monsters attacking him? Does he have a magnet or what the hell? Annoyance and concern were evident in that simple expression. The fire hit the ground, exploding it and projecting many rocks by inertia. Belle. They called him with concern. I'm fine. Leave them to me. The boy emerged from the thick smoke and dust of the rubble. Zoom. Something similar to air being cut by a cutter at maximum speed produced that sound. Slash. The neck of one of the hellhounds was sliced cleanly without any of them noticing, not even out of the corner of their eyes. What just happened? I couldn't see it. Lily looked astonished at the white-haired man holding the sword and wiping the blood with his fingertips. He killed that monster before we even realized he was okay, even that feeling rubbed off on Mikoto. Good. Belle bumped his fist into the palm of his left hand. Who's next? A green glow emanated from his eyes. Zoom. Again. Said those present. One by one the hellhounds turned into mere pools of blood before disappearing, leaving behind a single magic stone as proof that they ever existed. Slash. Everything was moving in slow motion for the hero of Babel. With full concentration and a grace unbecoming of someone inexperienced in monster slaying, he swung his sword despite its considerable weight. It was like fighting with a wooden stick, only it sliced through any tissue it came into contact with. Slash. 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 The constant sound of wind and flesh being cut by the metal impregnated with red liquid repeated endlessly in the ears of the monsters and the adventurers themselves, including Belle. Ah. The boy shouted and, in a quick movement, impaled 5 of the hellhounds. His sword buried itself in the hard rock of the dungeon walls. After this, the grayish residual smoke of the dogs appeared and their magic stones fell at Belle's feet. It's all of them. Her breathing became labored for a moment until she inhaled air and calmed down. Argonaut skill disabled. The warning appeared in the adventurer's subconscious. He pulled the tip of his weapon from where it lay buried and headed down to the floors below. Come on. There's still plenty of time. He said it so calmly and naturally that it was frightening. He seemed to be used to any challenge that came his way. I'll follow him, Welf said, quickening his pace. The rumors weren't exaggerated. The power he wields is terrifying, so much so that he can tip the balance of a battle with his mere presence. Lily finally stopped doubting what her companions told her about what happened at Babel. And that's nothing compared to the fight against the Minotaur. Its ferocity and brutality would strike fear into the heart of any opponent, the human from the Take Mikazuchi family added. Let's put that aside. It's been 3 hours. If we're lucky, we can reach Riviera before the dungeon keeps trying to kill Belle Dono, the Oriental commented, walking away and going to where the rest of the group had gone. The others did the same, except for Lily, who seemed pensive. The dungeon trying to kill Belle-sama, she said to herself. An almost imperceptible tremor caused movement in the small stones left behind by the previous explosion caused by the hellhounds. This gave the hobbit a good feeling, so she raced back to the others. Wait. Something very strange is happening. The dungeon. The dungeon, as Lily shouted, several meters away from her group until a loud bang prevented anything else from being heard. The ground shook. It fluttered vigorously. Several cracks formed in the walls and floor beneath their feet. Hey, is it normal for the dungeon to make that noise? Belle asked, covering his ears. You must understand, he has no knowledge of the dungeon. Of course he isn't. He's going crazy. Auka also covered her ears because of the deafening shriek that was giving her a terrible headache. Let's hurry up and run away. Lily doesn't want to be there when he finally shuts up. Lily ordered. Where to? Asked the white-haired man. To Riviera. There's no other option. Everyone to Riviera. The hobbit's finger pointed to the section on the next floor. Without a shred of hesitation, they ran at high speed as far away from the noise as possible. However, the further they went, the more intense it became. I feel dizzy. Blood was pouring from Lily's nose. Me too. Auka listened to white noise as her eyes closed. Welf was having trouble standing for some reason. Wait. Hold on. The young man stopped abruptly and turned around to where his friends were falling one by one. What's wrong? Are you okay? The rabbit asked desperately, not knowing what to do. You don't seem affected. You're really someone in Kriai. One by one they fainted. Welf. It is. Makoto. Ouch. Kagusa. They had the same symptoms, but Belle had absolutely nothing. No blood in his nose. It's the jacket. I have to take them to the safe zone. If I go for help there's no guarantee that he'll suddenly stop and the monsters will be reborn. That was the only idea that occurred to him. He took the unconscious bodies and laid them on top of each other. From the first, he used the strength of his arms and raised them. Then he placed them on his back and tensed every muscle in his body. 1. 2. He closed his eyes and his body emanated a green glow. And 3. He opened them suddenly and… zoom. The ground cracked from the momentum of Belle's legs as he pushed forward. Crack. 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 With every step the adventurer took, the floor crumbled further and further. Come on, come on, come on. It's only 3 damn floors, I can do it. No, I have to. He breathed, ignoring the tiredness in his muscles, as his Argonaut ability wore him down the longer it was used uninterruptedly. 15th floor. 16th floor. 17th floor. A scarlet lightning bolt advanced, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. The mirages scattered around, lifeless. Minotaurs fainted. Every monster was prey to the fury of the dungeon. Cough. 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 Belle began to cough. Ugh, I'm losing my mind. That was his hypothesis. The boy never used this ability until a few days ago in his battle against the Minotaur, or even before, indirectly through his healing. Time passed and the dungeon gradually fell silent. Lily mentioned that silence in the dungeon is not a good sign. I imagine it's even less so if she screamed in pain or anger beforehand. Just a few centimeters from his position he found the entrance to the 18th floor. A little more, just a few steps. Hold on, my body. His confidence rose as he saw his goal approaching. However, he didn't count on the outcome of such actions coming from the mother of monsters. Crack. The right side wall cracked from the base to the ceiling. Crack. Another crack formed. I have a very bad feeling about this, Belle whispered. Crack. The large arm emerged from the depths of the solid rock. I'm not planning on staying to find out what that is. He shouted in terror, hurrying to get there. Crack. 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 The entire rock shattered in the blink of an eye and a gigantic body took a step that reverberated throughout the 18th floor. Run. 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 The white-haired man repeated when the eyes of the enormous monster fixed on him. Ham. 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 Goliath's heavy footsteps suggested he was about to pursue his press. He was getting dangerously close and the distance between them was narrowing with every passing second. A little more. He shouted, and with the Goliath reaching out to catch him, he dashed forward and crossed the entrance before that could happen. Brah. The cry of anger and frustration came from the Goliath. We did it, Belle whispered to himself, because Welf had also fainted. Well, I must keep walking. Boom. The loud bang shook the ground and the wall separating the 18th floor from the 17th floor. It can't be, that thing can't go through the wall, or can it? Boom. Another blow was delivered by the Goliath's large, heavy arms. Damn dungeon, give me a break. Boom. The walls began to crack, fissures forming on their surface. I need to call for help, but I can't leave you here. What I do? Belle said to himself, sweating cold and paralyzed with fear. I have no choice, I have to stop him until someone realizes he's coming. But how? Boom. The large piece of the wall was broken and part of the monster's arm could be seen there. What do I do? I'm about to faint too. What's that? Belle asked. To his surprise, an emerald-colored whirlpool crossed beside him at a speed imperceptible to his tired body. Storm. Ariel. Shouted that stranger. Slash. With one attack he sliced off the Goliath's arms and headed to the 17th floor. I have to help her, I don't know if she can do it alone. He stood up, leaving his companions on the floor. Hey. Don't do it, she'll take care of it, another female voice spoke to him. Sorry, but I can't let you face it alone. Before answering, he turned to the person who gave him the recommendation and froze. His eyes opened wide. He dropped his sword. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. His stomach churned. But most of all, her heart beat so hard it could jump out of its socket. The color of his iris changed to green. Are you okay? The girl asked when she noticed the boy's strange behavior. Belle swallowed nervously. Olna, that name came out of her lips, as well as some tears. Oh? Olna. Like the princess in the story of the Argonaut, the girl tilted her head, not understanding the reason for this designation. My name is Tiona. Ah. Something took her by surprise. The white-haired man was hugging her. What? Hey, she tried to ask him what was wrong. Why, you're alive, the boy whispered. What do you mean? Tiona understood less and less what was happening. I thought I'd never see you again, Olna, he continued. I already told you I'm Tiona, not Olna. The Amazon blushed, however, she remained silent when she heard him holding back her tears. Sniff. Why, you look as beautiful as the day I lost you, so beautiful that my heart fills with happiness to meet you again. The pain was transmitted word by word. Sorry for not having accompanied you to the afterlife, but I knew that even if the possibility was minuscule, we would meet again, and finally I have you with me again, my princess. Fiona's heart was moved as the prayer progressed. She still had no idea what kind of bug had bitten that adventurer. However, a familiar feeling surged within her, making it impossible for her to push him away. Okay, calm down, everything will be okay, he gently stroked the young man's hair. The calm that those simple words brought to Belle was enough to make his heart leave its altered state. The emerald glow faded, returning to the usual red of the human's eyes. His body felt heavy, unlike a few seconds ago. His consciousness went out. What are you doing? A curious voice spoke from behind Belle. I don't know. He hugged me out of nowhere and cried, saying things I didn't understand, Tiona replied, laying the white-haired boy down on the floor. Already facing him, Aiz recognized him. It's him, he said. Do you know him? The Amazon showed interest. Why, yes, the sword princess replied. For now, it would be best to take them to our family's camp. Come on. Tiona picked Belle up. He looked like a rag doll. You're right, let's go. Aiz carried the rest of the unconscious people. Both of them left in silence, contrary to what was happening in their heads. Olna. Meet again. What does that mean? I must ask him when he wakes up. The Amazon's blush returned to her cheeks as she remembered the strange boy's words. Strange until that moment. Anyone who knows and enjoys tales of heroes is my friend. You will be too. She smiled at the expressionless face of the man lying in her arms. Why is he here without a Falna and made it to the 18th floor? He's amazing, Aiz said in admiration. She reminded him of her father as she watched him rest. Its unexpected remnants of the Argonaut soul are still inside him. His love for his princess never disappeared. Perhaps that's why, even if she isn't Olna herself, they're united in this life. She was reincarnated and had the good fortune of seeing him again, an event with a probability of 1 in 1 trillion, since it's rare for two souls united in the past to be reunited. The life full of surprises awaits Belle. And the brief discussion within the multicolored flame of the soul ended, leaving behind a beautiful memory. A few hours later. Belle opened his eyes slowly, with intense pain in his head and legs. Where am I? He wondered, his vision unable to focus, so almost everything around him was nothing but blurry spots. With his fingers he rubbed his eyelids, trying to return to his senses. The last thing I remember was meeting a girl and a green glow dazzled me, preventing me from seeing, he thought with some frustration for not remembering anything. He placed his arm sideways and felt a soft quilt. A bed, what am I doing lying down? He whispered his doubts. After this, he stood up slowly because every small movement he made hurt. Are you okay? A girl entering the tent asked him. Belle turned at the entrance, meeting the center of the question. He rubbed his eyes again as the rays of the sun streamed in behind the visitor, making it difficult to identify her. The golden head of hair, which shone when the light hit it, was the first thing he noticed. The tent closed behind the golden-haired girl, allowing her to finally realize who it was. Aren't you hurt? A young woman with the aforementioned characteristic, yellow eyes and a rapier at her waist, asked him. Such an appearance caused a shock throughout his body. A small blue spark, imperceptible to anyone, appeared in Belle's red eyes. Arya, that name came out of his mouth instinctively. The swordswoman's shy attitude changed radically. His face showed an incomprehensible expression. Impression. Doubts. Sadness. Anger. There was no way to know which one it was or if they all actually merged together. How do you know that name? She asked, her legs shaking. That blue stain disappeared, abandoning the white-haired man. Why did I call her Arya? He wondered. She approached where he was resting. Why do you know that name? He insisted. He seemed to be asking this question with difficulty. His tone grew fainter the more he repeated it. Is that you look identical to the illustration in my book, Belle replied, causing the girl to stop dead in her tracks. Illustration? Book? His surprise was immense. Just because I read The Mercenary Hero at night is why I'm not impaled on that sword. The rabbit's life was saved by a late night read. Why yes, let me show you, in my backpack. She wondered when she couldn't find it anywhere. He searched his entire body until the golden-haired girl approached him. Is that your backpack? I found it lying on the 17th floor, he commented, extending a brown bag from his hand. Yes, that's it, thank you very much. I didn't notice when I dropped it. Although it makes sense, I was focused on not getting caught by that monster, he said to himself, grabbing his belongings. Aiz looked restless, eager to see what the rabbit-like boy would teach her. This isn't it, and here it is. After searching for a few seconds, he pulled out a book with yellowed pages and the cover somewhat worn. Mercenary Hero, the Sword Princess read the title as she took it. Haven't you read it, miss? It tells the story of the hero Albert Waldstein and the spirit Arya. It's one of my favorite stories, Belle said, clearly unaware of the person accompanying him. She opened it and flipped through the pages desperately, but without hurting it. Are you looking for the illustration? It's in the first few pages, let me. The boy stood up and grabbed the book. His fingers flipped through the pages until he stopped on a specific one. He turned it around, revealing the illustration. There lay a hand-drawn picture of a beautiful woman wearing a long dress, with minimal details and, most importantly, long golden hair that reached her waist. She also had those distinctive golden eyes. Next to the female figure was a man with armor and a sword, who had dark hair covering his eyes. Between them, a little girl holding a sword. Aiz's arms trembled as she brought them closer to the image. With the tips of his fingers he caressed both figures. I admire the relationship they had, a human and a spirit united by love, the purest feeling someone can have. It's something shameful for a man to say, however it's what they think. Before finishing his sentence, he realized something. Aiz shed tears. His breathing was labored. This he referred to her in that way, trying to get her attention. Mom, Dad, she whispered, without being heard by the white-haired man. Wow, I think that illustration means a lot to her somehow, Belle said subconsciously, feeling a certain sadness coming from his counterpart. This he spoke to her again. This brought the blonde out of her shock. I am sorry. It's just that he tried to justify himself without any success. Belle scratched the back of his neck. Thinking about something. Excuse me, what is your name? He asked her. I am Aiz Wallenstein, she replied while wiping her tears. Okay. Miss Aiz, this book means a lot to me because it's one of the few memories I have of my grandfather. My family was reduced to one person and that's me, she explained wearily. He lost his family just like me. Aiz didn't say it, although deep down she felt that he could understand her pain. However, it is clear that, for whatever reason, you have some kind of attachment to the book. Am I wrong? He continued. The Sword Princess nodded with a melancholic smile, still paying attention to the illustration of that happy little family. Can you promise to take care of it? The boy asked, closing it and bringing it closer to her. Aiz didn't expect that. How he answered. If you promise to take good care of it, I'll let you have it. My grandfather said you should never allow a beautiful woman to cry. If we have the opportunity to ease her pain, it's our responsibility to do so, he replied, ignoring the blonde's doubt. The beautiful woman. Aiz's cheeks blushed. Belle placed both hands on the sides of the beautiful young woman's face. With the pads of his thumbs he wiped away the remaining tears that still remained on her cheekbones. Would you be happy if you owned the story? He persisted, waiting for Aiz's reply and to seal the deal. She, who was still shocked, only nodded. Perfect, then here, it's all yours, he handed it to her. The Sword Princess grabbed him and held him to her chest. Thank you so much, really. You don't know how much it means to me, he replied, bowing his head and smiling. Belle blushed at the golden-haired girl's expression. It's nothing, you can tell he'll be in good hands. He diverted his attention and rubbed the left side of his head with his index finger. Why is he sad? Aiz, thanks to her lack of experience with feelings, didn't realize why the rabbit did what he did. After a few seconds, Belle broke the ice. By the way, how are my colleagues? He asked. Aiz pointed to the side. They're fine. They're still asleep in the tent next door, he replied. The boy sighed. That's a relief. When that Goliath chased us and hit the wall, it scared me. I couldn't fight him because it would mean leaving my teammates out in the open, he commented, uncomfortable with how useless he felt. You're strong, you saved your friends, and that's the most important thing, the blonde said comfortingly, holding his shoulder with her free limb. I appreciate the words. In a way, you're right. I'm glad you're all right, but if I wish to become a hero, I must face adversity and emerge victorious, he said. His goal remained in his mind. The reason he's still alive. The hero Aiz, for a few moments, saw her father reflected in the person she had just met. She smiled. I trust you will be, Belle, he replied. I still have a long way to go. Wait, how do you know my name, Miss Aiz? He asked. In the guild, I was there when you refused to join my family, he answered with a poker face. Right, you were the one who called me rabbit just like your goddess, so I think I owe you one, Loki family, Belle said, holding his chin. The two chatted for a while, even about things Belle didn't remember. Dee, completely red as a tomato, repeatedly asked if she really hugged the Amazon, and Aiz nodded again and again. They continued like this until they were interrupted. Hey Aiz. Has Argonaut woken up yet? Without warning, a certain Amazon burst into the tent. Hello, the white-haired man greeted. She's already awake, Tiona replied, the sword princess. I already noticed, Aiz. Tiona laughed at her friend's answer. Excuse me, Miss Tiona, I heard I acted a bit strange. I wanted to apologize for, he said. No problem, Argonaut kun. Tiona shouted, hugging him. Huh? Belle was surprised. Aiz, for some reason, remained static, wanting to complain. Belle saw her and a pout formed on his mouth. Why is she upset? A question that would never have an answer. Or not from the woman with that feeling. I can't complain about a hug. Deep down he was glad. In a single day, 3 beauties lived with him closely. One of them is even already his partner. By the way, why do you call me Argonaut kun? He questioned. Because they told me about your feat against the Minotaur at Babel. They told me you fought fiercely and fearlessly. Like the Argonaut. So it occurred to me to give you that nickname. Don't you like it? The lively girl gave her answer without hesitation and putting on a tender face when asking her that last question. I don't mind being nicknamed a great hero is an honor, but just do it you, please, he begged. It's a deal. Tiona agreed, hugging him even tighter. The Amazon turned her attention to a clear object without letting go of the boy. Aiz, what is that book? He said while pointing at it. The sword princess raised it and showed it. Tiona's eyes sparkled and she stopped hugging the white-haired man. It's the tale of the mercenary hero. Is it a new edition? Whoa. It looks so old. She snatched it from her family member's hands, her eyes practically staring at the book. Wait, Tiona. Aiz wanted to take it again, but Tiona kept looking at it. She opened it and read it at a monster speed. OHHHH. How does it have illustrations? I've never seen that before. His euphoria increased exponentially. He returned it to Aiz, and the Amazon's many questions were not long in coming. Where did you get it? Do you know where there are more? I want one. He has too much energy, Belle opined. Aiz looked at him, asking for help. Actually, Miss Tiona. I was the one who gave the book to Miss Aiz. My grandfather wrote it and drew the illustrations by hand. Those were her birthday presents, he answered the girl's question. Although for some reason almost all of them are female characters from stories, he added with a drop of sweat running down his forehead. My grandfather was definitely a pervert. Your grandfather? That means you have more. He celebrated. Indeed. I brought the mercenary hero book with me, and as he took out the second book, Tiona snatched it from him. It's the Argonauts. His ecstasy increased after having it in his hands. It's my favorite story. It can't be it has illustrations too. For some reason, he started jumping. Princess Olna looks like me, he whispered when he came to the drawing of that character. Why, in a way, yes, Belle answered. Is that why you called me that? He asked. Great, that's my escape. Temporary at least. What I said to him can't be justified by anything, he said to himself. Why yes. You are incredibly beautiful. Identical to Princess Olna, he replied. They were silent for a few seconds until Tiona hugged him again. You called me beautiful with a face that showed happiness, she stammered those words. Belle swallowed. His heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and his body felt a pleasant warmth running through every fiber of it. Aiz still felt jealous, puffing out her cheeks and ignoring them. I didn't do anything. Why are you mad at me? The boy complained. Welcome to the world of bellmen. Oh. I almost forgot. Finn said he wanted us to meet with him. He wants to see you too, Argonaut kun. Tiona was sent with that goal in mind, but she completely missed it. Come on. Come on. She said, pulling him by the arm. Wait, Miss Tiona. The white-haired man begged, being dragged. The sword princess watched them from behind with her palm on her chest. What is this? Why is my face burning and my heart racing? He wondered. Someday you'll find your hero. Aiz, her father and mother's phrase came back to her. My hero, she couldn't help but look at Belle's face, and all the previous symptoms intensified. Hermes and the harem. He shook his head and slapped his cheeks. Wait for me. He said from a distance as Tiona and the rabbit walked away. Somewhere in the dungeon. The boy thwarted the attack on Babel. How is that possible? Do you know who he is? Asked a man covered in a long robe. Do you have any information about that adventurer? A purple-haired stranger asked his own questions. Absolutely nothing, Enyo, Thanatos replied, a woman with red hair. It's as if I didn't exist before that day. A presence that emerged from the earth specifically to stop us, a girl with short pink hair, added to the response of the person who appeared to be her companion. It must have been a coincidence. In any case, I'll make it my mission to find out more about that boy. White hair, red eyes, there's no one like that in all of Arario. He must be a newcomer. Thanatos frowned. Leaving that aside. Let's get down to business. We have to take advantage of the fact that the Loki, Hephaestus, and Hermes families are in Riviera. It's an unparalleled opportunity. A rotten, mad smile spread across the god. Ari is mine, the retreat answered. Yes. We already know, Revis, the pink-haired girl answered. Ahahahaha. Let's see what they'll do when they're pulled into despair. Enyo felt ecstatic imagining such a scenario. Evilus had a plan that he would put into action that very night. Everyone was in danger. Hell was about to break loose in Riviera and no one expected it. Although they hadn't counted on the presence of a boy without a Falna who would be a thorn in their side more than once. White hair, red eyes, also young. A part of me suspects something, but I can't remember it. Thanatos' thoughts nodded him without coming up with a concrete answer. Chapter 11. In the previous chapter. Somewhere in the dungeon. The boy thwarted the attack on Babel. How is that possible? Do you know who he is? Asked a man covered in a long robe. Do you have any information on that adventurer? A purple-haired stranger asked his own questions. Absolutely nothing, Enyo, Thanatos replied. A woman with red hair. It's as if I didn't exist before that day. A presence that emerged from the earth specifically to stop us, a girl with short pink hair, added to the response of the person who appeared to be her companion. It must have been a coincidence. In any case, I'll make it my mission to find out more about that boy. White hair, red eyes, there's no one like that in all of Arario. He must be a newcomer. Thanatos frowned. Leaving that aside. Let's get down to business. We have to take advantage of the fact that the Loki, Hephaestus, and Hermes families are in Riviera. It's an unparalleled opportunity. A rotten, mad smile spread across the god. Ari is mine, the retreat answered. Yes. We already know, Revis, the pink-haired girl answered. Ahahahaha. Let's see what they'll do when they're pulled into despair. Enyo felt ecstatic imagining such a scenario. Evilus had a plan that he would put into action that very night. Everyone was in danger. Hell was about to break loose in Riviera and no one expected it. Although they hadn't counted on the presence of a boy without a Falna who would be a thorn in their side more than once. White hair, red eyes, also young. A part of me suspects something, but I can't remember it. Thanatos' thoughts nodded him without coming up with a concrete answer. In the current chapter. Hey Lafia, who could that boy be that Finn and Riveria Sama have been talking about the last few days? Asked a certain brown-haired elf. Now that you mention it, Alicia, it's true. Riveria Sama seemed a bit strange when Finn commented something about that human, said the elf called Lafia, remembering how her master blushed every time her captain said that name. What was his name? Ren. Ben. Alicia tried to get that name back in her mind. No. It was something like before Lafia could reveal the boy's identity, a scream interrupted them. Wait. Belle. Tiona. That's it. The name was Belle. Huh. Alice was surprised to notice two of her companions very close to a certain white-haired stranger. Who is he? Lafia wondered, frowning in bewilderment at seeing the sword princess so close to that boy. Wait. He said Belle. So he is the brown-haired elf. Opened her mouth in surprise. Who defeated that level 3 Minotaur? The orange-haired girl replied, surprised since he didn't look like a warrior. Of course, it was hard to compare him to the male members of her family. They're heading to Finn's tent. What? Hey Lafia, that hurts. It hurts. Let me go. Alicia complained with small tears coming out of her. What was this due to? Simple. Her companion was crushing her arm without taking her eyes off the place where her companions and that boy were. Let's follow them, Lafia whispered, dragging Alicia along. Hey. But let me go first. The poor elf screamed without being heard. On Belle's side, Aiz and Tiona. We're here. Tiona celebrated, still clutching the book she'd snatched from the white-haired man. You have a lot of energy, Miss Tiona, Belle said as he took a deep breath. The Amazon laughed foolishly. Why is there so much commotion out here, Belle? Riviera emerged from the tent where she was living with Gareth and Finn. A hint of anger at the noise outside was evident on her features. However, all traces of it vanished, like the light when a lamp is turned off, as soon as she noticed a presence nearby. Miss Riveria. Hello. How have you been? Belle responded with a naturalness that belied a normal person who was aware of the type of woman elf and the position the blonde held. He extended his hand to shake hers until. Clap. Are you? The boy tilted his head when he felt a blow to his limb and it moved a few inches from its original position. How dare you be so disrespectful to Riveria Sama? You're just a mere human. A certain orange-haired elf demanded. Her name was Lafia. Are Riveria Sama? He wondered, lifting his face to make eye contact with the person who slapped him. Suddenly her breathing became labored. His eyes opened wide. His hearing was lost, leaving him in absolute silence. Efina, he whispered, with an emerald spark in the pupil of his eyes. The image of a beautiful elf, with the same features as the one in front of him, appeared in his mind. For a moment, he felt a certain sense of familiarity directed at the orange-haired girl. However, it was abruptly cut short. Pam? How many times have I told you that life was behind me the moment I decided to run away, Lafia? Today I am an adventurer. Not an elven princess anymore, Riveria declared after striking the poor apprentice with her staff. That hurt Riveria Sama. A small tear was wiped from her tear ducts. Belle's vision cut off after this, becoming dizzy and staggering as soon as it was over. Argonaut-kun. Are you okay? Tiona asked him, noticing how strange he was behaving after staring at Lafia. What? How? Why yes. I'm sorry. I felt a little dizzy, but it's over now, he replied. He rubbed his eyes and shook his head to get rid of the discomfort. I'm sorry about what happened. These girls believe the title of princess still holds true even if you've left your kingdom, the blonde said with a tone full of irony. No. I'm sorry. I didn't know your position, Miss Rive. No. I didn't know your position, Riveria Sama. Belle bowed. Riveria sighed and whispered something. Will you do it too? He asked with clear dissatisfaction. Is something wrong? The young man asked, confused. We're just adventurers. Treat me as your equal. Riveria smiled and extended her hand for a firm grip. Belle hesitated whether to accept her kindness or not, as the former elf, Lafia, looked at him with disdain. On the other hand, Alicia, Tiona and Aiz were surprised, for whatever reason. Riveria Sama extending his hand to a human. Mama Riveria has never greeted a human like that, not even me, and I'm in her family, the poor Amazon cried internally. Aiz pouted for some strange reason. I understand. I promise to treat you like I treat my classmates. Riveria, the white-haired man replied, joining his hand in hers and smiling sweetly at her, even though he looked uncomfortable. A strange feeling arose in the vice-captain of the Loki family when this happened. Wow, I didn't expect him to do that, he thought. He's the first human I've extended a hand to, besides being an image came to mind. One he couldn't stop remembering since it happened. My grandfather told me that a woman reveals her beauty when she smiles. You are a clear example of that. If it doesn't bother you, I think you should do it more. Indeed. That compliment she received, no less, from the boy now holding her, was what ran through her mind for the 20th time this week. What's wrong? Why does my face feel like it's burning? He wondered desperately, using his free arm to repeatedly touch the area. Are you okay, Riveria? Belle asked, calling her by her first name and without honorifics. Huff. Even though I told him to, why does he feel so embarrassed? Inside the unattainable elf, there was a warmth in her chest that spread unchecked throughout her body every time that boy called her by name. What are you doing to Riveria Sama? She's completely red. Alicia and Lafia demanded, pulling him away from the blonde-haired girl who showed no signs of reaction. I just said hi, Belle replied. We'd better go inside. Finn must be waiting for you. Belle. Riveria finally spoke and came out of her shock. After that, she hurriedly entered the aforementioned place. Behind. We'll see. Leviticus. Alicia. The four girls from the Loki family could not believe what they had witnessed seconds before. The always serious, serene and professional Riveria behaved like a simple girl next to a boy resembling a very large rabbit. I feel like some of them thought I was a rabbit. Appearances always dictate how others think of you, Belle wept inwardly. Being nicknamed that by your stepmother is sweet in a way. But having women your age or older do it is a bit awkward. He sighed and gave up on the subject. He would always be considered a rabbit. There was no point in complaining and wasting his breath. It's something he'll have to live with his whole life. I think I'll follow her in there. Goodbye. The boy said goodbye to the four women and finally met up with the hobbit, leaving the beautiful girls outside. What the hell just happened? They asked in unison. Riveria looked like you. Aiz. Tiona opined. Hami. The golden-haired girl was surprised. Yes. When I came to see them, I noticed your face was as red as a tomato, the Amazon declared, causing a similar reaction in her friend. See? Even now you are. Tiona brought up the subject again without any hesitation. Expert at speaking without thinking about what she says. Aiz lowered her head in complete shame. Lafia gritted her teeth and her staff. That damn human, he complained. I will not forgive him. He shouted with all his anger coming out of him. Alicia didn't pay attention to her companion because her attention was focused on something in particular. He was cute, she thought, as an opinion with that white-haired man she had just met. And I don't know why he seems like someone very pure, or at least that's how I felt, he added. The Amazon turned to look at her companions repeatedly. Ugh. Don't tell me they still fell for him. She complained, since that seems to be the case. Or at least in 2 of the 3. Unlike the others, Tiona didn't doubt her feelings. She saw a man, liked him, and knew she wanted him for herself. Romance is that simple for an Amazon. Needless to say, the one he couldn't decipher was Lafia. She was clearly brimming with anger. However, that didn't seem to be the only thing inside her. Why is he so close to Miss Aiz? Why is he so disrespectful to Riveria-sama? And most of all, why am I happy to see him? It's like I'm overwhelmed by nostalgia for someone I've never seen in my life. It's frustrating. Lafia's head was a mess as to her opinion of Belle. The golden-haired girl continued her act of a sorry maiden. And that's how 4 people fell into absolute silence, which brought with it an unease in the atmosphere. Meanwhile, on Belle's side. "Good morning, Mr. Finn," the boy greeted when he was face to face with the captain of the Loki family. "Good morning, Belle. I see you're feeling better now." "I'm glad," the hobbit commented with a smile on his face. "Yes. Thank goodness I managed to escape the Goliath with my group. I don't even want to imagine what would have happened if we were caught in it. I must also thank you for your hospitality and help. Without you, we probably wouldn't be alive." The barrage of thank yous erupted as soon as Belle opened his mouth. "It's nothing. Seriously. We adventurers should help each other, shouldn't we, Gareth?" the dwarf asked his companion. "Yes. Besides, it's impossible to let someone as interesting as you die. If you only knew how many times Loki has complained and complained since you refused to join our family. Although I appreciate you, in a way it amuses me," the dwarf commented with a light laugh while scratching his long beard. "That's true. The one who's suffered the most is Riveria." "Right, Riveria." An amused Finn asked the elf. To his surprise, he received no reply. She lay sitting with her cane on her thighs and a complicated face. "Ha. On cloud 9 again? You've been like this all week," Gareth said with a boisterous laugh that abruptly pulled her out of her thoughts. "Huh? What happened, Finn?" Riveria asked. Nothing. By the way, Belle, what did you say that day at the hospital?" Now it was Belle who would be taken at his word. Riveria stood up, her body shaking. "Don't do it, Finn," she warned, although it was difficult to take her seriously with the attitude she had adopted in recent days. "What I said at the hospital." "About what?" He tilted his head, unsure which part of their previous conversation she wanted him to repeat. Finn. Last warning, the elf insisted on stopping the reckless hobbit. And no wonder. He's been pestering her about it ever since. When the imposing and respectable Riveria, princess of the elves, behaved like a mere lovesick girl. The young man still did not understand why the dwarf, the hobbit and the elf had opposite expressions. You know, Belle. I mean what your grandfather said about women." With a challenging look, she expressed her doubt. However, she was clearly acting interested, simply intending to annoy her friend. "Oh, that's it. Although my grandfather told me so, I think so too. A woman brings out her beauty when she smiles. So, if that's why you feel uncomfortable, Riveria, I'm sorry. Besides, it's not like I'm just saying that because it's my grandfather's advice. I genuinely think you're very beautiful, and your smile magnifies that beauty." The white-haired man's words shot like a dart straight to the heart of the vice-captain of the Loki family, who fell to her knees where she had been resting. Her skin turned a deep red, all due to the embarrassment caused by the extreme sincerity of the boy in front of her. The words wouldn't come out. Even with all his strength poured into doing something as simple as speaking. They wouldn't come out. "Is that what you wanted to talk to me about, Mr. Finn?" Belle asked. Haha. Not at all. This was just a fun experience before the real talk, the hobbit replied. "I see," the boy replied. In the distance, Riveria looked at her captain. "Why, you'll get this, Finn." The humiliated elf swore revenge. How can you say such things without any consideration and without it being a lie?" Another doubt struck poor Riveria, who looked at the white-haired man with a sparkle, who, sensing it, looked back at her and smiled. Bum. His heartbeat intensified. Gareth just held back the urge to sneer. This wasn't the time yet. "Anyway. What I really wanted to ask you is if you know of any clues that might lead us to the answer as to why the hell the dungeon went crazy." Seriousness suddenly filled the air. "The dungeon went crazy, yeah, that's something I can't deny. While we were walking through the 15th floor, the ground started to shake and a high-pitched screech with a very high frequency caused my classmates to faint, and if that wasn't enough, that thing came out," the boy revealed while holding his chin, trying to delve further into the past in order to find additional information about that event. "This all started when I activated Argonaut when fighting the Hellhounds. His posture changed as he had that brief dialogue within himself. I can tell you know something. Am I wrong?" Finn stared at him with his arms crossed. Belle sighed. Well, he didn't want to reveal too many details about himself. It was wrong to hide such information, as it could bring future trouble to those associated with him. The three members of the Loki family awaited the revelation. Since day one, from the moment I finally decided to fight and follow my dream upon entering the dungeon, the monsters attacked only me, and the number of them was truly absurd. It's been that way since the beginning. However, this would spiral out of control when my wounds healed out of nowhere. As I mentioned at the Die Insect family headquarters, the white-haired man replied, trying to make sense of his hypothesis by explaining himself as best he could. It can't be possible. Gareth thought of something. What do you mean? The hobbit asked the dwarf. The dungeon considers him too big a threat to focus solely on him, Gareth commented. This puzzled Finn, Riveria, and Belle himself. Are you sure about that? The elf questioned him. This damn place doesn't just do things for the hell of it. It's alive, and the monsters born from its walls are nothing more than its defense system fighting off the parasites. We are the parasites. And if its core is trying everything in its power to exterminate Belle, it means it sees him as a dangerous foreign body inside its own, Gareth explained, without taking his attention off the subject of the conversation. How is it possible he hasn't been in Arario for more than a month? What challenge could this represent? Finn burst into doubt after the immense amount of information impacting his brain. No. What Mr. Gareth says makes sense, Mr. Finn. We all know I'm not someone normal. Belle finally spoke, interrupting the little captain of the Loki family's internal debate. TCH. You certainly have a point. A commoner wouldn't be standing here with me just weeks after arriving in Arario. You certainly are someone special. However, enough to intimidate the dungeon. The hobbit wondered. There are 7 heroes inside my body. If the Argonaut was the first, and I gained his powers by absorbing the spirit of Jupiter into his body, who will the others be? Are they strong enough for the dungeon to fear them? Doubts plagued the poor young man. He only had information about the number of heroes, not their identities, and much less their abilities. There's no point in continuing to think about it. One question, Belle. Without using your power, are you able to fight? Riveria asked him after touching his shoulder. I think so. I didn't need it the first time I fought. It should just prevent me from healing, even though I can only stop it if I don't take any damage. Also, something that doesn't add up is there a limit to what the dungeon can or can't do? Belle replied, sending his own question into the air. Most likely, yes. I don't see it feasible for him to unleash many strong monsters to appease you. He's a living being, and our antibodies also have limits. My hypothesis is that his method has been to send as many monsters as possible, instead of many powerful ones, since that would have repercussions. As always, the captain of the Loki family gave a very accurate and logical commentary regarding the situations he analyzed. I understand. I'll avoid causing trouble unless necessary. But if I see someone in danger, I'll save them, the young man declared with complete confidence. Fufu, Riveria laughed tenderly at this. Where did such courage come from in such a young person? Good. After all, I'm not one to force you to decide what to do and what not to do. Take it as advice from a friend. Finn's final comment lightened the mood. Applause. Yeah, kid. Do your best. Gareth slapped him on the back, nearly sending the boy flying if he hadn't put strength into his legs and back. Understood. By the way, thanks a lot for the help. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have told the story. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to call me, the boy said, giving her a thumbs up and winking. Ha 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 ha. Hey Finn. Tell him to make up for it by visiting Riveria once in a while. Gareth gave his suggestion to the captain of the family. When the dwarf finished what at first glance seemed like a joke, a small wave of icy air appeared at the scene. It was Riveria. She was holding her staff in both hands, pointing at Gareth. Belle, you better leave now, advised the elf. Yes. Thank you so much for your kindness. See you, Riveria. Mr. Finn. Mr. Gareth. She shouted as she ran out of there as fast as possible. As soon as she left the tent, the full fury of the jaded girl exploded. Any last words? I've put up with your teasing all week, but this is too much. The icy wind intensified its passage. Small pieces of ice could be seen in the air. Why, you're an idiot, Gareth Finn complained to his partner. You were part of this too, Finn, the dwarf replied. Herald of the end, white snow. The witch's chant began. Wait, Riveria. We did it for you. Finn closed his eyes and placed his hands in front of him. Yes. Partly it was meant to annoy me. However, it wasn't just that. Gareth played along with the captain. Forms whirlwinds before twilight. You looked so happy when we visited, so I just wanted to give you a little help. The voice couldn't reach the furious elf. Fading light, frozen earth. Finn isn't lying. You used to smile like a fool when you were alone. Lost in your own thoughts. Gareth agreed. Blizzard, 3 harsh winters. We've already lost her, they whispered, preparing for the impact. My name is Alf. You're obviously interested. Finn shouted, accepting his fate. The seconds passed and they didn't freeze. Nor did the blonde finish her chant. As they slowly moved their forearms away from their eyes, they realized they had broken their friend. Interested? Huh? What? Riveria asked, her expression a bit odd. Uncharacteristic of her. Let's go before he reacts, the dwarf warned in a low voice. Yes, it's our chance, needless to say, the little blonde boy agreed. And, like Belle, they left behind the tent in a dysfunctional Riveria. Meanwhile, on our protagonist's side. I'm glad to know you're okay, Belle sighed in relief, sitting on the floor. Yeah. I only hear a loud squeak every time someone screams, but other than that we're fine, Auka commented, massaging her forehead. Sorry. Finn and I talked about it. We came to the conclusion that it was most likely my fault. Apologetic, Belle apologized. How could it be your fault? The dungeon is a pit where anything can happen, and any living being has the ability to kill you. It was just bad luck. Welf tried to reassure his friend, but to no avail. No. I'm serious. There's a chance the dungeon went crazy because of me. The seriousness with which he said it prevented others from calling him crazy. I see. Explain it to us then. The blacksmith sat down next to him, waiting for him to justify his theory. After giving him free entry, Belle recounted as briefly as possible the conversation he had a few moments before his visit. In it, he emphasized his experiences at the beginning of his adventure in the dungeon and how it unleashed more and more monsters with the use of his healing. They intuited, thanks to Gareth's thinking, that this was the trigger for the situation with the Goliath, which, if not for Aiz and Tiona, would have been fatal. That's why I apologize. It's my fault they could have lost their lives. It's all my arrogance and ego. Bowing an apology, Belle lamented from the depths of his being. I'll get you out of here, and after that, I'll understand if you don't want us to team up again, he added, a bit discouraged since for the first time he had companions to have adventures with. He'd been excited all night by the idea, and within a day, he was in danger. Belle somberly looked at him with some sadness. Boy, raise your head, Auka asked. Yes. Belle Dono. We became adventurers knowing the risks involved. Don't apologize for something we chose. Mikoto smiled at him, trying to calm him down. It's true. Besides, you didn't know that would happen. Don't blame yourself. Chigusa also offered words of support. The illusion returned to the white-haired man's scarlet eyes as they became crystalline. See? Nobody hates you or anything. It'll be a pleasure to continue being with you as a team. Welf gave her a thumbs up as he ruffled her hair with his free hand. Tears of relief formed in the young man. For the first time, he could say he'd made friends. And some very good friends at that. Let's have many adventures together, he said while containing his joy. Seconds passed until they burst into the tent. Hey Belle, are you free? Finn asked when he knew that the boy hadn't finished visiting his classmates yet. Finn? Yes. I'm free. What do you need? The boy stood up and walked over to the hobbit. Actually, I'm not the one looking for you, he replied at the same time as he was pushed. Kid, I want to duel you. The challenge came from Gareth. Belle was in shock. Excuse me? He thought he heard wrong. Somewhere in Riviera. Lord Gareth, I'm not sure I can provide the fight you expect. Belle lay face to face with the dwarf in the middle of a small plain in the thick forest of the safe zone. Calm down, I'll moderate my strength. Besides, it's unarmed. You don't have to be scared, he said as he stretched his arms and legs. Don't believe him. Go all out from the start. He doesn't know anything like level 0 when it comes to training someone, advised the captain of the Loki family. Help me, the white-haired man asked, without anyone hearing his prayer. I won't be very fast, but I assure you that your blows will be nothing more than a tickle on my body, said the opponent on duty in a threatening tone. Belle inhaled, mentally preparing himself. Fine. I'll do my best, he said, clenching his fists and preparing for their friendly fight. That's the spirit. However, you need more than that, the dwarf opined. The fight starts in 3. Finn would be the referee. Hey, where did the girls go? Auka asked. They're supposed to have accompanied Loki's girls, Tsubaki, and that girl from the Hermes family. They mentioned bathroom and then rushed off to a lake they found, Welf replied, fully aware of the upcoming spectacle. I see, the member of the Take Mikazuchi family downplayed it. The countdown continued. Going all in from the start without using Argonaut against a level 6, they're asking too much of me. He grumbled internally. I don't see any openings in his guard. Have you by any chance fought someone as strong as me? Gareth wondered, finding no way to attack him. 1. Belle's heartbeat intensified as he was close to having a real fight against an opponent of such magnitude. Now. Zoom. As soon as the hobbit's lips closed, Belle's body disappeared from the sight of those present. There you are. Gareth shouted, who seemed to be the only one to notice the presence. 5. The white-haired man threw a punch with all his might directly at the dwarf's face. However, the dwarf easily blocked it with his forearm. He didn't even manage to move him. "You're fast. But like I told you, you need more," the opponent repeated. It was now his turn to attack. 5. A heavy fist headed for Belle's stomach. Crack. The ground split as soon as the knuckles hit a solid surface. "What the hell, he was inches away from me," Gareth was surprised when he missed his target. Instead, he hit the ground. Immersed in his thoughts, he perceived the sound of air being passed through on his left side. Ham. Another hit blocked. "It's too fast." That was the impression the young man left. The white blur is the only visible object on the battlefield. Except for the dwarf. 5. Ugh. A hook to the liver was received and it left him with some discomfort. "Ha ha 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 ha. I thought using 1/8 of my strength would be enough. You've exceeded my expectations, kid." Gareth's aura and frown changed. Belle kept running, looking for openings in the almost impenetrable defense. "An eighth of his power. I'm using all my strength and I can't move him," fear gripped Belle. Barrett's body swelled as did his muscles. Crack. "Damn," the boy complained, seeing a large fist coming dangerously close. "Ooh. Several trees behind him were torn to pieces. He barely managed to dodge it. Just the air pushed out by his punch shattered that part. Belle's eyes widened. However, it's not advisable to get distracted when facing an unstoppable force. "Focus, Belle," Finn warned him. Coming out of his shock, he looked for the dwarf and was surprised by the closeness between them. "Isn't it supposed to be slow?" he complained about the short time it took for the distance to close. "Attack, you damn child." Ha 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 ha. At least one of them was having fun. "Damn it." He barely reacted, moving out of the way. Crash. The large rock shattered into many residual stones. Crash. 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 "Stop running. Can't you beat this, old man?" he asked, his energy at 100%. "Of course not. That's why I didn't want to fight." The boy's spirit trembled. "You will run away just because a stronger rival is in your way. Where's that hero wannabe brat?" Gareth taunted him. Belle gritted his teeth in fury. A hero wouldn't run away. He would fight head-on. The provocation continued. "So you think it seemed to have an effect on the boy?" He clenched his fists. "When an opponent thinks he's won, that's when he's most vulnerable, don't forget that." A piece of advice came back to him. He stopped running and stood in front of him. Though unexpected, the smile was not long in coming from the rival. "A hero faces things head-on, doesn't he?" Belle's arrogance made the dwarf uncomfortable. The tension was such that even the spectators had their hair on end. An interesting expression from Belle made it clear to everyone that he was serious. "Come for me," Gareth challenged him. The muscles throughout his body tensed. He took small steps forward. Waiting. Until. 5. He pushed off with both legs, destroying the ground he had previously been standing on. "I watched everything in slow motion. I've got you." The opponent was the only one without any difficulty. "Very brave or stupid to attack a shield from the front," he sneered. There was no room for doubt in this blow. "Now," the dwarf shouted, shaking his fist for Belle to receive. The distance was shortened. The air, thanks to the friction of their bodies, increased its temperature. One-hit wonder. Belle's left fist was raised alongside the dwarf's right. Two forces would collide. One would win. "Are you planning to measure your strength against me?" Idiot, Gareth thought. The centimeters were reduced dramatically. The heat from both extremities could already be felt on the other side. If everything goes as planned, Belle would be shot backwards as he could not withstand the impact. "Ah!" A scream released all of Belle's energy and strength and. But the buck. Gareth watched as Belle's body ducked before hitting him. Boom. Everything in front of the compressed air bomb exploded. He lowered his head in search of the boy and a pair of knuckles brought them close to his face. "Gospel," the boy whispered. A shiver ran down both of their spines. "How do you know that word?" he thought. His heavy body did not allow him to react. 5. The direct uppercut to the chin. 5. 5. 5. The echo resounded. The face of the attacked was pushed back. Belle's body was lifted so high that his legs lost their footing. The shock waves stirred the leaves, stones and hair of those who were merely watching the fight. The hobbit was very impressed. The direct hit, change of direction in a split second, he whispered. "A level 6 an adventurer without a Falna. I managed to hit it. I didn't think it would work," he said to himself, gasping for air from exhaustion. He distanced himself from Gareth's motionless body. "Belle is your name, right?" he asked. The head returned to its original position. A stream of blood was coming out of his lip. "This looks bad," Finn said. "Is that a red flag?" Auka asked. Crimson Welf answered. "Don't do anything stupid, Gareth," the hobbit warned, running to stop him. You're impressive, kid, although you should know that dwarves shouldn't be made angry, he whispered, and in less than a microsecond. Hua. He had an attack. His legs left the ground and he flew away from there. You are very impulsive, the hobbit reproached him. But his anger subsided, he reacted. Where did the brat go? He asked, looking around in all directions. Hopefully not far from here, the captain replied. Scene change. With the girls at the lake. It's beautiful. Mikoto said with stars in her eyes. Sure. They're not hot springs, but they work for me, he added. Really comfortable. Lily let herself be carried away by the pleasant sensation. Lucky you found this place, Tiona. I didn't want to smell bad around the captain, Tyan said, taking off her clothes. Are you sure you want to join us in this bath, Riveria-sama? Lafia asked her teacher. Yes. I need a bath. I want to relax. I haven't had a good night's sleep in the last few days, and both Finn and Gareth aren't helping matters. Stress emanated from her body as she frowned. Lafia didn't know why this was happening and didn't want to investigate. Hey Tsubaki, are you ready? When Bed and Raoul return with the antidotes, we'll continue the expedition, Tiona asked the captain of the Hephaestus family. Yes. You tell us when we leave, he replied, soaking his legs and slowly the rest of his body. The water feels great, the Oriental declared with her blushed cheeks and a face of delight. Yes, beside him, Chigusa agreed. Alicia, why are you so quiet? Lafia asked her elf companion. It's nothing, he replied, looking away. I can't tell him I thought that boy was cute, he'll yell at me, and I don't know why, she said to herself. Suspicious, said the orange-haired elf. Asfi, won't you accompany us on the expedition? Riveria asked. I'm sorry, Riveria-sama. My god simply sent me to give you a warning about a sensitive matter regarding what happened at the Magic Stone Refinery, replied the light blue-haired girl. She stood next to the jade-haired elf, soaking her hair in the water with a slight dip. You keep fighting with him because he asks you for impossible things, isn't that true? Riveria noticed the tiredness in her body. Yes, it's frustrating, but good god in its own way, she replied, not so convinced. Aiz. Would you lend me the book Argonaut-kun gave you when you finish reading it? I was looking at the Argonaut's book and it's a very different story. I think it's an older version than the one I read. There must be more to it. The youngest of the Amazon sisters was immediately overcome with excitement. Why yes. Just take good care of him, I promised, Belle the blonde replied. Her blush at calling him by his first name, even though he wasn't present, was no small feat. Did that human give you a book, Miss Aiz? Lafia claimed. Me too. Tiona stood up from the water with her characteristic energy. You just met. Isn't he flirting with you? He questioned them. Curiously, more than one person was left thinking about that possibility. Riveria. Alicia. Oh, no. You might be wondering why Tiona didn't think about it. Simple. I wouldn't mind if that were the case. A silly giggle came from her as soon as she finished her confession. I doubt that's the case. He doesn't look like someone who flirts with any girl who crosses his path, Riveria spoke. Why does Riveria-sama defend him? Lafia asked. Because it's rude to tell someone off, the elf justified herself. I think it's cute, Alice declared. You too, Alice. The orange-haired elf walked towards her friend. I'm just giving my opinion. Shouted the elf who mentioned the above as she ran away from her friend. Aren't I the only one who feels this way? Riveria and Aiz thought simultaneously. Who are you talking about? I feel out of context, Tsubaki whispered to Tyan. From the boy who fought the Minotaur at Babel. We found him near here. A Goliath attacked them, the Amazon replied. The Goliath? Isn't it supposed to have been defeated already? Asfi was surprised, since it should take at least a few weeks for him to regenerate. Well, you see, Tyan downplayed it. Wait. Is this the boy who refused to join your family? Did he reach the 18th floor? What level is it? Herrera continued with her doubts. Actually, she doesn't have a level. I heard she doesn't have any Falna by choice, Asfi answered the dwarf's question. I ran into him once. At first glance, he doesn't look intimidating, but Hermes-sama told me to keep an eye on him. He might surprise me, though I don't understand how, the light blue-haired girl added. The day's discussion focused on one person. Belle. They recounted what they knew about him. I heard that he took some children to the Lady of Plenty, Tiona revealed. Children? The vice-captain of the Loki family and the Sword Princess felt a chill run through their bodies. I don't think they're her children, silly. From what I understand, they're orphans from an orphanage on Daedalus Street. She bought them dinner and has bought a lot of food every day. I suppose she gives it to the little ones. The Amazon added her opinion on the matter. A relief not visible to others was reflected in Tiona, Aiz and Riveria. Lafia and Alicia listened attentively. He helps children and takes care of them, he's a very kind person, Alicia was moved. Maybe it's not as bad as I think, the orange-haired girl commented to herself. Belle Dono is a kind person. I assure you, Makoto said. He helped us in the dungeon even though we hadn't known each other for long. If it weren't for him, we would have died, Chigusa added to the previous comment. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have gotten into that mess, but details. It was his fault though, the hobbit thought as she laughed uncomfortably. A guy like that sounds unreal, Tsubaki expressed. He's not like any other adventurer. They're usually selfish or have a goal of that nature. Belle, he's different, Riveria smiled as she said this, her cheeks flushing. Yes. He's not like everyone else, he wants to be a hero, the golden-haired girl had the same reaction when talking about him. Argonaut is great, even Tiona was lost inside herself just remembering him. Hey, don't you hear a scream? Tsubaki called their attention. Yes. It's coming from above. They all raised their heads in search of what was making the sound and saw a white blur falling at high speed. What is it, they asked at the same time until Anya. Splash. Something fell into the depths of the lake and raised a lot of water. Ouch, I feel my breakfast being pushed up, said the boy with his eyes closed and both hands grabbing his abdomen. He said he wouldn't be serious, and yet he did it, he added. Argonaut-kun. Tiona spoke. What? Belle turned around when that nickname was said. The drops of water fell like rain. When they stopped, he saw the compromising situation he'd gotten himself into. Belle was shocked. Do you also want to take a bath with us, Argonaut-kun? The Amazon asked. Is that him? He looks really cute, Tyan said. Asfi covered herself with a rock. Lafia dove into the water just like Alicia. Aiz and Riveria covered themselves with their hands. Chigusa, Makoto and Lily hid behind a tree. Tsubaki didn't care. She wouldn't waste her relaxing moments just to be seen naked. Please ignore Hermes in the tree. I hope Wattpad doesn't censor the chapter because of the image. But with his face completely red, Belle stammered something. Belle the blonde and her mother named him. He turned around and found the figure of both beauties just a few meters from where he fell. At that very moment, his heart rate matched the nickname that bothered him so much. They blushed because they were stared at as they were born. However, something was crucial to their not reacting badly. He didn't look at them with any kind of dangerous intention. Not with lust. Not with a desire of a hexual nature. He did it with admiration. As if they were considered a beauty beyond this world. The white-haired man swallowed as he regained his composure. If he wanted to, he would spend all his time in the world in the lake with such a spectacular view. However, his survival instinct warned him to flee. But his words wouldn't come out. Tiona tilted her head, not caring about being seen naked. Sorry. He shouted, and surprisingly, he walked on the water and propelled himself with it. He headed deeper into the forest. He focused his chakra on the soles of his feet. I won't let you escape, damn human. Lafia dressed quickly. She chased him with her staff while reciting dozens of spells. Belle is a pervert, Aiz felt disappointed. No. There must be an explanation, Riveria denied that possibility. Riveria-sama is right. I doubt anyone would fall from the sky just from seeing us naked. It must have been bad luck, Alicia agreed with her teacher. Who's going after Lafia for now? She's really keen to kill him for this, Tiona asked, seeing many trees being cut down in the distance. I won't be able to get married anymore, Asfi lamented. Her naked body was seen by a man. According to legend, you should only show it to your soulmate. Hence her sadness. No way, I'll have to marry the rabbit, there's no other way. As they were dressing, they heard two familiar voices in the distance. A few hours later. And that's what happened. These two fought. Gareth got angry at taking damage and sent him flying several meters. The fact that he landed where you were bathing is a mere coincidence, Finn concluded, pointing at the dwarf and the white-haired man who was tied and gagged upside down in a tree. Courtesy of Lafia. I told you there was an explanation, Riveria scolded her apprentice, approaching to help the white-haired man who was crying from helplessness. You owe him an apology. Both you and Gareth. She struck terror into the hearts of both defendants with the mere tone of her voice. Don't worry, Miss Riveria. I accepted the challenge. Besides, I think what Miss Lafia did is a normal reaction. Even if she wasn't planning on falling where you were bathing. I can't deny that I saw them, the white-haired man interrupted. Defending the dwarf and the elf. You're too kind, the blonde complained. I'm just being honest. Sorry if I made you uncomfortable, Belle replied. You don't. I kind of like that about you, he said, not realizing how compromising it was. He was the target of glances, he felt it. It's just a compliment. Why are you looking at me like that? He demanded. No. It's nothing, they diverted their attention. The elf retreated to her tent with flushed cheeks, leaving a confused boy. Okay. Let's go to dinner. Food's ready, they told the others. Yes. I'm starving. let's go, Argonaut-kun. Tiona ran over and grabbed Belle by the hand, dragging him to where they would eat. Wait, Tiona Aiz, she said, she wanted to eat with him too. She just stood there watching them walk away. He pouted at it. As everyone gathered around the campfire, they enjoyed their meal. Tiona and Belle chatted peacefully about many tales of heroes. Meanwhile, Riveria and Aiz were a little jealous of not being like that with that boy. Of course, neither of them would admit it. The former because she denies her feelings, and the latter knows nothing about love. The hours passed peacefully until it was time to rest. Belle, for his part, decided to take some time to explore the forest and get to know the safe zone on the 18th floor better. During a night walk he came to a mountain where the view was simply wonderful. I can't believe this is a dungeon. There are so many crystals covering the ceiling that if someone told me it was the starry sky, I'd believe it, he opined. He lay down on the grass and enjoyed the silence. Did you think I'd get this far, Grandpa? She asked the air, remembering the moments she'd shared with him. Sadness appeared within him. Stepmother, uncle, I truly hope, with all my heart, that I can make them proud of me, he whispered with a broken voice. I still haven't gotten over what the Argonaut taught me. Their lives were altered by my mere existence. Even you lost your immortality so that I could live, grandfather. Tears flowed slowly. I know I said I'd fulfill my destiny, my dream, but I'd give it up if it meant having them with me again, he added, wiping his eyes with his shirt sleeve. I really miss you. Uncle Zald's food. Grandpa's tales. My stepmother Alfia's training and pampering. My happy birthday next to you. When we were a happy family. He took a short break. Will I be able to live up to your expectations? That final question wasn't just for his deceased relatives. It was also for the heroes within his soul. Although I have to admit I was glad to see my mom for the first time. She's just as I imagined her. But it's a little cruel that the only time I saw her was the day she died, at least in my dreams. I'll be able to be with her and with you. A memory appeared when she closed her eyes. Elia may be a happy life. Crack. The sound similar to that of a branch being broken was heard a few meters away from him. He was put on alert. Who's there? He asked, taking up his short sword. He stood up and the fluttering of the leaves told him that the thing was approaching. Belle aimed his gun, ready to attack if necessary. Ah. I was just looking for a place to see the crystals. A familiar voice complained. Lafia. The white-haired man recognized the orange-haired elf. As she left the forest, the elf also noticed the boy's presence. Why of all people am I running into you? He complained angrily. I'm sorry. Belle apologized instinctively. Let's be clear. Maybe it wasn't your fault at the lake, but I don't know why something tells me you're a pervert. Lafia grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. I don't know how to answer that. The white-haired man decided not to provoke her. He clicked his tongue and let it go. An awkward silence ensued. This Lafia. If my presence bothers you, I have no problem leaving, he said to the elf. She turned to look at him. She could see on him certain traces of dried tears and an expression full of sadness and melancholy. Let's just say this softened his heart. I can't take over the whole mountain. Besides, you got here first, he replied. So he didn't know whether to stay by her side or if he would leave. Just sit down. It drives me crazy how slow you are, she replied, pulling him down by the arm. He sat down. They both looked at the sky with admiration. With tranquility. The part of Lafia wanted to ask him what happened and start crying. The other part was fighting back, telling him it was none of his business and he didn't care. In the end the first one won. It's not that I want to pry into your life, you're not obligated to answer me, but why are you here? He began with that question. If I let him in, he'd raise the level of the questions. I don't know. I actually just found this beautiful view, he replied, turning to his right side. Their eyes met. I wanted to be alone, the orange-haired elf explained her reason. There was something about the boy that inspired her to tell him. Maybe it's because he doesn't seem like someone who would make fun of someone else's grief. She's a little sunshine. If you ask someone a question with the goal of getting to know them better, the least you should do is provide them with similar information. What's the reason for that, Miss Lafia? Belle now asked the question. She sighed and her ears drooped. I feel weak, like I don't belong to my family, I can't be of any use, and I caused them a lot of trouble, he expressed his concerns. Weak? You? I've heard of you. You're a level 4 adventurer. And one of the most promising mages in Arario. If you think you're weak, I can't imagine those beneath you, Belle replied. He couldn't believe what he heard. And even though I'm all those people saying things, I feel useless. I want to help my family have some recognition. She hugged her legs and rested her forehead on her knees. Small tears trickled down her cheekbones. I don't believe that about you, said the boy. She looked at him. If someone goes to such lengths to protect their family, to seek recognition, they definitely can't be dismissed as useless, he added. Belle, her cheeks blushed. Keep trying. Fight for your goal, and the rest will come on its own. However, I have no doubt that just seeing the effort you put into your dream will make your loved ones proud. Sometimes the journey is more important than the destination. The words of support were given, ending with a sweet smile that dispelled the elf's doubts. Yes. You're right. The emotion returned to her body and she smiled back. Linda, before the elf's gesture, Belle could only express that word. Did you say something, Belle? She tilted her head. It's nothing. I'm glad we're already walking on the right foot, Miss Lafia, he replied while scratching his neck and laughing. True, but I still don't trust you. And the atmosphere faded. I'll do my best to make you trust me, Miss Lafia. Belle played along. I hope so, he replied to the elf. They both looked at each other and laughed. I think we should go back. We'll worry the others if we disappear for too long, Belle commented, standing up and extending his hand. Imagine Lafia is sitting on grass. Lafia looked at him strangely. Belle noticed and retracted his hand. Sorry, I forgot you don't like being touched, he whispered. The girl simply ignored that rule and took the boy's palm. Not all elves have that rule. You've proven to me that you're at least not a perverted and depraved person. I'll give you that privilege, she commented as she was lifted up. Come on, Lafia, said the white-haired man, moving forward. Yes, Belle, replied the elf. Maybe it's just me, he's not a bad person. That was her thought as she watched him walk away. I'm glad, she said in a low voice with her cheeks flushed. As they were about to enter the forest, something stopped them in their tracks. An explosion. Ooh. They saw where it came from. From the crystal sky. Large chunks of it fell to the ground and… It can't be, Belle said. What? What can't it be? Lafia asked. Unexpectedly, a gigantic body fell from above. Phew. The ground shook. Some screams were even heard. It's the Goliath. No, this one is different, fear filled their bodies as they recognized the monster. We have to tell the others. Lafia pulled him into camp. Brah. The beast let out a scream that reached the ears of the adventurers who were floors away from the 18th. The place turned red. And if that weren't enough, gigantic plants began to emerge from the ground. Violas are their names. Near where Goliath fell, two women were waiting. I'll finish you off, Arya. A penetrating look came from the first of them. The other was limited to killing the poor adventurers who were unlucky enough to find themselves near the city. Crack. The skull was crushed by a stomp. How much longer will it take for the real rivals? These things aren't even good for warming up, Valletta was desperate. Meanwhile, far away from the 18th floor. Ahahahaha. I knew the dungeon wouldn't stand idly if a god released his arcanum inside it. Thanatos mocked. Let's see what your children do against those two, the Violas and that irregular Goliath. Loki. Anya was having fun. SS. The feelings of an elven princess without a kingdom. A few chapters ago. Oh, by the way, Miss Shakti, Miss Riveria, the white-haired man named both women, making them turn around at the same time. My grandfather told me that a woman brings out her beauty when she smiles. You are a clear example of that. If it doesn't bother you, I think you should do it more, Belle told them bluntly, with great purity in his words, but slightly blushing. Huff. Smoke began to rise from both of their heads, and a scarlet color like Belle's eyes flooded both of their cheeks. Finn stared at Riveria while trying not to laugh. I never thought I'd see you like this, blushing from a compliment, the hobbit thought as he covered his mouth with his hand. Thanks, they both said as they were pulled out of the room by Finn. And just like that, the door was closed. Outside Belle's room. Hey. You can come in now, Finn told the Hephaestus family blacksmith who also wanted to see the white-haired man. I'm going. Thank you very much, the Redeed thanked her as he walked through the door. Well, I have to go. I'll inform Ganesha, Sama. Shakti commented with some difficulty and ducking her head so as not to be seen while she walked away at great speed. Okay, that was weird, Finn said about the reaction of the captain of the aforementioned god's family. He watched her from a distance without realizing that the woman at his side was suffering from the same symptoms. Turning towards her, he noticed it. Riveria. Are you feeling okay? He asked, noticing the pale, white skin of her cheeks. Riveria didn't answer. She simply remained silent. What did I miss? Thought the hobbit. In the Twilight Mansion. They both returned from the Die Insect family home after their brief visit, during which they were able to learn a little more about the boy who was growing by leaps and bounds. His feats were no small feat. Enter the dungeon without a Falna and return without any visible wounds. Having absurd luck and speed to be able to meet the Jackbird, obtaining his item valued at 1 million Valis. And if that weren't enough, just a few hours ago he killed a Minotaur classified as a level 3. He didn't let anyone get hurt and the damage was kept to a minimum. In addition to having such a strong ability that increases their capabilities. It's as if a spirit had signed a contract, but those days had passed. No spirit known in the world had ever performed such a feat. Let me see if I understand. He doesn't even know why he's so strong, yet he still risks his life for others, am I right? Loki asked as a recap. More words. Fewer words, Finn replied. Yufufu. That child is very interesting, I really want him in my family. A smile full of malice appeared on the goddess. I don't think it would be right to force him, Loki. I understand the risk of Freya-sama taking it, however, if that situation arises, there's nothing we could do, the hobbit commented, holding his chin. I know. I'm not like that nymphomaniac or that perverted Apollo, the Redeed said, sighing heavily. I do have one more question, though, he added. Which would it be? The captain of the family asked. Why is my Riveria like this? He claimed intensely while pointing at the woman he named. The elf sat with her staff resting on her thighs, her gaze lowered, paying no attention to the conversation. It was unusual for her, knowing beforehand that she could even identify certain behaviors in people due to her natural elven nature. She's been like this since they got back. Lost in her thoughts and unresponsive, Gareth opined, waving his hand back and forth in front of the blonde's face. Riveria. Loki shouted. What? This brought her out of her trance, and she repositioned herself. You're finally reacting. Finn declared with a mocking smile. When did we get back? He asked. Riveria, are you feeling okay? You're completely red. The dwarf's concern was not for less. Red? Me? He began to touch his face and felt the heat emanating from that area. You'd better go get some rest. We'll take care of today's chores. Finn extended his hand for her to get up and go to her room. But I feel fine, he answered. Feeling and being okay are two completely different things, Gareth replied. She sighed heavily. I'll take you at your word. He didn't argue any further and listened to them. The door closed behind her, leaving Loki, Finn and Gareth alone. Okay. We all think the same, right? Loki broke the ice. Yes. We seem to be in sync, replied the hobbit. The high elf Riveria, princess of the elves, said the dwarf. Acting like a girl in love, they said in unison. But who would be capable of such a feat? If in 99 years they haven't shown any kind of interest of that kind in any man or woman, and I've tried many times, Loki wondered, remembering the millions of beatings his daughter gave him for crossing the line. This started when a hint came to Finn's head. A malicious smile appeared on his face. Yufufu. You know something, don't you? Tell me and I'll finish that bastard. I won't give him my Riveria. Loki approached the hobbit with murderous intent. Indeed. We've been talking about him all this time, the little boy replied. Don't tell me the boy. The Redeed opened her eyes. Ha 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 ha. The old lady likes young people. Gareth mocked outrageously. Unforgivable, I won't give him, Mom. The goddess's anger was immense. It's not as if that decision is up to you, the hobbit said. Ha 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 ha. The dwarf continued laughing incessantly. So you like minors, Riveria? Finn also mocked, although a part of him felt he was being hypocritical. They both left their goddess's room, leaving her in shock and standing. They also agreed to subtly tease her until it stopped being fun. Meanwhile, in Riveria's room. She lay face up in her bed, one of her arms draped over her forehead, her eyes staring up at the ceiling. What's wrong with me, he asked himself. She closed her eyes, falling asleep quickly until an image appeared. This woke her up suddenly. Why can't I stop seeing him even in my dreams? She became agitated, her eyes turning into swirls as her breathing became labored. It can't be just because he called me pretty, she whispered. Although it's the first time someone treats me so naturally, he added. They're usually too polite to me. I came to Arario to leave all that behind, however, they remind me of that life I left behind. His spirits fell. I want to be Riverial Joe's Alf or 9 hell, no Princess Riverial Joe's Alf. What's the worst thing you can do when someone has left their old life? Simple. Remind them every day. She wanted to leave that life. Start from scratch. But that intention he arrived in Arario. That's why she became an adventurer. However, to everyone she was simply the princess of a kingdom. Minimizing all her efforts and reducing her to a title she didn't choose to have. Until he came. That boy who didn't care who he was before. And? Because of its ability to detect lies. He knew that the compliment he had given was expressed with complete sincerity. Without a feeling of lust preceding it. Simple and pure true. Who are you, bellcranel? He asked himself, closing his eyes and continuing with his dream. And he smiled with complete serenity. A happy dream from what can be interpreted. SS. The feeling of a sad vigilante. A few chapters ago. Oh, by the way, Miss Shakti, Miss Riveria, the white-haired man named both women, making them turn around at the same time. My grandfather told me that a woman brings out her beauty when she smiles. You are a clear example of that. If it doesn't bother you, I think you should do it more, Belle told them bluntly, with great purity in his words, but slightly blushing. Huff. Smoke began to rise from both of their heads, and a scarlet color like Belle's eyes flooded both of their cheeks. Finn stared at Riveria while trying not to laugh. "I never thought I'd see you like this," blushing from a compliment, the hobbit thought as he covered his mouth with his hand. "Thanks," they both said as they were pulled out of the room by Finn. And just like that, the door was closed. Outside Belle's room. Shakti was still in shock over this. The compliment took her by surprise, and she's not used to receiving them. The captain of the Ganesha family. Despite being a beautiful woman, she isn't so famous for that appearance. Great tamer. Reliable. A strong sense of justice. She could be recognized by many things before her beauty. However, even she, being who she is glad that someone noticed that and recognized her as a strong woman. Belle, that little boy with delusions of being a hero, reminded him too much of the person he loved with all his heart. His adorable sister. The blue-haired girl's heart felt a suffocating pressure when the figure of the aforementioned woman crossed her mind. His heart rate became irregular. Well, I have to go. I'll inform Ganesha Sama, Shakti commented with some difficulty and ducking her head so as not to be seen while she walked away at great speed. Tears leaked out and the pain intensified. Why did that little boy remind her so much of Artie? Was it his smile? His childlike attitude? That they both had a desire to be heroes? Or something else? She headed to her headquarters still in that state. He resumed his serious attitude, swallowing back the bundle of nerves that wanted to come out. Her mission was simple and mattered more than herself. Inform your god. Protect people. After all. If I didn't do it, more people could die. To have the same fate as her sister. She wants a world where children can grow up and be happy. That was Artie's dream and now it's yours. Headquarters of the Ganesha family. He conversed with the god of the same name, discussing the details of what had happened at Babel. She spoke with wonder and a sparkle in her eyes when referring to Belle. Inside her, something like pride in someone else came to the surface. So much so that not even Ganesha interrupted her with his now well-known, "I am Ganesha." And he defeated the Minotaur, he saved the civilians, since the monster focused only on him he was a hero. Ganesha Sama, he finished with a smile full of satisfaction. Understood. That's impressive. He replied in his typical outrageous tone of voice. If that's all. I'll be leaving, the blue-haired woman added with a small bow to her god. I'm Ganesha. Thank you so much for everything. He puffed out his chest and returned the gesture. She went out and headed to stand guard in the city as was her daily routine. Ganesha saw her leave from the window where he lived. Little one, it still hurts, don't try to be strong with me, the god thought with a sad expression. The gods, most of them, feel a strong attachment to their children. He understood Shakti's pain because it also came to him when he didn't feel Artie's Falna on that fateful day. She even remembers crying and wondering if she could have really done more for her family. However, he vowed not to allow the dark ages to repeat themselves in Arario. So many good adventurers. Children. Civilians. Many innocent people, full of dreams and hopes, died at the hands of evilists before his eyes. They slipped away like the sand you scoop up with your hands. It doesn't matter how much you want to collect. It doesn't matter if most of it stays in your palms. Always. There will be particles that will fall off you. You can't save everyone. Not without the necessary strength. And neither Shakti nor anyone else had it when it was most needed. On Shakti. She walked with her usual expression. On his face was a mask that showed everyone serenity and calm. If the protectors of Arario were disturbed, how would those who were meant to be protected feel? She walked and walked to a destination unknown to those who saw her pass by. The minutes passed. His concentration was focused on his goal. Night was approaching. The sun's rays shone less and less. But still she continued. He crossed a rock bridge and advanced until he reached a piece of marble embedded in the ground. Standing there, he bowed. "Hi Artie, it's been a few days," he greeted. "Wait, Artie, isn't she supposed to have passed away?" "It is indeed true. Shakti's sister has been dead for several years now. Therefore, that place was a cemetery." The blue-haired girl removed the dead waves that lay on top of her sister's resting place. He lit a couple of candles that remained at the side of the tombstone, and an explosion of emotions arose from nowhere. Her tears flowed with no intention of stopping anytime soon. "I've been doing my job, saving people, protecting them so they're safe, so they feel safe," he said, his voice breaking. "Remember that rookie I told you about? The one who looks like a rabbit," he added with a small giggle as he wiped the moisture from his cheekbones with his forearm. "He saved many people from a minotaur, can you believe it?" His words weren't empty, he became a hero. He was nicknamed the hero of Babel, Shakti continued. "I have to admit that he reminds me of you, you're both equally childish and have the same attitudes. If they had met, they would surely get along." Shakti's spirits fell even further. "I don't know why, but so much similarity between them terrifies me. Because if I were to die it would be like seeing you die again. I want to protect him. The captain of the Ganesha family expressed her wish. He admitted it without any shame. She didn't want that pure boy to die at anyone's hands. I wouldn't lose Artie again. As he continued speaking, a blue butterfly approached his position. She saw it fly and flutter. He lost himself in the beauty of such a specimen. It came closer and closer until it landed on his nose. Shakti did nothing to push her away. The feeling that little insect brought him was a peace he hadn't felt in a long time. He just smiled and remembered the white-haired man. "Who are you, bellcranel?" he wondered, closing his eyes. After Belle flooded her mind, the butterfly took off and flew away, disappearing from Shakti's sight. As a sign that it was time to let go of the past. "Because you must think about the future." The woman stood up, said goodbye to her sister, and continued her patrol, her confidence returning. The feelings of an abandoned cat. A few chapters ago. "Why, you are a really cheerful person," Belle said, feeling the presence of that girl very close. "Yes, Naya, it's my way of being," Naya, she answered without any doubt. "Although sometimes they say, Naya, that I'm annoying and stupid for being like that, Naya," she added, lowering her ears. "There's nothing wrong with that," Belle interrupted. "Naya?" she asked. "If that's how you feel happy, if that's your true self, you shouldn't be afraid to show it to people. We should be proud of who we are, after all, there will always be people who like you. Personally, I'm a loyal fan of the happy Anya, so don't pay attention to the criticism," the boy added to his previous words, smiling tenderly at her. It's a smile that warms anyone's hearts. "Belle," Naya, she named, feeling her heart rate increase. But Anya, at night. After the white-haired man's visit to the Lady of Plenty. Anya was lying in her bed, apparently asleep. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as his breathing became labored. A bad dream, apparently. But how bad must it be for him to have such an extreme reaction in his body? Simple. For someone who has had a bad time all his life. Someone who, at a young age, lost those who were supposed to guide her in life. His parents. The memories of that are blurry. Pain. Llamas. Ashes. Alone with no one to extend a hand to her. Or at least that's what some people would think. However, she had someone who supported her and helped her through that difficult situation. Her brother, Alan Frummel. Both of them, having lost their parents and any close adult who could care for them, had to fend for themselves. Alan was the one who fought the hardest. Sacrificed. All to protect his little sister. That's how their days together were. His brother was lost with the passing of time, wandering towards a better destiny. That smiling little boy was fading away. Anya struggled to get it back. I wanted him back. However, she didn't understand that he did it for her. He must have grown up quickly to protect her. Be strong. Because losing his sister would be losing himself. One day she arrived. Freya-sama. Who, for some reason unknown to them, brought them into his family, even though the Frummel brothers were not renowned people, much less adventurers. Maybe, just maybe, he saw strength within them. The years that followed were an even greater hell than the one she had experienced since her life changed after the destruction of her village. Constant struggles. Alan and she did nothing but fight. Anya had to watch her brother get lost and drift away. She tried to get him back, but he wasn't hers anymore. He was no longer the same. Now it belonged to Freya. His mind. His body. She felt confined. Abandoned. "Go away, abandoned cat," 4 hobbits told her with a look that reflected a deep disgust for the catgirl. "Ani-chan. Please don't leave me, Naya. I'll be stronger, Naya. I promise, Naya." "But Naya, please, please, Naya, stay with me, Naya," Anya cried from the floor. His legs were shaking. The pain intensified. Only her brother's words would save her. I wanted to see him again. Hug him again. To tell him that everything would be okay. However, when Alan approached her. It was the opposite of what I expected. He received no peace of mind. He received no help. Not a shred of support. Instead. "Go away, useless, you only hold us back and prevent us from fulfilling the mission that Freya-sama ordered us to," said the catman with the same expression as the hobbits before. Anya's heart broke. I couldn't speak. I couldn't express a word. I watched him walk away. An abandoned cat. Maybe those little ones were right. That was what it was. The only person she had left her to her fate. From there arose the hatred for their goddess despite belonging to their family. He decided not to return. He wandered aimlessly around Arario. Until an acquaintance of hers reached out and gave her a place where she could feel loved again. Mamma mia. However, the wounds did not heal. His cheerful humor was nothing more than a facade behind which he hid his pain. All smiles. Every word. Every reaction. They were just lies. No one would want her if she showed her true colors. A soul immersed in sadness. Who cried and had nightmares every day. And today was no exception. Ani-chan, Anya whispered as her tears spilled. Sorry. Sorry, Nya. The image of Alan abandoning her was repeated every night. He couldn't get used to it. The pain felt did not diminish. This is the life of an abandoned cat. Largate, useless. He woke up suddenly after this. She was agitated and her tail was bristling. He sat on the side of his bed, hugging his legs. Again Nya, she complained, while crying. His knees became damp as he buried his face in them. Nobody Nya, nobody loves me Nya. I'm alone Nya. I'm useless Nya. The insults against him continued without any intention of stopping. Anya hated herself. He hated himself for not being able to fight and get his brother back. His only family. A few words echoed in his head. If that's how you feel happy, if that's your true self, you shouldn't be afraid to show it to people. We should be proud of who we are. After all, there will always be people who like you. Personally, I'm a loyal fan of the happy Anya, so don't pay attention to the critics. Those words that a certain rabbit gave him with total sincerity. Those that hit your heart with a warm feeling. But you allowed her to show a true smile after a long time. You're a fan Nya of a fake Anya Nya, he lamented. Although Nya, it made me happy Nya that someone told me that Nya, she added with a small smile. Thinking about Belle, for some reason, calmed her. Little by little he closed his eyes from tiredness. I would go back to sleep. That momentary calm would disappear as soon as her eyes closed, and they did. Everything was dark. I was walking in the ruins. Without his brother. The lone and abandoned cat. Until someone took his hand. She raised her face to see him see her brother. However, it wasn't him. Come on Anya, everything will be okay, whispered the stranger, holding her gently. Belle Nya, the peace that simple smile transmitted, calmed her wounded heart. They both walked and the sky lit up with their steps. The cat girl looked at him with admiration. Her tears were flowing. I was happy. She, after so much, was happy. Even though it was a dream, joy flooded his being. The sadness faded away. Who Nya are you, Belle Nya Cranel, he wondered, closing his eyes and letting himself go. For the first time in many years he had a sweet dream. No nightmare. Chapter 12. Run. Belle shouted to Lafia as he pulled her by the arm to dive into the deep thick forest through which they had reached the cliff. Wait. The violas. The elf alerted when from deep within the ground, just a few centimeters away from them, large, plant-like monsters emerged in large numbers. Crack. 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 The ground was breaking up, sending rocks of different sizes flying in various directions. Those things were truly gigantic. The beasts let out a terrifying noise as soon as they came across two prey to attack, said roar chilled the blood of both adventurers. Lafia, what level are those monsters? Belle asked, wielding his sword with a trembling hand and holding the orange-haired girl with the other. You have to be level 4 to be able to stand up to them. No, even a level 4 would have trouble if they weren't prepared, the girl revealed. That was the answer the white-haired man feared. I can't fight. The battle against Lord Gareth was one thing, but this is something completely different. With any mistake I could die, he thought as he swallowed and tried to consider all the possible outcomes that could arise with a decision on his part. Not only did his life depend on the path he took, but Lafia's did too. He looked at his hand and it was still shaking. Lafia took steps back, closing the distance between the violas and them. Listen, I doubt I can fight those things and defeat them. That's why I'll need your help, Belle said without taking his eyes off his opponents. I help be, but the elf didn't look very sure. I'll stop them, I'll push them as far away from you as possible. You must finish them off using your magic. I'll give you time, the white-haired man explained. I don't know if it's enough. She had no confidence in herself. It was evident in her expressions, body language and her dejection every time the boy placed hope in her. You can do it, Thousand Elves. He named her with a nickname given by the gods, giving her a couple of simple but very important words. I can do it, he whispered. And now? Belle shouted, and in a split second he let go of her and gave her a slight push backward, away from him. His feet dug into the ground, pushing with every muscle fiber in his legs to prevent them from having time to react to the violas. 5. A strong blow was given to the side of the monster in front of him. 5. 5. 5. The young man moved quickly, at the same pace as in his fight against a dwarf of the Loki family. The monsters attacked from different directions, and he simply dodged each blow precisely. Otherwise, he'd likely be sent flying, and the whole plan would go down the drain. Slash. 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 Every blow he made was imbued with the maximum strength he could muster in his arms. The violas were receding, but had no apparent cuts or wounds. Belle's assumptions were correct. He didn't have enough power to cut them off or even cause anything other than delay. If I can use Argonaut, this would probably be over in a jiffy, but a memory of the talk he had with Finn, Riveria and Gareth flashed through the boy's mind. The dungeon is a body, and if it detects danger, it will launch its defense system. Currently, there is an irregular Goliath and dozens of monsters. I haven't moved a finger. It must be something else that awakened the dungeon's terror or someone. However, if I also use my ability, will monsters emerge? That doubt gnawed him and prevented him from thinking clearly. Damn it. He screamed when he realized that a viola had almost pierced his shoulder. Slash. Before it got close enough, he slashed upward, diverting the path of the root and leaping to the side. Slash. 5. I'm depending on Lafia, come on, you can do it. He dismissed any other thoughts that didn't involve fighting. For her part, the elf held her staff, her hands trembling and her heart beating rapidly. She was afraid. Afraid of ruining it and having that boy die. I won't fix anything if I just stand here. He was trying to convince himself. He opened his mouth slowly, trying to recite his chant. The words wouldn't come out. Lafia knew exactly what to say and in what order, but her voice didn't communicate what her mind was saying. Slash. Ham. Hhhhh. A moan of pain brought her out of her trance. Belle fell backward a few feet from his feet. Belle. She called him with concern. I'm fine. Do your part. I trust you. She replied, breathing heavily and standing up as if the blow hadn't hurt. Slash. Slash. He can't cut them, he's supposed to have defeated an irregular Minotaur, why doesn't he just finish them off? He noticed his partner was in serious trouble. No, it's not his fault, it's not his responsibility. I'm level 4, he doesn't have a Falna. I should be the one who musters up the courage. He frowned at the same time as a certain anger arose within him. It wasn't produced by Belle but by herself and her ineptitude. She complains about being weak, although she doesn't fight to silence the mouths that criticize her. He boasts of being superior to that boy he just met just because he is a higher level than him, but the one who stood up to the monsters was Belle. He closed his eyes and held his cane firmly. Proud warriors, archers of the forest. The words flowed at the rhythm set by his mind. Take your bows against the looters who invade us. An aura and magic circle surrounded her, lifting her hair and waving it like a flag. Answer the call of your brothers and prepare your arrows. Red glitter covered her completely. Slash. Belle dodged away from the viola's attack, which grazed his chest, cutting his shirt and leaving a trickle of blood running down it. It wasn't a deep wound, I can continue. He launched himself into a frontal attack again, the same constant since the confrontation began. Slash. Slash. A sound like flames burning intensely caught his attention, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed where it was coming from. You're amazing, Lafia. Without time to admire her, he continued with his own thing. Eye them with the flame, forest lights. The chant was coming to an end. Release them, the fire arrows of the fairies. The glow surrounding her was stored in the tip of the staff. Falling like rain, it burns the savages. He opened his eyes suddenly, and this gave him the signal Belle needed. All yours. He told her as he jumped backward, rising several meters into the air. In a split second everything stopped. The world moved at an extremely slow pace for the elf. He felt the power coursing through his body and storing itself in the staff. She had never felt so confident about launching an attack. Thanks, Belle, he thanked. He inhaled air until his lungs were completely full, preparing to finish off the monsters. He opened his mouth. And. Fusilade Falerica. He shouted so loudly that he felt his vocal cords tense. A sea of flames erupted from his staff, heading towards the plant beasts who were rendered inert. As if it were a missile, as soon as the magic came into contact with a solid object it exploded. From root to stem to flower, the violas burst into flames as they flew through the air and turned to ash. Belle landed on his feet beside Lafia. I did it, said the orange-haired girl, unable to believe it. You're amazing. You took them all out in one fell swoop. Belle praised her, his eyes sparkling, his face completely enraptured. The elf hugged him without caring about anything. Belle froze as he felt Lafia's face bury itself in his chest and her arms wrap around him completely. I did it. I did it. Thank you. Thank you. I was helpful, the girl cried with happiness. That's what she needed, someone who would trust her, someone who would flatter her when she did things right and not just point out her mistakes. No one ever believed in me, he whispered. The white-haired man stroked the girl's hair. The most important thing is to always believe in yourself, but a little help from others is a great blessing, he told her warmly, trying to comfort her. A lovely moment when they both grew closer to each other, however they didn't notice a small detail. Crack. The cliff where they lay was cracking. The structure was weakened by the magical attack, no, by the emergence of the violas, exactly at the point where said site separates from the rest of the mountain. Lafia, hold on tight. Belle said as his leg sank. The girl suddenly opened her eyes and felt like she was floating. I was falling from a great height. His previously serene demeanor was lost due to the fear emerging from deep within him. Laugh. His hand was grabbed tightly. Belle with teary eyes, she looked at the boy who was holding her. The other hand of the white-haired man was buried in the rock. Ugh. Belle complained as he felt the blood on his fingers. Her nails dug deep and spilled said red liquid, but that was the only thing that separated them from falling. Hold on. He ordered fiercely. The superhuman effort he was exerting to avoid falling caused pain in the joints and muscles of his upper limbs. Little by little he lifted the orange-haired woman's body, his objective was clear, he wanted her to return to the mountain. Ugh. In a quick movement he lifted her into the air. Phew. Ham. He was safe. Give me your hand, Belle. Without further ado she approached the boy and tried to help him up. He tried to take it, but his grip was lost. Scratch. The hand buried in the rocks that prevented him from falling slid a few inches lower. Belle. Lafia approached the cliff. Lafia. Go get help. The situation is far from over. They need your help. Belle shouted from his position. But she didn't want to abandon him. I don't matter right now. Go with them. Tell them someone caused a black Goliath and those violas to be here. Quickly. He ordered, without giving him time to express his disagreement. If he dies here your efforts will have been in vain, he added. Promise me you'll be okay. She begged with tears in her eyes. Scratch. I promise. He shouted as he fell from that height. Belle. Despair fell short compared to the elf's feeling when she saw him in free fall. But what could she do? Jump? Die too? That's something he wouldn't want. I have to go with Finn, I have to warn them. He quickly got up and ran down the hill towards his family's camp. Belle, on the other hand, was just inches away from smashing his face against the ground. Please let my guess be correct, he begged, closing his eyes and gritting his teeth. She felt branches and leaves breaking as her body moved. Some tore at her skin and clothes, others cut her face or tangled in her hair. Something told him he wasn't far from hitting the ground. He mentally prepared himself and… Splash. The sound of something penetrating the surface layer of liquid was the first thing to reach his ears, and suddenly they were flooded with water. Indeed, that luck is a damn bitch. The lake hidden among countless trees. Of all the places this lake could have been, it was right where he fell. However, that didn't stop him from taking any damage. 5. As he reached the deepest part of the water, his head hit solid rock. His vision turned red from the blood that flowed from his forehead as it combined with the liquid in the lake. His body felt light and his mind was fading. His eyelids drooped, closing his eyes. The RRRR. He released air and it formed bubbles that rose to the surface of the water. And he fainted. On Finn and the others' side, a few minutes earlier. Everyone to your places. Rescue the people in the city. An order to mobilize troops came from a small man with blonde hair. Finn. Lafia and Belle are nowhere to be seen. Alicia, a member of the Loki family, warned. Where the hell did they go? The hobbit complained while frowning. The vials are attacking. Stop them from getting close to the camp. That's practically our only defense. This time the voice that echoed in the area was that of Gareth, the dwarf vice captain of the aforementioned family. Good. The floor shook intensely, resembling a high-magnitude earthquake. Finn came out of his tent to see what it was and saw it. This must be a damn joke, he said in disbelief. A gigantic monster that he knew perfectly well was standing in the middle of the forest on the 18th floor. The Goliath, only this time it looked even larger than the previous ones, and this one was jet black. Thud. Repeated explosions destroyed the surroundings of the camp. Several members of the Loki family, as well as the Hephaestus family, Hermes family, and the Take-Mikazuchi family, were quickly subdued by the plant beast infestation. They circled them at high speed until… Storm. Ariel. Aiz's voice was heard by Finn. And in the blink of an eye, all the violas were smashed to pieces. Slash. The sword cut of the sword princess was so fine, exact and fast when it was enhanced by her magic Ariel. The monsters vanished, leaving smoke behind them. Finn. We're waiting for your instructions. Riveria spoke as she froze the rest of the monsters around her. We have to take down the Goliath quickly. Leaving him to his own devices will only cause more damage than he's already done. The hobbit grabbed his spear and ran toward the beast. Behind him, both Aiz and Riveria followed. Gareth would catch up with them later. Fiona, Tyan. Take care of the monsters blocking those three's path. Something tells me the Goliath will be a pain in the ass, and not having them at 100% could play a huge role in this operation. The dwarf pointed the way for the girl duo. So be it. They nodded, not refusing the instruction. They hurried to catch up with their companions and accomplish their objective. Leaving only the family's vice captain to defend the camp, along with the rest of the adventurers from other families who were not above level 5. Kid. I don't know why something tells me you're going to have a hard time wherever you are, he whispered. Slash. With a single blow from his axe, he killed a pair of violas, which spewed a viscous green liquid before dying. Lord Gareth. Go with them. I flew over the area and there were 2 women near the Goliath. Both match the description you gave me about the attack on the refinery. Asfi, who was flying through the sky thanks to her boots, gave the dwarf the news. Damn, he clicked his tongue. But someone has to before he could say the reason why he couldn't go, he was interrupted. Valerica shooting. Ooh. Several plants exploded in a sea of flames. Lafia, he was surprised to see the elf safe and sound. Belle told me they're here because of someone. It's not a coincidence. It must be Evilus. The orange-haired girl ran to the camp, positioning herself next to Gareth and sharing that information. Evilus, those 2 women, the Goliath, the defense system, everything matched what I had sensed. There's a god here, he concluded. We'll take care of this place. You go with them. Lafia, full of confidence and determination, left no room for doubt. Ha 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 ha. I'm proud of you. The dwarf declared with total joy after starting to run as fast as possible. Brah. The cry of the Goliath caught the attention of those present. Asfi. Could you go to the area around that mountain? The elf asked the light blue-haired girl. Yes, I can, but why? You need all the help you can get right now. Asfi didn't understand the reason for such a request. It's Belle, he must be there, she didn't go into details. Understood. At a quick pace, the girl jumped and rose. As if it were a bird, it headed to that location. The violas surrounded Lafia, who, contrary to her usual reaction, was not in the least bit afraid. The magic circle surrounded her, and she pointed her staff at the monsters. She smiled with determination. Thank you, Belle. Ooh. On Finn's side, Riveria, Aiz and company. We can see a girl with golden hair, an elf, running at great speed, who began to recite a chant, and a pair of Amazons who cut every viola that crossed their path. Aiz. Use your magic. Try to finish off that monster as quickly as possible. Finn ordered a little further behind the 3 of them, although the message was well received by the Sword Princess. Storm. Ariel. Said Aiz, summoning an emerald-colored wind around her, thus increasing her speed and strength. When he was about to get close enough to contact his target, something caught his attention and reflexes, barely dodging the attack in his direction. Boom. A small explosion was heard behind her. When she looked again, she saw a menacing person. She was a woman with a serious and stoic face, with crimson red hair. Arya. You will fight me. Shouted that monster. Every fiber in Aiz's body told her that thing wasn't human. The family adventurer's face tensed when her mother's name was spoken. You won't get all the fun, Revis, I want to fight a little too, added another woman with short pink hair. You'll have your chance with any of those who are coming, Valletta, but Arya is mine, said with a terrifying look, who apparently is called Revis. Aiz. Riveria, Gareth and Finn shouted when they finally reached her. Oh. I hit the jackpot. 3 first-class adventurers. Celebrated the one named Valletta. The Loki family executives knew that there was no threat in front of them, it was enough to feel his aura to know it. Alright Arya, let's dance together until you death. Revis shouted, going to attack the Sword Princess. Storm. Avenger. Said Aiz, changing the green wind on her body to a jet black one. Riveria was not far behind and launched one of her chants. More others. Respond to the contract, flame of the earth. Follow my order and burn the violence. More others. Flare burn. At the end, a sea of flames headed towards the pink-haired girl, but a barrier of violet hue spread around them. Nice try. However, your status is reduced by that barrier, just like that brats, your flames are nothing more than a small, warm breeze running through my body, Valletta said with a mocking laugh. The faces of the 4 members of the Loki family tensed, they felt their strength diminish. Now it's my turn. He shouted. Boom. A strong blow was given to her face before she could address the elf. We're here, Captain. Shouted both Amazon twins, entering the scene. We have to get out of the range of the ability. Finn shouted, after a quick analysis of how that woman's magic worked. The members of the Loki family emerged from it and strength returned to them. I didn't expect that, both the cut on your face from those Amazons and the quick judgment and analysis of the best strategist in Arario. I have to admit that my interest in you is starting to grow. Unfortunately, I must finish you off, the woman said again, making her thirst for blood grow. He went to attack them with great ferocity, so much so that if it weren't for Gareth and his great defense, Finn would most likely have been hit at point-blank range. Boom. A large air current extended from where the impact was received. OHHHHH. For a barrel with feet, you move well. That woman said happily. Per corpse, you have a very long tongue, the dwarf shouted as he blocked the woman's blows. 5. You started running earlier. How did I arrive at the same time? The dwarf asked. Script magic. They answered from a distance, even though it wasn't really anyone. Are you just a shield? Come on. Show me the power of the Loki family. Attack. Valletta struck repeatedly and at a faster speed than before. Gareth's legs skidded on the ground as he was pushed by the impacts. Ah. He shouted and, letting go of his axe for a moment, centered a punch on the pink-haired girl's face. Hum. Crash. His body flew out and crashed into multiple trunks and branches of the trees surrounding his position. Riveria. Finn. You guys take care of the Goliath. Tiona, help Aiz. Tyan, with me. The dwarf ordered, seeing that they still had a huge problem to attend to. Do you think you're strong enough to defeat me? You underestimate me. Valletta stood up from the rubble, his eyes bloodshot with fury. With one blow, I'll send you packing. I think you're the one who's overestimating yourself, Gareth taunted her as he pointed his axe at her. Also you forgot a small detail, there are not two of us, Tyan pointed her gun at her. Crash. Another strong impact was delivered in Valletta, this time directly to her stomach, sending her flying until she crashed into several trees again. You're just in time, the Amazon commented. I heard and felt that tremor from 10 floors up, I knew something bad was going to happen, and you damn weaklings wouldn't be able to stop it. I was pleasantly surprised when I saw that some plants and this tomboy were kicking your asses, Bet said, mocking the situation. One more won't make a difference. The woman's fury was clear. I'm more than enough to kick your ass, damn woman. The werewolf shouted, pointing at himself with his thumb. The volunteer, she whispered, and in the blink of an eye, she landed face to face with the wolf and punched him in the face, sending him flying in the same way he had sent her flying. He then turned his attention to the dwarf and the Amazon, wanting to attack the latter. Clank. His fist collided with the cold metal of the dwarf's axe. This barrel with feet moves faster than you. Gareth shouted with glee as he launched another slash in her direction. Take this. The pink-haired girl shouted, pounding her fist repeatedly. The dwarf had used the side of his axe to block the impact. Ah! Was the shout Bet used as he approached at high speed after being separated from the battle. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. He hit the woman so fast that she couldn't react properly. Every time she tried to return the attack, Gareth blocked it, and Tyan used her Zolas to slice Valletta's flesh. In less than a second, all that confidence and arrogance was replaced by fear and despair. She tried to use the barrier to lower their level, but any carelessness she made put her life in danger. Enough. He shouted and grabbed the wolf's fist. Crack. He twisted it, and before he could scream he threw it at Gareth, and the two of them fell silent with their backs to each other at this. He then walked up to Tyan and punched him in the face. 5. Hua. Was the only thing that came out of the Amazon as she flew several meters away from there. Ed and Gareth rejoined the fight and attacked head-on. It seems that it would not be an easy battle. Meanwhile with Aiz. Changing the scene, Aiz and Tiona were fighting together to stop that woman called Revis, who was monstrously strong. Every time Aiz tried to cut her with her sword, she dodged it and returned the blow, which was blocked with great difficulty by the sword princess. Tiona would try to take advantage of any opening, but whenever one appeared, Revis would close it again and hit her so hard that her arms rumbled and shook to avoid receiving the attack directly on her body. Shortness of breath was immediate. Fatigue is common among humans, but his rival wasn't human. What's wrong, Arya? Is that all you have? The Redeed said until a cut sliced off part of her fingers and arm. Slash. You left an opening. The more confident you are of winning, the weaker you are, Aiz told him, aiming her rapier with confidence. This irritated the strange creature, who tried to attack the blonde again. However, he forgot about a certain Amazon. Slaw. His back was cut. Turning quickly, he kicked her and sent her into a section of debris and branches. Revis touched his back and saw his blood. They are stronger than I thought, but this ends here. A great and heavy atmosphere surrounded the battlefield, sowing fear in the heart of Aiz, who noticed how her hand trembled. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. The golden-haired girl repeatedly blocked and dodged the creature's berserker-style attacks. Each one of them was stronger and faster than the last. Her rapier wasn't made for blocking, so the grazes etched into her clothes and skin, with cuts, tears, and spurts of blood covering her at an alarming rate. Tiona went to her aid, but both were cornered without managing to tip the balance in their favor. 2 level 6 adventurers being taken to such an extreme by a monster human who a couple of days ago didn't represent so much danger. What was that thing? What the hell to do? Ah. Someone joined the battle. Slash. The spear buried itself in Revis's left side, causing him to flinch. Captain. Tiona called him. Riveria told me to help you. It seems she wants to take on the Goliath alone, or she's being an overprotective mother. Either way, it doesn't matter. Finn stood between them and Revis. 3 against 1, just like your partner. I must admit, they've exceeded my expectations, the hobbit declared. Airid coughed up some blood and frowned. This doesn't change anything, he whispered, clenching his fists. And so the fight entered a new round. Meanwhile, with Riveria. She stood in front of the monster who did not notice her presence because he was busy destroying the buildings in Rivier. Many of those present in that city evacuated quickly, so they didn't have to worry about harming anyone innocent. The flames will soon be released. Progressive war, inevitable destruction. The horn of battle sounds loudly, the cruelty of conflict will envelop all. Come to me, crimson flames, merciless hell. You are the embodiment of hellfire. In one fell swoop, end the great war. Incinerolos, sword of Surtur. My name is Alf. Ray Levantanen. The fire spread across the entire area, leaving ashes, charred wood, and molten rocks in its wake, forming lava. This screen of flames was directed at the Goliath, who instinctively turned in that direction as soon as his skin and flesh began to scorch and melt. Ah! The giant screamed in pain as he ran to where the magic had emerged. To Riveria's position. With his body on fire and bones sticking out from the charred areas of his body, he ran to her. DCH, how can he still be standing? The elf wondered. Whoever entered the attack's range wouldn't even last 2 seconds to die. Bray Levitain. He shouted again, increasing the power. Ooh. The hellish heat affected the surroundings. Nearby lakes evaporated. Trees that, without coming into direct contact with the fire, were set alight. Rocks melting again. The ground turning into lava. But still the Goliath didn't die, he was just pushed away from her. DCH, he clicked his tongue and frowned. Bray Levitain. He repeated a third time. Blood trickled down his nose, the mental fatigue of using such a powerful magic in a row was clear. That old woman will kill us. Bet shouted with indescribable heat. The air was getting heavier and heavier. Breathing caused a burning sensation in the nose and throat. Sweat dripped from their bodies. Their skin was burning, as if they were being fried alive. Even Revis and Valletta were affected by such conditions. Aiz's armor began to melt, as did Garrus. Enough, Riveria. If you don't stop him, we'll be incinerated. Finn ordered her to stop, however, she kept every bit of her attention on stopping the monster, without realizing that her clothes were melting like ashes. She felt dizzy. Everything was spinning around in his head. His eyes saw red silhouettes and black spots. Oh no, mind zero. I must stop him. The intensity of the fire decreased due to its deplorable state, there he perceived the reason why the monster did not die. It regenerates, he opened his eyes wide with terror injected into them. Valletta's body regenerated the burned tissues at an alarming rate. Bone. Muscle. Joints. Fur. Every damn part healed in a jiffy. That wasn't the worst of it. The jet black beast no longer slowed its pace. He was preparing to crush her if necessary. Riveria's legs shook and she fell to her knees on the ground, supporting herself with her cane. This is bad, said the members of the Loki family when they saw her out of the corner of their eyes. We can't help her. Bet said as he hit Valletta. Riveria. Finn shouted as he tried to increase the distance between Revis, him, Aiz and Tiona. Ha. So she'll be the first. That monster Enyo summoned is a wonder. Valletta mocked with blood dripping from her mouth. Riveria. Elsewhere. I can't kill them. Not without Argonaut. Complained a certain white-haired man with a chipped and worn sword. He repeatedly made cuts at the violas around him, but without any success. If it weren't for his great speed, he would most likely have been impaled by the monster's roots. 5. Footsteps echoed on the ground. I have to get there, that stranger explained to me how to defeat him, but it's easier said than done, Belle said desperately as he remembered what happened at the lake after he fainted. A certain hooded stranger completely cured him without giving any reasons, however, he would not complain about the help. Asfi then found him running to the Goliath and he explained the situation to her, so she flew back to the camp to help Lafia and the rest. Their footsteps could be heard as they stepped on several dry leaves and branches on the ground. Before his eyes, a barrier of fire was born. It was huge. His body felt a hellish heat like no other. Suddenly a scream caught his attention. Ray, ship servant. He recognized that voice. Riveria, it was none other than that of a certain jade-haired elven princess. Something, a hunch or feeling, implored him to hurry. Without realizing it, he quickened his pace and his body emanated a faint white glow. His desire was to save those in front of him, but if he used Argonaut, there was the possibility of causing more problems than solutions. Riveria. The multiple screams created a hole in his stomach. There was terror in it, the scream. Riveria was in danger. Like a bullet he crossed the entire forest and saw her. She was on her knees, about to faint. His eyes dimmed and the Goliath clenched his fist, wanting to crush her with his bare hands. MIT. He thought as he ran faster. If I use Argonaut, the dungeon can't send another one of those, but if I don't use it, he analyzed his options, and neither of them made him feel comfortable. Save her, cause a worse evil, prevent a worse evil, not save her. His speed increased exponentially. Save her. Save her. He whispered several times. He didn't want her to die. What would they do once they saved her and another one of those things fell from the sky? Who knows? Right now, she wanted only one thing. Save her. Hello, Belle. Hello, Belle. His body glowed so brightly that the fighters paid attention to him. Hello, Belle. Hello, Belle. Hello, Belle. Save her, Belle. He shouted with the strength of his voice and 5. He abandoned his position, leaving a large gap behind him. His surroundings moved slowly. He stretched out his arm trying to reach her. You can, he said to himself. The astonished looks of both evilous women reflected the popular sentiment. Each footstep left behind a rocky and uneven terrain. The only sound in Belle's ears was the beating of his heart. He was getting closer. And more. And more. But also the Goliath. Just as the heavy dark fist approached Riveria's body, he pushed her out of the way. All on one side, he thought. Suddenly the glow of his body concentrated on a single point, his right arm. Riveria regained consciousness for a few seconds when she saw Belle throwing a punch at the same time as the Goliath. His arm, completely white, approached his rival's, completely black. And as soon as they came into contact, an electric current ran through the monster's thick skin. A shockwave shook both limbs and dust, ashes and fire surrounded the pair. Until the Goliath's body was thrown several kilometers away from them and crashed into the walls of the 18th floor. Belle, who was still standing with his fist extended, smiled. Crack. This one thundered. Delayed effect or something like that, but the joke was that he didn't come out unscathed from the attack. His arm assumed an irregular position as it bent. Yes, after the impact the muscles and bones could not support it, and both the ulna and radius broke in two, tearing the tissues that joined them and the skin that covered the area, allowing them to be visible to the naked eye. The pain was not long in coming. Suddenly he collapsed on the ground. However. Belle. Answer me. The high elf pleaded with tears in her eyes as she held the young man's body. It seemed she drew strength from somewhere to come to his aid. The power of love, right? I think they were right. If the dungeon sends a monster that powerful, there probably won't be a second wave, he whispered tiredly and covered in his own blood. This is not the time for that. I must heal you. Riveria said as a green glow emerged from her palm, originating from her Van Alheim healing magic. The Goliath, who lost his entire right arm, stood up, but surprised it didn't regenerate. Why did that kid how did he in one fell swoop? Valletta was speechless. Argonaut Unlocks. Belle. Tiona and Aiz shouted. Airid, who wanted to intervene, did not measure the consequences of her decision. Get out of the way. Both girls pushed Revis aside, however a certain swordswoman wasn't satisfied with that. Tempest. Ariel. Lil burst. The sword princess shouted, and in a quick movement, she sliced the creature's right arm completely. Check. We must go. The pink-haired girl ordered, every fiber in her body telling her something dangerous was about to happen. Airid shook her head, but a man covered in cloth and a mask gave her the same instruction from a distance. That stranger looked really angry. If there was no destruction in the dungeon, no more monsters would emerge, much less that. Revis walked away angrily, taking advantage of the moment of shock. Next time, Arya, you won't be so lucky, he whispered as he bled out. Don't run away. Bet claimed, wanting to go after them, but Gareth and Finn stopped him. It's over, don't go alone to be killed. The hobbit looked at him with complete seriousness. But the white-haired guy. Belle. Snap out of it. Riveria cried with such desperation that no one could believe she had only met the child in her arms a few days ago. Although his body was healed, he did not wake up and his heart was beating weakly. Belle. The voice called him. Belle. It wasn't Riveria or anyone else around her, it was someone else. Looks like it's my turn. That Argonaut, taking away the epic entrance he was planning, the stranger said with a tired and somewhat sarcastic laugh. His body, what's wrong with him? Gareth was surprised when a yellow glow emerged from the white-haired man's chest and spread throughout his body. Belle, still confused, saw with total clarity and alert inside his mind. Hero. David. Trial. Goliath. Soul. Yellow, confidence in yourself and your courage. Unlocked skill. Throwing weapon, projectile with perfect aim. Any object thrown by the wielder will be charged with electrical energy, increasing its power and durability. It will always hit the target. Suddenly he opened his eyes. A stifled scream startled the girls surrounding him. Belle, the three of them cried with happiness when they saw him. Mr. Finn. He ignored them and turned to the hobbit. Ah. The Goliath's cry interrupted them. That thing was still alive. We have to finish him off. Gareth readied his axe. But we can't. I burned him to a crisp and he regenerated. The only one who did any permanent damage was Riveria. Looked at the white-haired man limping toward Finn. I need your spear, Belle said, extending his left hand, which was the only one that wasn't damaged. My spear, okay, I won't ask the reason. You're a mystery, so surprise me. The hobbit smiled and handed him the weapon. Thank you. Belle stood in front of the jet-black monster that was approaching at great speed towards where he and the other 6 adventurers were. He closed his eyes and focused his power on the weapon. From it, a yellow glow, similar to the one produced by her body just a few seconds ago. One more. Just one more time. I'm not going to lose. Belle held the spear as his arm trembled. I won't protect the people of Rivier alone. I won't limit myself to my friends either. My wish. My courage. My biggest goal. Lightning bolts emerged from the spear's handle. It's just protecting what I love. The Goliath stopped suddenly, as if knowing what was coming. Ugh. Belle shouted. His eyes turned from red to yellow. I couldn't protect my grandfather. I couldn't protect my aunt. Not even my uncle. Nor my mother, but I won't let anyone else be taken from me. Finn's spear changed radically, the color it looked like it was dipped in gold. Something like that. I have to admit that I love King and Nanatsu. AHHH. And as he pushed off, his fingers released the handle one by one. The air was cut off. Even the few trees around were left leafless as the spear was pushed by the wind. The monster closed his eyes, accepting his fate, and Slash. He buried himself in the monster's magic stone. His body was charged with an electric current that ran through every crevice of it. It inflated and exploded at the same time as the magic stone. Behind him only the spear fell to the ground and the Goliath disappeared. He did it, said those present. Belle turned to them and smiled before fading to the ground. We have to take him to camp. Aiz said, carrying him. I'll be the one to take it. Tiona said, trying to take it away from the golden-haired girl. No. I'll take him. Riveria wanted to join the fight, but she was too weak. You stay still, you can't even carry yourself back, Finn mocked. Aerith carried the elf, Aiz carried Belle away. The green-haired girl couldn't stop staring at him as he lay unconscious. He was her hero. In the distance, far away, the stranger who helped Belle watched. I did what you asked me to do, Your Ono-sama, he said to a jade-colored sphere to disappear into the shadows. Belle's mind. You finally wake up, said a man in his subconscious. Belle slowly began to open his eyes and could see him. David, he whispered. Yes, that's me. Don't expect such an eloquent introduction from me. I'm less conceited than that fool. And I think it's my turn to tell you how your power works, he added, smiling at her. My power? Belle tilted his head. Of course, it was pure luck that you knew how to use mine, otherwise you would have exploded from all the energy produced in your body. Explode? Belle almost died and didn't know. Yes, explode, questions for later, David replied. In theory, it's simple. You must load the weapon, not your body. Unlike your previous skill. Additionally, you must be focused on your goal and your desires. Needless to say, this skill doesn't work with allies, since there's no courage in attacking a loved one, David explained. So why doesn't your ability give me a slingshot or something like that? The boy asked. Hey. I'm me, and you're you. You were born and here to write your own story, not steal someone else's. The slingshot is my thing. Find your thing, David said, punching him in the shoulder. I understand. Wow, this conversation was shorter than Argo's, the white-haired man said. I don't like beating around the bush. Besides, it was his job to explain your origins to you, so don't expect much conversation from the rest of us, the hero explained. I see, Belle replied. Suddenly, David's body fell apart. This is goodbye for now, David said. Yes, thank you very much for the skill. I hope to see you again, Belle said goodbye with a smile from ear to ear. Right, Argo didn't tell you that, and no, nothing. See you. The hero said goodbye, waving his hand repeatedly. By the way, be careful with that gray-haired girl, David's gaze sharpened as he gave the warning. Gray-hair? Belle didn't know who he was referring to. You'll know who I'm talking about if it weren't for him, David looked worried. Careful, he added and disappeared. Chapter 13. Belle lay on top of a white blanket, a somewhat hard pillow was placed under his aching head. Ugh, a groan came from him, preceded by his brow furrowing. His arm was wrapped in a bandage and a pair of wooden boards that prevented him from moving it freely. His head also had the cloth wrapped around it. Belle opened his eyes slowly. He felt dizzy. His vision could hardly focus, causing everything his eyes encountered to appear blurry. In this case, it was a simple brown tent just above him. After a few seconds he regained consciousness. "Where am I only remember that," he whispered in an extremely low tone of voice. The Goliath Riveria Lafia. The events of that night returned to his mind. The hand-to-hand combat against the Violas alongside Lafia and having saved Riveria from dying at the hands of that giant jet black monster. Also, I passed my second test. David, of all the heroes I know, he's the one I least imagine meeting. It's ironic, his greatest feat was defeating Goliath, and the test was about exactly the same thing, like with Argo and the Minotaur, he thought while smiling with relief at passing another test. There are 7, there are 2, there is still a long way to go. He lowered his spirits and thought coldly about what was coming. Gaining power and continuing to grow could excite anyone, however you were becoming more difficult. That Minotaur could not compare with the Goliath of this occasion, neither in size, strength, nor much less difficulty. From today on, everything will be uphill and more difficult. If only he knew who the other 5 were, he might have some idea of the challenges he'll face, but sailing in the dark to an uncertain destination is terrifying. The white-haired man sighed with cold sweat running down his forehead and back. Nobody said it would be easy, you can't get something without risking something else, equivalent exchange. Don't make things complicated for me, Mr. Author, he thought, breaking the fourth wall. Author's note. How do I tell you, my dear? Deep in his mind, he failed to notice certain presences near him. A complaint came from the left side. Is anyone here? He wondered. When he tried to use both arms to lift his tired body, he noticed the improvised splint on his right arm. So it broke. Make sense, the Goliath's strength could barely be overcome by my ability. If it weren't for it, I probably wouldn't even be here to complain about how uncomfortable this is. He laughed at his situation with some irony. Belle, a female voice called out to him, with the difference that, contrary to the previous complaint, this one came from the opposite end. Argonaut Kun. Another one appeared. The blanket slid off and Belle, arching his back, was able to raise his upper body and sit up. 3 girls watched him intently, restraining themselves from doing anything strange while he struggled to recover. Belle looked to the far right of the tent and there were 2 girls he knew. Riveria and Tiona. He turned to the opposite side and, sitting on the floor with her legs crossed, was Aiz. Good morning. Faced with the discomfort and being the center of attention, she decided to break the ice. Riveria stood up, her eyes crystallizing as she walked toward him. The golden-haired girl had a similar expression. That doll princess, whose imperturbable face was difficult to read, reflected her feelings like a child. Concern, fear, they identified a host of feelings. As for Tiona, she simply sighed. Relief. Probably. The reason? No idea. Belle, are you feeling okay? The high elf asked her. Yes, just a little dizzy and some numbness in my arm, but other than that I'm fine, the white-haired man replied, smiling as was usual for him. Without warning, the jade-haired girl's legs shook and she fell to her knees right in front of Belle. Her eyes shed tears at a rapid pace, causing them to overflow and fall to the ground, while others slid down her reddened cheeks. I'm really glad nothing worse happened to you, he whispered with his head down and his hands on his knees. The boy's heart leaped and a lump formed in his throat. You almost died, sniff, because of me, sniff. The crying of the vice-captain of the Loki family continued without any apparent sign of stopping. This continued until Riveria felt a comforting warmth originate from her right cheek and spread to every corner of her being. It was Belle who was wiping the moisture off the area with the tip of his thumb. What, she blushed and opened her eyes wide. Author's note. Reference image. The woman reveals her beauty when she smiles. Remember, Riveria. So please don't cry, the boy pleaded, trying to calm her down. I said it when I met with you, Finn, and Gareth. If I run into someone in danger, I'll save them. I couldn't afford not to see you again if I had the ability to prevent it, he added, not realizing that his words had a different effect than the calm within the elf's chest. She blushed, but this time it wasn't caused by crying or sadness, but by a warm and pleasant feeling. For the first time he didn't know how to react, he couldn't articulate a word, and his mind didn't help him structure a response either. While this was happening, the other pair came together. Tiona, what's wrong? Aiz asked with some discomfort. We're watching a romantic comedy in real time. I think Mama Riveria fell in love, the Amazon replied without taking her eyes off the aforementioned scene. Romantic comedy? The golden-haired girl tilted her head. I'll explain later. Tiona silenced her so she wouldn't interrupt. The sword princess complained, puffing out her cheeks. That's why you shouldn't cry anymore. I want to see you smile, the white-haired man concluded. The world changed color for Riveria with those simple words. She watched the boy she met a couple of days ago, and it was inevitable to feel a sense of peace being by his side. When elves fall in love, they know there will be no other person in their hearts other than the person they first fell in love with. They begin to think about them all day long, and they feel happiness with just a word or a glance. Those symptoms, unknown to a beginner on the subject, were experienced at the same time at that moment. And, despite not knowing what to do, he answered her. "You truly were my hero, bellcranel." He wiped his tears. Following this, he smiled like never before, communicating his feelings with those 7 words and his body language. She placed her own hand on top of his, pressing her even closer. The sun filtering through the tent illuminated the beautiful elf from behind. "I'm surprised at how hard it is to find pictures of Riveria smiling." Belle blushed at the sight. "Fufu, I came to check on the health of our battle wounded, but I can tell that he has fully recovered." The sentence took them out of my bubble, and each one instinctively turned to where it originated. Fin. Riveria, who was still holding the white-haired man's thin hand, was surprised by the presence of the family captain. Standing at the entrance to the tent, Finn held his chin as he resisted the urge to laugh. "Congratulations, I suppose. Goodbye." The hobbit sped out of the tent. Hey. It's not what you think. It's a misunderstanding." Riviera let go of Belle, got up and ran after Finn. What just happened? Belle, Aiz, and Tiona asked themselves. Meanwhile, with Lafia. "I have to go check on her. We'll talk later," said the orange-haired elf as she left her friend of the same race. "Lafia seems very worried about him. Where did that hatred she felt for him go?" Alicia wondered. When Evilus's attack began, Alice was fighting in the camp, trying to stop the plant monsters and resist as best she could until reinforcements arrived. Although there was something that surprised him, and that was about the epic entrance his elf companion had after having disappeared for several minutes. As they found themselves overwhelmed, Lafia, without any fear or doubt in her being, took her staff and wiped out most of the violas by reciting several incantations simultaneously. Never, during his time with the Loki family, had he been seen to perform his attacks with such precision and confidence. After the waves of monsters ended and the defeat of the Black Goliath, the rest of the Loki family members rushed back with someone in their arms. It was Belle. His arm was dislocated, with pieces of bone sticking out of his skin. His nose was bleeding from Mine Zero, his neck soaked with that same scarlet liquid from falling into the lake from such a great height. In short, more dead than alive. The orange-haired girl, seeing this, felt a hole in her stomach. He ran to ask a person holding him, in this case Aiz, if he was still alive, and she didn't know what to answer. She stopped the golden-haired girl and placed her ear on the boy's chest, and after a few seconds she heard a faint heartbeat that refuted the previous thought. What happened after that was a back and forth of questions from Lafia to those who were caring for him throughout the night until she got her chance to stay with him in the tent in case any inconvenience arose, with the caveat that this was given to her at 7 a.m., the earliest time to arrive. "Now Miss Aiz, Tiona and Riveria-sama must be taking care of him. It's my turn," the elf thought, running to the white-haired man's tent. She saw it in the distance and entered through the small opening in front of it with the detail that. Bam. He crashed into something because he couldn't brake in time. "Ouch," he said while lying on the floor and rubbing his nose, since it was the one that received the full blow. When he opened his eyes he saw 3 people in front of him. "Miss Lafia? Are you okay?" Belle reached out his hand when he saw her lying there. She stood still. Your wake. A combination of joy and disappointment was reflected in the sentence. "Huh? Yeah, I just woke up, my arm and head don't hurt that much anymore, I'm fine." Before finishing her answer, Lafia took the boy's hand and stood up. Suddenly, she hugged him. Not caring that Tiona and Aiz were at the young man's sides. "You're a fool. You stupid rabbit. You almost died trying to stop him from falling. Fool. Fool. Fool." She rebuked him fiercely. He tapped Belle's chest several times. I'm sorry if I worried you," he apologized. "But I'm alive and if I had to go through that again, I would gladly do it," he continued. The 3 girls remained silent. "I don't want to lose anyone else," he concluded with a dejected expression. "You should worry a little about yourself, Argonaut-kun. I don't think any of us want to lose you. You're a good person. Arario needs adventurers like you," Tiona replied. Yes, Tiona is right." After wiping her tears, Lafia agreed with the Amazon, laughing at the sudden change in atmosphere. "I wouldn't want to lose you," Belle said with blushing cheeks. "What's this? Why do they look like Hermes after our date?" "Don't tell me," the white-haired man thought, his eyes wide open and his heart beating as fast as a rabbit's. Maybe appearance wasn't the only thing he shared with said animal. "Ha ha 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 ha. You're in a very enviable situation, rabbit," they shouted from a distance. "Lord Gareth." He recognized the dwarf's boisterous voice. "The same one you wear and shoes," he answered while scratching his beard and walking towards him. "I'm sorry girls, I'm going to take your boyfriend away from you for a while, there are some things that Finn and I want to discuss with him." Gareth grabbed the white-haired boy as if he were a wooden stick and pulled him without difficulty. Wait, Mr. Gareth. That's not how things are." Belle justified himself. Now, don't be ashamed, be proud of it, the dwarf told him without stopping laughing. It's not like that. The young man shouted. They both walked away from the trio of girls who were stunned, as if they hadn't processed what their family member had said. Boyfriend? They said in unison, blushing and steaming from their heads and ears. This would have continued if it weren't for the presence of another young woman who approached them. Lafia? What are you doing here? The stranger asked. Huh? Philvis? The orange-haired elf recognized the unexpected visitor. It was none other than that black-haired elf belonging to the Dionysus family. What happened here? My god sent me here because he had a bad feeling, and I found this scene, he asked, explaining his reason for being there. It's a bit of a long and difficult story to tell, the orange-haired girl replied. Grrrr. The growl came from Aiz's stomach. I'm hungry, I was inside the tent all night waiting for Belle to wake up and I couldn't eat, she answered, embarrassed. Belle Philvis seemed interested in that name, although she was ignored by a certain energetic Amazon. Now that you mention it, I'm starving too. Come on, Philvis. We'll tell you while we eat. With her typical cheerful personality, Tiona tried to grab her, but she moved away. Stop insisting on touching her, Tiona sighing, Lafia communicated that request to the Amazon. Ooh. They're bad. She clearly got upset and complained. Well, let's go, we'll tell you what we know, Dionysus-sama and Loki-sama must know to prevent an evilous attack from happening again, the elf called her. Philvis nodded and followed them. Investigate what the hell that damn child is, I want to know every detail about him, where his strength comes from and where he comes from. I won't allow him to thwart my plans again. That order repeated itself in the black-haired girl's mind. Bellcranel, he whispered with a terrifying expression on his thin face that would terrify anyone. But Belle and Gareth, in Finn's tent. It's a pleasure to have you back with us, Belle. Have a seat. The hobbit politely pointed to a pair of chairs in front of him. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Finn. The white-haired man accepted the suggestion and sat down, his body, even if it didn't look like it, still felt sore and resting his legs wouldn't hurt. Gareth rested on the one next to him. I'm sorry to bother you with this call, I know it's best for you to rest and prepare to return to the surface with your party, however, I have some things to discuss with you, and depending on your answers, I will make a decision as well as propose something to you. Do you want to hear it? With that short introduction but laying out the intentions, this conversation began, the decision to continue with the same Belle era. Under normal conditions Riveria would accompany us and mediate both sides, unfortunately he had to flee from her, even though it was difficult for him, Gareth reported regarding the elf's absence, pointing at the blonde. I understand, the white-haired man answered with shock. I have no problem answering a few questions for you, Mr. Finn. Though it will depend on what information you wish to obtain. He seemed to agree with the proposal, as long as it didn't involve inquiring into his personal details, a point he made clear from his first conversation with the hobbit. Relax. It has nothing to do with you or your power. That's a settled matter for me, and it would be a bad idea to keep insisting on it now that we have a good relationship, Finn commented, dispelling the young man's doubts. Then go ahead, he gave free rein to the interrogation. The dwarf scratched his beard and erased his smile with a neutral grimace. How did you know the attack was deliberate? Lafia informed us of your suspicions when you were fighting together against the Violas. That gave us the opportunity to mobilize our troops and get to work searching for the source of the problems until we found them. The first question was raised along with the explanation of how it arose. Belle held his chin and sighed. You said it, it's rare for the dungeon to turn aggressive without a compelling reason. When the Goliath emerged from the walls as a result of using my abilities, I tried to make sense of it until someone explained to me how things work in here. I took that as a starting point when formulating my hypothesis. If I didn't activate my power and those monsters just emerged like that, the only answer was that another latent threat was on the 18th floor, but when Asfi told me about the ambush they were set up when they tried to kill the Goliath, I was able to connect the dots, he replied, leaving doubt about his condition. And what did you come up with? The pair asked. Whoever did it was aware of these consequences and had greater power than me. When it happened because of me, it was just a common Goliath, but with him it was an irregular one, not counting the Violas. Who do you think it could have been? They wanted to know Belle's opinion. I can't give a name as such, it's impossible for me to know the exact identity, however, I think it could have been a god, someone who knew they were here, he revealed with a serious look. That he knew our location, Finn felt a burning sensation in his thumb. If that's the case, we either have infiltrators or we're being watched, either way is equally bad. No one besides the Hephaestus family and Andromeda of the Hermes family knew we made this forced stop, Gareth offered his opinion. Forced stop? The white-haired man asked. Yeah, we shouldn't be here. Because of a poisoning problem we had a couple of floors up, we had to set up camp here and wait for the group sent to the surface to return with antidotes, Finn cleared up any doubts. Looking at it from that perspective, Gareth's assumptions make sense, Belle commented. An informant and a god who accompanies him, only one name comes to mind. Gareth had some idea of the latter's identity. Knowing this, I want to ask you, what do you know about Evilus? The second question came into play. A shiver ran down the white-haired man's spine. That word. Evilus, he repeated. If Evilus finds us, Belle's life will be in danger. They can get their hands on him, and I won't allow it. A prayer from the past said by Althea, his stepmother, was heard in the young man's subconscious. I can tell you're no stranger to the name. Am I wrong? The hobbit insisted. I know of its existence, he replied briefly, not intending to elaborate or reveal where he heard the term. These intentions were received by the pair, avoiding investigation. They were responsible for this ambush that could have ended in tragedy, and they also attacked the magic stone refinery. They're responsible for many of the evil acts in Arario. We've tried unsuccessfully to exterminate them for years, since the Dark Ages. So many lives were lost in those years. Finn's words conveyed anger and helplessness. He wasn't lying, he definitely wasn't lying. And a certain adventuress from the Ganesha family knew it, just like a waitress from the Lady of Plenty. You want me to join you in the battle against Evilus, don't you? Belle didn't want to dwell on the matter and got straight to the point. Wow, you read me like an open book, impressive, said the captain of the Loki family. The direction of the conversation was conducive to reaching that proposal, the young man replied. You're right. We want your support. I know it's almost ridiculous for me to ask for help from someone new in town. Added to that, you're not an experienced adventurer, and you don't have a Falna, which could constantly put you in situations where you risk your life and possibly die. But these days have confirmed to me that you truly desire a better world where there is no fear in people, where children can grow up and be whatever they want. And that's enough for me to trust you. Tell me, Belle. Do you trust me? Will you lend us your strength? Finn extended his hand, intending to seal the deal with a handshake. Belle looked thoughtful, he was truly convinced by the hobbit's words. Go to the Ganesha family headquarters at midnight, someone wants to see you. He remembered the words of the stranger who healed him when he fell into the lake after saving Lafia. Is this something related to this? If the Ganesha family and the Loki family are taking over Evilus, accepting the deal would be saying yes to both parties, but I have my doubts, he said to himself in his mind. Ganesha family Shakti, the image of the blue-haired girl, crossed his mind. If there's anyone I trust in Arario, it's her. Her eyes inspire confidence in me, and I don't see any ulterior motives in them, unlike Finn's. Let me think about it, Mr. Finn. My goal is to be a hero, so supporting the greater good is an important step toward that goal. However, I have my doubts about the methods you plan to employ, he answered seriously. He wondered in his mind, was it just saving people that the hobbit wanted? The answer was simple no. What Finn yearns for is something more selfish, even though the path to both goals has the same goal. That prevented Belle from trusting what the Loki members said. Hiding the truth is a form of lying. I want to hear what you have to say tonight so I can make a decision, he said to himself. I understand. I have no problem with waiting, nor with being rejected if that is the case. It is your choice, after all. But I know that if there is a threat, you will be the first to jump into battle. It comforts me to keep that in mind. The captain of the Loki family did not insist and accepted the postponement of the response to his proposal. Thanks for understanding, Belle said, giving a small bow. That would be all. It was a pleasure talking to you. Please, let's keep this between us, Gareth requested, standing up, followed by Belle. I promise, thanks for trusting me, the boy thanked him, turning around and leaving the tent. Although. Hey, by the way, Finn stopped him. Yes. Belle turned his head. Do you happen to have a partner or something? The hobbit asked. Excuse me? Belle felt uncomfortable. Do you have a partner? He repeated. Mr. Finn. I like you and all, but I don't bat for that side, sorry, Belle replied, taking a step back. Ha. Gareth couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huh? I think you're misunderstanding me. Finn adopted a poker face. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with it, I'm flattered, and that doesn't change my perception of you, but I don't have that kind of feelings for men, replied the white-haired man, shaking his hands. Finn inhaled air and then let it out in a long, heavy sigh. You know what? Forget what I said, this is what I get for trying to do a favor. A vein popped on his forehead and a drop of sweat trickled down it. Oh okay, uncomfortable, the rabbit left. Did it go as planned? Captain the dwarf asked in a mocking tone. This isn't going anywhere. Do you understand? I asked for Riveria's sake. No matter how much she denies it, it's obvious she has feelings for that boy and I wanted to help her. She deserves to love and be loved, Finn commented. I think you need to broaden your vision to realize that it's not just Riveria, Gareth warned him. Though this will be a problem. With a few words of understanding, Finn knew that the competition for the rabbit had probably started long before he realized it. You bet, Gareth agreed. But the take Mikazuchi family, Welf and Asfi. You really got beaten up, Belle, the blacksmith said to his companion, who had just come to see them. To my misfortune it has become a habit when fighting he mocked his own misfortune. The rabbit's party members, whom he first met on an adventure, were packing their things, preparing to leave with him. Those were hectic days, didn't you think? So many intense emotions, Auka said. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. I understand if you don't want to meet with me again, the white-haired man apologized, his spirits down. For the first time, he had friends to face the dungeon, and he ruined it because of his irresponsibility. However, he had no idea that his power would cause such problems. What are you talking about, Belle Dono? If it weren't for you, Rivier would have been destroyed along with those who resided here. If I had to entrust my life to someone, I wouldn't hesitate to put it in your hands, Mikoto declared. Huh? Belle suddenly raised his head after what he had said earlier. Dude, after what we went through with you, do you think we'll just let you go? You're gold mine. Welf hugged him with one arm and punched him in the shoulder, not hard of course. Just kidding, he added, laughing. Lily thinks she's a monster magnet, but she's not a bad person, the hobbit agreed. I share the opinion, Chigusa commented. Thanks guys, the happiness was evident on the young white-haired man's face. What time are we leaving? Asked a girl with light blue hair in the corner of the tent. Belle saw her instinctively. There he met a beautiful woman with short hair of the aforementioned color and glasses. She's very pretty, he said. He watched her for a few seconds. We'll be leaving in a moment, Asfi Dono, the oriental woman replied, packing the rest of her things into Lily's large backpack. Welf noticed Belle's condition and pulled him out. This is Asfi Al Andromeda, captain of the Hermes family. You met her yesterday, he reminded her in a whisper so as not to be overheard. Did I meet her yesterday? His mind, as if it were a movie, replayed what had happened the day before until he found what he was looking for. When she fell into the lake, one of the girls pressed herself against a rock to avoid being seen. The appearance of this stranger matched hers. Author's note. I had to censor this because otherwise, Wattpad would have deleted the chapter. If you want to see the full version, check out chapter 11 of the fic. Huh? Was it there? The white-haired man shouted, his face completely red and boiling. The scream caught the attention of the aforementioned. When they came face to face there was an awkward silence. Why you? He pointed at it with a trembling hand. Belle raised his hands as if pointed at with a gun. The blue-haired girl looked angry. You were the sneaker? He claimed, taking a device from his waist. The grenade. It was a misunderstanding. The rabbit wanted to talk. Wait, Asfi. Welf wanted to stop her, but she threw the artifact. Ah! Belle screamed in fear and… He flew a few meters away. Why do these things happen to me? The young man asked himself, getting up from the ground. Asfi, with an aura emanating anger, approached him. Wait a minute, Andromeda. Let us explain. You weren't present at the trial, he informed her. Trial? The young woman stopped. Yes, it wasn't his fault that he fell into the lake while bathing, the blacksmith explained, supporting Belle. I was fighting Gareth in the woods. I pissed him off and he hit me so hard I went flying, unlucky enough to land right there. He and Finn can confirm I'm not lying. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm partly to blame for staring, even if it only lasted for a few seconds, Belle apologized, bowing forward. She held back her shame. Not just for being seen naked, but for taking matters into her own hands without knowing the full context. You don't seem like a bad person, he whispered, adjusting his glasses. Excuse me. I reacted badly, she replied, her head now cool, although her blush didn't disappear. Miss Asfi, in fact your reaction is natural, without hard feelings, replied the white-haired man, smiling calmly at her. Seeing as this misunderstanding has been resolved, it's time to go. If we don't hurry, we'll arrive by nightfall, Lily warned, shouldering her backpack. Okay, those present responded. Belle removed the splint. Can you move it? Welf asked. It hurts a little, but I shouldn't have any problem fighting, he replied, stretching his arm out as some cracking sounds came from it. They left the camp, walking in a group to the entrance of the 18th floor, ready to leave, however. Are you leaving already? They asked from behind them. Riveria. Tiona. Lafia. Aiz. What are you doing here? Belle asked, seeing the quartet of girls in front of him. We wanted to say goodbye to you, Argonaut-kun. Good luck on your return. Tiona said, waving her hand. Be careful when you climb, you're a monster magnet, I wouldn't want anything to happen to you, Lafia said, looking away. Thank you so much for the book, Belle. I hope to see you again when we finish our expedition. Aiz was the third to speak, hugging the object given to her by the white-haired man. Expedition. Right, Mr. Finn told me that there were no lower floors due to a delay, Belle recalled, holding his chin. Yes. Today we will leave just like you, Riveria replied. I see then, good luck, please be careful with concern, he expressed those words. HMPF. Of course we will. The elf declared with a bit of arrogance. No one would believe that a couple of hours before she doubted her power. It's been a long time since anyone told me to be careful, Aiz said to herself. We're very strong, we can handle anything. The Amazon showed her biceps and winked. I appreciate the good wishes, Riveria bowed. Auka and Welf smiled, their eyes never leaving her. Their expressions reflected pride. Author's note. Something like that. Don't get yourself into too much trouble, although knowing you, that's impossible, added the elf, with a giggle. I'll try, Belle replied, scratching the back of his neck and laughing back. They saw each other for a few seconds. Aha. Mikoto cleared her throat, interrupting them. If she didn't, they might never leave. Success on your expedition, Loki family. We're leaving, the Oriental woman said. See you later. The young man said goodbye, running to where the rest of his group was. Goodbye. The girls waved from their position. A smile appeared on their faces as they watched him leave. A couple of hours later. Night fell in Arario, curiously the time when the city is most alive. Adventurers returning from their journeys. Others leaving the guild with their loot. The same as every day. Lily went to exchange the magic stones she'd obtained. It was estimated they'd get at least 500,000 valis, although our hero cared little or nothing about the money. In her eyes, her reward was combat experience and a new skill. The hobbit arrived with the money after a few minutes and, indeed, her calculations were correct. They divided the amount equally. Well, that's the end of the day. I think most of us would like a rest before our next adventure. Would you mind meeting up next week? I have some things to do as well, the blacksmith suggested. We have no problem, the members of the Take Mikazuchi family responded. Not for me either, Belle agreed. So I can spend time with Hermes. He blushed. Author's note. Please imagine it is nighttime. Decided. We'll be back in 7 days, Welf said, his spirits high. And so, the rabbits' first adventure as part of a team ended. It didn't turn out the way they imagined, but they were alive, which was the important thing. It's almost midnight, he said to himself. He walked through the streets towards the Ganesha family headquarters. He wanted to quickly get this strange call over with so he could go to Airid and tell her what had happened and, if possible, get her arm fully healed. He also wanted to return to the orphanage and show the children he was okay. Damn. The sword Welf made me, I lost it. He realized that the weapon was not resting on his waist. He must have fallen when the violas attacked, he guessed. I've run out of weapons, his spirit sank. What's he going to do now? Kill monsters with a rock. One more worry in the pile. On Asfi sighed. The captain of the Hermes family, after returning to the surface with the Take Mikazuchi family and company, headed directly to her headquarters. There was much to report to his god. Tell me, Asfi, were you able to give them the statement? Hermes asked, sitting behind his desk. His classic smile was present. Yes. The mission was a success. Now they know there's an infiltrator among the gods of Arario, Asfi replied. Perfect. I hope it doesn't take Loki too long to find him. The more time passes, the more Evilus's power increases. Concern was evident on his face. Anything to add? He asked. Indeed yes, Hermes-sama, the girl with light blue hair, answered. It looks like something important. Well, tell me. He gave free rein to the explanation. Where to start? Asfi sighed. Bellcranel he was in Rivier revealed. The eyes of the god opened to the maximum. Rivier 18th floor and no Falna, he whispered in shock. And Evilus made his move, continued the captain of the family. Hermes' expression of wonder at the previous news vanished when the next news arrived. And that's not all, the blue-haired girl confessed. He defeated an irregular Goliath that came out of nowhere and destroyed much of the safe zone, he concluded with his introduction. Hermes was bombarded with news after news, each one having a different impact on him. Tell me the details, he asked. While in his mind he was saying the following. You truly created the ultimate hero, old friend. He adjusted his hat and smiled for a brief moment. On Belle's side. I'm here, the white-haired man said before the figure of a certain god. I am Ganesha. They're waiting for you there. Ganesha said, pointing to an alley. Belle walked where he was directed. That place was consumed by a dense darkness thanks to the poor lighting. Just looking at his nose, he moved forward. Until finally, a voice came through. Hello again, bellcranel, he said a few meters from his position. Here I am, as promised, and thanks again. He wasn't intimidated by the stranger's mysterious aura. The hooded man turned around. No thanks, those were my instructions. My name is Fels, please follow me. Urano-sama is waiting for you, he ordered. Urano-sama, he repeated the name of that god. I have a feeling that the almost non-existent peace of mind I had left in my life is about to come to an end, he thought, following Fels. Chapter 14. In the previous chapter. Hello again, bellcranel, he said a few meters from his position. Here I am, as promised, and thanks again. He wasn't intimidated by the stranger's mysterious aura. The hooded man turned around. No thanks, those were my instructions. My name is Fels, please follow me. Urano-sama is waiting for you, he ordered. Urano-sama, he repeated the name of that god. I have a feeling that the almost non-existent peace of mind I had left in my life is about to come to an end, he thought, following Fels. In the current chapter, Belle walked behind that strange presence whose name was Fels. The feeling inside her told her he wasn't human, but that didn't matter too much because he provided her with help when she needed it most. She didn't consider him a bad person or a threat. Quite the opposite. As they advanced to a remote place deep inside some strange area unknown to the white-haired young man, the awkward silence was not long in coming. Excuse me, Mr. Fels, why would Urano-sama want to see me? He asked curiously. You can't blame him. That god is the most important in Arario, so it must be strange that he himself would summon you personally. The being in the long robe, without taking his eyes off the road, answered him. You're more important and special than you think. He knows that well. I see. Belle sensed a limited intention to investigate the matter on her part, so he didn't press the issue. Minutes passed until Fels stopped in front of a large door illuminated by a pair of torches on either side. We've arrived, he announced, extending his hand to the surface of the entrance and pushing it. For a brief moment the young man managed to observe said limb, it was pure bones. Not a shred of skin, muscle or nervous tissue, just bones. This caused him to freeze on his feet for a brief period of time and gulp. I realize he's not human, but I didn't expect anything like this, he said to himself. He's fed up. He made a silly childish joke in his mind. Fels turned around, facing him. Belle was frightened, he thought his thoughts were being read by him. My path ends here. Continue forward, Urano-sama is waiting for you, he announced, crossing to her side and returning the way they came. He nodded and walked through the doors, entering a new room. The size of the place was incredibly large. The ceiling seemed to have no end because of the height of the walls. The path, like the beginning, was lit by the dim light of torches. This is strange considering that the existence of magic stone lamps has replaced them. Every step he took echoed and the sound it made bounced off the walls, lasting for a long time. In the distance, he saw a huge throne, just a few meters in front of him. The imposing figure of a man sat on it. It didn't take a genius to figure out who it was. His walking stopped when he finally stood before the deity. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, bellcranel, the god was the first to speak. The pleasure is mine, Urano-sama. Belle returned the gesture with a small bow. Suddenly he opened his eyes after carefully remembering what he had said earlier. Wait, what do you mean you finally met me? He asked. The deity's serious face changed, forming a smile. You're exactly like Hera told me. Although of course, we didn't have enough time to talk too much about you, she replied. Hera, you mean the white-haired man, with his hand trembling, pointed at him. Yes, your grandmother, he confirmed the young man's suspicions. Before Zeus and your uncles fled Arario with you, she came personally to tell me what happened that day regarding your birth. I must admit that the events that occurred after that day were, to say the least, dangerous, she said, rubbing her eyes with some stress from remembering it. In the boy's head, a phrase resonated, or rather, a memory. If at least one of us doesn't return to Tenkai in this confrontation, they'll hunt us down until they find us and possibly Belle along with us. Grandmother Hera, yes, that was what the goddess said before he woke up from the vision that Argo showed him days ago. He sighed heavily. I'm sorry if I'm being rude, but what do you want from me, Urano-sama? Belle questioned, his voice breaking. Remembering Hera was like reliving what had happened with his mother, and that wound still hadn't healed, and maybe it never would completely. The god closed his eyes before answering. While Zeus, Althea, Zard and you fled Arario, your grandmother remained here acting as bait, being taken to Tenkai by Freya, the story introduction was communicated. How was Grandma Hera killed by Freya, the boy managed to say. No. Gods cannot be killed, or not by conventional methods. To simplify things, I'll put it this way. When one of us is close to a danger that represents the physical death of any mortal being, we automatically return to Tenkai, the world where the gods reside and have been watching since the beginning of time. That was what happened with your grandmother. Freya wished to end her symbolically, sliding a dagger into her neck, but before it came into contact with it she left, Uranus explained, recounting the event as best he could. I still don't understand why Freya did that, the white-haired man said. For the usual greed, envy, power, the deity resolved her guest's doubt. Belle's spirit sank. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have been the only one to lose her life, he revealed. The thirst for blood would not stop until it reached Zeus and therefore you. He looked up at that. As I mentioned, Hera was the bait. Anything to keep you alive and thus fulfill your mother's last wish, he continued. The reason I brought you to me is because I want to honor my granddaughter's wish, he added. Your granddaughter? Belle tilted his head. Yes, Hera is my granddaughter, that means that in a way you are my great-great-grandson, he answered. And what was Grandma Hera's wish? The white-haired man asked. The same as Zeus, may you become the light that illuminates and guides the world to a hopeful future, he replied. The torch, may it guide the new generations, he added. And I'll help you with that. Suddenly, an overweight and elderly elf came out from a back door. I'm here, Your Honor-sama, the elf greeted. Roiman, give him what I ask you for, the god ordered. He turned to Belle, who looked at him strangely. He extended both hands, waiting for the object that would be given to him. Great was his surprise when a piece of paper was what touched the surface of his palms. A perfectly cut paper frame. On it, a strange emblem was drawn in ink. But this you can collect a favor that Hephaestus owes me, the god commented. Go to her, give her that, and she'll give you the weapon Hera asked me to order for her. It's a gift, he explained. A gun? Belle was surprised and, like a child, his eyes lit up with excitement. A hero needs a weapon, doesn't he? That's what she told me as an excuse after asking me. Your Honor laughed lightly. The white-haired man smiled too. He never met his grandmother, but based on the stories his grandfather, aunt, stepmother and uncle told him about her, he has no doubt she was a wonderful person. A wonderful person who is no longer here because of Freya. His brow furrowed. I sense anger in you, the god said. Freya, the boy whispered angrily, gritting his teeth. Will you seek revenge? Uranus asked. I don't know, he answered. Is revenge something that is associated with a hero, he asked. Huh? Belle stepped out of his bubble. Don't stain your soul with that kind of thinking. A hero isn't someone who defeats all enemies. Nor is he someone who decimates evil. Only someone who fights for what is right and remains true to their desires and ideals can be called a hero, the deity commented, sounding almost identical to Zeus. Those words, it wasn't the first time I heard them. If you do it. If I do, Belle muttered. That will make you the coolest hero. That will make me the coolest hero. So tell me, bellcranel, what kind of hero do you want to be? The god voiced his question. I want to be the hero the world needs, he answered, raising his chest and placing his fist on top of it. Even if it's not who you want it to be. With a smile full of confidence and self-belief, he looked up. Symbolically. Swearing to heaven, swearing to his grandparents, to his stepmother, to his uncle, to his mother, that he would strive to make them proud. Times of light are coming to Arario, the deity thought. But with light comes darkness, he added to his train of thought. Although as long as there's a glimmer of hope the world won't fall, that's what you stand for, Belle, that's what you mean to humanity. Seeing his great-great-grandson, a fleeting vision crossed his mind. It was Belle, his body taking on a dazzling white glow, facing off against the one-eyed black dragon. Minutes later. Midnight fell in Arario, and the bustling city he'd encountered upon leaving the dungeon had vanished. Only a few adventurers and civilians were walking the streets, closing up shop. Belle walked with Uranus's gift in his hand, his eyes glued to it. Behind the emblem were some words he couldn't read. Language of the gods. Probably. No matter how excited I am to see the weapon they will give me, my duty is to tell the children in Hermes that I returned safe and sound after my 2-day journey in the dungeon, he said to himself, calming down. 2 days without news after what was supposed to be a simple exploration of the dungeon. As we could see, the word simple couldn't be used as an adjective to describe what happened inside that place. Hiding monsters on the middle floors. The fury of the dungeon. The Black Goliath. The violas. He wouldn't have enough fingers on his hands to count the number of times his life was in danger in less than 48 hours. He headed down Daedalus Street, bound for Sister Maria's orphanage. His home in recent weeks. A terrifying silence prevailed in the area due to the hour. At a slow trot he glimpsed a lit lamp above the door of an old church. Yes, indeed, it was the orphanage. Home sweet home. He quickened his pace. He hadn't had a place to call home in a long time, so he felt conflicted. Already close, the door opened. I'm sorry, Miss Hermes, you didn't arrive today either, said Sister Maria, leaving with the aforementioned woman. Don't worry, Sister Maria. That fool is sure to have gotten into trouble again. A look of concern spread across the doctor's delicate, soft face. And how could she not be? It's been 2 days since she heard from her beloved. For a woman like her, who has seen countless cases of patients returning to the surface only to die, it was something that filled her with deep fear. She didn't want him to suffer the same fate. Maria comforted her for a moment until she raised her head and came across the silhouette of the aforementioned man. Belle placed his index finger over her lips as a signal for her to be silent. She remained calm and smiled, understanding her guest's intentions. You'll see that he'll come back, he's probably closer than you think, he said to the silver-haired girl, turning around and returning to the church, leaving the girl alone. Please tell me you didn't die, you didn't, Airid whispered, her voice breaking as tears slipped from her reddened cheeks and her fists clenched tightly. If you ask it that way, it's impossible for me to die, the silver-haired girl received a response behind her. She turned quickly, waving her fine hair in the process. Belle, he named him, in disbelief. That's me, the white-haired man replied, with a smile that conveyed tranquility. The healer slowly approached him. He reached out his hand, trying to touch it. His intention was to confirm that it wasn't an illusion. His fingers connected with the Goliath fur scarf that covered Belle's neck and extended a few inches below it. Her palm came into direct contact with the boy's chest and she could feel his heartbeat. Belle placed his hand on top of Airid's, pulling her closer. I'm home, Airid, he said, using his free hand to caress her cheek and wipe away the moisture residing there. Belle. The silver-haired girl shouted his name, diving like a football player. Ham. The young man fell backward, hitting his entire back on the ground. Ugh. That hurt, he complained. With her arms wrapped around him and her face pressed against her lover's chest, the healer hugged him. You're back, you're really back, I'm so glad, she said with difficulty. The words couldn't come out clearly because of the proximity between her mouth and Belle's body. The white-haired man reciprocated the hug, covering her with his upper limbs. The fabric of his shirt was soaked by Airid's tears. Sorry for worrying you, I'll tell you absolutely everything, he whispered in her ear. They both stayed on the ground a little longer. Belle got himself a very beautiful girlfriend, Fina said with sparkles in her eyes. No wonder, a hero must have the most beautiful women in the world with him, Rai puffed out his chest, proud of his big brother. That would have been worthy of being called a scandal in another era, Rue said with a nervous laugh. What is that? The Chienthrop and the human asked, tilting their heads. The trio of infants, who were watching Belle from a window, chatted until. Stop interfering in other people's lives and go to sleep, Maria ordered them. But Sister Maria. Rai tried to argue but was pulled by the arm. 5 minutes. Just 5. Fina was also unsuccessful. Rue didn't object and walked to his room. He knew perfectly well that, despite being a kind person, Maria is strict when required. We should stop, Airid, Belle suggested. I want to stay like this for a moment, the silver-haired woman requested. She seemed comfortable and happy to hear her partner's heartbeat. The delight did not disappear from his face. Tell me, what happened? He asked. Do you want me to tell you here? The white-haired man replied. Yes, she answered. But we're in the middle of the street, the boy reminded him. It doesn't matter, I'm with you, the woman didn't pay attention. I'm surprised by the duality in her personality. Cold and serene on the outside, but tender and sweet on the inside, the young man thought, sweat running down his forehead. He took her by the waist and lifted her slightly. Where do you think you're touching? The doctor demanded, completely blushing, but they ignored her. Ready, Belle said. Airid tilted her head. If I were to tell you, it would be nice if we were sitting without a rock buried in my back. With a poker face, the adventurer pointed to a large stone just a few inches from where he lay down. Sorry. I didn't realize. The healer apologized. No problem, I've slept on worse surfaces, he replied nonchalantly. I'm afraid to ask how that's possible, Airid was scared by the previous statement. In short, said the boy. Stepmother? The young woman interrupted. Yes, stepmother. Her training was brutal, it gives me chills to remember it, Belle said while trembling. It makes sense, the girl said. Now tell me, she approached him and laid her head on his shoulder. What happened on your adventure? He asked, snuggling up to her side. Belle looked up at the sky. Where to start, that doubt was lost in the sound of the night. And so the story began. He talked from the start about how, while fighting alongside his party on the upper and middle floors, the monsters would go straight for him without paying attention to the rest, and that, as the hours passed, the dungeon became more and more hostile to them. He didn't go into detail about the scream that caused the ground to shake, only mentioning that it resulted in the emergence of a Goliath. Word by word, each party told only deepened the silver-haired woman's fear. The pauses the white-haired man took, intent on recalling details, only served as mental breaks for Airid. Then, Gareth and Riveria asked to meet with me. Their goal was clear: to understand the reason for these events, since they felt the earthquake even though they were floors below us. As history unfolded, a hypothesis arose that we later confirmed. The young man rubbed his eyes, exhaling the air from his lungs. The dungeon wouldn't make all this effort without a compelling reason, the healer spoke. You're definitely right, Belle said. I pose a threat to the dungeon. It views me as an unwanted invader in its core. So it will seek to eliminate me at the slightest opportunity if I cause too much of a stir within it, he commented, scratching the side of his head. However, that was not even close to the most dangerous part of this adventure, he added. Airid's eyes widened. What she had just heard would be enough to wet the pants of any normal adventurer. Of course, her partner doesn't fall into the normal category. Thanks to my family, I have a vague understanding of them, but I didn't expect them to still exist. As far as I know, evil has ceased to exist when the Dark Ages in Arario ended, but my fight against the Minotaur, along with the attack on the Magic Stone Refinery, made it clear to me that wasn't the case, he explained. Did your family know about Evilis? Doubts increased with a simple conversation between the two. Not extensive knowledge, but yes. An organization composed of gods and followers who wish to see the world plunged into misery. For someone who wishes to be a hero, knowing them is essential, since those who don't know their history are destined to repeat it. I refuse to allow a dark age to happen again. He clenched his fists tightly. His frown reflected immense annoyance. They lost their parents because of Evilis. I don't want them to go through the same thing. They deserve to be happy just like every citizen in Arario, and outside of here, he was aware of the reason why those children were orphaned. Maria, one night when insomnia did not allow her to sleep, told him in tears why she was a close friend of the parents of the trio of infants. By divine will, those affected by the attack weren't too many, however, that's not the case when it comes to Riviera. I'm surprised the dungeon didn't send another monster because of it, he said. I later understood why that didn't happen, he added. Putting the mystery aside, he continued. The attack of the Violas. The battle against Evilis's retinue. The birth of an irregular Goliath that devastated everything in front of it. Destruction. Fire. Ashes. Wounds. But the hope of winning was never lost. Within the hearts of each one there was never any doubt of his victory. I saved Riveria at the cost of my arm. He raised his right upper limb. Several scars were drawn on it. He told me that healing magic wasn't his specialty, although I think he did a good job, the boy said. Hermes smiled. Riveria-sama is the best mage in Arario, but at least in this I beat her. Let me take care of it, she said while placing both hands on his arm. He closed his eyes, concentrating too hard. Even though I don't have my staff, I can use my magic. It won't have as powerful an effect, but it should be enough, he added. And so he began his song. Healing drops, tears of light, eternal sanctuary. Compose a medicinal hymn. 365. The healer's almanac melody saves all things. An emerald glow was born from his hands. Hum, destruction of evil. The burial of wounds, burial of illness. The area where it was concentrated became warm, as if the sun's faint rays were shining directly on the skin. You're great, Airid, Belle said, feeling admiration for the ability of the best healer in Arario. The curses will be gone before the light of vitality. In the name of all that is sacred. I heal you. He finished his last prayer and the scars faded away, leaving no trace of their existence. The white-haired man, amazed, turned to look at her. At least I can do this for you. She winked at him. Do I possess an ability called luck? It's the only explanation I can find for having such a beautiful woman with me. Belle's flushed cheeks demonstrated the intensity with which his heart was beating. He doesn't just have a rabbit appearance. I'm glad it didn't get any worse. Please promise me you'll be careful with your adventures and ask for help when you need it. You're not alone. From the moment we decided to join forces, you weren't alone anymore. Airid hugged him. Their faces were just inches away from touching. Same with their lips. I really love you, Airid. It was the only thing the boy in love could say, because he preferred to let his actions speak for him. First. A slight moan, which was quickly silenced, came from the silver-haired girl. He kissed her tenderly. This time he took the initiative, unlike the two previous times she kissed him. She was surprised by the suddenness of the kiss but didn't pull away. She closed her eyes, feeling her lips join with those of her beloved. The softness and sweetness of them caused a feeling of calm in his heart, as if he were kissing a soft cloud. The healer placed her arms on Belle's shoulders, closing the small distance that remained between them. In the distance, some insistent and nosy children watched them closely. They kissed. Fina jumped up and down, full of excitement, trying to make as little noise as possible. Belle and Anya's great Rue gave a thumbs up. Her eye silently glanced at Fina and blushed. Gienthrop turned to look at him and smiled. He shook his head repeatedly, shaking off the thoughts that were forming. We have to go. Maria will scold us. He changed the subject. You're right, the elf agreed. Boo. Party pooper. Fina puffed out her cheeks and crossed her arms, following them very reluctantly. And just like that, they disappeared from the scene. Not even their worst enemies would wish a second scolding from Maria. Meanwhile, both lovers broke away from the kiss after a few seconds. Why, you're too bold, Airid broke the ice. Says the one who stole 2 kisses from me in less than 2 days, Belle mocked the attitude the healer adopted. That and this don't look alike. She looked away. Never argue with a girl. Page 8 of Grandpa's manual, the white-haired man remembered. But I'm not complaining. A small smile appeared at the corners of his lips. He didn't hear her clearly. Nothing, he replied, taking a step back. The moon is beautiful, he declared out of nowhere. Yes. The moon is beautiful, Belle understood. I'd like to stay a little longer, but I have to get back to my headquarters. I have to work tomorrow and be ready for it. Hermes abruptly changed the subject. I understand. No problem, I'll stop by. I'm hesitant to venture out again. I'll take a few days, the white-haired man said. I'll be looking forward to it, said the silver-haired girl. Come on, I'll walk you to your headquarters. Belle took her hand. Some time later, back at the orphanage. If it was already late when Belle returned to the surface, now that word was hampered. Not a single light on for miles around. He entered the orphanage making as little noise as possible because he might wake the children. He walked down the hall to the room he shared with Rai. He slowly turned the knob and entered. He took off his Goliath fur scarf and laid it on the ground. He also discarded his armor, or what was left of it. He tossed his empty backpack aside, no longer holding his books, which he gave to Aiz and Tiona. Already in his underwear, he got into the futon. He didn't want to tell Hermes, but he felt really tired. His body ached just from moving. It didn't help that a rock hit him in the back when he was tackled by her. The feeling of her skin coming into contact with the softness of the sheets could not be compared. He fell into a deep sleep as his heavy eyelids closed his eyes until Rai spoke. Instinctively he woke up. Rai? He named him. Yes. Sorry for waking you up, the boy apologized. Don't worry, he answered. What's wrong? Can't get to sleep? He asked. The young human denied. I wanted to ask you something, he replied. Ask me for something? Sure, tell me, the white-haired man agreed politely. I want to be strong. Will you train me? I wish to become an adventurer as great as you. The determination in her words and face was reflected in the boy. Train you? Belle got nervous. Yes. Rai approached him. How do I tell him that my training consisted of throwing myself at any monster I saw? I didn't do anything special. Sweat trickled down the rabbit's forehead as he had that train of thought. The illusion in the little boy's brown eyes was received by the boy. I won't let him down, he sighed as he said that to himself. Understood. I'll train you. I'd do it first thing tomorrow, but there are some things I need to take care of. Okay. He replied. Really? Thank you so much, Belle Nye. Rai jumped with a grin from ear to ear. It's nothing. Now then, let's go to sleep. Maria won't want to see us up late at night. Belle settled back onto the futon, closing his eyes and yawning. Rai nodded and covered herself with her blanket. I'll be a hero to make a girl fall in love with me. His heart beat very fast in embarrassment since his goal was different from that of his master. If only you knew. The next morning, on the streets of Arario. The trio of girls walked with several paper bags in their arms. Inside them were two cat girls and an elf with short green hair. They were wearing grass-colored uniforms with an apron. You didn't have to be a genius to figure out who they were and where they worked. I'm telling you, Nya. Belle Nya is Arario Nya's butt. It has my Nya seal of approval, Chloe said to her companions, remembering the texture of the aforementioned buttocks. With his hands he pretended to hold it. I don't understand, Nya, why are you telling us this? Nya Anya answered with a poker face. Ignore her. That's what I do every time she talks about things like that, Ryu advised, tempted to eat one of the apples in the bag she was holding. They're cruel, Nya. I tell them, Nya, about my interests, Nya, and they despise me, Nya. The black-haired cat girl complained. We appreciate your trust. Don't tell us anything again, the elf replied with disinterest. If they weren't Nya strangers it would be different, Nya, the second cat girl said. Chloe pouted. We have to hurry. Mamma Mia is waiting for us, Ryu warned, speeding up his pace. The conversation between them continued until Anya felt like touching on a topic of interest to her. Hey Nya, what do you think of Nya Belle? He asked, scratching the back of his neck and with his tail moving from side to side. You might be wondering why the waitress in the Lady of Plenty was curious about that. The answer is simple. She's dreamed about him every night since she met him. Without fully understanding the reason for this, his presence alleviated her fears and nightmares. It calmed her mind and soul. I have an opinion, Nya. Chloe was going to be the first to give her point of view. No buts, Nya. The brown-haired cat girl yelled at him. You make it difficult for me, Nya. The other human demi held her chin, thinking carefully. I don't know him well enough to give a subjective opinion, however he inspires confidence in me. He doesn't seem like a bad person. On the contrary, he's a pleasant company, Ryu replied. She seemed a bit nostalgic as she expressed her opinion. He's identical to Artie, she said to herself, remembering her old friend. That's it, Nya. If I'm not allowed, Nya, to mention her but Nya, I'll agree with Ryu, Nya, Chloe said, pointing at her partner. And tell us, Anya, why do you inquire into our opinions regarding Cranel-san? The elf expressed her doubt. What is the reason, Nya? She remained silent, seriously considering whether to tell them or not. Should I tell them, Nya? It would be embarrassing, Nya. It's not that, Nya, I like Belle, Nya, or maybe I do, Nya. No, I doubted, Nya. Hundreds of questions were forming in the poor brain of the silly cat. He got lost again, Nya, and whatever is in there, Nya, the black-haired cat girl muttered. They stood in the middle of the road, waiting for their companion to wake up from her trance. It's taking longer than usual, the green-haired elf said. During his prayer, out of the corner of his eye, he perceived a familiar presence. He turned to her. Isn't that Cranel-san? Ryu said, pointing a few meters ahead. Nya. Belle, Nya. Anya looked around in search of the aforementioned. Yes, it's him, Nya. That ass is calling me, Nya. Chloe licked her lips. You're crazy, the green-haired girl complained. The chestnut found him. White hair. Red eyes. Above average height and an innocent face. There was no doubt it was the rabbit. Why do you look nervous, Nya? The black-haired girl questioned herself upon seeing the uneasiness in the white-haired boy. He looked around as if he didn't want to be recognized. Strange, Ryu sharpened his gaze. He seems busy, we shouldn't interrupt him. Before finishing her sentence, Anya raised her voice. Belle, Nya. She greeted him euphorically. He quickly turned his attention to where the call came from. He opened his eyes fully. His mouth struggled to communicate a greeting back, but he couldn't. And that's our chance to get there early. Mamma Mia is going to scold us. The elf shook her head, resigning herself to the dwarf's fury. The cat girl ran towards the boy, followed by her companions. Miss Anya, Chloe and Lion. It's a pleasure to see you. Her words didn't reflect her true feelings. You can call me Ryu, Cranel-san. The latter gave him the option to use her name. Okay, Ryu, he corrected his greeting. Tell us, Belle, Nya, what are you doing here alone, Nya? Chloe asked. Miss Chloe, my face is here. Not behind me, Belle warned her, feeling her penetrating gaze on his rear. I create my Nya own options, Nya. He cared little or nothing about what the young man said. Why do you look restless, Cranel-san? The elf asked. You're welcome. It's just that he shook his hands and looked away, trying to avoid eye contact because he felt interrogated. The bookstore, Nya. Anya read the sign on the building they were standing in front of. Sweat ran down the rabbit's forehead. Why, yes, I'm here because, while heading to the Hephaestus family headquarters, I stumbled upon this place. I wanted to know if you have hero tales, he answered truthfully. He had nothing to gain by lying to them, coupled with the presence of Ryu, who had the ability to detect his lies with body language. Hero stories, Nya. Anya tilted her head. I know it sounds childish, but I love those kinds of stories, Belle said, with a tender gesture that showed off his innocence. Ryu felt a sort of increase in his heart rate at seeing the boy's purity. Cranel-san, could you tell me about the stories? The elf asked. The pair of friends looked at her in surprise. Belle was surprised by that. I'd like to know about the stories of heroes, he insisted. Sure. Leave it to me. Which one do you want me to start with? It could be Dungeon Oratory, which is very famous, or Sacred Legend of the Dungeon, although the latter isn't as well known. I know them both by heart, so there's no need to buy them at the bookstore, she replied, lost in thought, and leaned forward like an excited rabbit. Nor did it seem that he forgot the main purpose for which he left the orphanage. Suddenly Ryu's hand, as well as Chloe's and Anya's, were grabbed by Belle. Follow me. Let's go where we can talk. Brimming with energy and life, the trio's perception of him changed radically. He's touching my hand and I don't feel upset. The beautiful fairy had that impression. His hand is Nya warm. Anya also had her own opinion. It's not her ass, Nya, but I'm not complaining. Chloe, as always, with her Shadokona complex, got carried away. The four walked a few meters until they reached some benches near the Plaza of Love. They sat down and Belle, making sure they were comfortable, began his tirade without a hint of nervousness or stuttering. It was almost as if he was reading the original story material because of how accurately he recreated the dialogue. The glow in her red eyes resembled that of a precious stone. A ruby, to be exact. The three of them felt enveloped as a feeling of tranquility took over them. Although he was not inclined to read that kind of story, he instilled in them his excitement and curiosity. He was sweet, tender, pleasant listening to him talk. Seconds turned into minutes and minutes turned into hours. Without caring about anything other than that specific moment. Ryu, who only spoke to him a couple of times, for some strange reason felt at peace. Those charming eyes, bright as the many stories she talks about, I love them, he said in his subconscious. Seeing this face of his, Nya, I like it. Nya, the brown-haired cat girl, looked at him smiling. Cute Nya, plain and simple cute Nya. In Chloe's eyes, Belle shone like the summer sun. For the first time since she'd known him, she saw him and not the round but behind him. And I own both. Both the mercenary hero and the Argonaut, but they're in good hands now. He wasn't even close to finishing. He raised his head before continuing and realized that the sun was setting. A chill ran down his spine. The Hephaestus family. I forgot. He recalled the matter of the gun his grandmother left him years ago. The other companions also left their bubble. It's getting dark. Nya, the color in both catgirls' eyes was lost. Mamma Mia won't scold us, it will be a worse fate. Hope abandoned the elf. Sorry for delaying you. It's my fault for not stopping, Belle apologized with a bow. His spirits plummeted in less than a second. I don't know about you, Nya, but after hearing about stories, Nya, the punishment doesn't worry me, Anya commented. Right, Nya. This experience is irreplaceable, Nya, Chloe agreed with her friend. Aren't you upset? Like a scolded dog, he watched them from below. Not at all, Cranel-san. Strengthening our relationship with you made it worth the time. Thank you so much for telling us about your tastes. Ryu, with a pure smile, said that sentence. The regret disappeared. But if I tell you, Nya, about mine, you tell me to shut up, Nya. Chloe crossed her arms. I doubt it's the same, Nya, Anya mocked. I understand. If you want to continue another time, I'll gladly continue. Goodbye. He answered them with a smile full of life and joy. Both the catgirls and the elf blushed. The former's tails bristled while Ryu's ears turned a deep scarlet. He, ignoring the above, turned around and left, leaving them there. Belle, let's go. Ryu took the initiative and went to the Lady of Abundance, trotting quickly. We follow you, Nya. Anya and Chloe replied. And that's how the encounter between the waitresses and the rabbit ended. One that no one expected but that they definitely won't forget. But Hephaestus. I understand. So I finally know why Uranus asked me for this 14 years ago. The red-haired goddess held the paper Belle had been given by the aforementioned god last night. Why yes, he said to give it to you and in exchange you will provide me with a weapon, explained the white-haired man. Yufufu. Excited. You must be. I'll give you the greatest weapon I've ever created. Your grandmother Hera's funds probably went zero because of this. Hephaestus entered a four behind him. Really? Hahaha, wait, how do you know? The goddess's statement impressed Belle. She knew about Hera's kinship with him. Because he gave me the specifications in person, he replied as he laid down the weapon wrapped in a beige blanket. Ham. The sound of metal hitting the glass counter was a little too loud. Seeing the size, he knew in advance that it was not a sword. Hephaestus removed a cloth, revealing the weapons. Author's note. These are Kanshu and Bakuya, Archer's weapons in the Fate series. They won't have the same properties as in that universe. I only used them as a reference. Double daggers. Belle wanted to hold them. They're made of Aurich alchem and possess the Durandal property. They're practically indestructible. I also used mithril to give them high magical conductivity. The goddess was pleased with her work. They should be worth approximately 300 million valis. He revealed the price. Belle almost coughed from the shock. D300. Yes. 300 million each, as if that were not enough, he replied without interest. Each one? With that I can found another city. Belle shouted, afraid to touch them. You're exaggerating. Take them, they're yours. Hephaestus grabbed them and handed them to the rabbit. He held them up and the mithril in them began to glow. The white light enveloped the areas where the material was used. Interesting, but not unexpected. They accepted you as their master. That Hera, the red-haired goddess, laughed as she shook her head. Your master? The boy asked. Yes. They're alive, the stronger you are, the better they'll be, so try hard. A new stage in his life as an adventurer began. Thank you. With this, I can be the hero I desire. He bowed to the deity on multiple occasions. See, calm down. There's no reason to thank me, after all I got paid for them, it wasn't a favor. Hephaestus tried to calm him down. He deserves recognition anyway. Anyway, I'm leaving. The white-haired man wanted to try out his new toys. By the way, before he left, Hephaestus grabbed him by the jacket. He stopped. Thank you so much for saving Welf. He told me you had problems in Riviera and the intermediate floors. The retreat expressed her gratitude. Those eyes, they're like Hermes when she sees me. Oh love. Belle realized it. It was nothing. He's my friend. I promise your loved one won't get hurt while he's with me. He blurted out those words, puffing out his chest. It's a relief that what? Beloved. The deity blushed. I'm leaving. Thanks again. As quickly as it came, it left. Wait. You're wrong. Welf isn't my. She left the store trying to chase him, but he had already taken a considerable distance and she wasn't able to catch up. Her family members looked at her and, completely embarrassed, she slowly walked back to her room. Chapter 15. In the previous chapter. I'm leaving. Thanks again. As quickly as it came, it left. Wait. You're wrong. Welf isn't my. She left the store trying to chase him, but he had already taken a considerable distance and she wasn't able to catch up. Her family members looked at her and, completely embarrassed, she slowly walked back to her room. In the current chapter. That white-haired boy, who had attracted a lot of attention in recent days, walked through the streets holding two sharp metal objects in each hand. His expression resembled that of a toddler who had just gotten a new toy and was eager to try it out. "They're so awesome. Will I look too childish if I name them?" "No, I think it's normal, right? But what do I name them?" "Reader friends, help me out," she said to herself subconsciously, then instinctively looked at the camera and winked. Author's note. Should I name them after their fate name? What do you think? He quickened his pace the more he imagined himself fighting with swords and defeating monsters. Until he remembered a promise he made the night before. "Wait, I promised Airid I'd go to her headquarters to visit her." He stopped suddenly, wearing down the soles of his boots from the friction between them and the rocky ground. That cry, coming from nowhere in a moment of calm among the city's inhabitants, earned him several glances. He was embarrassed by the complete attention to his person. "I must regulate my emotions," he muttered, hugging his swords and walking backwards before running at full speed towards the Dian sect family headquarters. He left behind a question mark for the inhabitants of Arario. "Airid? Don't you mean D-Saint?" some civilians asked among themselves. "Yeah. Now that you mention it, I saw them together at the hot springs a few days ago." A stranger confirmed everyone else's suspicions. "Don't tell me he with one of the beauties of Arario." An adventurer looked at the white-haired man from afar, feeling a certain admiration for him. The men next to him raised their fists halfway up in a sign of respect. "Jealous? Absolutely not. Someone who has accomplished such an incredible feat deserves all the recognition in the world. It's quite a feat to fall in love with one of the city's beautiful girls. Anyway, continuing with our main character Rabbit. He headed to where his beloved lived and worked. Night was approaching. Of course, it was his fault for not spending time talking with the waitresses at the Lady of Plenty. But at this point, what could he do? The rising fumes from their new armament dissipated. He approached the door, pushing it without much force. As he entered the place, he was surprised by the number of people in the waiting room and hallways. For him, who hadn't come to visit late at night, the flow of the crowd was strange. But for the poor silver-haired woman leaving a room with obvious dark circles under her eyes and a headache, it was just normal. She walked a few meters, positioned herself at the reception desk, sitting down, or rather, sprawling in her chair and letting out a long sigh, reflecting the tiredness that was approaching her. "Airid." A voice in front of him named her. The girl raised her head and they made eye contact. "Hi Belle, you're a little late, don't you think?" he asked, reflecting some anger. However, fatigue disguised the aforementioned feeling. He approached her. "Sorry. I didn't notice the hours passing," he replied. Airid just denied. "It doesn't matter, knowing you, it must have been something important at least for you," he said, with a slight smile. Belle's heart ached to see her in that state. "I know I don't have the right to criticize you or anything since I do the same, but I want to ask you, aren't you pushing yourself too hard?" The white-haired man asked the silver-haired woman. The healer inhaled a little air. "Probably, but I can't allow adventurers to die for such a vague excuse as exhaustion. Besides, I'm used to it. Seeing you recharges my batteries." She stood up, her energy renewed and her skin returning to its usual color. "Bang." She hugged him quickly. "I just needed this," she murmured, pressing her cheek to her lover's chest. "I'm glad to know I'm helping you," the young man replied, allowing himself to be hugged and returning the gesture by wrapping his arms around her. "Airid, stop flirting. There's a patient in Ward 4. Shouted a certain elderly god with white hair and beard. The girl turned to look at him with her purple eyes almost extinguished. "Ugh. Don't worry. Someone else will take care of it." Dian left after the brief interruption. "I noticed the Dian Sama respects you." "I'm glad, I guess," Belle said as a drop of sweat ran down his forehead. Mental note: don't provoke Airid's anger. "I'm not ready to face that battle and I'll definitely lose," he advised himself inside his head, without letting go of the healer. "DCH. I have to go back. I'll ask for a raise when the shift is over," Airid commented, separating from the boy. "Duty calls. I won't interfere. See you tomorrow?" the rabbit asked. "I'd love to, but it's impossible. Tomorrow, Monsterphilia starts early in the morning until dusk. There will probably be more patients than today. I'm sorry," the healer apologized, somewhat dejected. "No problem at all. Good luck tomorrow." He lifted her chin to show her there was no point in getting upset. "Fufu, let me recharge my energy again," the silver-haired girl asked, hugging him again in front of everyone. The relationship they'd been having for some time was no longer a secret. Even Airid's family members have asked her why she chose him, considering the hundreds, if not thousands, of adventurers she's been offered, and she always playfully replies that it's a secret, leaving them in the dark. Hearing her boyfriend's heartbeat calmed her heart and soul. She raised her head, remaining below his. "This is where you do your thing," he whispered to her. "Understood." Belle answered as if it had been an order. "Nua." A short, sweet kiss was performed in full view of the audience, almost as if Airid wanted to demonstrate ownership. The lips separated after about 5 seconds. Patients, doctors and others present blushed, a few simply ignored what was happening near their position. "It tastes like apple," the silver-haired girl said with a tender giggle as she placed her fingertips on her lips. "I ate one before coming," the boy replied, looking away. "It's not a lie, Ryu gave it to me," he justified himself. "Okay. Then, see you another day. I'll ask Diane-sama to give me a day off this weekend. We can go out together wherever you want to take me," Airid announced, taking a few steps away from him. "We have a date, until then keep trying as always," Belle replied. "And you try not to get into trouble," the healer suggested complained before leaving. "It's okay," he replied nonchalantly. The girl approached him. "Don't get into trouble. Do you understand?" he insisted in a threatening tone. "Yes, I heard you the first time." The lack of importance he infused into his answer bothered the silver-haired girl. "I'm not convinced, but what can you do?" He gave up, going where he was needed and leaving his beloved confused by the insistence on that warning from before. "What's got into you?" "I wouldn't get into trouble, not intentionally, anyway," he said to himself, tilting his head. And that's how the short interaction between the two ended. Monsterphilia. Sounds interesting, the white-haired man said to himself before leaving the headquarters and heading back to the orphanage where he lived, his home. The next morning. "Here's one," said the white-haired man as he sliced a goblin in half. As another approached his position he kicked him fiercely, distancing himself from him. Pushing off the ground and bending his right leg, he closed the gap between them and decapitated him. "That makes 2, he whispered. He tried to keep track of how to collect the magic stones after finishing them. Slash. The group of kobolds joined the small goblins to avoid a greater number of casualties, but it was of little or no use since they ended up suffering the same fate as their predecessors. 3, 4, and 5. He shouted as he infused strength into his right arm so that his sword crossed through the 3 bodies and cut through whatever stood in his way. A sea of blood soaked the surrounding ground in a wine color. Someone with Belle's strength can traverse the upper floors without any problem and, of course, it was not necessary to use either of his 2 skills against such weak opponents, adding that he does not want the fury of the dungeon as a consequence of activating one of them, much less now that he is completely alone in this small journey within the dungeon. Croak. The singing of a toad caught his attention. When he turned around he saw a pink, slimy thing near his face approaching him at high speed. In a show of reflexes he managed to dodge it and grab it with his free hand. He cut off what resembled the tip of a tongue, an area that had a viscous agent that easily adhered to any surface, and pulled the rest of it hard so that the monster was drawn to it. And 6. He shouted as soon as he had the frog shooter within range of his sword. He split it in half and behind the monster there was only a trail of blood and a magic stone of normal size compared to those left by the kobold and goblin. He smashed the skull of a dungeon lizard that tried to attack him from behind. He buried his weapon in the reptile's heart. 7. The count continued. He turned, pressing his back to the wall, and half a dozen war shadows approached, surrounding him. The long claws of these monsters represented a greater risk than those previously defeated, but nothing that our hero could not control. Clang. The first of them attacked. Belle blocked the cut with his weapon while, using his other hand, he drew the second. "That's right, I would fight both of them." Clang. He made several cuts and blocked a few others in his eagerness to take free ground, avoiding being cornered. The first war shadow's claws broke, leaving them on the floor as some sort of loot. He buried the sword in the throat of the aforementioned beast and brought it down hard, splitting the section of its body into 2 identical but opposite pieces. He punched the next one in the jaw, hearing a crunching sound following this act. He sliced it from the waist, leaving 2 parts, a lower and an upper one. "There are 9 with this one and the previous one," he said, slightly agitated. There were 3 more rivals left. He sliced the next war shadow into 3 pieces, who disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next 2 realized how foolish their decision was when they faced that white rabbit with bloodshot eyes. One of them, without time to react, had one of the swords buried in the right side of his skull. 10-11. Shouted the adventurer, running towards him. He headed towards the monster that possessed the weapon that he used as a projectile. He pulled it out from where it resided by grabbing it by the handle and kicking the war shadow's body. "And this is mine," he warned when he had it in his hand. Thanks to the momentum he gained, he rose a few centimeters into the air and pointed his weapons at the last war shadow. Both of them stuck into the monster's abdomen and it disappeared. Then 12 he wiped his sweat with the forearm of his shirt. He made sure there were no monsters around and sheathed the swords at his waist, one on each side. But not before wiping the blood stuck to the blades with his gloves. He walked, bending down for a few moments to pick up the magic stones. In this wave, there were 12 magic stones. 7 fewer than the last one, although war shadows appeared this time, he set his feet back, packing the items into his backpack. Needless to say, it was overflowing. 26 monsters when I started an hour ago. Then 22. Then 19, and finally 12, he repeated. Yes, he killed a total of 79 monsters in 1 hour. A record for any adventurer, but we have to take into account that almost no one bothers to kill monsters on the first floors. They prefer to move forward. He looked at the ground where he had fought during the aforementioned time, observing the blood and rocks scattered about. Maybe I went too far, he said. He saw the road ahead and considered going further down. No, I promised Hermes I wouldn't get into trouble. Besides, I want to rest, he spoke to himself. Grrr. The growl alerted him. A monster? No. An earthquake? Not either. The dungeon sending a skeleton lizard to kill adventurers? Less so. A fearsome growl came from the rabbit's stomach. Ugh, I'm starving, he said, holding his abdomen. The accumulated fatigue hit him and the consequent effects of it were felt in every muscle fiber. The human body is incredible. If it doesn't notice a condition, it doesn't give it any importance and pretends to be well until the condition becomes unsustainable. I should stop skipping breakfast, he advised himself, leaving. As a result of killing everything that appeared left and right during the last hour, at that moment absolutely nothing was born from the walls, not even a microorganism. He surpassed the dungeon's monster spawning ability and speed without using his abilities. He noticed one aspect that interested him greatly after his day. Why are there no adventurers? He wondered. During the time of battle that passed, not a single adventurer or support showed up. Seeing the light at the end of the road, his doubt was resolved. At the cages ready. A man, apparently from the Ganesha family, ordered. I'm on it. Hey you. Take the obsidian soldiers to the Colosseum. It was a big problem catching them. Shouting was the order of the day. Instructions this way. Instructions over there. Monsters in cages and chains. There were some species that the boy had never seen until that moment. Monsterphilia, he remembered what Hermes had said the night before. Grrr. Oh, there's no time to think about it. Otherwise, they'll pick me up like a sack of potatoes if I can't move. He walked briskly in search of a food stand or, if luck were on his side, a restaurant. He marveled at the amount of food near the dungeon, there was only one small, minuscule and unnecessary detail none has opened. And if that weren't enough, he hasn't traded the magic stones in the guild because of his desperation to eat. I'm tempted to chew one, he thought, drool dripping from his mouth as he stared at his backpack full of purple crystals. Belle. A female voice called out, snapping him out of his trance and preventing him from making a stupid decision. Shakti indeed, the woman who mentioned the name of our rabbit protagonist, was the captain of the Ganesha family, Shakti Varma. What are you doing here? I didn't think you'd be participating in monsterphilia, although I'm sorry to inform you it hasn't even started yet, and why do you look like you're about to die? She asked, somewhat puzzled. Because between yesterday afternoon and today, only one apple is in my stomach, he reported as if that were common in his daily life. The blue-haired girl looked at him. He shook his head and smiled. Come on, we'll go eat, she told him, approaching him. Stop skipping meals. You're too thin, Shakti advised, using her shoulder to support him so he wouldn't faint. Hasn't it ever happened to you that you forget simple, vital things in your excitement? Well, that's exactly what happened to me, the boy mocked her situation. Sometimes I forget you're a child, the captain of the Ganesha family said with a hint of amusement at that comment. And the pair walked away, heading to a food establishment. Minutes later. Delicious. This food is delicious. The rabbit said as he filled his mouth with large amounts of food and chewed at a rapid pace, passing it through his throat. Sitting opposite him was his companion. Looking like that, you look more like a squirrel than a rabbit, Shakti made a comment disguised as a joke. Belle quickly swallowed his food before answering her. Gulp. The bolus of food went down the throat and into the stomach. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and spoke. At this point I don't know which one is better, he replied, following the joke. I prefer rabbits, the blue-haired girl gave her point of view. Are you? He blushed. Don't get me wrong. I'm talking about the animals, not you. The woman shook her hands and head when she realized that her comment could be misinterpreted. Why yeah. Don't worry. It's not like that thought ever crossed my mind. Belle, who misunderstood him, agreed with him and ignored the thought. An awkward silence fell over them. Haha, I've realized that despite being the first person I met in Arario, I know almost nothing about you, Miss Shakti. The boy tried to break the ice between them. The opportunity hasn't presented itself. Your life in the city is full of adventures but not free time. That's why I'm surprised to see you with nothing to do. It's unusual for you, since you're always active and full of energy. The blue-haired woman continued with the topic Belle suggested. I wanted to take a break. As you mentioned, I've been on the go without a break. Enjoying the tranquility of a sunny day or the breeze hitting my face and hair is necessary sometimes, the boy replied. About that, I heard about what happened in Riviera. Are you feeling okay? Shakti asked him. Yes. My arm was seriously injured during the battle against Goliath, but it's already been treated and not a single scar remains as a trace of the injury. The young man rolled up his shirt sleeve, showing it to her as proof. I see, that's a relief, the woman exhaled. By the way, Miss Shakti, is your family in charge of monsterphilia? If so, aren't I interrupting their activities? The white-haired man wanted to delve deeper into the matter. If he was correct, he'd stop wasting the blue-haired woman's time. Yes, the Ganesha family is in charge of the event since many of us are tamers and it's easy for us to collect monsters. To answer the second question, no, you don't interrupt anything. My responsibility was the collection. Besides, you said it yourself, sometimes we should enjoy the quiet. A rare commodity these days, the woman replied casually, circling her finger on the table. She looked tired. Melancholic. It's hard to pinpoint her emotion. Belle wanted to change that mood. Give me a few minutes, there's something I'd like to buy, the rabbit asked for patience as he got up from his seat and walked to one of the stalls set up a few meters away. Don't go. He said from a distance as he walked away. The captain of the Ganesha family watched him trotting backwards, surprised by the sudden change. Fufu, he laughed. Seeing such innocence in him and observing the way he marvels when he encounters new things makes me happy, she said, smiling with a blush on her cheeks. He really is identical to you, Artie, he added. Shakti, do you want to? Her sister's voice was heard by her. For a brief moment he had her next to his face. He closed his eyes and rubbed them. He thought his vision was playing tricks on him. When he opened them again he came face to face with reality. Shakti, if you want. Belle was the one who said what he said before, chewing on a round food wrapped in a paper bag. Oh? Why yes, he nodded. Here you are, Miss Shakti, a Jag-American. I've heard from the children at the orphanage that it's a delicious food, although nutritionally speaking, things are different, Belle said, extending his hand for the beautiful blue-haired woman to take the small bag containing the potato croquette. She grabbed it, feeling embarrassed for mistaking Artie and Belle. He sat down opposite her again. He gave her a look, implying that she should try it. It wasn't the first time Shakti had seen that food. If she had to choose a characteristic and common food throughout Arario, she would undoubtedly choose Jag-American. However, there's a difference between knowing it and eating it. Despite being Artie's favorite food, I've never tried it. I always told him that eating so much of this stuff was bad for his health, he thought, opening his mouth to take a bite. As soon as his tongue came into contact with the porous texture of the steamy croquette, his eyes lit up. That's delicious, she admitted, truly stunned, as steam came out of her mouth and the Jag-American. Aha. Aha. The young man nodded repeatedly, confirming what his companion had said. Shakti, without hesitation, took one more bite. And then another. Then another one. Almost in a row, without caring in the least that the thing was giving off steam due to its high temperature. And so it continued until it was finished, leaving the paper bag stained with oil. I can't believe such delicious food, how could I have ignored it for so many years? She wondered, lost in thought. There are small details in our lives that we don't notice or don't give the attention we need. However, that's what others are for. Teaching you pleasures you didn't know about or couldn't imagine existed. It makes me happy to know I achieved my goal, Belle replied, smiling sweetly. The human's heart suddenly leaped. Yes, I guess you're right, he replied. I'm sure you and my sister would have become good friends if you had met. You look a lot like her, she said, displaying a certain melancholy. Really? Then I'd like you to introduce me to her. She's probably a good person like you, Miss Shakti, the boy said, excited and standing up from his seat. But it will be impossible. He passed away years ago, revealed the captain of the Ganesha family. The mood dissipated inside the white-haired man. Oh, forgive me, I didn't mean to. He sat down, his head down. He regretted touching on a sensitive subject despite having no knowledge of it. Don't worry, okay? There's no way you could have known. Also, being in contact with you allows me to remember her fondly. Shakti delicately stroked Belle's flushed cheek. Miss Shakti. It's a little, he tried to complain, but seeing her happy and completely calm as he ran his fingers over her face, he decided to let it go. As the seconds passed, the pair felt increasingly sad, leading to a point where the blue-haired girl, realizing how strange it was to pamper him for no apparent reason, stopped what she was doing. I apologize. I shouldn't have touched you without your permission. He pulled his hand away, avoiding eye contact. It didn't bother me at all. Seeing you happy caused a stir in my heart. I said it a few days ago, a woman brings out her beauty when she smiles, and that's certainly the case with you, Miss Shakti Belle, he replied, dismissing her concern despite the fact that some comments were unnecessary in the reply. Could you tell me about her? He asked. But Shakti opened her eyes wide. If you could tell me what your sister was like. Sure, if you don't want me to, I'll avoid inquiring and insisting on it. He repeated his question, avoiding forcing her to answer. His name was Artie was the first thing the blue-haired girl mentioned. She was such a spirited girl. Always on the move, running around. I had a hard time controlling her, he said, chuckling at the memory. Belle listened to her attentively, not missing the various expressions that appeared on her beautiful face as she spoke. The slight corners of her lips, which formed a shy, tender and sweet smile disguised with melancholy, stood out among other details present in her person. She looked up, where clouds partially covered the sun. I loved stories of heroes. It was impossible to alter his personality or positivism, even when situations looked bad just like you. She maintained a close friendship with several members of the Astri family. You could say it was her second family. And, he adored the Jag American. Saying this last thing he pointed to the paper bag on the table. Tears flowed from her tear ducts, overflowing down her eyelids. I miss her so much the Dark Ages took away the only family I had left, he wiped those drops before they could even run down his cheeks. That's why I won't allow an event like that to happen again, he declared, clenching his fist. At that moment, the white-haired man remembered last night. The specific sentence that came out of his mouth. Finaru they lost their parents because of Evilis. I don't want them to go through the same thing. They deserve to be happy just like every citizen in Arario and outside of here. Suddenly Shakti turned to him. At least having you here it's like I'm still alive, she expressed. The lump formed in Belle's throat at the tone in which he said it. He took a breath, storing it in his lungs until there was no more room. Miss Shakti, I am not Artie, it is not my place, nor do I want to replace you, he said seriously and without a gesture. This took the woman by surprise. How her voice trembled due to confusion. I may look like her in personality or physically, however that doesn't make me her sister, he continued. I know it sounds cruel, but I don't want him to see me that way, he added. Shakti placed her hand on her chest, squeezing it because of a pang in her heart. Remember Artie and don't associate her with me, he asked. The blue-haired girl lowered her head. The young man placed his hand on top of hers. The pain from before was replaced by shock after such an act. Since I want you to see me as bellcranel. That boy who admires and respects you above all people in Arario, he added. I'm your #1 fan, Miss Shakti. So please see me for who I really am, not who you want me to be, he finished, lightly squeezing the woman's hand. Shakti's heart rate accelerated so much that she felt it would jump out of her chest. The words filled with sincerity penetrated his mind and soul. He was unable to reply. He was right. It didn't matter how much he wanted to or how much he deluded himself into thinking that he was the representation of his sister Artie. Reality contradicted her and threw that perception into the trash. For the first time I was watching Belle. The mask that was on him was fading away. I'm embarrassed, she tried to answer but without success. His royal blue eyes shone brightly. The skin on the captain of the Ganesha family's face flushed, increasing the heat within her. What's this? What's wrong with me? It's identical to that time at the Dian sect family headquarters. Questions of that kind originated in his head as the image of his visit to the aforementioned site projected into his subconscious. However, they would be interrupted. The powerful explosion came from a few meters near their location. Specifically in the Colosseum, right near the dungeon. They left their seats and ran at top speed towards it. What the hell was that? Shakti asked. I don't know. But this looks bad. Belle replied at his side. Bua. A roar similar to that of a minotaur reached his ears. The sound was deeper than those beasts. Large rocks were thrown in random directions. Help. Shouted a man who was about to be crushed by one of them. I'll take care of it, said the white-haired man, getting in the way. He cut the object in 2 halves. The civilian wanted to thank him, but Belle sped away. Positions were flying through the skies. Belle cut them to reduce their size and make them less dangerous if they fell on some poor unfortunate person who happened to be crossing by. Shakti did the same, supporting people and keeping them away from danger. Those things, the young man pointed ahead. The blue-haired girl turned around and found what he wanted to show her. The barbarians, they escaped. The fear in his eyes conveyed his concern and the seriousness of the matter. Two enormous beasts that shared similarities with the mid-floor minotaurs had escaped from their cages. Author's note. A comparison between a barbarian and a mysterious image belonging to my good. We have to do something. They're approaching people. Belle warned, snapping her out of her trance. The captain of the Ganesha family, who was a level 5, held her ankusha and walked towards them. Ilta. How did they escape? Shakti asked her family member, Ilta Farna. The Amazon, who was increasing the distance between herself and the barbarians, answered without looking at her. Someone forced the shackles and opened the cages. Slash. Clang. The monster's thick hide prevented the woman's weapon from piercing it. Bua. The punch was given to Ilt in response to the previous attempt. Bam. He barely blocked it, his feet skidding across the ground due to the beast's force. Ah. A scream came from behind him. Poo. The barbarian's snout was kicked by Belle, causing it to flinch. Shakti. Have Ilt help with the evacuation. I'll take care of this one. The white-haired man ordered, in an attack position and holding his swords firmly. But the Redeed wanted to argue against it since she wasn't aware of the power the rabbit possessed. This is the best. You've been catching monsters all morning. Shakti agreed. The Amazon had no choice but to listen to him. The barbarian looked at the white-haired man with eyes filled with fury. The damn problems follow me and I'm not faster, he said to himself jokingly as the muscular and gigantic body of the monster positioned itself in front of him. Boo. Another roar came out and he charged towards his rival. Bomb. 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 The heavy footsteps remained on the path he walked along. He pointed his horns forward, trying to send the rabbit away, but in a split second, a white flash dazzled him, preventing him from seeing his way. Clang. Only a single chime was heard before blood gushed from his chest. Slash. The sword in his right hand took on the same white color as his body and penetrated the barbarian's skin with little difficulty. Wow, they really are quality, he thought. Bomb. 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 The monster launched desperate attacks at the ground, exploding and raising hundreds of rocks and debris. Bomb. 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 Belle repeatedly dodged the blows. His strength is undeniable, but he's found his impact resistance to be less so. He can heal himself with his healing factor. However, if the damage is too much, his mind will be consumed and he runs the risk of fainting. Slash. Clang. The barbarian deflected the cut with a swipe of his hand. Bomb. Belle blocked the next attack with his dagger. He felt his bones colliding from the force infused into the blow. Bam. He kicked him again in the snout. He moved away a few meters and concentrated on charging Argonaut. However, it wouldn't be that easy. The distance was shortened as quickly as it was taken. Buo. Bomb. Ughhhh. He crossed his arms to cushion the blow. Crash. The boy's body was thrown into the distance, colliding with a solid wall. Belle Shakti shouted as she buried her weapon in her opponent's shoulder. I'm fine. Try to control them. That way we won't have to fight. Belle said, emerging from the rubble with his clothes torn and his armor cracked. I've tried, but I can't. There's an order in their heads, and I can't erase it. Another tamer has them under his control. He replied, dodging the barbarian's attacks. An emerald glow emerged around it, similar to the wind of Aiz. Slash. In an almost imperceptible movement, he sliced off the monster's hand. Boo. The groan of pain came from him, as did gallons of blood spilling into the streets. Without time to admire the blue-haired girl's brilliance, the rabbit jumped, appearing right in front of the monster. Bomb. The punch crossed just inches from his face, scraping it superficially. Take this. He shouted, piercing the air with the blade of his right sword that went to the barbarian's side while pointing the tip of the other at his eyes. Slash. Slash. Both objectives were achieved. Bua. Another moan of pain was heard. Slash. He pulled out his weapons from his face and ribs respectively, jumping back. Damn, it wasn't strong enough, he commented, frowning. He failed to pierce the monster's bones, so he only blinded it in that risky move. Ah. Taking advantage of his rival's confusion, coupled with the fact that his healthy eye was covered with his own blood, he prepared for the next attack. Clang. 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 5 seconds of bells were heard in the surrounding area. The characteristic white glow did not occur because the energy was absorbed into the swords by Belle's decision. The barbarian charged at their position. Bam. Their hooves were left imprinted on the solid thick rock. Ah. The boy opened his eyes, breaking the concentration. He aimed for the center of the torso. He wanted to destroy the magic stone as soon as possible. The battle was dragging on for too long, and that wasn't good for anyone present or the infrastructure of the homes and buildings around them. Pooh. The beast struck without any success because Belle slid under its paws in a quick movement it did not expect. It pushed through the air, moving some tents and trees. The white-haired man with red eyes stood behind him. He turned his head, trying to see what he would do or if he could avoid the damage. The answer was negative. Still, he jumped with difficulty because of his heavy body. Slash. Slash. The swords were embedded in a solid object. However, there was no creaking sound. But the magic stone is supposed to be here. Belle's gaze tightened. Careful. A Shakti alert brought him out of his trance. Before he knew it, the monster's outstretched open hands grabbed him like a rag toy. Crack. Ah. The boy shouted as he felt crushed. A sadistic smile spread across the beast's snout. Bua. Buo. He threw it down hard, smashing it on the rocks and sinking it as deep as possible. Ah. The lack of movement due to the barbarian's grip and the friction on his bones from being crushed caused him immense pain. The blue-haired girl, who was terrified by the monster's sadism, went to his aid, although her rival prevented her from doing so. Buo. It hit her in the side, sending her flying until a building stopped her. Ugh, sore and battered, she got up again. Ah. The rabbit's incessant screams were heard with difficulty. The beating of his heart could be heard in his eardrums, and the taste of blood was perceived on his tongue. It was his own blood. I must help him. He gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on his Ankasha. Hhhhhh. A scream that brought out his anger and frustration emerged from the depths of his being. Slash. 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 It sliced through the barbarian's flesh at a rapid pace, preventing him from reacting. Slash. 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 Fractured bones. Torn skin. Torn muscles. Blood pouring out in jets with no way to stop it. Shakti's rage was fearsome. I won't let them take him away from me too. He shouted, staining himself with his enemy's blood. Her goal was clear: remove anything that stood between her and saving the boy. Slash. 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 Removing the flesh from his torso, he began to visualize the magic stone. Without thinking, with the tip of his weapon, he destroyed it. Clash. Barbarian's organs and fur drooped and grey smoke surrounded her. He ended the life of one of them, but there was still another one left. However, the white glow returned. I'll finish you. The roar of Belle's voice reached her ears. With willpower and adrenaline, he slowly freed himself from the monster's grip. Opening your arms and increasing the angle of separation. Shakti watched him expectantly. Bam. The barbarian's hands opened. The rabbit's red eyes glowed. I'm upset, he whispered. Not with you for hitting me, he added. If not with me for allowing you to do it for so long, he finished. His rival retreated. His most primitive instinct screamed at him, pleading with him to flee. The battle was decided when the fury of someone kind was unleashed. Belle, who didn't have his swords, as they were still buried in the back of the one lying in front of him, retracted his fist. The whiteness was stored in it. And, in the blink of an eye. Crack. The barbarian lowered his head and there he was, with his arm inside his chest. Clash. The magic stone broke into hundreds of pieces. His body vanished. In his head he jotted down a personal note. If I'm reborn, I'll finish you off. Not knowing that he wasn't the only one who made such a promise. The rabbit swords fell to the ground and disappeared. Belle was breathing heavily and labored. That was close, he muttered, lowering his arm. He turned to Shakti and smiled. We won, he declared, giving a thumbs up. The woman, stunned, walked towards him. Is something wrong, he kept asking until. Bang. You're alive, she said while hugging him. Miss Shakti. The boy was embarrassed by the suddenness of the hug. I thought I would lose you. I don't want to, I couldn't bear it, he spoke with a broken voice. But it didn't happen. I'm really glad. She hugged him tighter and cried while smiling with relief. She moved away from him a few inches. Sorry, it's just that Artie, he desperately tried to excuse himself for his actions. Miss Shakti, Belle called her. She remained silent, attentive to what he would say. No matter how strong the pain is here inside, live with the memory of what was to honor it in the now, he declared. I said it before. I'm not Artie, however, I can be bellcranel if you accept me as such, he added, giving her a calm and kind expression. Seeing her, the image of his sister returned. I have to stop blaming myself for your death, Artie, it's not what you would want for me, she thought, her head down and clutching her chest as drops slid down her cheeks, falling to the ground. Quickly, she hugs him again. Bang. Yes. You're right. He replied with overwhelming happiness. He reciprocated the gesture, placing his hands on the blue-haired girl's back. This could count as infidelity, at least that's what I think, a female interrupted them. A chill ran down the boy's spine. I knew who it was. Hermes. He named her. The Saint Shakti was surprised by the silver-haired woman's presence. The tension was such that the few people present left the area. They didn't want to get involved in a love dispute. I came because Il told me about the barbarian attack and my god sent me here to heal the wounded. He emphasized that I'd earn more money since it was a dangerous and urgent job, so I didn't complain. However, I stumbled upon this scene upon arriving. He recounted the events that led up to his presence in Babel. First of all, Inkusha, would you be so kind as to release him? Please, the healer asked, calling her by her nickname and gripping her staff. Shakti did not contradict her and let it go, surprised by the girl's actions. Airid Belle wanted to explain. You shut up, she interrupted him coldly and without turning to look at him. Yes. Terrified, he knelt on the ground. Airid approached the tamer, who, even in the deep floors, did not feel as much fear as she felt now. I won't delve into the history you share, much less the reason for such a public display of affection. So tell me straight away, do you like Belle? She asked, sharpening her gaze. Are you? Shakti put on a poker face. She hadn't expected to be asked such a question. Airid, I don't think Belle wanted to speak. I said you shut up again, they silenced him. Understood. Replied the rabbit. And no. It's just the captain of the Ganesha family found it impossible to respond as she felt threatened by the empty purple eyes of the woman in front of her. It seemed as if he was searching deep within himself. Now that I'm not thinking about Artie, what do I really feel for him? That question never came up. She wasn't sure what she would say or how she felt, however she found herself without options or ways to escape the confrontation. Well, Inkusha, D. Saint insisted. He swallowed his pride and answered the first thing that came to his mind, or, in this specific case, heart. Yes, I like it. The kneeling boy raised his head and remained motionless. In shock. The doctor remained calm, listening attentively to what he had to say. The day I confirmed it, I finally stopped seeing him as Artie, and I can say without fear that I fell in love with him, she added. Having expressed his love, there was no turning back. I like him, I really like him, his purity, kindness, his character and determination to save others without realizing it. I started noticing him from the moment I met him until this day. I realized the truth and, much to my regret, I can't be with him. He wept as he continued his prayer. Belle remained silent, watching Shakti's words closely. Why do you say that? The healer asked. For me, the time for love has passed at my age. It would be strange if I started a relationship with a 14-year-old. I don't want Belle to go through that. Besides, D. Saint, you're his partner. Am I wrong? It's the only explanation I can find to justify your jealousy when you see me hugging him. Considering that, it wouldn't be right for me to interfere in their romance, she explained. You look good together. You're a cute couple, I hope you can be happy. The blue-haired girl looked at the white-haired boy, followed by this. Goodbye, Belle, she turned around and tried to leave, but the boy stopped her. Shakti, he tried to speak. He turned to where the silver-haired girl had a complicated expression and, after a few seconds of internal discussion, reluctantly nodded, giving her free rein to whatever he was about to do. Age is indifferent to love since it can enter our hearts, being children or adults, that's why don't be afraid to love. Also, since I took on my role as an adventurer, I stopped being a child, so I wish to be treated as what I am, an adult, he said, while scratching the back of his neck. What do you mean by that? The tamer asked, wanting to confirm her suspicions. He held her by both hands. What I mean is I gladly accept your feelings, Shakti. I want to be with you too, Belle replied. She, without realizing it, felt her heart beating several times per minute. A D. Saint, he replied, looking at Airid. You better accept before I regret it. Do you understand? The silver-haired girl said with a vein popping out of her forehead. How? Many questions were forming in his head and probably wouldn't be resolved. Shakti Varma. Belle called his attention. Do you want to be my girlfriend? He proposed, with the classic smile of a romantic comedy protagonist who can't be said no to. Without a doubt in her mind or heart, she hugged him tightly and said. I'll be in your care from now on, Belle. You Belle screamed even though his lips were sealed. Without hesitation, she kissed him after wrapping her arms around his neck. How shameless. They kissed the first second of being dating. Wait, I did it even though I wasn't. I feel like a hypocrite for getting angry, Airid thought. She wanted to complain, but he was actually right. The proposal came after kissing him on their date at the hot springs. His lips parted and he said to Belle, in a mischievous tone, the following. I can't afford to play the role of a lovelorn child. I'm an adult and I'll act like one. Shakti turned the first rabbit partner over as the latter saw stars with blood running down his nose. I'm close to paradise, Grandpa, he said to himself without 100% of his mental faculties. I don't want to be kissed, thank you very much. The healer, a little startled by the approach of the adventurer from the Ganesha family, placed her staff between them. The blue-haired girl bowed to her. Airid tilted her head. Thank you so much for allowing me to be with the one I love. I will also be in your care from now on, Shakti said. Same here, Hermes replied. I hope that gratitude doesn't become so recurrent, the girl thought, slightly worried, not knowing what awaited her when she chose that heartthrob rabbit as her partner. Somewhere in the dungeon. Did you do your part, Akalos? A certain stranger asked. Of course, Enyo. My children freed the barbarians just as you requested. Leave your payment on the table, they replied. Okay. I still can't believe the Ganesha family captured such a rare specimen, the masked man declared. Head out before anyone else gets here. I don't want any trouble with Uranus or that idiot Ganesha, Akelo said. Enyo retreated with one of her escorts. A woman with short pink hair. They disappeared into the depths of the dungeon. Nothing good will come of this. So much trouble for that little dragon cub. The god shook his head and put his hands in his pockets, leaving that place. Chapter 16. 5 days after what happened in the last chapter. We find ourselves inside the dungeon, where a certain group of people were leaving after having walked through a large number of floors and been inside for a long time. The Loki family's adventure is over. That joint expedition with other families that began a week ago has come to an end. Their faces reflected happiness and euphoria. Good news, perhaps. We made it to the 59th floor. We have to celebrate. Tiona said, adopting her usual personality. I hope Loki takes care of paying the bill this time. Last time he ran away and we had to pay for it out of our own pockets, the Amazon sister commented, clenching her fist at the memory of the incident. Walking beside them was a beautiful woman with golden hair. Her name was Aiz Wallenstein. Also following them was a beautiful elf with a merciless face and an aura of maturity and serenity. Her name was Riveria Joe's elf. And last but not least, a woman belonging to Riveria's race walked beside her master. It was Lafia Viridis. We haven't even left yet and they're already thinking about drinking, Riveria shook her head. I want to rest, Aiz murmured. Miss Aiz is right. We should rest, Lafia agreed. Easy for you to say. You faced the Udius and that caused us to be delayed. By now we'd be in the Lady of Plenty, Tyan claimed, pointing inquisitively at the blonde. She took a couple of steps back as sweat trickled down her forehead. Yeah. They're making a big deal out of it. They should congratulate her and celebrate her achievement too. It's not every day you defeat a floor boss. The high elf stopped the argument between the Amazon and the human in its tracks. Mom, Riveria is right, Tyan. The important thing is that we'll get out. I'll be able to see Argonaut Kun. Tiona celebrated, blushing as a smile spread from ear to ear. Suddenly he received the glances of Aiz, Lafia and Riveria. What did you say? And don't call me mom, the jade-haired woman asked, her eyes wide open. Not before expressing her displeasure with being called mom. See Belle? The sword princess peeked out from the elf's shoulder. Lafia remained silent, watching the situation closely, as did Tyan. Yes. I've been waiting to run into him again. I'd like to ask him out on a date and talk about hero stories all day, the Amazon replied, hopping slightly from her position and positioning herself with her back to the rest of the girls. She almost ignored them as she focused on her fantasy. Aiz swallowed, feeling seriously worried. It doesn't sound bad they became friends, and it makes sense that she wants to see him again, Riveria tried to calm down when giving her opinion on Tiona's wish. It would be a date between friends, but I like Argonaut Kun as a man, the girl expressed easily and without shame. They shouted in unison at that statement. Tyan simply gave her sister a thumbs up. She was aware of the Amazon's strong bond with the man who won their hearts. No wonder she continues to insist on the captain of the Loki family. Why are you reacting like this? I think I was too clear about it. Tiona tilted her head in confusion. We thought you were acting like your usual self. You've always been the most social member of our family, Lafia answered her friend's question. Do you like Belle? Do you want to go out with him? Blushing, the blonde asked. Riveria covered her face with the palms of her hands. She didn't want to be seen like that. Yes, I like him. He's cute, kind, we have things in common, and he showered me with compliments as soon as he met me. No one else had ever done that. Besides, a part of me feels like I've known him for a long time. Tiona's heartbeat increased. Her cheeks also blushed because of it. Feeling like you know him, Lafia whispered in an almost inaudible tone. The acceleration of his heartbeat was not long in coming. The same thing happened to her as to her colleague and friend. Only she's too stubborn to accept it as easily as she did. Are you sure you like it? It could be. Riveria wanted to be sure, but she was interrupted. Why did you all of a sudden stop? At this rate, we'll never get out. Finn, who had been left behind arguing with Gareth, Bet, and the other members, caught up with them. The elf jumped in fright. The hobbit surprised her by coming up behind her. Don't do that, Finn. She yelled, turning around. Okay, you're too weird. What's wrong with you? There are still 10 floors to go and you're still breaking. We were 5 floors away from you and look now, the captain of the Loki family explained in a scolding manner. Sorry, Finn, Riveria apologized, embarrassed. A face few, if any, have ever seen the vice captain of the second most powerful family in Arario make. The hobbit sighed and approached her. Forget it. I know what it's about, but you should calm down a bit. Leave the Lovelorn maiden act for when you see him, he whispered in her ear in a mocking tone. What do you think, Riveria's stuttering amused Finn. Haha. Let's keep going. You're not fooling anyone. The brave one walked forward, leaving the blonde girl completely red, resembling a ripe tomato. Mom Riveria got angry. Look, steam is coming out of her head, Tiona commented to the others. What did the captain tell him? Tyne was left with this doubt. Are you feeling alright, Riveria-sama? Lafia asked, approaching her teacher. Why yes. Let's go. She quickened her pace, avoiding being seen at all costs. Aiz set out on the return journey like the rest. Tiona he named the Amazon. Is something wrong? The Amazon answered the call. How do you ask a guy out on a date with you, the sword princess asked, looking away. Oh, you like Argonaut too. That's great. The girl's screams were muffled when the blonde covered her mouth. Shhh. Aiz silenced her. The grief within her was overwhelming. He took his hands away and allowed Tiona to breathe. That hurt. She angrily crossed her arms. Sorry, I don't know why I did it, the girl replied. She didn't understand why she was worried about having these confusing feelings directed at the white-haired man revealed to the world. Don't worry. To answer your question, the best way to ask a man out is suddenly, the Amazon stopped her explanation abruptly. Attentive, Aiz did not look away. As if he wanted her to continue, but Tiona still didn't speak. I have no idea. I've never asked a man out on a date before, she replied, realizing her lack of experience in the field. Tyne, who heard the topic of conversation, forced his way in. I'll help you. He hugged them both. You? But the captain always rejects your requests and invitations, the younger sister said. Pam. Tyne hit her sister's head. Shut up. The captain is a hard nut to crack. He excused himself. If you don't want my help, I'm leaving. I don't want you to bother me when you don't know what to do. Tyne walked away until Aiz grabbed her arm. Wait, I'm interested, she said, showing interest in what her friend had to say. Sorry. We do need your help, Tiona agreed with Aiz as a bump formed on the top of her head, where she rubbed, trying to ease the pain of the blow. Tyne puffed out her chest, proud. You want to make a man fall in love with you? Then I'll be your teacher. She raised her fist. Sensei. Tiona and Aiz made a doggies in front of the expert in love matters. You might wonder why Tiona didn't care about Aiz. Simple. The Amazon's belief is that a strong man can have any woman he wants. A plausible point of view if applied to another era. Anyway. From a distance, Lafia and Riveria watched them without understanding the actions of the rest. What are you doing? A drop of sweat ran down the orange-haired elf's forehead. Don't try to understand what they're doing. It's a waste of time, Riveria denied, smiling at the silliness of the scene in her eyes. However, inside his head, there was a lot of commotion and disorder. Asking Belle out on a date, I wish I had the courage you possess, Tiona, he commented in his subconscious. They are waiting. Realizing the strangeness of his thinking, he blushed up to his ears. What am I thinking? He's a child. I'm a 99-year-old elf. There's no way something like this would happen. Besides, it's not like I like him, yes, like Tiona said. He's kind, tender, sweet, thoughtful, I love seeing him smile, him calling me beautiful wreaked havoc on my heart, and his continuous acts of bravery mess with my feelings and ideas. Also, I haven't stopped seeing him in my dreams since I met him, but it's definitely not love. It must be something else. The high elf's Sundeer level is over 9,000. Almost comparable to the level of denial she had to employ to avoid concluding what she fears. What's wrong with me? She asked herself, her lips trembling as she shook her head, ridding herself of those dangerous thoughts. Or at least that was her goal. Aerith watched from behind the havoc that a single human had wreaked on the female members of his family. Ha. You're amazing, boy. He scoffed internally, developing more respect for the rabbit than he already had. That felt out of place. What's wrong with those silly Amazons and the old woman? He asked, pointing at them. You won't like the answer, replied the dwarf, leaving the scene. Question marks formed above the werewolf. Screw it. Hurry up, you useless people. He shouted to the rest of the group who were coming behind him. Among them were Olgod, Aki and Alicia. What's wrong, Alicia? I've been talking to you for hours, and all you do is nod and say nothing, the catgirl called the elf's attention after snapping her fingers just inches from her face. Sorry, what happened? It seems he didn't hear that either. I give up. You should rest when we get back to headquarters. You must be exhausted, Aki suggested. Yes, you're right. My head hurts, he commented. Since when? Raul asked. Since before answering, the image of the white-haired man passed through his mind. She was present when she saw him save Riveria from the Goliath attack. That courage and determination in her expression captivated his heart, embedding itself deep within his brain. I couldn't forget that experience. I don't know, blushing, she answered the first thing that came to mind so as not to reveal what she had said before. I haven't stopped thinking about him. What's wrong with me? She asked herself. She fell in love with a boy. Tsubaki, a member of the Hephaestus family, quickly concluded what happened. I suspected it since the swim in the lake, but did all of Loki's girls fall in love with him? Impressive, he thought. And so they continued on their way. The stops continued, though they were shorter. On the surface, seat of the Ganesha family. Shakti Varma, captain of the Ganesha family, was in her room, sitting in front of a mirror. She combed her hair with a brush, the strands becoming more straight with each stroke. On her face stood out a tender smile full of illusion without forgetting the dazzling beauty that the woman possesses. Belle was right when he told her a few days ago that a woman reveals her beauty when she smiles. Those words were etched in the heart of the blue-haired girl, who wasn't used to receiving compliments. You might be wondering why he combed his hair. And the answer is simpler than you might imagine. Before clarifying this, we must put it into context. 5 days ago, our favorite tamer of the Ganesha family formed a romantic relationship with bellcranel, the boy she had known since day one. At first, he reminded her too much of her deceased sister, Arti Varma, so much so that she decided to protect him for that reason. However, contrary to what he expected, during the monsterphilia, which was cancelled by the barbarian attack, he managed to erase the image of Arti and finally see the man in front of him. And what happened because of that was love, or rather, the understanding of his true feelings. The figure of Belle remained deep within her, and her excuses focused on denying the possibility that her feelings might not be romantic. However, when he told her to see him as someone other than her sister, she couldn't keep up the facade. Remember Arti and don't associate her with me, Belle requested. Since I want you to see me as bellcranel. That boy who admires and respects you above all people in Arario, he added. He realized the love he felt for the rabbit. Those simple words were enough. Just remembering it made her happy. But when they fought against the barbarians and the young man's life was in danger, fear took hold of her. Fear of losing him. He doesn't want anyone to leave his side. Not again. To his surprise, Belle defeated the monster in a single move, penetrating its chest and destroying the magic stone. Speechless, he noticed. He understood the meaning of the request that had been made to him minutes before. Yes, it's not Arti. That day it became clear to him. Her body moved alone to where he was wiping the beast's residual blood and hugged him tightly. Without caring what others would say. Through tears she clung to him. Although the display of affection would be cut short due to a certain silver-haired woman brimming with fury and jealousy. Good saint from Hermes. It seems the man she fell in love with wasn't single. He had formed an emotional bond with a beautiful woman and family healer Dian Sect. Shakti would be lying if she said her heart pained for a few moments upon hearing this. But there was one detail. The silver-haired woman steered the conversation in a confusing direction, which gradually erased the discomfort. Until the question came that triggered everything. Do you like Belle? The blue-haired girl's immediate reaction was doubt. She thought she'd heard wrong until Airid's insistence made her realize how seriously she'd asked the question. Thousands of excuses swirled in her head. Not even she knew the truth for sure. Not because of a lack of signs, but because of her poor understanding of her feelings due to her inexperience. So, thanks to the pressure that D-Saint put on him, he answered the first thing that came to his mind. Yes, I like it. Short and to the point. What followed was lamentation and apologies. Her honor provoked regret for falling in love with a committed man. She decided to leave him even though she loved him so much. Until Belle spoke, letting him know it was his turn. Almost reflexively, he turned to Hermes, wanting to know what the rabbit's partner thought about her boyfriend's actions. To the surprise of everyone, he approved. Finding herself immersed in the atmosphere of romance and having expressed the truth about how she saw Belle, the relationship was formalized. Also, as a result of the aura that surrounded them, she kissed him. A shameless act from someone who is just conceding what love is. But hey. She's an adult, she doesn't have time to take on the role of the lovelorn indecisive maiden portrayed in many light novels. All hands on deck. Nothing would be held back. There was nothing left to hide. And so he joined the rabbit harem. What followed that day was nothing, really. Because of the cancellation of monsterphilia and the monster attack, her hands were filled with work. She barely saw Belle during those days, only in rare moments when he would visit her to say hello and ask how she was feeling. He also occasionally offered help, which Shakti refused. It's her responsibility, after all. That was until, on the 3rd day of their relationship, her lover asked her out on a romantic date. She's not sure, but she suspects Hermes advised her to ask him. Either way, she wouldn't refuse and would take advantage of their date at all costs. And the day was today. Knowing that, you can already guess why it was fixed. She didn't have any clothes for going out or dates, so she decided to wear a slightly formal outfit she had in her closet, which she bought for a job she had a while back. As she put it on, she looked in the mirror and hoped she wouldn't disappoint the white-haired man. As the minutes passed, the door of the room was knocked. Tock tock tock. She stood up, surprised. She hadn't expected any visitors, and she had asked Ganesha for the day off for personal business. "Who is it?" he asked from the other side of the door. "I am Ganesha," they shouted. "I thought so." Shakti took the knob and turned it. "Is something wrong, Ganesha-sama?" the blue-haired girl asked. "I'm Ganesha. I just wanted to wish you success today." The masked god gave her a thumbs up, smiling at her. The woman's gaze sharpened. "Success at what do you know?" she asked. According to her, she didn't tell anyone anything. The imposing figure of Shakti frightened the god, who gulped. I am, he would say the usual, but he wasn't allowed to. "No more I am Ganesha," the blue-haired girl threatened. Let's say Ilta spied on you the day of the attack. Ganesha betrayed the Amazon of his family." "Ilta, I'll talk to her later, but that doesn't answer my question," he declared. "Bellcranel came to me to ask me to let you go out with him. He even offered to take your shifts for a week so I would allow it," the god confessed. Shakti's heart leaped. Belle, he named him. Suddenly he let out a little laugh. "Yes, it's something he would do," he said. "Shakti, I have to admit that I am surprised by the decision you made. I didn't think you were interested in matters of this nature," Ganesha commented. "Me neither until I met him," she replied, placing her hand on his chest. The god saw her and sat on the edge of the bed. "When Artie died, I feared that you would break and withdraw. You were strong in not showing your pain and weakness to prevent the morale of the rest from collapsing in the Dark Ages. But you also swallowed the sorrow that ate at you from within. Strength isn't always based on not feeling pain or fear. True strength comes from the overcoming and learning we gain from fighting events that push us to the limits of our physical and mental capacity," Ganesha said. Shakti bowed her head. Yes, he didn't show the sadness that the death of his beloved sister brought. Not even at the funeral. "However, looking at you now, I'm proud that you moved on and found someone to give your heart to. Especially when it comes to that child. I've never met such a kind and generous human being. They really are a match made in heaven." Ganesha weighed in. He clearly supports the relationship, and how could he not? It had been a long time since he'd seen his daughter this happy. Nervous, the blue-haired girl played with her hair and blushed. Don't make those kinds of comments, Ganesha-sama. I appreciate it, but it's embarrassing," he requested. "Ahahaha. I am Ganesha. Have a great date," the god mocked, crossing the door. "Pam." A pillow crashed against the newly closed door. It came from Shakti. "Don't yell at it. Stop bothering me," she shouted as her skin tone turned red and she puffed out her cheeks, making a cute pout. "When I get back from the date I'll probably be bombarded with questions. I didn't know having a partner would be so difficult." Small tears were coming out of her eyes. Although Belle appeared in his memories. "It's worth it if we can be together," he concluded. He left his room and headed to the meeting point. The rest of the Ganesha family agreed that there was a certain difference in his personality. Probably his attitude. And obviously, we mustn't forget the happiness with which she walked to the Plaza of Love. The airs that only a woman in love can bring out and spread to the world. Headquarters of the insect family. Things were running smoothly at Arario's finest hospital. It was a normal day, with numerous adventurers coming and going, wounded from their journeys through the dungeon. Among the hospital's attendants, Hermes stood out, guiding the rest of the family and assigning them their assigned tasks as she served as the captain. She seemed slightly preoccupied. Despite the busy workday, her attention wasn't 100% focused on her work. Why is that? Well, maybe she can answer the question. Would it have been a good idea to support Shakti? If I hadn't told Belle to dare to ask her out, he probably wouldn't have taken the initiative, she said to herself, holding her chin, immersed in such thoughts. Suddenly he closed his eyes and shook his head. "No, this is for the best. We both belong to the Belle family now, and we should support each other. He loves us, there's no doubt about that, and there's no sign of him changing," she murmured, smiling as she finished. "Besides, I already had him with me these 5 days, Shakti only for one afternoon, and they were interrupted, so it is only fair that I give him this day," she reasoned, although the hesitation continued inside her. Why did I have to fall in love with a heartbreaker like him? The worst thing is that he doesn't even realize that he makes girls fall in love with him. Several women have already come, saying that a boy with white hair and red eyes saved them from certain death inside the dungeon. The internal debate did not cease until he received a visit from certain acquaintances. Hermes. They shouted the silver-haired girl's name. "Huh? What?" He snapped out of his self-inflicted trance. "I've been calling for your attention for the last minute. Are you feeling alright? Is the workload Diane Sama puts on your shoulders finally taking its toll? A woman's refined, serious voice asked. Riveria Sama is sorry. Maybe I'm right, Diane Sama is on vacation, Airid replied and laughed nervously. Yes, the aforementioned was none other than Riveria Joe's elf, belonging to the Loki family. So you completed the expedition. Do you have payment for the potions? The healer asked. Yes. The rest went off to celebrate, you know, the custom. So I decided to come and check the payment off the to-do list, the high elf explained. Tiredness was evident in her words. Normally, those who came for these matters were Lafia, Aiz, Tiona, Tyan, or all of them. I understand, then let me take out the list where we wrote down the debt, the silver-haired woman commented, searching through the drawers. Seconds passed and concern appeared on Airid's beautiful face. Hey Martha, haven't you seen the record? She asked a companion next to her. Airid, you have it near your right hand, Martha answered, making a poker face and pointing in that direction. Alright, she said, lowering her head, feeling sorry for her past act. Oh Airid, ever since you decided to go out with that guy, you've been on cloud 9. Do you think about him that much? The woman commented, sighing. Her words were meant to provoke her. And that's not true. The healer complained. Are you? Do you have a partner, Airid? Surprised, Riveria asked her. Being a human tomato, puffing out his cheeks, he looked inquisitively at Martha. Whether he wanted to or not, it was impossible to escape the curiosity that piqued the blonde. Living up, he nodded. I didn't expect that. I say that because of how serious and dedicated you are at work, don't get me wrong. I always thought you'd consider romantic relationships a waste of time. I'm glad to know you're settling down, congratulations, Riveria expressed her feelings regarding the aforementioned. Besides, she was aware of the multiple proposals the silver-haired girl has received throughout her life. It's not for nothing that she was nicknamed, along with Hythe Velvet of the Freya family, the beautiful girls. Thank you, Sane thanked her. And that's not all, Riveria Sama. That bastard starting a harem. Martha slammed her hands on the desk, brimming with anger. The elf's expression changed abruptly. Hey. You shouldn't be shouting this to everyone. Go away. Go away. Airid pushed her companion away from the reception area. I can't allow a piece of trash like him to conquer your heart. Open your eyes. She said until the noise faded as she entered the adjoining room, which the healer blocked with a chair. I'm sorry about what happened, the bill is for the silver-haired girl wanted to change the subject but couldn't. No. No way, tell me about it. How's it going, you joining that man's harem? The anger in Riveria's gaze made the young woman back away. It's your fault I'll be scolded. I won't tell you anything again, Martha. She blamed the woman who was no longer in the room. Why, you see. What happens is that in a way I gave him permission to do it. He's a good person whether he wants it or not, he always gets involved in compromising situations, with girls most of the time. However I fell in love with him. It's not something I can control, you understand me, right? After all, we don't decide who we fall in love with, it just happens, Airid explained, seeking the understanding of the jade-haired girl. No. I don't understand. That man must be scum if he took advantage of that to see more girls. It's supposed that when you fall in love you have no eyes for anyone else and he or she becomes your whole world, Riveria expressed until her voice slowly faded away. I didn't know you were an expert in love, Riveria Sama, that sounded beautiful, shocked, the silver-haired woman said. Forget it. We're not talking about me. We're talking about your impure relationship. Tell me who the bastard is taking advantage of you. The elf demanded. But cornered, almost giving in, she opened her mouth. I'll finish him off for playing with a lady's heart. Riveria clenched her fist as the surroundings grew heavy, as if the pressure of the place was increasing. What's taking you so long, Riveria? Hurry up. Gareth entered the headquarters, annoyed by the long wait. The elf turned around. Excuse me. I'm speaking seriously with Airid. The dryness in her tone of voice and the expressionless face she wore caused the dwarf's muscles to tense. Whatever, Loki is waiting for you. Pay and let's go. Gathering his courage, he announced the above and left. A bag of coins settled on the desk, making it creak. We haven't finished talking. The threat of these words made the healer jump. Suddenly he turned and left, allowing air to enter the silver-haired girl's lungs. What trouble awaits me? If Riveria Sama finds out it's Belle, she'll probably kill him, Airid said, sighing. In the square of love. Right in front of the fountain in the center of the place stood bellcranel. He stood holding a bouquet of red roses. His facial and body language communicated discomfort, not because of what was about to happen, but because he wanted nothing to go wrong. It was hard not to notice him as he's become a household name lately. Yes, he became the hero of Babel, but that wasn't the only reason he was respected and recognized. Hey Mord, is that the brat whose girlfriend is decent? How lucky he is. The random adventurer asked the guy walking next to him. Apparently, the stranger's name was Mord. I know. Jealousy eats at me, but hey. Only an adventurer nicknamed a hero would be capable of such a feat. Imagine falling in love with a woman who belongs to the top 3 beauties in the city, Mord declared, crossing his arms. Belle, who was listening loud and clear, was flattered but uneasy. He swallowed. Suddenly he hears his date calling in the distance. Belle. I'm here. Shakti trotted along, waving. Mord and his group stared at her, their mouths open, same case for Belle. She approached him, stopping inches from his position. I'm sorry for the delay, I didn't calculate my time well, he apologized. The white-haired man didn't say a word. He was stunned. Belle? What's wrong? The blue-haired girl's face approached his. And nothing's wrong, it's just how do I put it? Avoiding eye contact, he tried to express himself correctly. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the outfit she was wearing. It consisted of short shorts that covered half of the shapely woman's thighs. There was also a long-sleeved white shirt that left her navel exposed, and over it, a black vest. Finally, the pair of heels that made her look tall. Author's note. Please ignore the leg armor. That was enough for Shakti to understand the message. Oh, it doesn't look good on me, does it? I took this out of my closet, my dating experience is 0, and I thought this was appropriate, she excused herself, her head down. Belle swallowed. It's the opposite, in fact. You look so beautiful that I can't find a way to express my opinion. It's as if words aren't enough to give you a compliment worthy of how beautiful you are, the young man commented, blushing. The blush was contagious to the woman. That's what you meant, he muttered. He grabbed his cheeks as he felt their high temperature. Steam came out of his head. Belle ignored the people around him and became determined. Oh? Came out of Shakti's mouth as she felt her hand being taken. Shakti. Let's have our date and make it unforgettable, he told her, smiling tenderly. The blue-haired girl allowed the warmth of the grip to penetrate her skin, bringing her an indescribable calm. Wrapping her arm around his, she answered him. I'm in your care. They walked away from there, in front of the astonished spectators who could not believe what they had just witnessed. It seems the harem king is about to return. I haven't seen such potential since the days of the Zeus family. An old man behind the Jag-American stall wiped a tear falling from his right eye. He was proud. Several men increased the admiration they already had for the rabbit. Meanwhile, the couple walked close to each other. Shakti enjoyed the boy's company, who was the usual nervous wreck he was in these situations. The woman found the disparity between his fighting personality and his current one at least adorable. The silence between them felt slightly uncomfortable, but the rabbit knew how to handle it. How have you been these last few days? I've only been able to see you in the mornings before entering the dungeon, he asked. Good. We're still investigating what happened with the cages. There have also been some issues. I've had trouble concentrating while doing paperwork in my room, the blue-haired girl replied, scratching the side of her head. Why? The rabbit inquired. She gave him a quick glance, hinting that he was the reason. Oh, he lowered his head, embarrassed. Yeah, and where are we going? To eat. Or what are you planning? The mood shifted as the questions were asked. Now that you mention it, I have something in mind. But if you suggest something else, that's fine. We can choose a different course, he replied. Yufufu. I said I'm in your care, I'll follow you wherever you go, Shakti answered, resting her head on the white-haired man's shoulder. Okay, let's go this way, he said, leading her down a different path than the one they were on. She let herself go, wherever it is, nothing will alter how happy she feels just having him next to her. They crossed several alleys, no one could help but follow them with their eyes. Rumors spread surprisingly quickly. So much so that, in less than 5 minutes, several blocks away from Shakti and Belle, the information found a problematic recipient. Riveria, who was heading towards the Lady of Plenty, was advancing alone. Aerith left her behind because she dragged out paying for potions at the insect family seat for too long. His mind was split in two. The first thing I thought about was what was discussed inside the dungeon regarding Tiona's desire to ask Belle out on a date. And the second thing commented by Airid and the womanizing bastard who is forming a harem. How is it possible that you don't care? I know that romantic matters are beyond my expertise, but it's impossible for me to be wrong, she said to nothing. The idea didn't enter her head. Although Tiona didn't dislike the idea of sharing Belle with Aiz, am I being old-fashioned? No. It's wrong. It's incorrect from every angle. She concluded reluctantly. I doubt Belle would even entertain the crazy idea of a harem. He's unlike any man I've ever met, she added. Hey, did you hear about D. Saint and bellcranel? A woman asked her companion that question. The elf stopped dead in her tracks. Bellcranel? The stranger didn't recognize the name. Bellcranel, who fought the Minotaur, clarified. Oh. Yes. They're a couple, aren't they? That boy aimed for the top and won. Oh, youth nostalgia dripped from the sentence. Riveria opened her eyes. Her long ears were no decoration. That's not all. He was seen in Love Square, very cozy with the captain of the Ganesha family, the woman reported. The shock hit the jade-haired girl. Shakti, he named. Is she cheating on me? What trash. She looks so sweet, the saleswoman concluded. I doubt it. There's a rumor that, during the Monsterphilia attack, D-Saint approved sharing it. It's probably consensual, they commented. Airid Belle Shakti Riveria swallowed. Airid has a boyfriend. He also hooked up with another woman, forming a harem. Belle is associated with Airid. The dots connected. Inside, he felt hollow and empty. He refused to believe the information was true. However, he believed it to be true. Stunned, she headed towards the Twilight Mansion. His grip on his staff was such that if you bet on it breaking, you might have a fair chance of winning. Deep disappointment clouded his judgment. However, there was the detail that her heart could not hate him. Even if he is guilty of such an immoral act. Did he just flirt with me to join his harem? Were they lies, she wondered. Was it even flirting? What if it was just flattery and I misinterpreted it? I didn't sense any ulterior motives when he said it, she was talking to herself. After several minutes he crossed the gates of the mansion, ignoring whoever crossed his path. He entered his room and lay down. What is this? I should hate him. I want to hate him for playing with women like this, but I just can't bring myself to covering his face with a pillow, muffling the words. He looked at the sun that radiated before sunset as it entered through his window. He saved me from Goliath. Maybe the debt I owe him prevents me from hating him. He hesitated. He dismissed the possibility in a heartbeat. No, it's different, he replied. The conversation she had with him after the events that occurred due to Evilus appeared in her subconscious. A woman reveals her beauty when she smiles. Remember, Riveria. So please don't cry. I said it when I met with you, Finn, and Gareth. If I run into anyone in danger, I'll save them. I couldn't afford not to see you again if I had the ability to prevent it. The elf's heartbeat lost its calm. The smile that spread across her fine, white face indicated the truth of her feelings. I'd like to be honest like you, Tiona, she said, lying down on her back on the quilts. Fufu. At 99 years old I fell in love with a fool who has 2 girlfriends, he laughed, self-deprecating. It's ridiculous, she added, falling asleep. A brief cry appeared when he lowered his eyelids. Author's note. Don't worry, Mommy Riveria. You'll be next, I'll take care of that. Meanwhile, at the appointment. Are we close? Shakti asked. Yes. Don't open your eyes, the white-haired man asked. I won't, the blue-haired girl was amused and excited. Not knowing where they were going only increased her curiosity. He held her tightly, walking slowly. Belle guided her, keeping her from bumping or tripping. The proposal to close their eyes was made when they were in Babel. It seemed strange to him, but she would trust him with her life, so he accepted. I'd be lying if I said my feet hurt. Heels took their toll on first-time wearers. Suddenly his companion braked. We're here, you can open them, he warned. Slowly he complied. Colored lights hit her, dazzling her and preventing her from seeing properly. It wasn't until he focused his eyes that he could see what Belle had prepared. Belle, I prepared this for you, miss. Rai, Rue and Fina jumped in excitement, pointing at the table right in front of the orphanage the trio belonged to. Sister Maria, behind them, waved. What Shakti's surprise was enormous. The kids found out about us and wanted to give us this present. They decorated and set the table. I couldn't refuse the gesture, the boy scratched the back of his neck. Belle and Sister Maria prepared the meal. I hope you like it. Fina announced, approaching the woman and guiding her to her seat. Rai pulled Belle along, doing the same. They both sat facing each other. Let me serve you the drink, Miss Rue, dressed as a waiter, brought a jug. Huh? Oh, of course. Shakti brought the glass closer. The blush on her cheeks wouldn't go away. I brought the food. Belle's favorite dish. Spaghetti and steak. Rai placed his plate on the tablecloth and handed him cutlery. Fina too, only that one belonged to the blue-haired girl. Enjoy your dinner. The three said goodbye and entered the orphanage. Have a good time. Sister Maria followed them. Shakti and Belle were left alone. They insisted on helping me. It makes me happy that they love me so much. They're my new family. The young man broke the ice. Shakti smiled. Being adored to such a degree only makes me reaffirm the kind of man you are. Who I fell in love with. A woman placed her palm on top of the boy's, which was resting on the table. And getting to know you more and more every day makes my love for you grow exponentially. My girlfriends are wonderful. Sometimes I wonder if it's real or if I'm dreaming, he declared, laughing. Shakti leaned forward and kissed his cheek. First. Now you're sure it's not a dream? The companion's mischievous attitude upset the rabbit. I'm sure it's the real world, he replied, stuttering. Fufu. Good. Let's try the food. Enjoy your meal. Shakti clasped her hands together. Bon appetit. Belle accompanied her. They grabbed a fork, buried it in the spaghetti and took the first bite. Peeking through the door frame, the children and the adult watched them. "Do it, Belle and I," said the little brown-haired boy. "It's delicious," the blue-haired girl said. "Aha. I'm glad you like it." Without finishing chewing, Belle answered. She swallowed before speaking. "Did you really cook it?" "It was delicious," he commented. "I'd like to think the credit goes mostly to Maria. I only soaked the pasta," the white-haired man said. Shakti poked his cheek with the tip of the fork. "Don't underestimate yourself," he complained. Then he smiled and took another bite. The night followed its natural course. The meal was gone before they knew it. The evening could be described as a resounding success. Shakti Varma's first date was the best in his opinion. They chatted peacefully about hundreds of things. One of them was the investment Belle would make in the orphanage. He wanted to adapt it to accommodate more children and, as far as possible, give them the nurturing home they long for. The woman moved the chair closer to her lover's, leaning on his shoulder. Huddled at her side, the conversation continued until Belle stood up. "There's one last place I'd like us to visit," he reported. Shakti rose in the same way. "What would it be?" he asked. "You'll know it when you see it," he replied. Following behind him, they moved forward. They crossed the streets. The buildings. The world's attention didn't matter to him in the slightest. She focused solely on the man who stole her heart. So much so that she didn't recognize the path they were following. They crossed a rock bridge and advanced until they reached an area full of crosses. "The cemetery," Shakti whispered. "Yes," Belle nodded. Reading the directions written on a piece of paper he took out of his pocket, they headed to a particular grave. The blue-haired girl knew which one it was. He stopped in front of Airid's grave, which had hundreds of flowers on it and the spear that belonged to him. "What are we doing here?" he asked. "I want to say a few words to Airid," the boy replied. He put his hands together and began. "Miss Airid, I didn't have the pleasure of meeting you in person. Unfortunately, we were deprived of that opportunity. However, knowing what your sister told me, I'm 100% sure you were just as wonderful as she was." Standing there, Shakti listened intently. A lump formed in her throat. "I wanted to confess that I'm deeply in love with Shakti. I want to be her comfort and support, the one who helps her overcome difficult times, accompanies her through happy ones, and thus shares her feelings. I wish to bring her the best this world has to offer and bind my existence to hers." Belle the human's heart jumped. "That's why being here, I promise you that I will keep my word," he finished. As he raised his voice, a small blue butterfly that was resting on top of the flowers flew away. Shakti remembered her. It's the same one she saw days ago. The insect came closer and closer until it landed on his nose. Shakti did nothing to push her away. Belle held both of the woman's hands. She looked him straight in the eyes. The butterfly fluttered its wings between them for a second and then flew away, disappearing into the dark night. The sign. Responsibility was handed over. Airid symbolically gave them his blessing. Or at least that's how they interpreted it. Tears of joy spilled out and slid down Shakti's cheekbones to fall to the ground. "I love you," Belle said. The blue-haired girl smiled at him. "I love you too, Belle." First. The kiss was given, sealing the promise, taking the first step towards fulfilling it. "I'll make them happy," Belle promised the sky. In his mind two figures appeared, Hermes and Shakti. But for some reason, 14 more shadows appeared. Author's note. Yes, 14. Artemis joins us, friends. Although of course it was neither the time nor the place to focus on that detail. Or maybe yes. One thing is certain, the rabbit's adventures, as well as the love affairs that await him, are just beginning. Then Argonaut Arario. "So you're telling me that many adventurers have disappeared there," said the imposing voice of Uranus. "That's right, Uranus Ama. We'll give the mission to the Loki Fell's family," he replied, carrying the letter. "Okay. Just one thing, invite him, I feel it might be beneficial," the god referred to bellcranel. "Sorry for asking, but what gives you that feeling?" Fells asks. It's a hunch. Great things are about to happen," Your Honor replied. "That Zeus always getting us into trouble," he thought as an open letter rested on the throne that was delivered to him by Hermes that very morning. Chapter 17. Then Argonaut Arario. "So you're telling me that many adventurers have disappeared there," said the imposing voice of Uranus. "That's right, Uranus Ama. We'll give the mission to the Loki Fell's family," he replied, carrying the letter. "Okay. Just one thing, invite him, I feel it might be beneficial," the god referred to bellcranel. "Sorry for asking, but what gives you that feeling?" Fells asks. It's a hunch. Great things are about to happen," Your Honor replied. "That Zeus always getting us into trouble," he thought as an open letter rested on the throne that was delivered to him by Hermes that very morning. In the current chapter. A new day dawned in Arario. The sun rose from the east of the city, illuminating every corner as the minutes passed. Right in the eastern part of the city, specifically on Daedalus Street, famous for its large size combined with the many intersections that exist along it, there was an orphanage where the figure of the moment, bellcranel, lived. He lay with the sheets partially covering his body. It was still early, and the previous night had been anything but easy. The date with Shakti, which began before nightfall and ended at the adventurer's cemetery almost at midnight, had gone on longer than expected. And if that weren't enough, when she went to the seat of the Ganesha family, the family to which the woman belongs, she encountered the elephant god screaming incessantly. "I am Ganesha," he kept saying until the blue-haired girl got fed up and hit him on the head, leaving him seeing stars. He literally fell face up on the floor. Anyway. That aside, the date went just as the rabbit planned. Having the expected outcome and reaching the point where feelings come to the surface, allowing for mutual understanding between both parties, the inevitable happened. They kissed and sealed the promise to be together for the rest of their days. Belle swore this in front of the late Artie's grave, so there was no way or possibility he would break it. Although he had no intention of doing so either. In front of the headquarters, with almost no one present or even conscious, carried away by the air of romance that still lingered, they said goodbye by tenderly joining their lips in a slow kiss that wreaked havoc on the rabbit's already restless heart. Shakti wasn't lying when she said she wouldn't hold back or maintain the role of a maiden in love. She's aiming high, with no strings attached to keep her from being truthful. Belle, on the other hand, still can't get used to the different rhythms his partners operate in. Airid loves being pampered, even though she sometimes denies it. After returning to the orphanage, wandering through the thoughts that filled his mind, he remembered that accident that had occurred days before between him and Airid. 2 days before the meeting between Belle and Shakti, at the Die Insect family headquarters, restroom. "Ugh, the patients keep showing up at this rate, I'll die young from stress," a tear rolled down the silver-haired girl's cheek. The diligent captain of her family may pretend to be perfectly fine, but the reality is different. No human or living being can endure the hectic lifestyle Airid endures every day. In a city like Arario, which is famous for its huge number of adventurers, it's no wonder that so many people have been injured. Novices, experienced, even first-timers. No one is safe from the dungeon and its mysterious ways. One thing's for sure. If you enter, expect the unexpected. He sat down in the long armchair in the living room that the workers have when they need to rest for several minutes to replenish as much energy as possible. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing himself to fall into a deep sleep. "Fufu Belle," she muttered while smiling mischievously and blushing. "What's he dreaming about? I have no idea. We just know that the rabbit is there." He sank deeper as the seconds passed until he was abruptly interrupted. Tock tock tock. The door was knocked 3 times. Huh? The healer woke up, turning her head in multiple directions, searching for the person responsible for disturbing her sleep. "TCH. You never let me rest. I've told you a million times not to interrupt me during my rest." I shouted full of fury, standing up and walking with sharp steps that made my shoes echo on the tile floor. He grabbed the knob and turned it. You could have sworn he broke it because the rattling sound of the object gave off a bad feeling. "What do you want, Belle?" The anger vanished like cotton from a raccoon trying to wash it in a pond. The pair's faces came too close since the person on the other side of the door hadn't expected that reaction. Belle, in his hands, held a bouquet of 20 roses that were apparently for her. Sorry if I'm inconvenient, I can come back later." The white-haired man's trembling voice was perfectly justified. Nothing in the dungeon is more frightening than an angry, stressed woman looking for revenge. However, that was not the case. "I'm sorry. You're not being intrusive," Airid apologized for her earlier attitude and mood. "I see. That's good to know. You've been busy lately, and I wanted to come see you. I bought these roses with you in mind. I know it's not much, but before the boy could ignore the gesture, the girl grabbed them. "They're perfect. No one's ever given me flowers before," she said, gently hugging them so as not to damage them. That beautiful smile appeared on her face, captivating everyone, especially the adventurer who received the gesture. The inhabitants of Arario weren't lying. The nickname shared with Hythe Velvet by the Freya family definitely suited him perfectly. Beautiful girls. Is something wrong? The silver-haired woman tilted her head when she noticed that her beloved was staring at her without saying a word or a sentence. Belle shook his head slowly. "Not at all. I'm just admiring the beautiful woman in front of me. I still can't believe an idiot like me landed such a splendid partner. Beautiful, diligent, tender, sweet, always looking out for me. I won the lottery." He winked at her, smiling the same way she had earlier. The blush Airid had before was nothing compared to the one she had now. Steam could even be seen rising from the back of his neck. She bowed her head and played with her feet. I told you not to say things like that in public. Especially not at my workplace. Silly Belle." The childish tone of voice she used to make the complaint prevented the white-haired man from taking it seriously. I'm so sorry. I just want to make it clear to you every day how beautiful you are. The rabbit's courage knew no bounds. The steam emanating from the healer's head increased. See, come in. My break will be over soon and I'd like to spend it with you, Hermes said, pulling Belle into the room and putting an end to the dozens of glances directed at both lovebirds. I am coming. He managed to say before the door closed behind him. The room fell silent. I swear I'll throw up rainbows if I see you guys so lovey-dovey again, said a certain receptionist at the place. Hermes, I will free you from that man who plays with your mind. Martha, Hermes' partner, hated bellcranel because of the relationship he had with her friend and now Shakti. For her, he was nothing more than the damn womanizer who charmed the healer. The board he held shattered from the force infused into it. There's no doubt that anger and fury are the greatest power-ups there are. Inside the room, the silver-haired girl proceeded to sit Belle down on the couch where he had previously been trying to fall asleep. What's wrong? Belle asked. I need your help, Hermes said, approaching him and laughing darkly. Do you need my help? What? How? Huh. That shout didn't reach anyone outside. SHHHHH. The healer covered his mouth and placed her index finger over her own lips, giving him the signal to be silent. It can't be. Is this the situation my grandfather talked to me about? I'm not ready. Forgive me, but it's too soon. The boy's mind wandered when the image of his grandfather appeared. Flashback. Remember, Belle. The day will come when women will desire you so much that they won't be able to contain themselves and will devour you whole. When that moment comes, you must. Zeus's prayer was suddenly cut off. Althea had punched Zeus and he had crashed into the right wall, embedding half of his body in it. Stop perverting my son. Althea fiercely demanded, grabbing Belle and covering his ears. Don't pay attention to her. I'll never let any woman near you, he added, kissing the infant on the forehead. Question marks appeared above Belle, who didn't understand what had just happened. Zold came through the door, carrying bags. He had gone to buy groceries. He turned to where Zeus lay inside. Again? That's 10 this week, he complained. End of the flashback. MIT, Althea mom. That information would be useful to me right now. Belle wailed internally. Huff. Hermes sat to the side. Are you? This confused the rabbit. Then Hermes' head lowered and rested on top of Belle's left thigh. Perfect, the silver-haired girl whispered, closing her eyes. Hermes, I don't understand this courtship technique, the boy expressed. Courtship technique? I just wanted you to give me a lap pillow, she replied, without batting an eyelash. I feel like an idiot. A drop of sweat trickled down the young man's forehead. A certain disappointment was evident in him. Why? What did you imagine? The healer asked. And nothing. Let me fix your hair. Belle changed the subject, preventing anyone from delving into it and letting the thought that had been forming in his head get out. The young man's fingers rested between the strands of hair and smoothed it down as best he could. He wanted to prevent it from getting flattened or messy while Hermes was in that position. Tough days, aren't they? He asked, caressing her cheek. She held Belle's hand and pressed it against that area, feeling the warmth it gave off. Too much? I have to ask Diane for a vacation. I've never asked for one, so I doubt she'll deny me, he replied. We could visit several places. I've been in Arario for almost a month and there are still places I don't know, Belle suggested. It would be interesting. Although I'm not the most suitable. It's rare that I get out. Being so attached to work has deprived me of many experiences. Sadness permeated the silver-haired woman's words. I never questioned or considered the need to take a break from time to time. I always believed my responsibility lay here and everything else was just a waste of time. Or at least that's how it was until I met you, he added. He tried to move and stare right under his beloved's face, but felt pain in his back. TCH. That sting again, he complained, furrowing his eyebrows. What happened? Belle asked as she shifted around to find a comfortable position. My shoulders and back have been killing me lately. It doesn't help that I'm not getting enough rest and sleep, he replied, leaving his lap and sitting back down. I'd like to try something. Would you allow me? The boy had some kind of plan in mind. Of course. What's it about? Hermes showed curiosity. Belle stood up and pulled a bench in front of the chair. Sit here. Back straight and don't move, he asked. Okay, doubts arose even though the healer listened. Belle stood behind her and began cracking his fingers. I haven't given a massage in a long time, he murmured. Massage? I appreciate it, but it should be done by an expert. Hermes let out a moan as Belle's fingers squeezed the muscles near her collarbones and his thumbs made circular movements on her trapezius muscles at a steady pace while the infused strength increased lap after lap. She quickly covered her mouth, embarrassed. Don't move. If you tense your muscles, the massage won't work. Belle looked angry at the girl's disobedience. He didn't hear me, she was relieved. She thought that filtered voice reached the white-haired man. She would die of grief if that had been the case. I apologize. Go on. She took a breath and closed her eyes. Hi, he went back to his thing. For the second time, he placed his fingers on the anterior area and his thumbs behind, just above the trapezius muscles. He massaged slowly, applying pressure occasionally. He couldn't press too hard, as there was a chance of hurting her. Airid, despite her temperament, is slender and gentle, comparable to a delicate flower like the ones he had brought. He was so focused that he didn't notice Airid's labored breathing. Wait. And not so loud, he said without anyone paying attention to him. The only person I ever massaged was Mama Althea. She always looked tired and even expressed it repeatedly. Mama Althea, if you met Airid you'd probably like her. He laughed internally since his partner and mother were similar in that area. The muscles lost tension, softening. Soft as a marshmallow, Belle said. Meanwhile, the girl held back her moans. It's too good, I've never had a massage like this before, he thought. Belle. You're doing so well. I couldn't speak clearly. Every word was choked by the constant moans of pleasure. I feel like I'm missing out on something simply beautiful. What could it be? The rabbit wondered. Suddenly he stopped. Oh? Is that all? Airid asked. Not at all. It's time to get serious. The aura Belle gave off terrified the young woman. Wait. He didn't think he could resist. Airid's complaints entered one ear and came out the other. The boy now pressed his deltoid muscles. You told me your shoulders have been bothering you too. They're too stiff and tense. I'll take care of it. The white-haired man's mood differed greatly from Airid's. Give me an breathe, he begged. The pressure on the shoulders spread, leaving the deltoids and concentrating on the biceps. It's soft. Why are the backs of girls' arms like that? The more he explored Airid's body, the more questions he had. Slowly but surely. I'm no expert, so I might miss some areas, he warned. You're doing very well, the silver-haired girl answered. Then I'll reciprocate the trust and try hard until the pain goes away. I can't abandon my girlfriend. The rabbit's confidence didn't waver at all. Nor did he show any intention of ending things soon. The grip shook Airid, who was pulled back. What? Coming out of the state of ecstasy, he was surprised. Belle inhaled air until his lungs were completely full and exhaled. Maximum effort. He shouted and. Maximum the strength infused into her muscles caused Airid to hunch her back and moan loudly. Belle stopped in his tracks. The Airid he named her, taking several steps away. The girl turned to look at him. He was breathing unevenly. Sweat was running down his forehead and his face was completely red. She got up from her chair and walked towards him. Give me more, she asked, staring at him. Wait. I think I overdid it, Belle said, seeing himself cornered. He sat down on the couch since there was no other place to run to. That was fantastic. Give me more, the silver-haired girl's eyes had hearts. What the hell just happened? I just gave him a massage. Doubts kept creeping into my subconscious. The healer stood in front of him, her breath hitting Belle's face. She sat on his legs. She brought her mouth close to the boy's ear, who was paralyzed. He couldn't move, and even if he could, Airid wouldn't let him. Touch me like you did a moment ago, he asked. Please, he added. Belle swallowed. He understood the message perfectly. Calm down. He's referring to the massage. I know we're in a compromising situation, but we must prevent it from escalating to greater levels. Avoid succumbing to your baser instincts. Willpower was cracking even though it was regenerating at the same rate. Oh, okay. Just sit back down, and the girl covered his mouth. No. Do it this way. He ordered. You make things complicated for me. Belle complained. But reason is lost. Airid placed both hands on the sides of Belle's face so that he could see her directly. She is so absorbed in pleasure that she forgets where we are. The impression was enormous. Don't you want to? The sad little face she put on after the question broke what little willpower remained. Airid. Belle called out his mate's name and wrapped her in his arms. Their mouths slowly moved closer to seal them with a kiss. They were truly immersed in the atmosphere, and the silver-haired girl's demands didn't help at all. Touch me again, he begged again. The double meaning of that request is driving me crazy, he replied. Ham? The door to the room suddenly opened. Hey Airid. Diane says your break is over. Martha shouted. When he realized the situation he went blank. What, he pointed at them. His finger was shaking like chili during an earthquake. Wait. I can explain. Belle was the one who spoke. Airid regained consciousness. Martha. She cried through tears, jumping off Belle's lap and running towards her partner. He hugged her and pressed his face against the woman's chest. Martha. I told him to stop, but he wouldn't listen. I was so scared. The silver-haired girl said, tears streaming down her face. Martha looked at Belle contemptuously. To say she was angry was an understatement. Trash. Enemy of women. Fourth-class pervert. She insulted him repeatedly. Damn, now I have no excuse, Belle thought, accepting the nicknames without complaint and bowing his head. After Martha tied him up and hung a sign around his neck that read, "I'm the worst scum in the world," Airid calmed down and explained the situation in detail. Currently. I still dream about it, Belle said, lying down and sweating cold. That was too close. So close I could see my grandfather giving me a thumbs up, he added, standing up. Drrrr. His stomach growled. Ugh. I'm hungry. I wonder if there's any food left from yesterday's cooking. Saying that he grabbed his pants and jacket, got dressed and left the room. It was still very early, none of the children had woken up. Not even Rai, who almost always got up when Belle did. He walked through the hallways until he reached the kitchen where Sister Maria was. Good morning, Sister Maria. No matter how early I wake up, you always wake up before me. He said good morning and gave her an impression of the biological clock that women possess. Good morning, Belle. Now that you mention it, it seems you're right. The woman returned the gesture, letting out a giggle. Are you preparing breakfast? The young man asked. Yes. Thanks to the money you gave us and the contacts your group member provided, we were able to build the kitchen in record time. This is the first time we haven't lacked anything, and it's thanks to you. Seriously, we were blessed when you came into our lives. Sister Maria's gratitude was so great that she bowed to the man responsible for so much happiness. Don't worry, Sister Maria. You offered me asylum and good faith, and you continue to do so. It's the least I can do to give back to you for all you've given me. Besides, it's been a long time since I felt like I belonged. The nostalgia those words emanated wasn't negligible. That being so, I'll make you the best breakfast these hands can cook. The orphanage caretaker continued with her work. The air in the orphanage was clean and pleasant. Little by little, rooms were built and damaged structures were restored. Each of the children were now Belle's younger siblings, so he wanted to take care of them and provide the best for them. As long as he could, they would never lack shelter, food, or support. Belle Nai. Rai called out, entering the kitchen while rubbing his eyes. Good morning. You look sleepy. Ready for training? The white-haired man asked. Rai yawned and stretched before sitting next to the young man he admires. Yes. I stayed up late because I was very nervous, but I'm ready, he replied. We'll eat first. If we don't, neither you nor I will be able to train, Belle commented. That's my responsibility, Maria said, placing 2 plates on the table. Breakfast consisted of fried eggs with well-cooked yolks and freshly baked bread. Accompanying them were strips of golden bacon dripping with the oil used in cooking. Rai and Belle were salivating as they held their forks, preparing to take their first bite. Maria gave them the signal to begin, and they devoured breakfast quickly. Are you? Men's appetite is a serious thing, he opined. The 2 boys thanked them for the food and hurried out into the orphanage courtyard. They were truly bursting with energy, especially Rai. He radiated emotion. Patio. The pair were sitting on the grass. The lessons hadn't started yet for unknown reasons. Before I teach you about fighting and being a hero, let me ask you a question, Belle spoke. Rai paid full attention to him, nodding along to what he said. Why do you want to be one? Is there something you want to obtain? Or someone you want to protect? He asked the questions. Obtain or protect, the boy repeated both words since they caught his attention. Normally, being a hero starts from that point. The desire to obtain tangible or intangible things. Whether it's money, fame, girls, recognition. There's also the desire to protect. Whether it's friends, family, loved ones we're attached to. So I'd like to know what your case is. I won't make fun of you or anything like that. Trust me. Belle extended his hand so they could close the deal and keep the matter confidential. Rai blushed but accepted, shaking hands and trusting the white-haired man's word. I am in a way, they are both, he confessed, being practically a human tomato due to the red color his skin took on. Belle approached him, who remained dejected and clutching his clothes. Is this about Fina, or am I wrong? He said. Huff. Smoke came out of the human's ears. And it's not like that. You're wrong. He shouted, embarrassed. I understand. My assumption was incorrect. However, you know what? There's nothing wrong with the fact that the motive is trying to impress and protect a girl. That was practically the goal I had in mind when I came to Arario, the white-haired man admitted. Really? Rai's gaze brightened. Yes. To be the hero of the harem. It's the kind of goal my grandfather instilled in me since I was a child. Almost every story he told me ended the same way. Sweat ran down Belle's forehead as he remembered every night his grandfather read to him before bed. That childhood traumas, he said to himself. But you already have a harem, Belle Nai, the brown-haired boy commented. According to my grandfather, there must be more than 3 for it to be considered a harem as such. Besides, it's no longer what I'm looking for. Sure, I'm happily united with Hermes and Shakti, but that wasn't the goal I had in mind. Now I want to fulfill the expectations I carry on my shoulders and protect the innocent. The point I'm trying to make is that you shouldn't underestimate your own desires, the white-haired man concluded, ruffling his disciple's hair. I want to make Fina happy. To keep her smile and for me to be the one responsible for always showing it, also to take care of my family, Rue, Maria and the rest of us who live here straining inhumanly, he communicated his thoughts. We're more alike than you think, Rai, Belle thought. Well, let's make that wish come true. I'll train you. However, sooner or later you'll need a Falna. I'll find the right god another time. He stood up and helped the infant do the same. He then patted him several times on the back. Let's get started. I'd lend you Kanshu or Bakuya, but the weight would be too much. Let's train using this. The boy broke 2 branches off the fruit tree growing in the middle of the yard. Here. He warned, throwing the wooden stick. Rai caught him. Head into a combat stance. Your stance can determine the outcome of a battle. If you're full of openings, you'll be killed or, at best, incapacitated. I recommend covering the flank of your less skilled hand and keeping the foot you'll be using as your center of gravity fixed to the ground. Test the terrain and try to step on solid ground. Wet or muddy ground will cause you to slip. Depressed areas could catch your foot and prevent you from reacting. You must make sure it's firm and stable, the rabbit explained. It's exactly what Mama Alfia told him on the first day of joint training. Because the first lesson consisted of throwing him into a cave full of goblins. At least you'll know about posture before you get the beating of your life. Thank me at the end, Rai, he said mentally. The boy did exactly what his teacher told him. Raise your arms above your waist. Bend your elbow so your forearm and hand are the ones that rise. If you get hit in the side, you can lower your elbow and cushion it. This will also give you a chance to react and counterattack, Belle commented, showing him the example. So, Belle Nai? Rai asked. Perfect, I'll attack now. Don't worry, I'll regulate my strength. Try to block, and if the opportunity presents itself, hit me, the white-haired man warned. Hi. The chestnut tree nodded, gripping the branch just hard enough to keep it from breaking. Belle walked slowly toward him. Rai watched every movement in detail. If he blinked, there was a chance he'd be hit. Rule number 1. Look at the extremities. Not the opponent's torso, Belle warned, and… The apprentice felt his forehead being touched. The tip of the gun that Belle was holding pressed against that spot. You focused too much on locating where I was that you missed the signals my body language was giving before I changed position, he gave feedback. You're amazing, Belle Nai admiration overflowed from those words. Let's switch roles. Now you'll be the one attacking, the boy suggested. They returned to their positions, and the sensei remained standing on guard. Rai moved forward. He gathered his courage and remained calm. I'll make it, he said to himself. He took step after step, feeling his way along the ground by lightly dragging the tip of his right foot. He raised both arms as instructed. The wooden stick lay firmly in his hands. There was no tremor or nervousness. He's determined. He learned the basics very quickly, Belle praised the knowledge his student absorbed in the short period between learning and practice. Suddenly Rai disappeared. Fast. He commented. Ham. The attack was blocked. Ham. The chestnut repeated the dose. Belle diverted the force. Ham. Spinning on his own axis, the boy regained his position. You leave me speechless. Rai ignored the compliment. Every ounce of his attention was focused on fighting. Of course, Belle easily deflected the thrusts, but that's because he's grown accustomed to fighting at high speeds, coupled with the constant enemies emerging from the dungeon. His highly refined senses remained despite the diminished strength. Rai's breathing was labored. The fatigue was more mental than physical. Come on. Finish what you started. I'll wait for you here. Belle raised his voice, fanning the flames of the chestnut tree. H. He shouted, running towards him and placing the gun on his right side. That's the spirit. The young man raised his voice. Ham. 3 blocked impacts were received by the sensei's weapon. Ham. He simply avoided and deflected attacks. He had no intention of returning them. Ham. Sweat trickled down Rai's forehead. He was pushing himself to the limit. For him, these had been hours of constant siege, but nothing could be further from the truth. Barely half an hour passed, of which 20 minutes were spent explaining. Ham. 1 hit. That's all I want. That was the young man's goal. His ambition was limited to him. It was illogical to try to defeat him. Ham. He increased the pace and attacked from different positions. Crack. He heard the cracking of branches. His sword was cracking. If mine's like this from attacking, his must be worse from defending. If I focus on one particular point, it'll break, giving me the opportunity I was waiting for. Rai's brain whirred into life, planning his next moves. He came up with a plan, Belle noted. Ah. Rai arrived on the offensive. Ham. 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 The dry sound of wood collided. The hands vibrated and calluses formed on them. Ham. 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 Despite the above, he did not show the slightest hesitation. Ham. Ham. Rai's eyes fixed on the middle of the branch Belle was holding. It was moving unevenly. It was about to break. How many are required? The question arose. Ham. Crack. The noise reached the sensei's ears. That's what I was trying to do. He realized it before I did. It all made sense. This will be the last. The spirit overflowing with determination drove the child's actions. Before he made the cut, something made him lose control. Flap. The front foot slid forward. He stepped in a mud puddle. Belle lowered his head. The attack range was now low. Take advantage of the unexpected. Turn it into your advantage. Nothing beats the element of surprise. That thought came from Rai. His legs stretched too far. He felt the muscles in a tense to the max. He raised his hands and pointed at the white-haired man's chest. Oh, at least that was the intention. Crash. Huh? They both put on poker faces. Ham. Crack. Belle blocked the blow, breaking the chestnut branch. That noise came from the stick. And the one before. The rabbit wondered. My pants, Rai whispered, standing up and covering the gap in the fabric of her bottoms. Excuse me to go change, he asked. Granted, Belle allowed it. Red in the face and ears, the infant returned to the shared room. The boy held back his laughter, although he unconsciously noticed that puddle. I blocked him. However, he ignored that accident and took advantage of it. His potential is tremendous, he opined. Hours later. Belle and Rai walked through the streets of Arario. Night was approaching. That training session lasted 9 hours. Everything hurts, the boy complained. Can you raise your arms? The boy asked. No, the empty look reflected the degree of tiredness. I overreacted. Now I understand what my stepmother was thinking. Maybe I'll become her. Belle scratched the back of his neck. Don't worry, Belle Nai. It's the price I have to pay if I want to become a hero. His will only grew stronger. The big brother smiled and ruffled her hair. Let's go to the Lady of Plenty. You deserve to eat until you're satisfied. So do it, I'll pay, the white-haired man said. He wanted to reward him. But you always pay. What difference would that make? Rai asked. Good point, they agreed. They arrived at the establishment. At this hour, it was rare for adventurers to fill the seats. It usually happened at around midnight. The pair crossed the door. Good afternoon, they greeted, catching the attention of the waitresses. Cranel-san. The first to name him was Ryu. Belle Naya. Anya followed him. Belle. Sir continued. Hey girls. How are you? Wait, where are Lunwar and Chloe? Before saying the second one's name, she felt her butt in danger. Closer, Naya, than you think, Naya, they whispered in her ear. Substitution jutsu. Belle quickly changed position before he was groped like market fruit. Are you? The catgirl felt someone's round buttocks. You. That was close, the white-haired man wiped the sweat from his forehead. Naya. They're soft, Chloe said. Belle Naya. Why is she touching my butt? Rai asked, embarrassed. One soul for another soul, Belle replied. Ha. Well, it Naya went wrong, Naya. I also like Naya, this kid's buttocks, Naya. The face the brunette made disturbed everyone. Leave that twisted fetish, you idiot girl. Mamma Mia hit Chloe on the head. Ah. He came out of her. I'm still angry about what happened a few days ago. Don't add any more penances to your list. The dwarf rolled up her sleeves. Rai ran and hid behind the white-haired man. Bit scary, he said. Yes. Me too, they agreed. Wait, he said subconsciously. Mamma Mia. What do you mean by a few days ago? He expressed his doubt. See, Cranel-san. This is a bad idea, Ryu wanted to warn him. Too late. These girls are the reason we weren't open all day. They disappeared while shopping. They've already suffered their punishment, the dwarf explained. Belle felt a chill. Oh damn, he knew perfectly well what it was due to. It seems you know the reason. The boss's cold gaze penetrated deep into Belle's soul, not literally. And no. That's lying was out of the question. Ham. Mia's heavy footsteps were approaching him. Belle felt tiny. He wanted to cry. Will you force me to ask again? He threatened. It was my fault. We met at the library and I talked to them about hero stories without time. I'm sorry. He did a doggies, almost burying his forehead in the floor. Ryu and Anya slammed their palms against each other's foreheads. Chloe would have done the same if she'd been conscious. It was a nice meeting you. Anya looked at him condescendingly. We tried so hard to hide it, the elf denied, disappointed. You went on a date with Belle. Why did I just find out? Sir spoke to them in a terrifying voice. Her brows furrowed in perfect coordination. Ugh, damn. Ryu looked the other way, hoping to shrug off the responsibility and get rid of the silver-haired girl. Hoping she'd forget. Do you know what will happen? The boss asked her. I'll do whatever it takes. They were punished without deserving it. It would be unfair to go unpunished. The white-haired man didn't change his position. Sir Nee. Why is she so scary? Rai tugged lightly on the human's apron. There are forces in this world that must not be awakened. Mia's fury is one of them, the silver-haired woman explained. You made me lose money. So it's your responsibility to pay me back, the dwarf said. Huh? Why yeah. How much would that be? Belle pulled out his bag of coins. Approximately a working day, he answered. Excuse me? The young man didn't understand. Screams, cries and pulling afterwards. Mamma mia. What did he do to her? The green-haired woman wanted to know the fate that human suffered. He was coming behind me. Come now. He ordered. I won't. Belle replied. If you force me to go for you you'll regret it. He threatened. I'm sorry now. They replied. I am. He stomped his foot, causing the structure of the bar to shake. Footsteps were heard following that. Sir, Anya, Ryu and Chloe stared. And, from the stairs appeared. They were speechless. Why do I have to wear a maid outfit? She complained. Because I only have waitresses. What did you expect? It was all I got, Mia replied. I feel like I'm going to get a nosebleed. The collective mindset focused on it. I'm going to have hexual thoughts about that, Sir whispered, pointing at it. Belle and I, don't worry. You'll always be my hero and role model. No matter how deplorable your image is right now, Rai wanted to cheer him up. Please don't help me, Belle said, his head down and in tears. Okay. Rush hour is about to begin and I need you ready. The dwarf warned. Put in the effort, Belle. Bella. Whatever, he stopped looking for a name. My grandfather said that maids were a gift from the gods, but this is ridiculous. The worried-looking couple of adults entered the establishment, followed by countless adventurers waiting for their turn. The night will be long. What will happen to Bella? One humiliation later. You're amazing. You've awakened the love of all the men who visited us. Sir wanted to praise Belle, but without success. I don't find it funny, the white-haired man commented. Yes, Naya. That man Naya almost touched your ass, Naya. If he had done it, Naya, I would have killed him. Naya jealousy was evident in Chloe. Don't remind me? He asked. Flashback. Hey. Have you seen the new one? She's beautiful, commented random adventurer number 1. Hey. Hiccup. You look hiccup. Like a beautiful hiccup. Bunny. Hiccup. Said random adventurer number 2. Ignore them, Belle. Ignore them, the rabbit advised himself, going to pick up the food from the counter. Bunny. Show me that tail. Random adventurer number 3 wanted to grab her butt until. Flaws. This ass Naya is mine. Naya, the black-haired catgirl, slapped the man's hand. The fury she reflected was immense. Scaring him. End of the flashback. As a thank you, Naya, you should let me hold it, Naya, Chloe asked. I don't know who was worse. He or she. The cat's perversion was no different from the drunk's. Stop whining. We're done. The baby fell asleep, you'll have to carry him to the orphanage. Mia warned. Ryu was heading to serve the last customers until the woman screamed. Did you just say you sold Anna? Waitresses and Belle turned around. I didn't sell it. It was taken from me, replied the husband. It's the same. That's why I told you to stop betting, idiot. The wife complained angrily. The man bowed his head. Ryu wanted to speak but didn't dare. It's beyond me. It's ridiculous that I dare consider it unfair when my very concept of justice has been lost. I've stopped doing that, helping strangers without expecting anything in return. Her spirit sank, however. There was a certain nosy rabbit who wouldn't remain silent. Excuse me, Belle called their attention. They both saw it. I heard something serious. Would you mind telling me? I'd like to help, he said. They looked at each other and nodded. You see, the woman spoke. It turns out they were married and worked at a magic stone manufacturing company and a shop, respectively. However, due to the husband's gambling habits, they lost their home and daughter. The husband reported that several adventurers threatened him to continue, even though he wanted to leave. Until they said, if you bet on your daughter, we'll give you another chance. That method. May I ask about your daughter? Ryu intervened. Anna was my pride and blessing. She may have been a little shy, but she's a good girl. Kind and beautiful. She was also very popular around here. Even gods made advances toward her, her mother explained. If he was popular, it means they had their eye on him, and this was premeditated, Belle concluded. Why don't you ask the guild or the Ganesha family for help? Sir asked. Cases like this are common in Arario. I doubt they'll even give it the importance it deserves. The sadness was transmitted through the words. Maybe I can take care of that, Belle blushed and scratched the back of his neck. The perks of being the boyfriend of the captain of the Ganesha family were there. Seriously? The couple's eyes lit up. I would never play with such a delicate matter as that. I'll do what I can, he commented. Crandall-san the elf was surprised, moved by the white-haired man's kindness. You want to help them too, right? Well, I won't leave you alone. Let's rescue that girl and bring justice to these poor people, Belle said to the green-haired man, smiling at him. Ryu's heart skipped a beat. We bring them justice. He repeated mentally. Lion. You shouldn't overthink difficult things. There are situations in which your own feelings and senses are enough for us to get to work, the animated voice of a red-haired woman resonated within him. Yufufu. You're always getting into trouble, Crandall-san he commented. Just like me. Naya. What's up Naya? Those two are shining Naya Anya opined. Sir and Chloe puffed out their cheeks in jealousy. In the orphanage. The door of the place was knocked on late at night. An unexpected visitor showed up. Sister Maria stood up and walked to the entrance. Hello. He opened the door. Good evening. Sorry for the time, but I have a letter for bellcranel. I heard he lives here. Yes. But he left hours ago and hasn't returned. I'll give it to him when I see him. Maria took the envelope. Thank you very much. Tell him the sender said if he needs anything, he should ask confidently. That's all from me, goodbye, the man with orange hair and a hat said. The orphanage caretaker nodded and closed the door. Let's see what it is that you found in Milan, Zeus Hermes said to the sky, remembering his friend. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.